Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 1090 to Chapter 1148. In a short while all 19 godworms had been killed, and the Flying Spirit Battle Squad's total income had risen to 190 shinbi. In the hunting battlefield, regardless of whether it was an individual kill or a team kill, the shinbi obtained would be considered as the total income. For the time being, they wouldn't be able to get a share of it. Only after they left the hunting battlefield would they be able to get their share of shinbi based on their contributions. Yichen looked at his own contribution. It was as high as 40, and his total contribution was 50. Such a high contribution was understandable. After all, without Yichen's split sword domain, there was no way for them to contend against 19 godworms. They could only run away. Of course, this was only temporary, and it would gradually decrease. After all, Yichen couldn't maintain such a high contribution forever. The second highest contribution was Huang Hingfei and Lin Xiaofeng, both 3. Wei Dong and Li Wei were 2. Although the 4 of them did not put in much effort, according to the ratio, Huang Hingfei and Li Xiaofeng would each get 11 shinbi, while Wei Dong and Li Wei would get 7 or 8 shinbi each. This was free money, so it could be considered as extra income. A bottle of ice and fire 9-layered heavens was earned. In the past, we would only get 1 or 200 shinbi each time we hunted. Now that we have the power of space freeze, we can kill as many as we want. Huang Hingfei and the others believed that their luck had come, and the key to this luck was Yichen. There were many godworms in the hunting battlefield. After 3 days, the 5 of them encountered 9 batches of godworms. However, these 9 batches only had 7 godworms at most, far from being comparable to the first batch they encountered. Still, the 9 batches added up to 35 godworms, which was equivalent to 350 shinbi. Adding the initial 190 godworms, they had a total of 540 godworms. This was definitely a considerable amount of income. The Devil Spear Battle Squad is within 100 million li of us. The Paradise badge on the back of Huang Hingfei's hand suddenly flashed a frightening red. It turned out that there was a revenge mode in the hunting battlefield. When a member of your team was killed by another team, the Paradise badge would remind you when the enemy team was within 100 million li of you. Of course, it was limited to 1 time. If you failed this time, the Paradise badge wouldn't remind you next time. How strong is the Devil Spear Battle Squad? Yichen asked. Lin Xiaofeng said in a low voice, very, very strong. Last time, the Devil Spear Battle team only had 3 people. It seems that before this, they lost 2 people. But with just 3 people, they were able to suppress our Flying Spirit Battle team. In the end, they even killed one of our team members. If it weren't for a group of godworms being attracted to us at the critical moment, we wouldn't have had a chance to escape. So strong. Yichen raised his eyebrows. The Flying Spirit Battle team was already one of the top teams among the beginner teams. This Devil Spear Battle team was also a beginner team, but they could actually suppress the Flying Spirit Battle team with just 3 people. They are indeed very strong. None of the 3 members of the Magic Spear Squad who are fighting against us are weaker than me, and the captain of the Magic Spear Squad is even stronger than me. Damn it, they must have replenished their members this time. We don't have the slightest chance to take revenge. Huang Hingfei clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. It's not like we don't have a chance. We can take them down one by one. Yichen said in a low voice. It's too dangerous. Although I really want to take revenge, it is not the time yet. Huang Hingfei thought for a moment and decided not to attack the Magic Spear Squad first. It was not that he was afraid of the Magic Spear Squad, but if he fought with them, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Wei Dong and Li Wei, who were slightly weaker, might fall. No worries, let me see where they are first. Coming to the hunting battlefield, they naturally had to hunt the enemies. There was no reason for Yichen to retreat. His forehead cracked open, and a silver vertical eye appeared. Yichen scanned the surroundings with his soul eye. Everything within 100 million li was within his range. Soul eye? Huang Hingfei and the other 3 were shocked. The soul eye was one of the most frightening special abilities. Although it could not increase a martial artist's power, it could allow them to have an unimaginable observation power. Even if a normal life and death realm king trained a secret soul art, their soul sensing range would only be a few 100,000 li, or even a few million li. However, the observation range of the soul eye could reach up to 100 million li. At the speed of light, it would still take half an hour to travel 100 million li found them. Within the range of the soul eye, Yichen saw 5 people. These 5 people were emitting a frightening demonic power fluctuation, and none of them was weaker than Huang Hingfei. 2 of them seemed to be even stronger than Huang Hingfei. On the back of their hands were black demonic god marks, which seemed to be the insignia of the demonic god paradise. Is it them? Yichen waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in the void, showing the figures of 5 people. Yes, it is them. Lin Xiaofeng recognized them at a glance. Indeed, they have already replenished their team. 3 people are already so hard to deal with, but 5 people, our chances are very slim. Huang Hingfei clenched his fists. Yichen thought for a while and said, they will definitely encounter other teams. While they are fighting with other teams, we can quickly rush over and join hands with that team to destroy the Demon Spear Squad. I don't think they will reject such a good opportunity. In the hunting battlefield, everyone was both a hunter and a prey. It was common for hunters to join hands with other hunters, and it was normal for a team to be annihilated. This idea is not bad. Alright, if I don't take revenge, I will never feel happy. Whether we can succeed or not depends on this. Xiaofeng, Wei Dong, Li Wei, what do you think? Huang Hingfei looked at Lin Xiaofeng and the other 2. Naturally, we will take revenge. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were cold. Wei Dong and Li Wei also nodded, each of them looking serious. On an emerald green planet, 5 young people appeared. These 5 people were all demons, and the demonic power on their bodies was more tyrannical than pure Jin Yuan, and it had a destructive power. One of the fat young people grinned and said, if it weren't for the god insect's attack last time, we would have definitely annihilated the Flying Spirit Squad. Moreover, there were only 3 of us last time, and this time there are 5. I just noticed that the Flying Spirit Squad has entered, but it won't be easy to meet them. Another young man with 2 horns on his head said slowly. The Flying Spirit Squad is nothing to worry about. It would be best if we meet them, and we will send them to heaven. It doesn't matter if we don't meet them. Among the 24 teams, except for a few relatively strong ones, the other teams will only have a dead end if they meet us. Eagle Eye, it is time for you to show off again. Among the team, the burly demons with the most powerful aura glanced at the tall and thin demons beside him. The tall and thin demons were demons of the Eagle Demon bloodline, and they were the eyes of the Demon Spear Squad. They were born with a very strong observation ability. Once they used the Eagle Eye talent, they could observe things within 10 million miles without being easily detected. The hunting battlefield seemed to be boundless, but it actually had a limit. The Eagle Eye talent was like a fish in water, and it didn't consume a lot of energy. No problem. Eagle Eye nodded. He took a deep breath, and as his demonic power surged, a huge eagle head appeared behind him. The 2 eagle eyes were extremely sharp, as if they could see through space and time. 8 million miles away, there is a recently broken planet. It should be caused by a battle. Let's go there. After a long time, Eagle Eye scattered the eagle head phantom behind him. A recently broken planet? It must not have been gone for long. Let's go. The 5 people used their demonic power, and like 5 beams of light, they flew in that direction. These 5 people didn't know that behind them, there were 5 people following them, maintaining a distance of tens of millions of miles. That tall and skinny demon is the Eagle-Eyed Devil King. He has the innate talent of the eagle eyes, and his battle strength is not too strong, but it is about the same as Lin Xiaofeng, and that fat demon is very troublesome. He is called the Devouring Heaven Devil King. The fat on his body can offset most of the attacks, and the rest of the attacks will be directly swallowed by him, and then spit out to attack the enemy. His battle strength is even above the Eagle-Eyed Heavenly King, the most powerful is their captain, the tall and sturdy demon Ray Stone Statue Heavenly King. His protective magic power and physical defense are inconceivably strong. I exchanged dozens of moves with him, and was unable to break through his defense even once. As for the other 2, they are newcomers, I do not know. Huang Hingfei analyzed the Demon Spear Squad's situation. When the time comes, leave the Stone Statue King to me. The 4 of you and the other team can deal with the 4 of them. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Yichen had created the White Dragon Annihilation and was looking for a powerful opponent to test it out. Without the Stone Statue King, we won't have a problem, but is the Stone Statue King that easy to deal with? Huang Hingfei looked at Yichen hesitantly. Don't worry. Unless he has the power of the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda, he can't do anything to me. In the past 2 months, Yichen had improved a lot. If he were to challenge the God of War Pagoda again, he had more than a 50% chance of passing the 6th level and reaching the 7th level. Alright, then be careful. Huang Hingfei did not know exactly how powerful Yichen was, but seeing how confident Yichen was, he could tell that it was not groundless. He could not help but nod. Leader, I found them. They are fighting with the 3 god bugs. They destroyed many planets along the way. The eagle-eyed Demon King's face lit up. Haha, looks like the hunting battlefield is also taking care of us. Let's get closer first and watch the tigers fight. After they kill all the god bugs, we will attack them in one go. The Stone Statue King laughed loudly. A million miles away, 5 young people were fighting with the 3 god bugs. These 5 young people were not members of the Paradise of Gods, nor were they members of the Demon God Paradise. They were members of the Barbarian God Paradise. The Barbarian God was the true god of the barbarian race. Although there were barbarians in Elysium, they were actually hybrids with the blood of the barbarian race. Lu Tai, bad news. We have been targeted by another team. They are approaching us rapidly. They are less than 300,000 miles away from us. The big-headed barbarian young man said anxiously. What team is it? The young man called Lu Tai was a huge man. He was wrapped in chains and had a white bone necklace around his neck. He held a huge mace in his hand and looked very wild. It seems to be the Demon Spear Squad. Damn it, it's actually the Magic Spear Battle Team. The Devil Spear Battle Team was definitely a strong team in the primary hunting battlefield. The number of teams that were stronger than this team could be counted with a single hand. Captain, what should we do? The barbarians loved to fight, but they also knew the difference between them. It's impossible to escape now. Kill the godworms with all your strength and fight the Devil Spear Battle Team. The sound of flowing iron was loud and clear. Hundreds of thousands of miles could be covered in just a breath's time. Running away would only cause them to die even more miserably. Boom, the 5 of them completely erupted with power and attacked the divine insect crazily. Berserk energy flew in all directions like a cosmic storm. It had to be said that when people were in desperate straits, the power they could unleash was extremely terrifying. Normally, when facing 3 divine insects, it would take them a long time to finish them off. But this time it only took them a dozen or so breaths of time to kill them. As expected of the Iron Hammer Battle Team. You killed 3 godworms in such a short time. In the entire elementary hunting battlefield, your Iron Hammer Battle Team can rank at least in the top 15. A group of 5 people appeared in the line of sight of Lu Tai and the others. It was the Demon Spear Battle Team. The Devil Spear Battle Team wasn't in a hurry to attack. Otherwise, the Iron Hammer Battle Team wouldn't have had the time to kill the divine insects. If they ran at full speed, they would only need a single breath of time. Heavenly Stone Statue King, what are you trying to do? Lu Tai looked at the Heavenly Stone Statue King with a solemn expression. What do you think we're trying to do? The Heavenly Stone Statue laughed malevolently. When Lu Tai heard this, he knew that today would not be good, and shouted angrily, Your Devil Spear Squad, don't be too arrogant. Although our Iron Hammer Squad is not as good as yours, but we are not fish on the chopping block. You can kill us at will. If you want to eat the Iron Hammer Squad, you have to see if your teeth are good enough. Be careful not to break your teeth. I have long heard that Iron Hammer Battle Team's captain, Flowing Iron, is a stubborn man. Today, I finally get to see it for myself, a young man with 2 horns on his head said with a disdainful smile. Ha ha ha, the other members of the Devil Spear Team laughed wantonly. The Stone Statue Heavenly King said with ill intentions, Our Devil Spear Battle Team never returns empty-handed, but I can also give you a chance to choose. It depends on whether you can grasp it or not. Opportunity? Tell me. Lu Tai's face darkened. The Stone Statue Heavenly King stretched out a finger. 1. No need to say anything. Everyone, let's fight. My Demon Spear battle team has a 90% chance of annihilating all of you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Flowing Iron battle team was silent. It was obvious that they didn't have the competence to defeat the Magic Spear battle team. Whether they had the strength or not wasn't something that could be said. It was something that could only be achieved through fighting. In the primary hunting battlefield, the Magic Spear battle team had almost no opponents other than a few natural enemies. 2. Hand over 2 people for us to kill, and the rest can leave. Alright, you guys can choose. The Heavenly Stone Statue King sneered. Lu Tai took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Dream on. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think I don't know that you have no intention of letting us go?" If they handed over 2 people, they would only be left with 3 people. They would be even more unable to contend against the Devil Spear Squad. This way, the Devil Spear Squad would be able to deal with them effortlessly. It's truly a pity. Originally, the 3 of you would have been able to live a bit longer. The Heavenly King Stone statue shook his head. He raised his palm high and waved it. Kill. 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 4 streaks of light rushed out and attacked the Iron Hammer battle team. All hail the god of barbarians. Fight with all your might. Lu Tai roared as he raised his mace and rushed out as well. The great battle erupted and instantly entered a white-hot state. They're fighting. Full speed ahead. Millions of miles away, Yi Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted in a low voice. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to fly towards the battlefield. We will definitely succeed in our revenge this time. Let's go. Huang Hingfei and the other 3's hearts were racing. At the same time, they were filled with excitement. They had never thought of killing the Devil Spear Squad, but this time, they might succeed. The 5 of them were extremely fast. They could fly hundreds of thousands of miles in a single breath. Millions of miles wasn't very far. 8 million miles. 5 million miles. 3 million miles. 1 million miles. 500,000 miles. Soon, the 5 of them were less than 500,000 miles away from the battlefield. Oh no, another team is coming. Damn it. Just as the Heavenly Stone Statue King was about to join the battle, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the starry sky. In his sight, 5 figures were flying towards him. Flying Spirit Squad, you are courting death. The Heavenly Stone Statue King's body shone with a grayish-white luster, making him look like a stone statue. Outside his body, a grayish-white light shield appeared. He was already prepared for a fierce battle, and his killing intent was soaring. Heavenly Stone Statue King, you didn't expect this day, did you? Before he arrived, Huang Hingfei's voice was already transmitted over with the help of his quintessential essence. Flying Spirit King, do you really think that your puny Flying Spirit Squad can compete with our Devil Spear Squad? The Heavenly Stone Statue King's face was very ugly. Although he didn't think that the Flying Spirit Squad could bring any danger to them, at least there would be some variables. This was not what he liked. He liked to control the overall situation. Huang Hingfei sneered, my Flying Spirit Squad is indeed not a match for the Devil Spear Squad, but your enemies are not just us. Flowing Iron, how about our 2 squads work together to annihilate the Devil Spear Squad? That's perfect. Flying Spirit King, this time, my Iron Hammer Squad owes you a favor. We will definitely repay it in the future. The members of Flowing Iron and Iron Hammer Squad were overjoyed. Originally, if the Flying Spirit Squad didn't show up, the possibility of them dying was as high as 90%. But now, it was different. With the 2 squads working together, even the Devil Spear Squad wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. We can talk about the favor later. Right now, we only have one goal, and that is to annihilate the Devil Spear Squad. As he spoke, Huang Hingfei took out his big iron hammer and flew towards the battlefield, intending to help the Iron Hammer Squad. Stay here. The Heavenly Stone Statue King roared angrily and flashed in front of Huang Hingfei. Your opponent is me. With a flash of sword light, Yi Chen appeared instantly and slashed at the Heavenly Stone Statue King. Bang, Chi exploded, and the Heavenly Stone Statue King was caught off guard and was sent flying. Holding the dragon spring sword in his hand, Yi Chen said to Huang Hingfei and the other 3, you guys go help the Iron Hammer squad. Leave the Heavenly Stone Statue King to me. He could tell that the Heavenly Stone Statue King was very powerful. If he didn't stop him, the Flying Spirit Squad and the Iron Hammer Squad would probably only be able to contend with the Devil Spear Squad. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Huang Hingfei and the other three entered the battlefield without any obstructions. With the help of the Flying Spirit Squad, the Iron Hammer Squad instantly relaxed. After all, no matter how powerful the Devil Spear Squad was, there were only 4 of them left without the Heavenly Stone Statue King. If 9 of them still couldn't contend against 4 of them, they might as well find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. You guys are too optimistic. I, the Silver-Horned Giant Demon King, am not someone you can defeat. The horned young demon shouted loudly. His body rapidly expanded, growing from 2 meters tall to 5 meters tall. His berserk magic power was like a raging sea, surging violently. His magic power reserve was more than 10 times that of the other members of the Devil Spear Squad. Even the Heavenly Stone Statue King couldn't compare to him in terms of magic power reserve. What? It's the Giant Demon Clan. Huang Hingfei narrowed his eyes. Demons were a general term. There were many subraces, such as the Flower Demons, the Demon Beast Clan, the Eagle Demons, and so on. The Giant Demons were a very powerful subrace among the demons. The giant demons were born with extraordinary strength. At the same realm, the giant demons could fight against many. Their magic power reserve was even more astonishing, more than 10 times that of the demons of the same realm. Flowing Iron, let's work together. Huang Hingfei felt that he wasn't a match for the Silver-Horned Giant Demon King. That's what I was thinking. Flowing Iron's weapon was a mace, while Huang Hingfei's weapon was a big iron hammer. Both of them had very violent attacks. Only the 2 of them could deal with the Silver-Horned Giant Demon King. However, the Silver-Horned Giant Demon King's strength was clearly beyond their imagination. Even though it was 1 against 2, it still attacked more than it defended. The burst of powerful magic power made them feel very uncomfortable. Giant demons. Yichen also saw the situation over here. The Troll Emperor he killed was from the Giant Demon Clan. His magic power was extremely dense and almost endless. He didn't expect to meet another giant demons here. Hee, you guys didn't expect this, right? Last time, my Magic Spear battle team lost 2 members, but this time, our new members are stronger than before. Especially this Silver-Horned Giant Demon King, he's not much weaker than me. He alone can fight against a few of you. The Stone Statue Heavenly King sneered. As long as we get rid of you, the others are nothing to worry about. Yichen said indifferently. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Although my Magic Spear battle team isn't the strongest in the primary hunting battlefield, in terms of individual strength, I, the Stone Statue Heavenly King, can at least rank in the top 3. You want to get rid of me? Dream on. The Stone Statue Heavenly King first laughed, then said eerily, but I have the same idea as you. After I get rid of you, I'll get rid of the Flying Spirit battle team and the Iron Hammer battle team. Thinking about it, getting rid of these 2 teams will definitely bring us a lot of money. Have an absolute sword. Yichen didn't waste time talking to the Stone Statue Heavenly King. He immediately used the Heaven Absolute Sword, which was more powerful than merciless water and fire. The blurry sword light instantly ignored the distance between them and heavily slashed at the Stone Statue Heavenly King's protective demonic chi. The Stone Statue Heavenly King was already prepared. He crossed his arms and blocked the sword. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. The protective demonic chi was forcibly cut open, and the sharp sword light poured out with irresistible force. What? The Stone Statue Heavenly King felt his arms tremble, and his bones were about to break. The next moment, he was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Stone Statue Heavenly King, you're only SOSO. Yichen followed closely, and the Heaven Absolute Sword was used again. Don't look down on me. The Stone Statue Heavenly King roared, and he spat out a vast gray air current. This gray air current looked very heavy, as if it could crush a mountain. Once it was spat out, it covered the heaven and earth, and engulfed Yichen. Crack, crack, in an instant, Yichen's entire body was petrified, and he became a stone statue. My petrification talent can petrify anything. Die. The stone statue Heavenly King seized the opportunity and punched at Yichen. As long as this punch hit, Yichen would definitely be smashed to pieces. White dragon destroys the world. However, the next moment, the stone layer on Yichen's skin cracked. It turned out that Yichen's protective sword will had blocked the petrification power, and it couldn't enter his body. Swinging his sword, Yichen used the white dragon destroys the world, which he had created recently. A white dragon swooped down, and it bombarded the stone statue Heavenly King's body. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions rang out continuously. The white dragon formed from sword chi possessed astonishing destructive power. The stone statue Heavenly King was sent flying into the air. Not only did its protective mana shatter, but the stone defensive layer on its skin also cracked. The disintegrating white dragon transformed into countless white sword chi that invaded through the cracks, destroying everything in its path. How could this be? The stone Heavenly King tried its best to use its mana to resist the white sword chi invading its body. However, the white sword chi was 10 times more terrifying than it had imagined. Not only was it incomparably sharp, but it would also explode when it encountered obstacles. Self-petrification. The stone Heavenly King wasn't an ordinary person. At the crucial moment, it used its petrification talent on itself, turning into a stone statue. The next moment, the stone statue shattered, and a meatball flew out. That meatball was a part of the stone Heavenly King's body, the part that hadn't been corroded by the sword chi. The meatball expanded, and the stone Heavenly King reformed its body. It actually destroyed 10% of my mana. And this is because I reacted quickly and petrified myself in time, giving up on being corroded by the sword chi. The stone Heavenly King's pupils shrank to a point. It was extremely wary of Yichen. An ordinary swordsman's sword chi also had the ability to annihilate, but it wasn't obvious. It was just a bit sharper. Yichen's sword chi was not only sharp, but it would also explode when it encountered obstacles. If his guess was correct, this move contained the opposing water profound and fire profound. Self-petrification, not bad. Yichen understood the effect of white dragon extinguishes the world very well. Compared to merciless water and fire, white dragon extinguishes the world had entered the microscopic realm. Even a trace of sword chi would be extremely terrifying. When it invaded the opponent's body, it would cause great destruction. Merciless water and fire couldn't be so detailed. It did have the destructive power, but it was much weaker in terms of details. I admit that I have underestimated you, but this is the end. The stone Heavenly King took a deep breath and instantly entered the Inata realm. A layer of silver appeared on the surface of his stone skin, and his pupils also turned silver. This was the deeper use of the Inata body. At the same time, a set of stone armor appeared on his body. This was the high-level use of the petrification talent, petrification armor. Not only could it block part of the damage, but it could also absorb it. It had the same effect as a 6th-grade spirit body. Xiao, after entering the Inata state, the stone statue king's speed increased greatly. A silver-gray light flashed, and it instantly appeared in front of Yichen, punching out. This punch contained the power of petrification, and once it hit, it could petrify anyone from the inside out. It was no small matter, and even if the enemy could block it, they would be corroded by the power of petrification. However, the moment he got close to Yichen, a mysterious power spread out with Yichen as the center. He clearly felt that his speed had slowed down by more than 10 times, as if he was moving in slow motion. The feeling was extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't use his strength. Profound weight domain. Not daring to be careless, the Heavenly Stone Statue King released its unique domain, heavy domain. The mysterious gravity field contained a gravitational force, which was at least 1/10 of that of a normal white dwarf star. If it were a king warrior of the first or second sky of life and death realm, he or she would have been crushed into pieces the moment they entered the mysterious gravity field. However, in front of Yichen's sword realm, it could only slightly resist. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yichen waved out 3 sword strikes in a row, each one a white dragon destroyer. Boom! Boom! The Heavenly Stone Statue King was blown back, and the petrified armor on its body cracked. It's the space stop power. No wonder you're so arrogant. The Heavenly Stone Statue King was extremely annoyed. If Yichen didn't have the space stop power, he would have some confidence in exhausting him to death. But now, he couldn't do anything to the latter, and he couldn't even get close to Yichen. What's your name? Perhaps we can work together. As long as Flying Spirit Battle Team gives up on helping Iron Hammer Battle Team, I can give you 500,000 yuan stones. As far as he was concerned, Yichen was so powerful that he definitely had the right to speak in the Flying Spirit Battle Team. 500,000 yuan stones? What? You carry yuan stones with you? Entering the hunting battlefield, life and death were unpredictable. Therefore, the majority of people wouldn't carry any valuables, only empty storage rings. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you agree, I will pay you immediately. But, you have to tell your battle team members to leave this place first. 500,000 yuan stones, don't you think it's too little? Yichen sneered. 500,000 yuan stones is indeed not much, but you have to understand that even if we continue to fight, we might not necessarily lose. These 500,000 yuan stones are completely free for you. The Heavenly Stone Statue King had decided to numb Yichen first, then gather the strength of the team and take care of him in one fell swoop. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being too greedy and not knowing when to retreat. That might not be the case. Moreover, after killing you, I can also get 500,000 yuan stones. As he spoke, 3 different colored flowers appeared above Yichen's head. As soon as these 3 flowers appeared, Yichen's essence, qi, and spirit immediately multiplied, and a divine light shot out from his eyes. 3 flowers borrowing Tao, battle power multiplied. Die. It was the same white dragon destroyer, but this time, a white halo appeared on the white dragon's body. With a flash, it attacked the Heavenly Stone Statue King's body. Rumble, a sky-shaking sound exploded, and the Heavenly Stone Statue King's entire body was submerged in the white light. Ah, damn it! The Heavenly Stone Statue King was like a trapped beast. Both of his hands crazily waved, leaving a gray streak in the air. The white light seemed to have traces of being torn apart. Primordial Spirit Lock. There was no way Yichen would give the Heavenly Stone Statue King a second chance. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and a golden halo flew out, disappearing into the white light. No! The Heavenly Stone Statue King screamed, as if it had suffered a serious injury. A cold light flashed in Yichen's eyes, and he attacked with another white dragon destroyer. Pop, this time, the white dragon completely shattered the Heavenly Stone Statue King's body, and the other party's voice came to an abrupt stop. What, the captain is dead? Impossible, how could the captain die? In terms of individual strength, the captain is at least ranked in the top few in the elementary hunting battlefield. Even if the captain is not a match for the other party, he should at least be able to escape. With the death of the Heavenly Stone Statue King, the other members of the Devil Spear Battle Team panicked. Since Yichen could kill the Heavenly Stone Statue King, he could definitely kill any one of them. In addition, they were outnumbered, and the gap between them was even greater. Run! The silver-horned giant Devil King was the first to escape. He shook off Huang Hingfei and Lu Tai, and fled into the distance. Where are you going? Although the silver-horned giant Devil King had shaken off Huang Hingfei and Lu Tai, Yichen still had his eyes on him. The distance between the two continued to decrease. You can't kill me. I'm a genius of demons. I can't die. The silver-horned giant Devil King was filled with fear as he roared. The Heavenly Stone Statue King is already dead. If you don't go down to accompany him, that would be too much. In that instant, the sword domain covered the other party. Yichen first used a Sky Absolute Sword attack to cut open his defense, then threw out a white dragon destroyer slash. I can't accept this. The silver-horned giant Devil King was a bit weaker than the Heavenly Stone Statue King. Under Yichen's all-out attack, there was no way he could survive. He fell instantly, and his storage ring was taken over by Yichen. After getting the storage ring, Yichen didn't even look at it and turned back. Even without Yichen, the Flying Spirit Battle Team and the Iron Hammer Battle Team had the absolute advantage. The first to die was the Eagle Eye King, followed by the Demon Spear King. Finally, only the Heaven-Devouring Demon King was left. Even if I die, I'll drag you guys down with me. The heaven-devouring Demon King was extremely ferocious. He swallowed all the attacks of the 9 and then self-detonated. Boom! It was like a star exploding. The light produced by the self-detonation drowned everyone. Although Yichen was far away, he could feel the terrifying power of the self-detonation. His body kept retreating. Finally, the self-detonation light dimmed. Besides Yichen, the other 9 were in a sorry state. Some of the closer ones even had their bodies damaged, smoke rising from their bodies. This guy is simply a human-shaped planet. Huang Hingfei muttered. Thank you, Flying Spirit Battle Team, for your help. My Iron Hammer Battle Team will never forget this favor. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely repay you. But, we still have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Lu Tai winked at the other members of the Iron Hammer Battle Team and shot out. Farewell. The other 4 members of the Iron Hammer Battle Team also shot out, their speed reaching the limit. What's going on with this Iron Hammer Battle Team? The Demon Spear Battle Team has already been annihilated, so why are they running so fast? Li Wei was dumbfounded. Huang Hingfei smiled, they're afraid that we'll wipe them out as well. After all, Yichen's strength is too powerful. Even the Stone Statue King and the Silver-Horned Giant Demon King were killed. I see. Wei Dong suddenly understood. They hadn't thought of this point and couldn't help but sigh at Lu Tai's cautiousness. Everyone said that the barbarian race was thick-skinned, but it seemed like this was not the case. They did the right thing. If it were me, I would also lead my team and leave immediately. Yichen smiled. No one would like to have their fate in the hands of others. Haha, Captain, Yichen, we actually got 18,000 Shinbi after annihilating the Demon Spear Battle Team. Looks like the Iron Hammer Battle Team only got 2,000 Shinbi. Annihilating a team, no matter if they were working with other teams or just their own team, the reward would be doubled. The Demon Spear Battle Team had 5 members, so each member would get 1,000 Shinbi. 5 people would get 5,000 Shinbi, so double the reward would be 20,000 Shinbi. It's all thanks to Yichen. Huang Hingfei couldn't help but sigh at Yichen's strength. They were both at the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda, but he was much weaker than Yichen. Yichen probably already had the strength to pass the 6th level. I can't do this without everyone. As he spoke, Yichen activated his badge. It showed that he had earned 18,540 Shinbi. His contribution was ridiculously high, reaching 35 Shinbi. His total contribution was less than 50 Shinbi. In other words, out of these 18,540 Shinbi, he could earn about 13,000 Shinbi. This was a huge windfall. One had to know that under normal circumstances, a low-level battle team could only earn a few hundred Shinbi per hunt. 4 hunts a year would only earn 1 or 2,000 Shinbi. Huff, Yichen let out a deep breath. He could already see his strength improving by leaps and bounds. With so many Shinbi, what was there to worry about? They were not allowed to stay in the hunting grounds for more than a week. Over the next few days, Yichen's team hunted a large number of divine worms and earned 19,500 divine coins. By the end of the last day, they had earned 20,000 divine coins. Including 10% of the team reward, it was 22,000 divine coins. It was a huge harvest. At the entrance of the hunting tower, Yichen's team walked out. Haha, let's go have a drink. This feels great. Huang Hingfei's face was flushed red. In this hunt, Yichen's contribution was the highest, with 36 points, while his was the second highest, with 5 points. According to the distribution, he would receive 2,200 Shinbi, which was more than his annual income. I'll treat you to 10 bottles of ice and fire 9 heavens each. Yichen had earned 15,840 divine coins in total. His income was close to that of a high-level member. It's your turn to treat. You're a tycoon. Li Wei giggled. After drinking for half a day, the 5 separated and went about their own business. On the way, Yichen met Lu Wenxiu. She told him that Audiobook had reached the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda and had become a member of the Fierce Wind Battle Team 3 days ago. Although the Fierce Wind Battle Team was not as strong as the Flying Spirit Battle Team, it was still one of the top 6 battle teams in the Paradise of Gods. Their leader was not much weaker than Huang Hengfei. Looks like Audio's spear arts have reached a certain level. Yichen was not surprised at all. Audio's martial arts phantom would become stronger with every additional martial art. His potential was huge. The path of cultivation was about relaxation and tension. After resting for 3 days, Yichen began to cultivate. The first to cultivate was naturally the White Dragon Annihilation. A martial art that contained 2 profound meanings could reach the level of the Sky Extinction Sword, which was already the limit. There was not much room for improvement. However, the White Dragon Annihilation was different. It contained the profound meanings of water and fire. Water and fire opposed each other, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. As Yichen was already a mid-level member, he only needed to pay 70 divine coins to cultivate on the 3rd level of the martial technique pagoda, 30 less than ordinary members. 4 days had passed, and Yichen had once again raised his White Dragon Annihilation to a whole new level. It had almost reached the limits of the water and fire profound meanings. In the 3rd floor of the martial skill tower, cultivating martial arts was 100 times more effective than cultivating in the outside world. 4 days was equivalent to 400 days, which was more than a year. To Yichen, 1 year was more effective than 2 or 3 years for others. White Dragon, destroy the world. With a swing of the sword, the White Dragon was like a dragon that could destroy the world. Everywhere it went, everything exploded and was annihilated. It was a scene of doomsday that ordinary martial arts would not be able to achieve. It's finally done. Letting out a long breath, Yichen felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The current White Dragon annihilating the world was several times stronger than it was 4 days ago. Even if the Heavenly Stone Statue King came back to life, it would not be able to block this sword. It would die in an instant. This sword was almost the limit of a second revolution martial art. As for the second transition martial arts, it was the grade of profound sense martial arts. Martial arts that contained a type of profoundness were considered as first transition martial arts. It was a second-grade martial art that contained 2 types of martial arts. Martial arts that contained 3 types were rank 3 martial arts. So on and so forth. Of course, in a battle between martial artists, it did not mean that a second transition martial art would be more powerful than a first transition martial art, and a third transition martial art would be more powerful than a second transition martial art. For example, although some people had created a second transition martial art, the fusion of the profoundness was not good enough, and they might not be able to compete with those who had used a first transition martial art to the limit. However, in terms of grade, a second transition martial art was naturally many times more powerful than a first transition martial art, and a third transition martial art was many times more powerful than a second transition martial art. As for momentary glory, it was an exception. Among the second transition martial arts, the White Dragon annihilating the world is already at the peak, and it is many times more powerful than ordinary second transition martial arts. Do I have to create a third transition martial art that contains 3 types of profoundness? Yichen muttered. No, the foundation is not enough. If I create a third transition martial art, it will only be a waste of time. Currently, only the White Dragon annihilating the world and Tianju sword are good enough. The other second transition martial arts have not matured yet. Fine, I will use the destruction sword intent as the essence and create some second transition sword moves. With the White Dragon annihilating the world and Tianju sword, the other second transition sword moves were no longer of much use, but they could be used to prepare for the third transition sword move. With a stronger foundation, everything he did would be as if the gods were helping him. The first to be tested was autumn water. Yichen wanted to raise its power to a new level. 3 days later, the new gold water profound sword move was created. However, it was no longer called autumn water, but autumn kill. Autumn was originally a bleak scene, and autumn represented gold. Therefore, Yichen named this sword move Autumn Kill. Autumn Kill used the destruction sword intent as the essence, and it displayed the killing intent of autumn to the extreme. With a swing of the sword, it was like the arrival of autumn, and all living things would inevitably enter their final stage. After autumn, it would be winter with no life. Another week later, a new second transition sword move was created. This time, it was the wood and fire profound sword move, Raging Fire Incinerating Spring. spring represented wood, and summer represented fire. Blazing fire incinerating spring meant that summer buried spring and used wood to fuel fire, making the fire even stronger. With a swing of the sword aura reached an extreme level. Although it did not have the desolate killing intent of Autumn Kill, it was more violent and powerful. If blazing fire incinerating spring was already domineering enough, then the fire and thunder profound sword move, heavenly thunder earthly fire, which took Yichen 10 whole days to create, was even more powerful. Thunder and fire had a lot of similarities. Both could cause all living things to burn. When the two were combined, there was nothing that could not be burned. It also had a strong defense-breaking attribute. If one was hit by this sword, even the undying body would not be able to withstand it. Without the sword intent to protect himself, even Yichen did not want to be hit by this sword. Although Yichen had 7 consummate profounds, when he combined some of them, the power he could bring out was just passable. The last sword move was the Gold Shadow Profound, Life-Snatching 1000. Life-Snatching 1000 contained the Metal Profound and Shadow Profound. Among the 7 consummate profounds, the Shadow Profound was weaker than the other profounds in terms of offense. Therefore, it was not suitable to combine with the other profounds. The Metal Profound was extremely sharp, which could make up for some of the flaws in its offense. Life-Snatching 1000 was not as powerful as the other sword moves, but its attacking range was much larger. Once the sword was shot out, thousands of golden lights would appear, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. 5 weeks had passed, and Yichen now had 6 sword moves, namely White Dragon Exterminating, Sky Absolute Sword, Autumn Kill, Blazing Fire Incinerating Spring, Heavenly Thunder Earthly Fire, and Life-Snatching 1000. In addition, there was Momentary Brilliance, which was not a sword move but could free space. Although I don't have the Space Upanishad Tower, I have the Time Tower. I need to upgrade Momentary Brilliance. Among the 7 killing moves, Momentary Brilliance was still one of the best. However, compared to before, it was no longer supreme. At least, the power of White Dragon Exterminating was much more powerful than Momentary Brilliance, and the power of Heaven Absolute Sword was not weaker than Momentary Brilliance. The other killing moves were only slightly weaker. Currently, Momentary Brilliance only had the effect of freezing space, which was a super killing move. However, compared to the other killing moves, Momentary Brilliance had the greatest potential. It contained the Space Profound, and Yichen had only comprehended 70% of it. If he could reach 80% or 90%, the power of Momentary Brilliance would definitely increase by dozens of times. It was not an exaggeration to say that Momentary Brilliance, which only contained the Space Profound, was much more powerful than a rank 2 martial skill. Once he mastered the Space Profound, it could even be compared to a rank 3 martial skill. However, obviously, the Space Profound was too heaven-defying. There was no Space Upanishad Tower in the Paradise of Gods. Therefore, it was impossible to directly improve the Space Profound. Therefore, he could only start from Momentary Brilliance. By perfecting Momentary Brilliance, he could indirectly comprehend the Space Profound, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the Time Tower, it had 2 floors in total. On the first floor, 1 day in the outside world was 10 days in the inside world. On the second floor, 1 day in the outside world was 100 days in the inside world. Compared to the Tower of Martial Skills, the Tower of Time was undoubtedly much more advanced. After all, the Tower of Martial Skills could only accelerate the cultivation speed of martial skills. By contrast, the Tower of Time could adjust the ratio of time and improve any aspect. The fee on the first floor of the Time Tower wasn't very high. Ordinary members would have to pay 30 shinbi a day while intermediate members would have to pay 21 shinbi a day. On the second floor, the fee started to skyrocket. Ordinary members would have to pay 500 shinbi a day while intermediate members would have to pay 350 shinbi a day. In the first 5 weeks and 35 days, Yichen had spent 2,450 shinbi. He had about 14,000 shinbi left, which was enough for him to stay on the second floor of the Time Tower for over a month. After leaving the Martial Skill Tower, Yichen went to the Time Tower. On the second floor of the Time Tower, Yichen constantly practiced Momentary Brilliance and sensed the mysteries of space. As days passed by, Momentary Brilliance made remarkable progress. 300 days in the second floor of the Tower of Time were equal to 3 days in the outside world. Although the power of momentary brilliance only increased by 2 times, its range had reached 15,000 m. Within 15,000 m, the moment momentary brilliance appeared, everything would be still. 1,000 days on the second floor of the Time Tower were equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Yichen's space ultimacy had finally reached 80%. The brilliant momentary brilliance with 80% of space power Upanishad bloomed with a radiance that eclipsed the other killing techniques. The range of its sword aura had reached 100,000 zhang, which was around 600 to 700 miles. Its attack power had increased tenfold, which was several times stronger than the white dragon destroying the world. In the past, momentary glory could only be used in close combat. The range of 3,000 zhang was too small. As long as the enemy was careful and kept their distance from him, momentary glory would not be of much use. Unless the enemy's speed was much lower than his, he would be able to force the enemy into close combat. But now, it was different. The range of 1,000 zhang still did not seem very big, but the improvement was not just a little bit. 1,500 days on the second floor of the Time Tower were equivalent to 15 days in the outside world. Yichen made persistent efforts to expand the range of momentary brilliance to 150,000 m, namely 500 miles. I'm almost at the bottom. It's just a waste of time. Yichen didn't waste any more time on momentary brilliance. He stopped cultivating. After all, good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. No matter how many shinbi he had, he couldn't afford to squander like this. He had spent over 5,000 shinbi in 15 days. Next, Yichen focused his mind on Jinyuan cultivation. Although martial arts were important in life and death realm, it was not something that could be improved just because one wanted to. Jinyuan cultivation was the most important. Although Yichen's strength had increased by several folds, he was still lacking when facing some powerful 6th layer life and death realm heavenly kings. Advancing from the 6th layer to the 7th layer was a huge hurdle. In order to advance to the 7th layer, one had to condense the Emperor's mark. If one failed to condense the Emperor's mark, it would be useless no matter how many years of bitter cultivation. Therefore, there were simply too many experts stuck at the 6th layer, and their strength was also uneven. The gap between the bottom and the peak was definitely dozens of folds. If 6th layer life and death realm heavenly kings were divided into grades, then Yichen would only be in the 4th or 5th layer. Above him were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. And the best way to increase one's strength was to increase one's cultivation base. Yichen's current cultivation base was only at the 4th layer. Once he reached the 5th layer, he would naturally surpass the 4th or 5th layer and enter the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers, which was much better than creating martial arts. Under normal circumstances, Yichen had just reached the 4th sky of life and death realm, and if he wanted to break through to the 5th sky, he would need at least 5 years, or even 10 years. If he wanted to build a solid foundation, even 20 years would not be too much. It had nothing to do with the comprehensive ability, and it did not have to do with the talent either. It was a process of grinding an iron bar into a needle, and it was the accumulation of the foundation. Fortunately, with the Time Tower, Yichen could reduce the time by 100 folds. 20 years could be reduced to 2 or 3 months. Of course, this was only him. There was still a gap between people. Yichen was naturally limited in true spirit world. The reason why he could catch up was because his foundation was rising too quickly. He was accumulating every day, and every day was a new self. Others couldn't do the same. Time passed quickly, and the second hunt ended. The harvest of this hunt wasn't as big as the first one. After all, it was impossible to annihilate the enemy paradise teams every time. Sometimes, luck was needed. However, it wasn't too bad either. The total income from the second hunt was 7,000 divine coins, and Yichen got a little more than half of it, which was 3,800 divine coins. In the third hunt, the Flying Spirit Battle Team created another miracle, annihilating another Demon Paradise Battle Team, the Sea Demon Battle Team. Their total earnings were even higher than the first hunt, reaching 24,000 shinbi. Yichen received a total of 17,000 shinbi. In total, Yichen had earned close to 40,000 shinbi in the hunting battlefield, and he had only conducted 3 hunts. Of course, no matter how much Shinbi he had, it was all moonlight to Yi Chen. The Tower of Time consumed too much divine coins. It was like a bottomless pit. On the second floor of the Tower of Time, a middle-level member would earn 350 divine coins a day, or 10,500 divine coins a month. Therefore, each time Yi Chen made a reward, he could only stay on the second floor for about 1 month. Yi Chen, thank you for choosing to join the Flying Spirit Battle team. Thank you. Huang Hingfei sighed with emotions. He really hoped that Yi Chen could stay in the Flying Spirit Battle team. With Yi Chen's help, the total earnings of the Flying Spirit Battle team were more than 50,000. It was unimaginable. It should be noted that it was already not bad for a beginner team to earn 2,000 divine coins in 1 hunt, and 6,000 divine coins in 3 hunts. However, as a middle-level member, Yi Chen had to go to the intermediate hunting ground. Of course, Huang Hingfei also sincerely wished Yi Chen to stay in the Flying Spirit Battle team. If he stayed in the Flying Spirit Battle team, he would only be a burden to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had a broader stage and could earn more divine coins. The Flying Spirit Battle team was just his starting point, not his destination. Without you, I couldn't do it alone. You don't have to thank me. Yi Chen shook his head and continued, Lung Fifan is not much weaker than me. With him, the Flying Spirit Battle team will dominate the beginner hunting ground one day. Lung Fifan had reached the 5th level of the God of War Pagoda a month ago. With Yi Chen's help, Lung Fifan had joined the Flying Spirit Battle team to make up for the lack of members. In Yi Chen's opinion, Lung Fifan was indeed very strong and had great potential. Perhaps he was not good at the spatial profound meaning and could not help the Flying Spirit Battle team earn a lot of divine coins. His current strength was not very strong either. However, as time passed and the divine coins increased, Lung Fifan would definitely improve greatly. Haha, of course we believe in Lung Fifan. He is also a rare genius in the paradise of gods. The addition of Lung Fifan made Huang Hingfei and the others very happy. It more or less made up for some of their regrets. On a small path in the paradise of gods, Lung Fifan was walking alone. Before joining the Flying Spirit Battle team, he had considered many things, but in the end, he still agreed. He was not afraid to compare himself with Yi Chen. A sabersman could lose, but he must never be afraid. Because a sabersman was a brave man, and a brave man had no fear. Paradise of Gods Hotel. Welcome to the Frost Battle team. Huang Fuyu reached out and shook hands with Yi Chen. It's my honor. Yi Chen sized up Huang Fuyu and the others and said slowly, did we lose 1 person? The full number of mid-level battle teams was 6 people. Now, the Frost Battle team only had 4 people. Of course, including Yi Chen, it was 5 again. The vice-captain of the Frost Battle team, Ho Lei, said in a low voice, there are many strong teams in the mid-level hunting ground. Except for a few teams, no team can guarantee that they can escape unscathed. In the last hunt, we encountered the Demon Beast Battle team. Because we were outnumbered, they killed 2 of us. Of course, we also killed 1 of them. The Demon Beast Battle team was one of the mid-level teams in the Paradise of Gods. They were all made up of demon beasts. Yi Chen, I heard that you reached the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda? Su Xiao, the member of the Frost Battle team, asked curiously. Yi Chen nodded. After the first hunt, he had reached the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda. However, he was still some distance from the 8th level. The higher the level of the God of War Pagoda, the more difficult it was. Yi Chen passed the 6th level in an instant, but the 7th level was almost 10 times more difficult. It would be a little difficult to pass in a short period of time. That's amazing. I have been in the Paradise of Gods for almost 100 years, but I'm still stuck on the 7th level. After receiving Yi Chen's reply, Su Xiao was very impressed. She had never seen anyone improve so quickly. It had been less than 2 years, and Yi Chen had actually reached the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda. I was a little lucky. Yi Chen was not being humble. He could improve so quickly thanks to the profound meaning of space. Without it, his results would not be so brilliant. Luck is also a part of one's strength. I heard that in the elementary hunting grounds, the Flying Spirit Battle team is feared by many teams. I think it's true. Huang Fuyu was glad that he had booked Yi Chen in advance. Although there were not as many teams in the elementary hunting grounds as there were in the intermediate hunting grounds, there were still quite a few. The Flying Spirit Battle team could at most be ranked in the top 15. However, Yichen had actually made the Flying Spirit Battle team one of the kings of the elementary hunting grounds. In 3 hunts, he had wiped out 2 enemy teams and killed 3 people at once. This kind of result could no longer be described as excellent. It was glorious. Come, let's wish our first hunt a success. Huang Fuyu raised his wine glass. I hope I can earn enough Shinbi from this hunt. In 1.5 months, Yichen had spent all his Shinbi. It could be said that he had earned a lot and spent a lot. In his opinion, the Time Pagoda was really not a place that ordinary people could enter, especially the second level. Therefore, Yichen could only pin his hope on the intermediate hunting grounds. In the intermediate hunting grounds, killing 1 enemy would be worth 1,000 Shinbi. In the team hunting, killing 1 enemy would be worth 12,000 Shinbi. If the enemy team was wiped out, it would be 288,000 Shinbi. Of course, this was basically impossible. The stronger the enemy was, the harder it was to kill them. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they could still escape. On average, only 1 team would be wiped out in the intermediate hunting grounds every 5 years. Yichen's strength was just ordinary in the Frost Battle team. He couldn't even compare to Huang Fuyu and Ho Lei. Naturally, he couldn't help them wipe out the enemy team. However, even killing 2 or 3 enemies was already a great harvest. In addition to the competition between teams, the harvest of killing mythical insects in the intermediate hunting grounds was also considerable. 1 mythical insect was worth 200 Shinbi. Time passed quickly. The Frost Battle team that Yichen was in entered the hunting tower. Their number had increased to 6. They were well prepared. 7 days later, the 6 of them walked out of the hunting tower unscathed. This time, the Magical Beast Battle team finally paid a price. Yichen, it's all thanks to your space stop ability. Otherwise, we would have lost 1 or 2 people, and we wouldn't have been able to get so many Shinbi. The 6 of them were in a good mood. Although they couldn't wipe out the entire Magical Beast Battle team, they had killed 3 of their members. This was unimaginable. Although Yichen's power was only at the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda and was not as powerful as the team leader Huang Fuyu and the deputy leader Ho Lei, he was extremely useful to the team. He had actually surpassed the team leader Huang Fuyu. His instant sword realm could help the others kill their opponents quickly. He was an all-rounder. Ho Lei and Su Zhao's doubts were also dispelled. Before this, they had actually been worried that Yichen wouldn't be able to adapt to the harsh environment of the intermediate hunting grounds. However, they had worried too much. Yichen smiled and didn't say anything. In this hunt, he was still in first place, with 20 points. Huang Fuyu was 15 points, Ho Lei was 13 points, and the other 3 added up to 12 points. His total contribution was 60 points. As for the total contribution this time, they had earned 72,600 Shinbi. Killing 3 enemies was 36,000 Shinbi, killing 150 divine worms was 30,000 Shinbi, and adding 10% of the team's reward, it was 72,600 Shinbi. According to the contribution distribution, Yichen had earned 24,200 Shinbi. It seemed to be only 30% to 40% more than in the elementary hunting grounds. However, in the elementary hunting grounds, Yichen couldn't wipe out all the enemy teams every time. For example, in the second hunt with the Flying Spirit Battle team, he had only earned 7,000 Shinbi. The intermediate hunting grounds were much more stable. Perhaps luck had played a part this time, but no matter how bad his luck was, he should have earned at least 5,000 Shinbi. This was because Yichen's instant sword domain was the nemesis of the divine worms. He could use the divine worms as his biggest source of income. It was even more beneficial than killing enemies. If it weren't for Yichen, the total income was estimated to be 20,000 Shinbi at most. In the hunting grounds, few teams would tangle with divine worms. I'm almost 90% sure to break through to the 5th sky of life and death realm now. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, Yichen opened his eyes and let out a long breath. According to the time outside, Yichen had stayed on the 2nd floor for more than 3 months, which was about 30 years in the real world. It was a long time. Yichen was only in his early 40s. However, he had only been in this world for more than 20 years. Of course, 30 years was not a long time for breaking through to the fifth sky of life and death realm. As for why those geniuses who were only a few years older than Yichen could break through to the fifth sky of life and death realm so early, there were several reasons. Firstly, they didn't choose to break through to the fifth sky of life and death realm steadily. Secondly, there were some extremely precious treasures in the universe, which could increase their odds of making a breakthrough. Usually, geniuses at the top of the pyramid would not be in a hurry to break through to the next level. They valued their foundation more than anyone else. For them, foundation meant future. Yichen, play with me. On the Thunderbolt Court, Huang Fuyu was invincible. Over 10 people had been defeated by her. Even the vice-captain Ho Lei couldn't stand her precise bombing. Indeed, it was precise bombing. All right. Yichen walked onto the court. You serve first. Huang Fuyu stretched out her jade-like hand and said. Nodding, Yichen held the thunder ball in his left hand and twisted it before throwing it high up into the air. Boom! A beam of yellow light shot out, and a bundle of flame appeared on its surface. The flame was extremely compressed and stuck to the surface of the thunder ball, making it look like a small sun, shining with an eye-piercing light. Sun-spinning ball. Eh? Sun-spinning ball. Sun-spinning ball was more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary spinning ball. Commoners couldn't catch it at all. Lowering her center of gravity, Huang Fuyu abruptly pulled the iron rod upward. At first, the thunderbolt shot out in a parabola. Then, it suddenly quivered and turned into numerous ball shadows that scattered down at an extremely fast speed like laser beams. Heavenly made scattering flowers. Amazing. It was Yichen's first time playing Thunderball with Huang Fuyu. His opponent's skills were amazing. Although it looked ordinary, it contained dozens of variations of power. Its captain's ultimate move, Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. Thunderball was very popular in the paradise of the gods. Apart from the spinning ball, instant speed ball, explosive ball, speed ball, and other basic balls, the stronger members all had their own unique skills. For example, Huang Fuyu's Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers was a famous unique skill. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen's eyes shone with a divine light that no one could look at directly. Those countless balls seemed to slow down, and their trajectories became clearer. Found it. The real thunderball flickered incessantly, changing its position from time to time. However, Yichen quickly captured its trajectory. Before it could change its position, he swung his rod at it. Boom! The explosion of the expanding airflow rang out, and the thunderball flying at high speed towards Huang Fuyu grew larger and larger, from the size of a fist to the size of a head, and then to the size of a house, blasting towards Huang Fuyu. Good move! Huang Fuyu's eyes brightened. She could see that it was not that the thunderball was getting bigger, but that it was constantly changing its position. Because the changing positions were so concentrated, it gave people the illusion that this move was very hard to block. The outside was just a shadow of the thunderball, while the real thunderball was changing its position inside. It could not be seen from the outside, and it was hard to sense it with soul power. Yichen's unique skill, gigantic ball. If the ball is bigger, then my iron rod will be bigger too. Huang Fuyu yelled in a low voice. She held the iron rod with both of her hands and waved it out fiercely. As she waved it, the iron rod expanded rapidly, reaching 5 meters in diameter and 20 meters in length. Looking closely, one could see that this huge iron rod was made up of countless smaller iron rods, similar to Yichen's gigantic ball. Boom! Without any suspense, the thunderball was countered back. Captain, watch out! Huang Fuyu's ability to counter the gigantic ball was within Yichen's expectation. Holding his right wrist with his left hand and the iron rod with his right, Yichen's body spun half a circle, and fiercely hit the thunderball. This time, it was still a gigantic ball, but this time, it was spinning at a high speed. It was like an enlarged version of a spinning ball. Unique skill, gigantic spinning ball, Huang Fuyu shook her head. It was already very difficult for her to return the gigantic ball, not to mention the spinning gigantic ball. She was sure that even if she managed to catch it, the thunderbolt ball would lose control and fly everywhere, unable to hit Yichen. Crackle, the ball landed on the ground like a flower blooming. Countless ball shadows burst forth, their trajectories ever-changing, without any pattern. It's too powerful. I can't even see the trajectory of Huang Fuyu's heavenly maiden scattering. Flowers. Yi Chen's gigantic ball is even more powerful. He has only been in the paradise of gods for 2 years. I didn't expect him to already have his own unique skill and use it to defeat Huang Fuyu. Huang Fuyu was definitely famous in the paradise of gods. After all, she had already reached the 8th level of the God of War pagoda, and she was a great beauty. As for those who reached the 9th level, they were all famous people. Of course, Yi Chen was an exception. He had only reached the 7th level of the God of War pagoda, but he was already one of the famous people. Almost everyone knew about him, mainly because his speed of improvement was too shocking. When he first entered, he was also ridiculously strong, directly reaching the 4th level of the God of War pagoda. Yi Chen, given your talent, there is a high chance that you will become a battled arch. Huang Fuyu sighed. Battled arch? Everyone in the spectator stands was stunned when they heard Huang Fuyu's words. Then, they immediately started discussing. The paradise of gods only has 3 battle thearchs. Can Yi Chen become the 4th? It's really possible. Think about it, in the past 500 years, how many newcomers have reached the 4th level of the God of War pagoda? You can count them on one hand. Other than that, in terms of improvement speed, Yi Chen is definitely unparalleled. He is the first in the past 500 years, no, in the past thousands and tens of thousands of years. In that case, it is indeed true. After some discussion, everyone realized that Yi Chen indeed had a high chance of becoming a battled arch. Battled arch? Yi Chen raised his brows slightly. Entering the 9th level of the God of War pagoda meant that one had the strength of a sub-thearch. The so-called sub-thearch was almost as strong as an arch. Anyone below the arch level was invincible. Entering the 10th level of the God of War pagoda meant that one had the strength of a battled arch. Battled arch was not a title, but a general term. It meant that one's strength could rival an arch. So far, the paradise of gods only had 3 battle thearchs. It was very difficult to become a battled arch. The God of War pagoda had a total of 10 levels, and each level was harder than the one before. In the early stages, one's strength would increase by several times. In the later stages, one's strength would increase by 10 times or even more than 10 times. Not everyone could even become a sub-thearch, let alone a battled arch. There were only slightly more than 30 sub-thearchs in the paradise of gods. Time passed quickly. Yi Chen's second hunt after joining the Frost Battle team began. In the intermediate hunting battlefield, the Frost Battle team met a strong enemy, the Evil Wind Battle team from the Evil God Paradise. The members of the Evil God Paradise were all from the Evil Spirit race. Although the average battle strength of the Evil Spirit race could not be compared to the demons and Yixias, the Evil Spirit race was the best in terms of unpredictability. 6 against 6, the Frost Battle team and the Evil Wind Battle team started fighting. Huang Fuyu's opponent was the captain of the Evil Wind Battle team, the Evil Wind King. The Evil Wind King was very fast, and his movement technique was like a ghost. His weapons were 2 swords, one long and one short. He split his attention and used 2 strange sword techniques to attack Huang Fuyu. Ice the Arch Slash. At this moment, Huang Fuyu was completely different from the usual Huang Fuyu. Her hair was very long, extending to her ankles like a waterfall. Her black eyes had turned pure gold, without any impurities. Faint golden light also appeared on her body. The golden light gathered behind her head and formed a golden halo. The highest state of selflessness, selfless the arch. Kacha, she struck out with her hand, and an icy blue arc of light slashed at the Evil Wind King. What? You've reached the highest state of selflessness? The Evil Wind King was shocked. They were all at the 8th level of the God of War pagoda, but there were still differences in strength. Some people could only last a few breaths on the 8th level of the God of War pagoda before failing, while others could almost pass the 8th level of the God of War pagoda. He, the Evil Wind King, had reached the 8th level of the God of War pagoda a long time ago. He was one of the best at this level. He didn't expect Huang Fuyu to be much stronger than him. She had even broken through to the highest state of selflessness, selfless the arch. In Wind Hell. Holding the short sword in one hand and the long sword in the other, the evil Wind King twisted his hands. The two arcs of sword chi, one long and one short, intertwined, forming a sinister sword chi tornado that faced the icy blue arc of light. But in the next moment, the sword chi tornado was frozen into a spiral icicle. Yi Chen's opponent was the Phantom Moon King, who specialized in illusions. Kid, don't resist pointlessly. It's your misfortune to have met me, the Phantom Moon King, but it's also your great fortune. The Phantom Moon King was confident, and his eyes shone with a faint light. Facing the confident Phantom Moon King, Yi Chen first released a powerful sword domain, and then used the primordial spirit kill lock on the Phantom Moon King's head. Ah, the careless Phantom Moon King felt pain in his head. He felt as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping in his soul sea. How could he still use illusions? Moment of glory. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen stabbed at the Phantom Moon King. The Phantom Moon King, whose soul was injured and body was suppressed by the sword domain, could only watch as the dragon spring sword stabbed at him. He wanted to struggle, but it was as if he was trapped in a swamp. Not only that, as Yi Chen quickly approached, he discovered that an even more powerful space-stopping power enveloped him, making it difficult for him to even move a finger. No. The Phantom Moon King only had time to roar before his head was pierced by the dragon spring sword. Boom! In the next moment, the Phantom Moon King exploded like a star, turning into a dazzling light and disappearing. With one sword, the Phantom Moon King died. Su Xiao, let me help you. After taking care of the Phantom Moon King, Yi Chen targeted Su Xiao's opponent. Okay. Su Xiao was the weakest in the Ice Frost battle team, and she was in a precarious situation. Her beautiful face was full of sweat. Seeing Yi Chen coming, her face lit up. Not good, he killed Fantasy Yin King. How could he be so fast? Su Xiao's opponent was Evil Fist King. Evil Fist King's fist technique was very powerful. Seeing Yi Chen coming over, he was shocked. Although Fantasy Yin King was slightly weaker than him, it was not that much weaker. Furthermore, she was proficient in illusion techniques. If it was a life-and-death battle, he might not be her opponent. Captain, Fantasy Yin King is dead. Should we retreat first? Evil Fist King had the intention to retreat and transmitted his voice to Evil Wind King. Evil Wind King's expression was very ugly. Fantasy Yin King's death was out of his expectations, and also caused them to be in a passive position. Retreat. Evil Wind King made a prompt decision and ordered a retreat. Do you think you can escape? Yi Chen did not care about the others. Yi Chen's only target was Evil Fist King. Wang, sword domain was pushed to the limit. Evil Fist King, who had just burst out with speed, slowed down again. It was as if he was carrying an immemorial mountain, extremely strenuous. Not good, this is the 5th layer of sword domain. Evil Fist King's face was filled with fear. His domain was only at the 4th layer, one layer lower than Yi Chen's. Apart from that, Yi Chen's sword domain contained the power of space freezing, greatly increasing the binding power. How could he not be afraid? Captain, save me! Evil Fist King roared. Evil Wind King, who had already flown far away, turned his head back. Seeing Evil Fist King bound by Yi Chen's sword domain, he was incomparably shocked. He hurriedly said, "Friends from Ice Frost battle team, this time, it is my Evil Wind battle team's fault. I can apologize to you. If you can let Evil Fist King go, I, Evil Wind King, promise you that from now on, my Evil Wind battle team will not target your Ice Frost battle team. What do you think? Let Evil Fist King go and win my Evil Wind battle team's friendship. Killing Evil Fist King will only infuriate us, which is not good for anyone." Evil Wind King, scram! Huangfuyu interrupted Evil Wind King. Pooh! In the next moment, Yi Chen and Su Xiao joined hands to kill Evil Fist King. From beginning to end, there was not a trace of hesitation. Good, very good. Ice Frost battle team, listen well. The next time we meet, it will be your time. I hope you don't regret it. Evil Wind King's face turned ashen. He turned around and quickly left with his team. Yi Chen, well done. Even the Wicked Wind battle squad was scared away by you. Ho Lei was very excited. The evil wind battle team was not the slightest bit weaker than them, but 2 of their members had been killed. The result of this battle could be said to be glorious. Of course, all of this was brought about by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's Sanaa sword domain was simply the nightmare of his enemies. Yi Chen, thank you. Su Xiao wiped the sweat off her forehead as she looked at Yi Chen with admiration in her eyes. There's no need to thank me. I just did what I should have done. As he spoke, Yi Chen activated the badge's screen. It showed that his power output was 22, and his total power output was 60. Obviously, although he killed both the King of Fantasy Een and the Evil Fist King, the credit did not belong to him alone. After all, if there was no one else entangling their respective opponents, he would not have been able to kill the King of Fantasy Een and the Evil Fist King. Although the Evil Wind Battle Squad has temporarily retreated, we cannot be careless. We have killed 2 of their people. Within 100 million li, they will easily know of our existence. Huang Fuyu was very steady. Hole nodded, that's right. The Evil Wind Battle team is not scary. However, if they join hands with other battle teams, we will be in danger. The most important thing now is to leave this place and increase the distance between us. In the hunting battlefield, the most frightening thing was to be surrounded by 2 battle teams. Once such a situation occurred, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, or even be completely annihilated. 7 days' time was very short. Seeing that there was only half a day left before they would leave the hunting battlefield, a huge stroke of luck fell on the 6 members of the Ice Frost battle team. It's a swarm of divine insects. Looks like our luck is at its peak. Looking at the dense swarm of divine insects not far away, everyone was not surprised, but delighted. Usually, when they encountered so many divine insects, they would immediately run away. But now, they did not need to run at all. Yi Chen's space freeze ability was the nemesis of all divine insects. Without a domain, facing Yi Chen, only death awaited them. They had no power to fight back. The 6 of them were like tigers coming down from the mountain. They rushed into the swarm of divine insects and started a massacre. Half a cup of tea's time passed, and the swarm of divine insects was completely annihilated. A total of 210 divine insects. Adding the divine insects we killed in the past 7 days, we killed a total of 330 divine insects. Exhaling heavily, Hole said excitedly. In this hunt, they had killed 2 enemies and 330 divine insects. 2 enemies gave them 24,000 divine coins, and 330 divine insects gave them 66,000 divine coins, which added up to 90,000 divine coins. Adding the 10% of team rewards, their total income was 99,000 divine coins, close to 100,000 divine coins. Yi Chen contributed the most, 30 divine coins, accounting for half of the team. He could get 49,500 divine coins, which was enough for him to cultivate on the 2nd floor for 4 months. Huang Fuyu was still the second, contributing 12 divine coins, which gave her about 20,000 divine coins. Hole was the third, contributing 8 divine coins. The other 3 only added up to 10 divine coins, but it was not low either. Each of them could get 5,000 to 6,000 divine coins, which was far more than before. After leaving the hunting tower, Yi Chen directly headed for the Tower of Time. This time, he wanted to break through to the 5th layer of life and death realm. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Finally, I have 100% confidence. Breaking through to the next realm was no small matter. If the Dao Gate collapsed, the losses would outweigh the gains. Perhaps, one's realm would drop from the 4th layer of life and death realm to the 3rd layer, 2nd layer, or even back to the initial state. This was no joke. If one's realm dropped, it would take at least a year and a half to regain it. In the next hunt, one would most likely die miserably in the hunting field. Therefore, everyone could still try their luck outside. After all, if one's realm dropped, they could just cultivate again. As long as they had enough yuan stones, this was not a problem. However, inside the God's Paradise, no one dared to break through to the next realm without sufficient preparation. As for how to determine whether one was confident or not, it naturally depended on the sturdiness of the Dao Gate. The sturdier the Dao Gate, the more confident one would be. In order to strengthen the Dao Gate, one could only refine it with Xin Yuan. This was a long process, and had little to do with talent and perception. What mattered was the grade of the cultivation technique. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the purer and more powerful the Xinyuan would be. Naturally, the speed of refining the Tao Gate would be faster. Others would need dozens of years, but one would only need half the time or even less. After cultivating for a total of 4 to 5 months in the second floor of the Time Tower, which was equivalent to 40 years in the outside world, Yichen finally had a 100% chance of breaking through to the 5th level of life and death realm. Not only that, during this extremely long period of time, Yichen's Green Lotus Sword spell had also improved, from the original mid-level of Heaven Realm to the high level of Heaven Realm. Along with the improvement of the Green Lotus Sword arts, Yichen discovered that his Jing Yuan had started to develop in the direction of Sword Yuan. It should be known that Sword Yuan was several times more powerful than ordinary Jing Yuan. Only people with sword bodies could nurture Sword Yuan within their bodies, such as Battle King Elysium's Platinum Sword body and Copper Sword King's Bronze Sword body. Although Yichen had not broken through to the next realm, his strength had already improved by a lot. The Green Lotus Sword arts had made his Jing Yuan purer and more powerful, as sharp as a blade. Another day passed, and 100 days passed in the outside world. Yichen walked out of the Tower of Time. One could see that the Jing Yuan aura on his body was several times more powerful than before. His entire body was like a peerless sword, capable of slicing through anything with a wave of his hand. The 5th layer of life and death realm is even more powerful than I imagined. My strength has increased by at least 3 to 4 times. Tightly clenching his fist, Yichen's Jing Yuan surged as he punched out. Streaks of sword light shot out like 10,000 arrows, creating a frightening momentum. However, the consumption of Yuan stones is too much. This time, I've spent a total of 200,000 Yuan stones. Life and Death Realm had 9 layers. With each layer, one's Jing Yuan had to be purified. This purification process was extremely harsh. After 100% of Jing Yuan had been purified, only 30 to 40% would remain. Therefore, one's Jing Yuan was definitely not enough to break through to the next realm, and required a large amount of Yuan stones. As for refining the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, it was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not in a hurry to challenge the God of War Pagoda, Yichen headed for the Thunderbolt Stadium. Today, there were many spectators in the Thunderbolt Stadium. At a rough glance, there were at least 200 people. A Jew, Lung Fifan, and the other newcomers were present, as well as Huang Fuyu and the others from the Ice Frost battle team. Yichen, sit here. Huang Fuyu beckoned to Yichen. Nodding, Yichen walked over and sat to Huang Fuyu's left. There are quite a lot of people today. Yichen asked curiously. Ho Lei turned his head and explained, I don't know what's going on today, but these high-ranking members are all here playing Thunderbolt Ball. In the past, they were always elusive. Reaching the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda or the 8th floor of the Survival Pagoda allowed one to become a high-ranking member. Therefore, the majority of high-ranking members were quasi-emperors. However, high-ranking members were different from low- and middle-ranking members. High-ranking members only needed to hunt once a year. It was extremely difficult to see them, and it was even more difficult to see them together. There were 2 high-ranking members playing Thunderbolt Ball in the stadium. From their auras, one was a human and the other was a demonic beast. Huang Fuyu introduced, the one on the left is the Purple Lightning Spear Monarch, a quasi-emperor. The one on the right is the White Tiger King, also a quasi-emperor. However, the White Tiger King has already won 4 consecutive matches. The Purple Lightning Spear Monarch doesn't seem to be a match for him. The White Tiger King's original form was a white tiger. White tigers and giant dragons were beast kings of the same level. Yichen sized up the White Tiger King and discovered that he had already reached the Heaven Demonic Realm. The so-called Heaven Demonic Realm was equivalent to the highest level of the Selfless Realm, the Selfless Emperor. Once one reached the Heaven Demonic Realm, it was equivalent to refining all the demonic beast genes in one's body. One would be able to maintain a human form eternally, and one's strength would be unimaginable. A human's body would be able to perfectly unleash the demonic beast's strength. Every time the White Tiger King swung his rod, the Thunderbolt Ball would shoot out like an explosion. It was many times more powerful than the exploding ball. After a few rounds, the Purple Lightning Spear Monarch felt powerless. His arms were sore and numb. The thunderbolt ball he shot out didn't have any power or technique. White Tiger King, I've lost. Laughing bitterly, the Purple Lightning Spear Monarch admitted defeat. The Purple Lightning Spear King was definitely one of the best among the high-ranking members of the Paradise of Gods. The number of people who were more powerful than him could be counted on two hands. However, compared to the White Tiger King, he was undoubtedly a lot worse. In addition to the three major battle emperors of the Paradise of Gods, there were also four very powerful quasi-emperors, known as the four major quasi-emperors. The White Tiger King ranked second among the four major quasi-emperors, second only to the Celestial River King. Therefore, apart from the three battle emperors who had 100% chance of defeating White Tiger King, the others were at most on par with him. Defeating him would be extremely difficult, and even a draw would be difficult. Purple Lightning Spear King, it's already pretty good that you can exchange a few rounds with me. After all, my strength is much higher than yours. White Tiger King was very proud, but not hateful. You're right. Purple Lightning Spear King smiled and said to the others, it's rare for us to run into each other. We can't let White Tiger King take the lead. I'm going down. Who else? His gaze swept across a black-robed youngster and a silver-robed youngster before walking down. I'll go. The black-robed youngster thought for a moment before his figure flickered and landed on the court. It's 10,000 Arrow King. This is going to be a good fight. 10,000 Arrow King was an expert in archery, ranked third among the four half-emperors. His archery skills had reached perfection, and he could kill his enemies from millions of li away without missing a single shot. 10,000 Arrow King, I wonder how much your strength has improved after so many years. White Tiger King squinted his eyes. Clearly, 10,000 Arrow King was a great threat to him, making him apprehensive. Same here. 10,000 Arrow King casually waved the iron rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavy iron rod seemed to be weightless in his hands. You serve first. White Tiger King said indifferently. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, 10,000 Arrow King's gaze turned extremely sharp, condensing into a thread. As an expert in archery, 10,000 Arrow King had trained a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. Being stared at by this pair of eyes was like being stared at by the eyes of a death god. Weaker life and death kings would immediately lose their fighting spirit and collapse. Pung, 10,000 Arrow King served. Under the impact of the iron rod, the thunderbolt ball shot out. Midway, it suddenly turned into a bright red arrow, its speed sharply increasing. 10,000 Arrow King's unique skill, Arrow Dao Ball. A ball that attacks people? Yi Chen's brows wrinkled. Everyone else, including himself, would try to make their opponents miss the ball, but the Myriad Arrow King was hitting the opponent's body. Of course, Yi Chen could see that the Myriad Arrow King's ball was aimed at the White Tiger King's flaw. It seemed like a simple strike, but it actually contained thousands of variations. Good timing. White Tiger King knew the Myriad Arrow King inside out, so he wasn't surprised at all. He raised his iron rod high, and when he swung it, the thunderbolt ball's trajectory slightly deviated and automatically ran to the end of the iron rod. Boom! If the Myriad Arrow King's ball was like a sharp arrow, then the White Tiger King's ball was like a cannon. No matter how skilled you were, a single cannon blast would smash you to pieces. The Myriad Arrow King didn't dare to be careless. He lowered his center of gravity and changed from holding the iron rod with one hand to holding it with both hands. The muscles on his upper arms bulged, emitting creaking sounds. The next moment, the Myriad Arrow King took a step forward, transferring all his strength through his spine to his arms before finally pouring it into the iron rod, striking the thunderbolt ball. This strike was too violent, and when it collided with the equally violent thunderball, the thunderball was flattened. In a thousandth of a blink of an eye, the thunderball was sent flying in an irregular trajectory, full of instability. Snake spinning ball? No. Curveball? Also not right. There seems to be two completely opposite forces inside. Yi Chen watched seriously. It's Arrow Dao billiard ball. The White Tiger King seemed to have a card up his sleeve. His body split into two and flew in two directions. Just as he expected, the thunderbolt ball's internal forces collided and suddenly split apart. Both were so real. No, there's 3 balls. Suddenly, the White Tiger King discovered that he was wrong. The thunderbolt ball didn't split into 2, but 3. Of the 3 balls, 2 were fake, but the speed of the balls was too fast. With his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was real, nor did he have the time to observe. Among the quasi-emperors, his eyesight wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best either. It could only be said to be above average. His strength lay in speed and power, which was his mobility. As expected of the Myriad Arrow King. His balls are ever-changing and unpredictable, just like his archery skills. The Purple Lightning Spear King inwardly exclaimed. Want to defeat me? It's not that easy. The 2 White Tiger Kings roared. The one on the left stomped the ground with its right foot, and its body trembled, splitting into a figure that shot into the sky. Bang, of the 3 balls, 2 were illusions, and 1 was real. It was ruthlessly lashed out. Arrow Dao, ever-changing. The Myriad Arrow King's expression was indifferent. His eyes seemed empty, as if he wasn't looking. He used his left hand as the bow, the iron rod as the bowstring, and the thunderbolt ball as the arrow. Swish. 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 No one could describe how terrifying this ball was. This ball flickered in the air, and it seemed real and illusory at the same time. In the spectator stands, many people felt dizzy, and their eyes were dazzled by this ball. Amazing! Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He had thought that Huang Fuyu's Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers had enough variations, but he didn't expect the Myriad Arrow King's ultimate move to be 10 times more varied. The White Tiger King was one of the 4 great quasi-emperors. Although his battle prowess wasn't equal to his ball skills, even if his ball skills were only half of his battle prowess, it was enough to make the vast majority of people look up to him in awe. He swayed left and right, and one White Tiger King after another darted out. Suddenly, the vast area was filled with his figures, constantly swinging his rod. White Tiger King, you've lost. The Myriad Arrow King lowered his right hand that was holding the iron rod. Crackle, in midair, the thunderbolt balls collided with each other, and their trajectories changed again. At this moment, the Myriad Arrow King, the instigator of all this, couldn't see where the real ball was. Pa, a beam of yellow light smashed behind the White Tiger King and bounced high. The White Tiger King lost. Myriad Arrow King, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your archery to have reached such a level. The White Tiger King had to admit that his ball skills were a bit worse than the other parties. White Tiger King, don't you know that the Myriad Arrow King can already compete with the captain and the other 2 in terms of ball skills? The one who spoke was a silver-robed young man. The silver-robed young man was the leader of the 4 great quasi-emperors, the Celestial River King. The Myriad Arrow King shook his head and sighed, it's just a few moves. Once they get serious, I can only last a few rounds at most. The 3 people that the Celestial River King mentioned were the 3 great battle emperors of the Paradise of God, namely the Vast Martial King, the Vermilion Bird King, and the Divine Saber King. The Vast Martial King had a terrifying talent in the martial Dao. The Vermilion Bird King's body was a beast king vermilion bird, with a speed as fast as the speed of light. The Divine Saber King's saber skills were miraculous, and even ghosts and gods would find it hard to escape. These 3 were the peak powerhouses of the Paradise of God, and everyone's goal. Celestial River King, what's wrong? Don't you want to compare notes with the Myriad Arrow King? The White Tiger King originally thought that the Celestial River King would take the field, but after hearing his words, he seemed to think that he was not the opponent of the Myriad Arrow King. I'm not sure if I can handle his ever-changing skills. The Celestial River King shook his head and smiled bitterly. The White Tiger King remained silent. In terms of strength, he had more than 50% confidence in defeating the Myriad Arrow King. However, when it came to ball skills, he and the Celestial River King were indeed not the opponents of the Myriad Arrow King. He estimated that only the Vast Martial King and the others could beat him. Yi Chen, actually, I think you can exchange a few moves with the Myriad Arrow King. Although his ever-changing skills have more variations than my Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers, with your eyesight, you should be able to narrow it down to 10 balls. Huang Fuyu greatly admired Yi Chen's eyesight. Moreover, Yichen's cultivation base was now at the fifth heavenly layer of life and death realm, which meant that he was much stronger than before. My confidence is too small, no more than 30%. Yichen, on the other hand, was not very optimistic. In terms of eyesight, Thousand Arrow King, who was an archery expert, was not inferior to him. In terms of technique, he had stayed in the paradise of gods for hundreds of years. In terms of cultivation base, he was a fifth layer life and death realm expert, while the other was a sixth layer life and death realm expert. His only advantage was soul power. Soul power was different from eyesight. Eyesight was actually insight, while soul power was sensing. Sensing first, then insight. Therefore, his reaction speed was very fast, and he rarely had to be on the passive side. However, just because his soul power was strong didn't mean that he could defeat the Myriad Arrow King. The opponent's ever-changing skills were not static, but constantly changing. Even if he could sense it, he might not be able to do it. It was like someone waving a fist at you, and you could see the fist coming at you, but you might not be able to dodge it. In other words, the opponent had the strength of the 9th floor of the God of War pagoda, while he had the strength of the 7th floor. The gap between them couldn't be ignored. The 3 battle emperors didn't come. After Myriad Arrow King won 4 matches in a row, he felt bored and left the stage. Seeing that Myriad Arrow King, White Tiger King, and Galaxy River King didn't come up, the other half-emperors became lively and invited others to compete. In the afternoon, these half-emperors left one after another. I wonder how strong the 8th floor's opponent is. Although his strength had increased by 3 to 4 times, Yichen only had the confidence to pass the 7th floor. As for the 8th floor, he didn't even have 10% confidence. According to Huang Fuyu, the 8th floor's difficulty was 5 to 6 times higher than the 7th floor. In the God of War pagoda, Yichen directly arrived at the 7th floor. The 7th floor's opponent was a barbarian, a true barbarian. He had many tattoos on his body and a white bone necklace on his neck. His bald head shone brightly as if it was cast from steel. Last time, Yichen had been beaten miserably by this barbarian. His sword chi could only cut through the opponent's skin and couldn't penetrate deep. Moreover, the opponent's weapon was an axe, which was as heavy as a mountain. Just the pressure from the axe alone made one feel like vomiting blood. Come on! Without using the 3 flowers borrowing technique, Yichen faced his opponent head-on. Ding ding ding, the axe clashed with the dragon spring sword, sparks flying everywhere. With a swoosh, Yichen's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind his opponent, chopping off his opponent's left arm. My cultivation has reached the 5th heaven of life and death realm, and my Zhen Yuan is leaning towards Sword Yuan. My power has indeed increased a lot. Unforgiving, Yichen's sword art was like a venomous snake. Once he attacked, it would be a fatal blow. Soon, the barbarian couldn't hold on any longer, and his body was torn into pieces. In the next moment, Yichen arrived at the 8th floor of the God of War pagoda. The 8th floor's opponent was a Yiksha king whose skin was no different from a human's. In the Yiksha race, those with gray skin were ordinary Yikshas, those with light gray skin were mid-level Yikshas, and those with human-like skin were high-level Yikshas. At the same realm, the higher the bloodline grade, the stronger the battle strength. This Yiksha king was the guardian of the 8th floor of the God of War pagoda, so he must be terrifyingly powerful. Without any nonsense, the Yiksha king stabbed his spear at Yichen. The Yiksha race usually liked to use spears. So fast. This spear was so fast that it looked like a flash of light. Slightly shifting his body, Yichen blocked the spear with his sword and punched at the Yiksha king's chest with his left hand. The Yiksha king reacted extremely fast as he also formed a fist with his left hand and clashed with Yichen's fist. Dong, Yichen was pushed back a few hundred meters, leaving a trail of chi behind him. 6th level life and death realm, 6th level spirit body, peak 6th level will. Apart from martial will, the Yiksha king's attributes were much higher than Yichen's. If not for Yichen using the 4th drive and the protection of his sword intent, the Yiksha king's punch would have shattered Yichen's left arm and destroyed his body. A terrifying aura erupted from Yichen's body, and 3 different colored flowers appeared above Yichen's head. As the 3 flowers appeared, Yichen's essence, chi, and soul surged, and his hair fluttered in the wind. Myriad flower snatch. With a wave of his sword, thousands of sword shadows flew out and bombarded the Xianxia king's protective energy barrier, making clanking sounds. Although they couldn't break through the Xianxia king's defense, they forced him back. For a moment, he couldn't gather his energy to counterattack. After the first attack was effective, Yichen followed up with a second attack. This time, it was the wood and fire profound sword move, Burning Spring Fire. The sparks turned into a prairie fire that engulfed the Xianxia king. The Xianxia king was the guardian of the 8th floor after all. Although he couldn't counterattack, he could still block. The spear in his hand slashed left and right, shattering one flaming sword light after another. Heavenly lightning and earthly fire. At this moment, Yichen's sword aura changed. The prairie fire turned into heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Beams of lightning and fire sword light shot towards Xianxia king like a meteor shower. Xianxia king was slightly careless and was immediately pierced through by a beam of lightning and fire sword light. His left shoulder was charred black and smoke rose in spirals. Huh! Xianxia king roared and smashed all the lightning and fire swords with his spear. Die! By the time the fiery and thunder-like sword light dissipated, Yichen's silhouette had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the left side of the Xianxia king. He flicked the dragon spring sword and thrust it forward. The bleak and desolate aura of autumn spread out, and the sword light was chilly. Metal and water profound sword move, autumn slaughter. Just as the tip of the sword pierced through Xianxia king's skin, Xianxia king's left hand grabbed the sword at lightning speed, making it impossible for the dragon spring sword to advance any further. Xianxia king's palm was unimaginably hard. Humph! Yichen snorted coldly. He twisted the dragon spring sword and pulled it out. Xianxia king's left hand's 5 fingers were immediately broken. Without his left hand to block, Yichen used autumn's slaughter again and pierced through Xianxia king's heart. Just as the sword light was about to explode, Yichen's scalp suddenly went numb. His entire body flew backwards like a bird, dodging Xianxia king's total annihilation. On the ground to his left, a huge canyon was split open, stretching all the way to the horizon. Just now, it looked like they were going to perish together, but in fact, Yichen knew that his sword attack couldn't kill Xianxia king, and Xianxia king's total annihilation could turn him into a bloody mist. Even his protective sword intent couldn't block it. The 8th level of the God of War pagoda was more than 5 to 6 times harder than the 7th level. If not for his superb battle techniques, Yichen wouldn't even be able to threaten Xianxia king. Although his techniques are not as good as mine, there are too few flaws to exploit. That series of attacks just now was Yichen's test. He wanted to see if he could use techniques to kill Xianxia king. But it was obvious that the God of War pagoda didn't have such flaws. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia king, he had to use absolute strength. Since that's the case, let's see how strong you are. Abandoning all techniques, Yichen slashed out directly. The violent sword aura transformed into a white dragon and swooped down. Profound truths of water and fire. White dragon destroys the world. Xianxia king's face was expressionless. He raised his bronze spear high and suddenly slashed down. The huge spear's shadow was like a heavenly pillar, smashing the white dragon into pieces. Seeing that Xianxia king had destroyed the white dragon destroys the world so easily, Yichen smiled bitterly. He knew that even his most powerful instant of glory wouldn't be able to do anything to Xianxia king. At most, Xianxia king would be slightly injured. Furthermore, Xianxia king hadn't used any powerful moves yet. As expected, instant of glory couldn't completely suppress Xianxia king. Xianxia king paid the price of losing his left arm. Xianxia king held the bronze spear in his right hand and thrust it forward. The tip of the spear condensed into a huge sun. Yichen couldn't dodge at all and was burned into nothingness by the sun. After reaching the 8th level of the God of War pagoda, Yichen wasn't in a hurry to enter the survival pagoda. Yichen was currently on the 7th level of the survival pagoda. If he reached the 8th level, he would become a high-level member. Yichen wasn't ready to enter the high-level hunting battlefield yet. The high-level hunting battlefield was a paradise for battle thearchs and sub-thearchs. No matter how strong one's survivability was, it would be difficult to move an inch in there. One had to know that from the 8th level to the 9th level of the God of War pagoda, the difficulty had increased by more than 10 times. It wasn't as simple as a few times before. In a situation where there was a difference of 10 times in strength, the instant of sword domain and instant of glory were useless. Of course, Yichen could also let a high-level team carry him, but Yichen didn't like to be a burden. The hunting battlefield wasn't a game. If one wasn't careful, there would be heavy casualties. This was a cruel battlefield, and there was no room for carelessness. The reward for reaching the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda was 3,000 divine coins. It was a good reward. If he could also pass the 8th level, the reward would be even higher. The reward for reaching the 8th level was 10,000 divine coins. Yichen had only reached the 8th level of the God of War Pagoda and hadn't passed it yet. In addition, if he could pass the 8th level of the God of War Pagoda, which was the 9th level, and become a high-level member, he would be eligible to use divine coins to exchange for a set. The most ordinary Heavenly King set would cost 300,000 divine coins, a mid-level Heavenly King set would cost 1 million divine coins, and a high-level Heavenly King set would cost 5 million divine coins. It could be said that the higher the level, the more divine coins would be needed. One could never have too many divine coins, only too few. Yichen currently only had a little more than 40,000 divine coins, which was far from enough. After leaving the survival pagoda, Yichen went to the hotel for a drink. There were many people in the hotel. Looking around, Yichen found that all the sub-thearchs who had played in the Thunderbolt Stadium were here, such as the Galactic River King, White Tiger King, Thousand Arrow King, Purple Lightning Spear King, etc. Finding a corner to sit down, Yichen bought 10 bottles of ice and fire 9 heavens to drink. "Brother, you don't mind if I sit here, right?" A young man in yellow walked over. Surprise flashed across Yichen's face. This young man in yellow had the strength of a sub-thearch. According to Huang Fuyu, he was called the Sky-Splitting King, and his strength was not much weaker than the Purple Lightning Spear King. Nodding, Yichen said, "I don't mind, sit down." "Many thanks." The Sky-Splitting King smiled and sat down. "Ice and fire 9 heavens, this wine is not bad, but we high-level members rarely drink it. We drink magma wine and icy wine. Magma wine costs 50 divine coins per bottle, and icy wine costs 30 divine coins per bottle. Come, try it, I'm sure you'll like it." The Sky-Splitting King handed Yichen a bottle of magma wine and icy wine. "Magma wine, icy wine?" Yichen asked curiously, "Why can't we buy them?" "Haha, in the paradise of gods, some things are only available to high-level members, and the treatment is different. Of course, junior and intermediate members can't afford it." The Sky-Splitting King explained. "The magma wine costs 50 divine coins per bottle, and the icy wine costs 30 divine coins per bottle. Ordinary people indeed couldn't afford it, just like how Huang Hingfei couldn't bear to drink the ice and fire 9 heavens." Opening the cork, Yichen tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of the magma wine. Boom, as the wine entered his body, Yichen felt as if his entire body was erupting like a volcano. All his cells became active, constantly absorbing the wine's energy. Good wine, the effect of tempering the spirit body is several times better than the ice and fire 9 heavens. Yichen praised. Putting down the magma wine, Yichen drank another mouthful of icy wine. Icy wine was different from the magma wine, it made Yichen's soul extremely calm, so calm that even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't care. The magma wine tempers the spirit body, while the icy wine tempers the mind. Outside, only titled monarchs can drink these 2 wines frequently. The Sky-Splitting King leisurely drank a mouthful of wine, his movements extremely elegant. Both are good wines, but it's a pity that they're only available to high-ranked members. After drinking the magma wine and icy wine, Yichen felt that the taste of the ice and fire 9 heavens wasn't as refreshing as before, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. With your improvement speed, becoming a high-ranked member is just around the corner, and my paradise of gods will have another fierce general. The Sky-Splitting King clearly knew Yichen, and laughed. "You're too kind, I'm still far from it." Not to mention others, just the Sky-Splitting King alone was probably 10 times stronger than him. Among the quasi-emperors, he was an elite like the Purple Lightning Spear King. The Sky-Splitting King sighed, "In a paradise, although the strength of a quasi-emperor is important, it's not enough to control the situation. Only the strength of a battle emperor can suppress everyone. You have great potential to become a battle emperor, and your low strength now doesn't mean anything." After all, you've only been in the paradise of gods for 2 years, and if you're given a few more decades, it's hard to say. Everyone wanted to reach the strength of a battle emperor, but everyone had their own limits. Most people were stuck at the 8th level of the God of War pagoda, and the elite could reach the 9th level of the God of War pagoda, possessing the strength of a quasi-emperor. This ratio was usually 10 to 1, which meant that out of 500 people, only 50 would have the strength of a quasi-emperor, and the ratio of battle emperors to quasi-emperors was also 10 to 1. Out of 50 quasi-emperors, about 5 could become battle emperors. Currently, the Paradise of Gods only had over 300 people, over 30 quasi-emperors, and 3 battle emperors. Yichen asked, "What's the situation in the other paradises? How many battle emperors and quasi-emperors are there?" The sky-splitting king shook his head. "I don't know the exact number, but the demonic paradise is publicly recognized as the strongest. They have close to 10 battle emperors, and close to 100 quasi-emperors. The other paradises are about the same, and the difference isn't too big. For example, the evil god paradise also has 3 battle emperors, the barbarian god paradise has 2 battle emperors, the Xianxia god paradise has 3 battle emperors, and the giant miracle god paradise has 4 battle emperors. The demonic paradise is so strong." Yichen couldn't help but fall silent. The demons were indeed the overlords of the universe, and their strength far surpassed the other races. When you become a high-level member, you will understand how powerful the demon god paradise is. If you are not united, you will be annihilated by them. Therefore, every time we hunt, we will move as a group. This way, we can take care of each other in the hunting battlefield. You have to remember that the Xianxia race, evil spirit race, and demons are in an alliance with the demons. The barbarian race, giant race, and us humans are in an alliance. This alliance is equally effective in the hunting battlefield. Of course, under no circumstances should you entrust your fate to others. There will be internal conflicts between races, let alone alliances. Understood? Yichen nodded. After taking a sip of wine, the sky-splitting king continued, "Actually, it's not only in the hunting battlefield. In the outside world, we are also at odds with the geniuses of the enemy races. The demons are our greatest enemies, and we want to kill them. However, every time there is a war, it is the human race that suffers. The demons are a super race with all kinds of branches. There are as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky. It is not an exaggeration to say that a single demon is equivalent to 30% of the power of the universe, and the top combat power of the demons is at the peak of the universe. Do you know the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess of the demons?" The sky-splitting king asked. "Dark Witch?" Yichen nodded slightly. Morong had the bloodline of the Dark Witch. As for the Dark Goddess, he did not know about her, but she should not be weaker than the Dark Goddess. The Dark Witch and Dark Goddess have the sacred bloodline of the demons. They are few in number, and their combat power is unparalleled. Any one of them can cause a bloodbath. Currently, in the demon god paradise, there is a Dark Goddess who has the strength of a combat emperor. She is the strongest among all the combat emperors. I have seen the Dark Goddess from afar, but I am ashamed that I do not even have the courage to fight her," the sky-splitting king said bitterly. Yichen didn't speak. The universe was boundless and boundless, with hundreds of races standing in great numbers. Any powerful genius wouldn't surprise him. At this moment, he somewhat missed the people of True Spirit World. However, he couldn't go back yet. If his guess was right, there would certainly be titled monarchs of demonic race guarding the True Spirit World. Without sufficient strength, he would only be throwing his life away. At the very least, he would have to reach the 10th floor of War God Pagoda and possess the strength of a battle emperor. I'm not telling you this because I want you to join our team in the future. It's because I can feel an indescribable aura from you. This aura is very calming. If you continue to improve at your current rate, you'll very likely become the leader of the Paradise of God in the future and lead us to fight against the demon geniuses." The sky-splitting king had a special ability since he was very young. This special ability was a premonition, a kind of intuition. For example, when he was about to encounter danger, he would feel a sense of danger. The greater the danger, the stronger the sense of danger. This ability could not only be used on him, but also on others. His friends had avoided danger many times because of this ability. Similarly, this special ability could also allow him to see a deeper level of aura that others could not. Sky-splitting king, what are you guys talking about? A beautiful lady in colorful clothes walked over. The sky-splitting king smiled. Nothing much. Come, let me introduce you. This is the super rookie, Yi Chen. He is currently a member of the Frost Battle team. Yi Chen, she is the Rainbow King. Like me, we are both from the Vermilion Bird Battle team. So you are Yi Chen. I have been wanting to meet you for a long time. Hearing this, the Rainbow King looked at Yi Chen curiously. There were 3 powerful rookies in this divine trials, and each of them was very impressive. Among them, the most legendary one was undoubtedly Yi Chen. He had just entered the Paradise of Gods, but he already had the strength of the 4th level of the God of War Pagoda. After 2 years, he had already become a mid-level member and joined the Frost Battle team. His progress was very fast. Yi Chen smiled and invited the Rainbow King to take a seat. Sky-splitting king, I see that you and him are very congenial. Did you discover something? The Rainbow King secretly sent a voice transmission to the Sky-splitting king. The Sky-splitting king did not hide anything and replied, I don't know if it is my imagination, but I have a feeling that his future will be very glorious. Glorious? This is very normal. We are all quasi-emperors. Which one of us won't have a glorious future? To be able to become a member of the Paradise of Gods, one's future might not be glorious, but at least it was bright and promising. And to be able to reach the 9th level of the God of War Pagoda and have the strength of a quasi-emperor, one's future could only be described as glorious. Of course, the prerequisite was that one didn't die. No, I feel a very unique aura from him. This aura makes me very calm. Although the Qiongwu King, the Vermilion Bird King, and the Divine Blade King also have this aura, it is very weak. But he has a very strong aura, like the sun. Is it that exaggerated? The Rainbow King knew the Sky-splitting King's ability, but he was still skeptical. Even if I tell you all this, you probably don't understand. Forget it, we will see his achievements in the future. Then, we will know if my feeling is wrong. Actually, the Sky-splitting King was not very sure himself. Some things could only be proved with time. The 3 chatted for a while. Suddenly, a strong energy wave came from outside the hotel, like an earthquake. There were people fighting, and both sides were terrifyingly strong. This energy? It is the leader and the Divine Blade King fighting. The Sky-splitting King's senses were very sharp. Let's go and take a look. The Rainbow King stood up. Not far from the hotel, there was a huge empty space. This empty space was used for sparring. At this moment, 2 figures were fighting intensely. One was wearing a fiery red robe, his hair was like flames, and his body was releasing shocking heat. The other was holding a black long blade, and when the blade light flashed, thunder exploded. It is the Vermilion Bird King and the Divine Blade King. Why are they fighting? They should be testing how much they have improved. The two's battle caused a huge commotion. More and more people rushed over, discussing. Sky-splitting King, do you think the leader has the upper hand this time, or the Divine Blade King? Seeing the battle between the Vermilion Bird King and the Divine Blade King, the Rainbow King was not surprised at all. The 3 battle emperors of the Paradise of Gods often sparred with each other. Sometimes, it would be the Vermilion Bird King against the Divine Blade King, and sometimes, it would be the Vermilion Bird King against the Divine Blade King. Among the 3, the Qiongwu King was the strongest, and he had almost never lost. The Sky-splitting King muttered, it is hard to say. The leader and the Divine Blade King are equally strong. It is possible that one of them has the upper hand. You are right. The Rainbow King nodded. Divine Blade King, this is the 2nd-rank pinnacle martial art that I have recently created, Starflame Divine Fist. Take this. The Vermilion Bird King's right fist was like a burning hot iron, glowing red as it punched towards the Divine Blade King. The Vermilion Bird King's attack speed was very fast. With one punch, it reached the Divine Blade King in an instant. The Divine Blade King could only raise his long blade to block. Clang, countless sparks exploded. This punch was unimaginably powerful. The Divine Blade King was blown tens of li away, crashing into the protective barrier at the edge of the empty ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a powerful attack. Yichen said in shock. The sky-splitting king laughed. Actually, among the three great battle emperors, the Qiong martial king and the divine blade king have both created third-rank martial arts. Only our leader, the vermilion bird king, hasn't created a third-rank martial art. However, our leader's original body is the beast king vermilion bird. Under the situation where their martial arts realms are the same, our leader's strength is more than 10 times stronger. Nodding his head, Yichen knew that the comprehension of demonic beasts was not as good as humans. It was already very impressive for the Vermilion Bird King to be able to create a second-rank pinnacle martial art. The strength of his comprehension was not any weaker than some of the top human geniuses. However, the Vermilion Bird King was a beast king after all. The strength of its origin power allowed it to stand above the masses. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Divine Blade King sneered, "Vermilion Bird King, this punch of yours can only make me spit out a mouthful of blood. I wonder if you will be able to take my Shadow Thunder Sky Flash Slash." Swoosh, the Divine Blade King raised his long blade up high and slashed out rapidly. In the next moment, the blade light dazzled everyone's eyes. Vaguely, everyone could see countless light black blade lights flying towards the Vermilion Bird King. Although the Vermilion Bird King's speed was fast, the blade lights were even faster. Moreover, there were too many blade lights. There was no way to avoid them. With a serious expression, he avoided the area where the attacks were the most concentrated. Immediately, he crossed his arms and chose to block. Clang 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 clang, black and red interweaving sparks burst out from the Vermilion Bird King's body. In an instant, the Vermilion Bird King suffered hundreds and thousands of attacks. Third-rank martial art. It was Yi Chen's first time seeing a third-rank martial art. The Divine Blade King's Shadow Thunder Sky Flash Slash contained 3 types of profound meaning, namely the profound meaning of Yin, the profound meaning of thunder, and the profound meaning of light. Although these 3 profound meanings were not completely integrated and there were traces to follow, it was still a third-rank martial art after all. It was not an exaggeration to say that any one of the countless blade lights attacking the Vermilion Bird King could easily kill him without any suspense. Seeing the Divine Blade King, Yichen knew how big the gap between him and the Battle Emperor was. As for the Vermilion Bird King and Yichen, they were not the same type. The Vermilion Bird King relied on his innate talent as a demonic beast. Audiobook, Lung Fifan, and the others were also watching the battle from the side. Audio's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. This battle intent was so strong that it was almost burning. It turned out that the Battle Emperor was so strong. The gap between him and the Battle Emperor was at least 100 times. He had only recently reached the 6th level of the God of War Pagoda. He, who was a little relaxed, once again burst forth with an unimaginable battle intent. "One day, I will also stand at the peak. When I raise every type of martial art to a certain level, who can be my opponent?" Audiobook said firmly in his heart. Lung Fifan's attention was completely focused on the Divine Blade King. As a saber user, Lung Fifan could feel the terror of the Shadow Thunder Sky Flash Slash. This terror not only did not make him depressed, but it also made his tenacious and slightly numb nerves excited, and his whole body was trembling. "Saber Dao, move forward bravely and cut through all obstacles. Divine Blade King, thank you for giving me a stronger motivation." Lung Fifan turned and left. Blood splattered. Vermilion Bird King was injured. His arms were covered with dense knife marks. Although they were not deep, they undoubtedly broke through Vermilion Bird King's defense. Boom, scarlet flames erupted and the knife marks were refined. Vermilion Bird King looked up at Divine Saber Monarch. "What a good shady thunder sky flashing slash. It actually broke my fiery red tyrant body." Fiery red tyrant body was a protective martial art passed down in the Vermilion Bird clan. This martial art was very unique and could increase the defense of a demon body by several times. With the fiery red tyrant body, Vermilion Bird King did not need to cultivate other defensive martial arts and only needed to focus on offensive martial arts. Although Divine Saber Monarch's shady thunder sky flashing slash was strong, it could barely break through his defense. "Same here." Divine Saber Monarch frowned. The last time they fought, Vermilion Bird King's defense was not this strong. He did not expect that in a few years, there would be a big breakthrough. It's a draw. N. Vermilion Bird King's Starfire Divine Fist made Divine Saber Monarch vomit blood, while Divine Saber Monarch's Shady Thunder Sky Flashing Slash broke through Vermilion Bird King's defense and gave him a superficial wound. Too strong. Is this the strength of a battle emperor? They can probably seriously injure us with just a wave of chi. That's natural. Battle emperors are more than 10 times stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. They are also much stronger than peak quasi-emperors. Yes, those who have just reached the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda are ordinary quasi-emperors. Those quasi-emperors who are about to pass the 9th floor are peak quasi-emperors. Vermilion Bird King and Divine Saber Monarch reached the 10th floor 50 years ago. They should be ordinary battle emperors. They are much stronger than peak quasi-emperors like Galactic River King and White Tiger King. The spectators discussed animatedly, each expressing their own opinions. Yichen nodded when he heard everyone's words. There was a difference in strength between the 9th and 10th floor of the God of War Pagoda. For example, one had just reached the 9th floor and the other was about to pass the 9th floor. The gap between the two was estimated to be 6 or 7 times, not to mention battle emperors. As for Yichen himself, he should be above average in the 8th floor of the God of War Pagoda. There was still a long way to go before he could pass the 8th floor. The gap between him and battle emperors was more than 100 times. Of course, 10 times or even 100 times was a very mysterious metaphor. Take an ordinary person for example. A slightly stronger adult could fight against 2 ordinary adults. This was twice the combat power, but could this mean that their quality was twice the difference? That was impossible. The difference in quality between Yichen and a battled arch wasn't 100-fold. At most, it was 10 times. The more powerful a martial artist was, the higher their quality was, the stronger their combat strength would be. This was mainly because an individual had too many qualities, and when they were combined together, it would be called combat strength. Combat strength was a comprehensive embodiment. You two have improved a lot. In the distance, a figure shot over and landed in the crowd. This person wore a long gray robe with a huge black martial character embroidered on the back. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. His eyes were unfathomable. It's King Xianxia. King Xianxia is here. The young man in the gray robe was the leader of the 3 battle thearchs in the Paradise of Gods, King Xianxia. Every paradise had a leader. King Xianxia had reached the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda 100 years ago, earlier than Vermilion Bird King and Divine Saber King. At that time, there were 4 battle thearchs in the Paradise of Gods. Apart from King Xianxia, 1 died, and 2 left the Paradise of Gods. King Xianxia should have the strength of a mid-level battled arch. He once used the secret art, Hand of Martial, to crush a peak stage sub-thearch and a planet. The sky-splitting king had a hint of respect on his face. Hand of Martial? Crush a peak stage sub-thearch and a planet? Yichen was very clear that crushing a planet and destroying it were 2 different concepts. For a normal person with great strength, he might be able to break a brick, but for him to crush a brick, it would be impossible. King Xianxia, you're here. Vermilion Bird King and Divine Saber King didn't want to continue fighting. They looked at King Xianxia. King Xianxia smiled and said, "We will enter the hunting ground in 1 day. Come, let's drink until we're drunk." They had already agreed on the time to enter the hunting ground. When the time came, they would come out separately. Okay, this time it's my treat. Divine Saber King nodded. Then you'll have to spend a lot of money. I won't get drunk without dozens of bottles of wine. The 3 walked side by side to the hotel. As for the others, they were not qualified to walk side by side with them, even if they didn't mind. In a flash, 8 days passed. At the entrance of the hunting tower, one by one, quasi-emperors came out. Sigh, I didn't expect King Zishan to fall. The high-level hunting battlefield is getting more and more cruel. King Zishan was one of the 4 quasi-emperors. His death was indeed unexpected, but it's understandable that the person who killed him was Evil Child King of the Evil God Paradise. King Zishan, one of the 4 great quasi-emperors of the Paradise of Gods, ranked 4th behind the Celestial River King, White Tiger King, and 10,000 Arrow King. King Xianxia excelled in defense. Even the Celestial River King would not be able to break through his defense in a short time. However, he unfortunately encountered the Evil Child King and ended up being hunted down. Evil Child King, the strongest quasi-emperor of the Evil God Paradise, was also one of the 2 strongest quasi-emperors in the entire high-level hunting battlefield. The other one was the Silver King of the Giant Spirit Divine Paradise. Evil Child King was a peerless genius. Less than 10 years after entering the Evil God Paradise, he broke through to the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda. It was said that because of his fast cultivation speed, he maintained the appearance of a 13-year-old boy. Therefore, he was called Evil Child King. In addition, Evil Child King had a terrifying record. He had escaped from several battle emperors. Once was the Giant Head King of the Giant Spirit Divine Paradise, the other time was the Barbarian Bone King of the Barbarian God Paradise, and the last time was the Divine Saber King of the Paradise of Gods. It could be said that his fierce reputation in the high-level hunting battlefield was no weaker than that of ordinary battle emperors. Walking at the back were the 3 battle emperors, the Qiongwu King, the Vermilion Bird King, and the Divine Saber King. The Vermilion Bird King said in a deep voice, "This time, the Paradise of Gods lost a total of 4 quasi-emperors, 1 more than last year. In the past 5 years, there have been no more quasi-emperors." The Qiongwu King sighed, "We are still fine." Although the Giant Spirit Divine Paradise only lost 1 quasi-emperor, they also lost a battle emperor. The price was heavy. Every battle emperor was precious. They were the stabilizing force and the backbone of the Paradise of Gods. I can only say that he was very unlucky to have encountered the dark goddess of the demonic god Paradise. If it were us, I reckon that only the Qiongwu King could have escaped, the Divine Saber King said slowly. In the high-grade hunting battlefield, there were 2 strongest quasi-emperors and 3 battle emperors. The 2 strongest quasi-emperors were the Evil Child King and the Silver King. The 3 battle emperors were the Barbarian God Paradise's Barbarian Bone King, the Xianxia God Paradise's Blood Spear King, and the Demon God Paradise's Blessed Queen, Dark Goddess. The Dark Goddess bloodline was a powerful bloodline blessed by the Demon God. Among the demons, they had a pivotal position. They could activate the blessed halo and their battle prowess would multiply. Their terrifying strength was enough to crush any opponent of the same realm. Fortunately, the Dark Goddess did not have the astonishing speed of the Dark Witch. Otherwise, they would be everyone's nightmare. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and drink. The next hunt will be another year later. The Qiongwu King let out a heavy breath and walked towards the hotel. The cruelty of the high-grade hunting battlefield had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He spent most of his time practicing martial arts to build a good foundation for creating a 3rd-grade martial art. Spring passed and autumn came, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the intermediate hunting battlefield. Run, it's the Frost Battle Team from the Paradise of Gods. In the distance, a middle-grade team from the Xianxia God Paradise immediately fled when they sensed the arrival of the Frost Battle Team. They did not hesitate at all. It was as if the Frost Battle Team was some kind of demon. "Everyone, stay here." 3 flowers of different colors appeared above Yi Chen's head. His speed doubled, and in a short while, he was 10,000 li behind them. Wang, in an instant, the sword domain expanded to its limit, enveloping 4 members of the Xianxia God Paradise who were slightly slower. It caused their speed to decrease by several times, as if they were stuck in a swamp. "Damn it, let's fight it out with him. If we run, we'll only die." Being enveloped by the sword domain, the 4 Xianxia kings were determined to die. They turned around and charged towards Yi Chen. "Others say that you're the Grim Reaper of the intermediate hunting battlefield, but I don't believe it. Come, let's see how you can block the combined attack of the 4 of us." In the first 2 years of the 3 years, Yi Chen had become famous in the intermediate hunting battlefield. In the past year, Yi Chen had become the Grim Reaper of the intermediate hunting battlefield. Any team that encountered them would be severely injured, and no one would be able to escape. Even the few strong teams in the intermediate hunting battlefield were no exception. As time passed, Yi Chen and the Frost Battle Team became a taboo in the intermediate hunting battlefield. Everyone kept a respectful distance from them, and when they encountered them, their only thought was to run. This was also the reason why the scene just now had happened. Boom, 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 the four Yiksha kings each used their ultimate moves, blasting towards Yi Chen with ferocious expressions. If it were in the past, facing the four Yiksha kings together, Yi Chen would definitely use Moment of Glory or White Dragon Destroyer, because only these two attacks could compete with him. But right now, Yi Chen did not choose to use Moment of Glory or White Dragon Destroyer. Instead, he used his Burning Spring Burning Art. The huge sword chi turned into a boundless fire that swept toward the four of them. Puff, 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 puff. Their ultimate moves collapsed one after another, like snow meeting the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. The powerful wave of fire that had yet to dissipate completely drowned them, leaving behind only ashes and indestructible armor and weapons. Run! The two Yiksha kings who were running the fastest turned around and saw this scene. Their eyes were wide open, and they did not dare to turn around to fight. They each performed their forbidden secret arts, increasing their speed once again. Yi Chen did not chase after them. In that short while, the distance between them had increased to millions of miles, and Huang Fuyu and the other four had not caught up yet. Putting away the four storage rings, armors, and weapons, Yi Chen stood where he was, waiting for Huang Fuyu and the rest. Extreme Rank 2 martial arts are indeed powerful. Huang Fuyu, who had arrived first, looked a bit numb. In the past year, she had seen this phenomenon dozens of times. Whether it was the enemy teams or the godly bugs, they would all be easily taken care of by Yi Chen. She suspected that Yi Chen already had the power of the 9th level of the God of War Pagoda, which was the power of a half-emperor. Huang Fuyu had guessed correctly. More than 9 months ago, Yi Chen already had the strength of a quasi-emperor. At that time, he had already upgraded the White Dragon Exterminating World, Heavenly Lightning Hellfire, Raging Flames of Spring, Killing Autumn, and Life-Snatching 10,000 to the level of Extreme Martial Arts of the 2nd rank. The so-called Extreme Martial Arts of the 2nd rank were not simply determined by power. It also depended on the degree of integration of the profoundness and the degree of martial arts exertion. If the two profoundness were perfectly integrated, the martial arts they carried could fully exert the power of the integrated profoundness, then it meant that your 2nd rank martial arts had been upgraded to the limit. Do not underestimate the extreme martial arts of the 2nd rank. It was the key to creating a 3rd rank martial art. If one could not even reach the level of the extreme martial arts of the 2nd rank, then it would never be possible to create a 3rd rank martial art. Even if it was created, it would be incomplete and unable to be perfected. Among the 5 extreme martial arts of the 2nd rank, the White Dragon Exterminating World was the strongest. It was already equivalent to an ordinary 3rd rank martial art. It was terrifyingly powerful and had the power to destroy the world in a small area. Next, the Heavenly Lightning Hellfire, Raging Flames of Spring, Killing Autumn, and Life-Snatching 10,000 were equally powerful. The Heavenly Lightning Hellfire was superior in its attacking power. The Raging Flames of Spring could burn the enemy to ashes. The Life-Snatching 10,000 could penetrate the enemy's defense. Originally, with the strength of a quasi-emperor, one had to enter the high-level hunting battlefield. However, Yi Chen was not in a hurry to become a high-level member. He knew that with his strength at that time, if he entered the high-level hunting battlefield, he would only be a middle-level quasi-emperor. If he encountered a strong enemy, he would not be able to compete, so he did not challenge the God of War Pagoda and the Survival Pagoda. However, the rules of the intermediate hunting battlefield sensed that he had the strength of a quasi-emperor. After 3 warnings, he was not allowed to enter the intermediate hunting battlefield, or the rules would kill him. This was the 3rd time. Yi Chen, do you have the strength of a quasi-emperor? Ho Lei and the others also rushed over. Su Xiao asked curiously. Yi Chen knew that he could not hide it, and there was no need to hide it. He nodded and said, yes, 9 months ago, I already had the strength of a quasi-emperor. The rules of the hunting battlefield also warned me that this would be my last hunt in the intermediate hunting battlefield. Next time I will go to the high-level hunting battlefield. So it's true. Su Xiao's jaw dropped. In fact, they had long suspected that Yi Chen had the strength of a quasi-emperor, because Yi Chen was much stronger than Huang Fuyu. In the entire middle grade hunting battlefield, no one was a match for Yi Chen. Congratulations. Huang Fuyu let out a sigh and immediately smiled. Yi Chen continued, I've already talked to Jiu. He promised to join the Frost Battle team after I leave. With his strength, he shouldn't be a burden to you. Jiu's improvement was rather astonishing. If not for Yi Chen, he would be the member of the Paradise of Gods who improved the fastest. A few months ago, he had already reached the 7th level of the God of War Pagoda. According to him, his fist, palm, finger, and leg techniques had all improved greatly. His spear techniques had also caught up. Lung Fifan had joined the Flying Spirit Battle team a long time ago, and Jiu was about to join the Frost Battle team. These two teams were the teams that Yi Chen had been in before. Jiu? Ho Lei's eyes lit up. He was indeed reluctant to let Yi Chen leave. After all, with Yi Chen, the Frost Battle team would be feared. However, there was no other way. If Yi Chen didn't leave, he would be killed by the rules. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be able to persuade Jiu to join the Frost Battle team. One had to know that Jiu was also very famous in the Paradise of Gods and had a chance of becoming a battle emperor in the future. He's too strong. This kind of strength has already surpassed the 8th level of the God of War Pagoda. He's definitely a quasi-emperor. Damn it. He clearly has the strength of a quasi-emperor, but he still stays in the middle-grade hunting battlefield. The two Xianxia kings, who had just escaped, stopped in their tracks. They were furious. He can only be arrogant in the middle-grade hunting battlefield. When he reaches the high-grade hunting battlefield, he still has to act like a coward. I hope he will be killed in his first hunt. That's very likely. A newly born quasi-emperor is most likely to die in the first few hunts. Let's not talk about this. We are in danger now. We have to be vigilant and endure these few days. After walking out of the hunting pagoda, Yi Chen went straight to the God of War Pagoda. At the 8th level of the God of War Pagoda. Boom, with a heavenly lightning, earth and fire, Yi Chen killed the Xianxia king, whose skin was like a human's. In the next moment, Yi Chen arrived at the 9th level of the God of War Pagoda. The 9th level's opponent was the black-robed evil king of the evil spirit race. As the guardian of the 9th level, the black-robed evil king's strength was undoubtedly very strong. He was stronger than all the other quasi-emperors. Defeating him would allow one to become a battle emperor. His strength was between a titled monarch and a peak 6th firmament king. Swish, 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 the black-robed evil king seemed to have no physical body. He could instantly turn into black smoke and instantly appear in front of Yi Chen. His palm was like an eagle's claw, and ink like black chi coiled around it. Through the protective Jin Yuan, Yi Chen could feel a bone-chilling cold intent pass over, numbing his nerves. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen used the instant sword domain with all his strength, sharply reducing his opponent's attack speed. Then, he slashed at that cold palm. Clang, sparks flew, and Yi Chen retreated several steps while the black-robed evil king's body swayed. Raging fire, incinerating spring. The huge sword chi transformed into a powerful wave of fire and rushed toward the black-robed evil king. The black-robed evil king was expressionless as he clasped his hands together and separated them. The powerful wave of fire was separated from the middle, unable to injure him in the slightest. Meanwhile, his right leg was like a venomous snake as it kicked out with a black shadow. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and Yi Chen was sent flying, spurting out a mouthful of cold blood. What a frightening cold chi. If not for the protective sword intent, this kick alone would have turned Yi Chen into an ice sculpture. In Yi Chen's eyes, the black-robed evil king's figure flickered incessantly. Each time it flickered, it would expand several times. In a few moments, the black-robed evil king filled Yi Chen's vision as a black fist punched over, covering the sky. Puff, Yi Chen was hit by the fist, turning into a black shadow and collapsing. This was a shadow. In the past 3 years, Yi Chen had not only created a second transition extreme martial art, but he had also created a second transition martial art, Shadow Divine Steps. The Shadow Divine Steps contained the Profound of Yin and the Profound of Shadow. He had only started to comprehend the Profound of Yin in the past 3 years, and he had perfected it. Combined with the Profound of Shadow, he could turn himself into a shadow that was between an illusory and a real one. Not only would he be able to move at lightning speed, but he could also split himself and take a fatal blow for himself. Unknowingly, Yichen had appeared behind the black-robed evil king on the right. He waved his sword, and the powerful sword chi condensed into a world-destroying white dragon, rushing toward the black-robed evil king at a high speed. The black-robed evil king was stronger than Yichen had imagined. He stretched out his right hand, and a black whirlpool appeared in his palm as he pressed his palm against the white dragon's head. Rumble, the white dragon exploded, and the black-robed evil king was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his clothes fluttering in the wind. I didn't expect him to be this strong. He has no flaws at all. Using the 3 flowers, Yichen's battle power increased by several folds. He rushed forward without any hesitation. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire, burning spring fire, autumn kill, 10,000 flowers, white dragon destroying world, and moment of glory, he had performed each of them once. However, even if his battle power had doubled, he still could not do anything to the black-robed evil king. The black whirlpool on his opponent's palm could neutralize all attacks, including the white dragon destroying world. The only thing that could threaten him was moment of glory, but it was always wrong. It was as if the black-robed evil king could distort the trajectory of space and deflect his attack. Limitless evil hand. Finally, the black-robed evil king spoke for the first time. His palm turned into a hand that could cover the sky. As he pressed his palm down, the sky lost its color, the ground collapsed, and the gravity was reversed. Yichen felt as if he had become an ordinary person, and he could not free himself from the weightless environment. Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. In this life-or-death situation, Yichen didn't have the time to think too much. He performed a 3rd transition martial art that he normally could not perform, Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. A dazzling light burst out from the dragon spring sword, suddenly releasing a strong stream of sword chi. Puff! A huge crack appeared on the gigantic palm that had covered the entire sky. Through the crack, the clear sky poured down, bringing a small patch of light to the world. Although this sword move was extremely crude and not as powerful as a 2nd transition martial art, the power it released was a few times more powerful than a 2nd transition martial art. It was like a beam of sunlight at dawn, tearing apart the darkness. The power of the sky-covering hand, which had almost been split into 2, had been greatly reduced. However, it didn't lose all of its power. The palm heavily pressed on the ground. With a puff, the ground on both sides of Yichen was turned into nothingness. The place where Yichen had been standing suddenly became a high ground, and an immeasurably long pillar stood high up in the abyss, seeming to be isolated from the world. Swish, Yichen's feet suddenly stepped on the pillar, and his whole body jumped up, merging with the sun in the sky. In the next second, he performed his Sun Essence Extreme Transformation again. The snow-white sword body was like a black hole, continuously absorbing the light in the world to strengthen itself. Then, he threw out a sword attack toward the black-robed evil king. The scorching sun rose from the east, and the powerful light condensed into a beam, piercing through the black-robed evil king's body. His body was like a snowman under the scorching sun, melting rapidly, and was about to disappear. Limitless 3 tremors. The black-robed evil king raised his remaining left hand and slapped towards Yichen. Bang, 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 Yichen's body shook and turned into nothingness. He didn't even have time to perform his immortal body. At the entrance of the God of War pagoda, Yichen walked out. Limitless 3 tremors. Each tremor contains 3 layers of force. It's really terrifying. Yichen was amazed. He knew that if he couldn't defend or dodge the black-robed evil king's limitless 3 tremors, he wouldn't be able to pass the 9th level of the God of War pagoda unless his attack power was strong enough to kill the black-robed evil king instantly. Although he had failed, he had gained a lot this time. He could even use Sun Essence Extreme Transformation, which he couldn't use previously. The Sun Essence Extreme Transformation contained the profound truths of fire, profound truths of light, and profound truths of yang. The profound truths of light and profound truths of yang had been comprehended and perfected in the past 3 years. Yichen's soul could bear many perfected profound truths, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough profound truths. In the paradise of gods, as long as one had enough shinbi, one could comprehend profound truths to perfection in the Profound Truths Pagoda. Of course, others were very careful when choosing profound truths, as their soul's capacity was limited. In short, the birth of the extreme sun essence had increased Yi Chen's strength by twofold or threefold. Although the White Dragon Armageddon was stronger than a second job advancement martial art, and could barely match an ordinary third job advancement martial art, it was still inferior to the extreme sun essence. Furthermore, Yi Chen's extreme sun essence was slightly inferior to the Divine Saber King's Shadow Thunder Sky Flash Slash. There were still many aspects that needed to be perfected. After reaching the 9th level of the God of War Pagoda, the insignia on the back of Yi Chen's hand turned dark green. This meant that he had become a high-level member and could enjoy the highest treatment in the Paradise of Gods. Next, Yi Chen went to the Survival Tower. 7th level of the Survival Tower, 10,000 Shinbi reward. 8th level of the Survival Tower, 30,000 Shinbi reward. Finally, Yi Chen reached the 9th level of the Survival Tower, just like the God of War Pagoda. The total reward was 50,000 Shinbi, 10,000 Shinbi for the God of War Pagoda and 40,000 Shinbi for the Survival Tower. In addition to Yi Chen's original wealth, he had a total of 180,000 Shinbi. In the past 3 years, Yi Chen had earned a lot of Shinbi, but he had also spent a lot. Most of the Shinbi had been used on comprehending profound meaning, cultivating martial arts, and the Tower of Time. The reason why he had leftover was that Yi Chen wanted to collect 300,000 Shinbi to exchange for a low-level Heavenly King set. A Heavenly King set had at least 5 parts: armor, arm guards, leg guards, gloves, and boots. All 5 parts were Heavenly King level artifacts. Individually, their value was not very high, but when combined, it was worth 10 or 20 times more. A low-level Heavenly King set was worth as much as a top-tier Heavenly King level artifact, and could increase one's defense by several times. Not only that, but it could also increase one's combat power. Although it could not double or more, it was possible to increase it by 30 to 40%. Yi Chen already had a protective sword intent, and with the addition of a low-level Heavenly King set, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. However, it was not an easy task to collect 300,000 Shinbi. Without the profound mysteries of space, Yi Chen would not have been able to reach peak Quasi-Emperor strength in 5 to 6 years. This was because he did not have that many Shinbi to use for cultivation, and it was impossible for him to save up 150,000 Shinbi. It would already be pretty good if he had 10 or 20,000 Shinbi, and this was even if he lived frugally and did not spend it as he pleased. Yi Chen made a rough calculation. Most people would need several decades to accumulate 300,000 divine coins after they became quasi-emperors. As for stopping cultivating after becoming a quasi-emperor and saving up Shinbi, that was just neglecting the essentials. Gathering 300,000 Shinbi to exchange for a low-level Heavenly King set was to raise his power and increase his defense, but using Shinbi to cultivate was also to raise his power. There was no essential difference. To be honest, it was better to use it for cultivation, because in the process of gathering Shinbi, one could die in the hunting battlefield. Sometimes, not improving meant regressing, as others were improving. Therefore, to gather Shinbi, one could only do it slowly. One could not become malnourished for the sake of gathering Shinbi. After becoming a high-ranking member, Yi Chen's time had also increased. He only needed to go hunting once a year, but as no one knew that he could reach quasi-emperor strength in such a short time, no high-ranking teams had invited him. As for those high-ranking members, they were either cultivating or spending Shinbi to leave the Paradise of Gods. Not even a shadow of them could be seen. Yi Chen could only wait. If it came down to it, he could not join a team for the first time and go hunting alone. In the inn, Yi Chen ordered 5 bottles of lava wine and 5 bottles of ice sea wine, drinking them alone. These 2 types of wine were only available to high-ranking members. Yi Chen, can you buy me a drink? A beautiful woman in green walked over with a hint of hope on her face. Yi Chen raised his head. He did not know the other party. Although he was a little puzzled, he still nodded. Sure, have a seat. Yi Chen handed over a bottle of lava wine. Thank you. My name is Lu Mei. Lu Mei sat down with a joyful expression. Lu Mei opened the cork and drank a mouthful of wine. She said in surprise, "What wine is this? Why have I never drunk it before?" No, this wine is even stronger than the ice and fire 9 heavens. The effect of tempering one's spirit body is many times stronger. Lu Mei was a mid-ranking member and had only recently reached the 7th level of the God of War pagoda. Although the Ice and Fire Nine Heavens was expensive, she had also drunk it once. However, compared to the lava wine, the Ice and Fire Nine Heavens paled in comparison. This is lava wine. Only high-ranking members can buy it. Yichen said. Lava wine? Only high-ranking members can buy it? Lu Mei seemed to have thought of something. Have you already become a high-ranking member? Lu Mei's heart raced and her face turned red. She came over to chat up Yichen to see if there was a chance for her to date him. Those who could enter the paradise of gods were all geniuses. They were dragons and phoenixes among men. Because of their high status, they had very high standards, especially for women. Basically, the women of the paradise of gods would rarely find life partners outside. This was because they believed that only the men of the paradise of gods were worthy of them. Those outside were all mediocre. In the hearts of the women of the paradise of gods, the most popular were naturally the 3 battle emperors, followed by the half-emperors. Apart from them, Yi Chen, Ah Jiao, and Leng Fifan were also popular existences. Especially Yi Chen, his popularity was not inferior to the battle emperors. For a long time, no one had ever entered the paradise of gods with the strength of the 4th floor. Moreover, in a few short years, he had reached the 8th floor. This kind of potential was unheard of and unseen. However, today, Lu Mei discovered that everyone was still underestimating Yi Chen's potential. With Yi Chen's speed of improvement, he could easily break through to the 9th layer of life and death within 1,000 years, becoming the youngest sovereign. Looking at Lu Mei's expression, Yi Chen immediately understood. In truth, this was not the first time he had seen a woman expressing interest in him in the paradise of gods. Ice Frost Battle Team Su Xiao had once hinted at him. However, Yi Chen discovered that as his realm increased and his strength increased, it was hard for him to feel anything. It was as if all his thoughts were focused on martial Dao and sword Dao. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Su Jing and Morong Qingqing were only concerned because they had interacted with him from the very beginning. I still have something to do. You can drink this wine. I'll take my leave first. Tactfully rejecting someone didn't have to be explicit. Yi Chen believed that the other party should understand his meaning. Standing up, Yi Chen smiled and walked out of the hotel. Unknowingly, the appointed time for the high-ranking members had arrived. Thunderbolt Stadium became lively once again. This time, the one in the limelight was still White Tiger King. Myriad Arrow King had yet to appear. White Tiger King, I'll fight you. Seeing that White Tiger King had already won 5 times in a row, Sky Sundering King walked down the stage. Sky Sundering King's battle strength was more or less the same as Purple Lightning Spear King. Most importantly, Sky Sundering King believed that his technique was better than Purple Lightning Spear King's. Sky Sundering King took the lead. After a few rounds, Sky Sundering King's right arm was extremely numb. White Tiger King's balls were powerful and heavy like cannons. Every time they struck back, Sky Sundering King's right arm would suffer a great burden. I can only use this move to decide the winner. Sky Splitting Monarch held the iron rod with both hands and struck the thunderball twice in a row. One strike landed on the upper half of the thunderball and the other on the lower half of the thunderball. The thunderball emitted an electric current and shot out at a frightening speed. Moreover, this thunderball was flat, and its intense rotation gave it a frightening cutting power. Sky Sundering King's ultimate move, Thunderbolt Cut. What a powerful ultimate move. On the spectator stand, Yi Chen nodded his head. The principle behind this ultimate move of Sky Sundering King was very simple. The thunderball was imbued with 2 rotational forces, one downwards and the other upwards. Although the directions were different, the left and right directions were the same. Finally, the 2 rotational forces converged together, compressing the thunderball into a flat shape. The rotational force then increased by several folds, producing a cutting power. Oh! White Tiger King's expression turned solemn. This move was indeed not easy to receive. The thunderball was flat, reducing the point of impact, and the cutting power was also very hard to neutralize. However, this was not a problem for White Tiger King. He held the iron rod with both hands and swung it upwards, striking the flat thunderball. The thunderball paused for a moment, and in the next moment, it flew back in a parabola. The cutting power was completely neutralized. Dang, Sky Sundering King's iron rod was sent flying, smashing into the metal wall. The descending ball was very powerful, and Sky Sundering King could no longer repel it. Yi Chen, you're here. Returning to the spectator stand, Sky Sundering King noticed Yi Chen sitting in the back row. Just arrived. Yi Chen nodded his head. Eh. Sky Sundering King's gaze unintentionally swept across the back of Yi Chen's hand and exclaimed, "Inky green insignia, you've become a high-ranking member?" Sky Sundering King's voice was very loud due to his shock. Immediately, everyone in the spectator stand looked over. It's Yi Chen. What, he's a high-ranking member? That's impossible, right? Although I don't dare to believe it, the inky green insignia on the back of his hand can't be faked, and there's no need to fake it. Genius, this is a true genius. Compared to him, we're far inferior. Previously, everyone's attention was focused on White Tiger King, but now, they were all focused on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you've really surprised me. Looks like my premonition was right. Sky Sundering King tried his best to calm his emotions. Where there's a will, there's a way. Everyone's fortune is different. Yi Chen appeared very calm. Being watched by 200 pairs of eyes didn't make him feel any pressure. Hee hee. White Tiger King was about to speak. Yi Chen, right? Come down and play. White Tiger King's voice resounded. Sky Sundering King smiled bitterly, sorry, Yi Chen. Yi Chen's chances of winning against White Tiger King were very small. If not for him, Yi Chen wouldn't have attracted everyone's attention. Don't worry, my hands are also itching. Yi Chen calmly walked down the stage. You're quite famous. How about this, I'll control my cultivation base to the 5th layer and have a fair battle. White Tiger King's cultivation base was at the 6th layer. In fact, 30% of the people in God Paradise were at the 6th layer. However, he didn't want to take advantage of Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, no need. Controlling cultivation base would be unfair to you. Oh, is that so? White Tiger King's eyes squinted. The other party seemed very confident. Shall I go first? Yi Chen grabbed the thunderball. Not bad. White Tiger King sucked in a deep breath and his expression became focused. A person's fame was like a tree's shadow. Although Yi Chen's fame didn't represent his strength, he still couldn't be underestimated. Bang, the thunderbolt ball was thrown high into the air. Yi Chen served. The ball was swift and fierce, and everyone's eyes lit up. Not bad. The White Tiger King held the metal rod, and the muscles on his right arm swelled. His arm was already as thick as a normal person's thigh, but now, it was twice as thick. Boom. The ball had just arrived when the White Tiger King smacked it back with his rod. The terrifying force caused the thunderbolt ball to distort irregularly. Just looking at it was terrifying. It's indeed much more powerful than ordinary explosive balls. No wonder it's so powerful. The explosive ball was a kind of technique, a kind of ultimate move. The White Tiger King had turned the explosive ball into his normal ball. Furthermore, it was several times more powerful than ordinary explosive balls. It was fine to fight with him for a few rounds, but after a long time, even an Iron Man could not take it. In layman's terms, the White Tiger King's attack was called overwhelming strength. To deal with such an explosive ball, one had to either counterattack with greater strength or resist with absolute technique. At the same level, pure strength was ultimately weaker than technique. The White Tiger King's ball was 80% strength and 20% technique. Yi Chen's strength was probably only 10% or 20% of the White Tiger King's. Therefore, technique accounted for 80% or 90%. Holding the metal rod with both hands, Yi Chen locked onto the weakest point of the thunderbolt ball and struck it. Pft, pft. The thunderbolt ball vibrated twice before returning at an unimaginable speed. He counterattacked so easily? In the spectator seats, everyone was slightly surprised. Interesting. The White Tiger King continued to increase his strength. To him, strength was his advantage. As for technique, it was fine as long as it wasn't too weak. Boom, boom. Boom, the thunderbolt ball that the White Tiger King shot was like a cannon bombardment. However, Yichen was still able to steadily counterattack. He had used 2 forces on the thunderball, and each force was the 3 drive. This was an ultimate move that he had developed based on the evil king's limitless 3 tremors on the 9th level of the God of War pagoda. However, he was still unable to achieve the level of 3 tremors. After all, only a few months had passed. In the blink of an eye, 20 rounds had passed, and the competition between the 2 of them had reached its climax. The White Tiger King's brows furrowed even deeper. He was certain that Yichen's combined strength was less than 20% of his. However, Yichen's skills surprised him. According to the force feedback from the thunderbolt ball, he sensed that Yichen's ultimate move was very similar to the evil king's limitless triple tremors on the 9th level of the God of War pagoda. He actually forced the black-robed evil king to execute the 3 Sunluo tremors. His strength is not that of an ordinary quasi-emperor but a peak quasi-emperor. After another dozen or so rounds, the White Tiger King gradually felt the strain. While he was exerting pressure on Yichen was also exerting pressure on him. Both sides were always on the same level. This can't go on. The White Tiger King took a deep breath, and a tiger's roar rang out from within his body. His aura rapidly swelled, causing him to grow even larger. Roar! With a swing of the cudgel, the thunderball transformed into a white tiger and dived towards Yichen. It appeared, the White Tiger King's white tiger killing ball. Many people couldn't help but shout out. Oh, he actually forced out the White Tiger King's white tiger killing ball. Unknowingly, the 10,000 Arrow King appeared in the audience and stood side by side with the Celestial River King. The Celestial River King praised, "The new generation surpasses the old. His skills are amazing. Playing the Thunderball requires a high foundation. The White Tiger King not only has a higher cultivation realm, but his body is also a beast king white tiger. His basic strength can be said to be the best in the paradise of gods. The Sky Martial King, the Vermilion Bird King, and the Divine Saber King cannot compare to him. Therefore, if you want to beat him, you must have a high level of skill." The 10,000 Arrow King nodded and stared intently at the screen. The speed of the white tiger killing ball was not very fast, but with every step it moved forward, the white tiger phantom became more and more real. Its imposing manner was as heavy as a mountain and as sharp as a knife, while the tiger's roar came wave after wave. This ball was not only amazing in terms of power, but also in terms of skill. In any case, the White Tiger King was the second-ranked character among the 4 great quasi-emperors. How could his skills be weak? Everyone's eyes fell on Yichen. They wanted to see how this rare genius would deal with it. Yichen spread his feet apart and kept his center of gravity low. The powerful pressure from the white tiger killing ball blew his long hair into the air, just like a black flag, just like a black flame. When the white tiger killing ball was less than 3 feet away from Yichen made his move. The iron rod in his hand was like a chicken pecking rice, or like a phoenix nodding its head. 2 consecutive blows hit the forehead of the white tiger phantom. The white tiger phantom shattered with a resounding sound, and the thunderball heavily collided with the metal rod. The 2 powerful forces pressed against each other, causing the thunderball to become thinner and stick closely to the metal rod. In the next moment, the thunderball bounced back at 10 times the speed. Bang! The yellow light exploded behind the White Tiger King. The White Tiger King was dumbfounded and did not have time to react. Just by adding 1 layer of force, the power has undergone a qualitative change. Yichen was also a little surprised by the ball just now. The rod that hit the thunderball contained 2 vibrations. The first one contained 3 layers of force, and the second one contained 4 layers of force. However, the power had increased tenfold. I lost, worthy of being called the Genius Sword King. The White Tiger King took a deep look at Yichen. The Genius Sword King was Yichen's title, which was recognized by everyone. Now that Yichen had the strength of a quasi-emperor, it made the title of Genius Sword King even more legitimate. 1. The Sky-Splitting King could not recover. On the side, the Rainbow King could not help but speak up. It seems that your hunch is correct. He is indeed likely to become an unprecedented figure in the history of the Paradise of Gods. His progress is really fast. I hope he has good luck and doesn't fall prematurely. Letting out a long breath, the sky-splitting king said. When the White Tiger King stepped down, everyone looked at the 10,000 Arrow King. In everyone's view, only the 10,000 Arrow King could deal with Yi Chen, who had defeated the White Tiger King. It seems that you have to step down. The Celestial River King smiled at the 10,000 Arrow King. The 10,000 Arrow King replied, if I don't step down, who can do anything to me? Although he said that, the 10,000 Arrow King still stepped down. In addition to the 3 battle emperors, the invincible 10,000 Arrow King in the Thunderbolt Stadium also longed for a close fight. Yi Chen's appearance just satisfied his wish. No matter who won or lost, as long as it was enjoyable, it would be fine. If one was obsessed with winning or losing, they would have already lost. First of all, welcome to our ranks. The Paradise of Gods hasn't had a quasi-emperor for 5 years. Your appearance is very timely. The 10,000 Arrow King looked at Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen nodded. He knew that the Paradise of Gods was facing a crisis from the sky-splitting king. 3 years ago, one of the 4 quasi-emperors, King Zishan, also died at the hands of the evil child king of the evil god Paradise. You're very strong, but I hope you can go all out. The 10,000 Arrow King regarded Yi Chen as a formidable opponent. I will. Yi Chen also regarded the 10,000 Arrow King as a formidable opponent. The 10,000 Arrow King was an expert in the Tao of archery, and his arrows never missed. The Thunderbolt Ball was a bit similar to archery, both were long-range battles. That's for the best. If you don't mind, I'll serve first. The Thunderbolt Ball was on the 10,000 Arrow King's side, so the 10,000 Arrow King felt that there was no need to deliberately let the other party serve first. Okay. While speaking, Yi Chen instantly entered the zone. Be careful. The 10,000 Arrow King threw the Thunderbolt Ball high and quickly struck it with his iron rod. With a bang, the Thunderbolt Ball shot over. As it approached Yi Chen, it suddenly split into 4, and the 4 balls flew in 4 different directions. Archery collision ball, bang, without any hesitation, Yi Chen hit the ball above him with his iron rod and ignored the other 3 balls. So confident. The 10,000 Arrow King's brows twitched. Among the 4 balls, some were real and some were fake, but guessing alone wasn't enough. With a 1 in 4 chance, the chance of guessing wrong was very high. Even the White Tiger King had to split out a phantom to deal with the other balls. Woo-woo, Yi Chen's return ball wasn't simple at all. Along the way, it rapidly grew in size, and each ball was spinning. Giant spinning ball. Huh? The 10,000 Arrow King could tell that this ball was very difficult to catch. If Yi Chen and the White Tiger King were to fight, and Yi Chen used this ball, the White Tiger King would have less than a 30% chance of catching it. Of course, he also knew that the White Tiger King was very strong. While Yi Chen couldn't return the ball, he still had to use this kind of technique. The ball is constantly flickering inside. As long as I can find its trajectory, I can return it. The 10,000 Arrow King's eyesight wasn't inferior to Yi Chen's. Although the difficulty of catching the giant spinning ball was very high, he could still see its trajectory. The iron rod in the 10,000 Arrow King's hand was like an all-pervasive stream of water. With a swing of the rod, it passed through the outer wall of the giant spinning ball like a phantom, directly entering the core. Bang! The Thunderbolt Ball was repelled. Amazing! With the giant spinning ball broken, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the 10,000 Arrow King's strength. This was the first time he had seen someone break his ultimate move so cleanly. The 10,000 Arrow King's strength stimulated Yi Chen's battle intent. Yi Chen waved the iron rod in his hand hundreds of times in a split second, and these hundreds of strikes stacked together, heavily striking the Thunderbolt Ball. In the spectator stands, Huang Hengfei's expression was somewhat puzzled. In the next moment, Huang Hengfei shouted, "It's my flickering meteor ball." In the sky above the Thunderbolt Stadium, hundreds of Thunderbolt balls shot out like a meteor shower streaking across the sky, resplendent, gorgeous, and incomparably gorgeous. But it seems to be 10 times more powerful than my flickering meteor ball. Although Huang Hengfei couldn't see where the real ball was, from the external appearance, Yi Chen's flickering meteor ball was even more illusory and smooth, with almost no inconsistencies. Good. The 10,000 Arrow King could naturally see that Yi Chen's battle intent was aroused. This made his blood boil, but his mind maintained absolute calmness. Normally, he would only reach this state in a life or death battle. Hot on the outside, cold on the inside, using absolute calmness to control his excited body. Archery Tao, ever-changing. The 10,000 Arrow King finally released his ultimate move. Using his left hand as the bow, the iron rod as the bowstring, and the thunderbolt ball as the arrow, he released a burst of energy. Swish, 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 the sky above the stadium was filled with ball shadows, real and fake, flickering in the air. No one in the spectator stands could see the trajectory of this ball, because it was ever-changing. Even the 10,000 Arrow King, the originator, couldn't find the real ball in a split second. Yi Chen, how are you going to block it? The 10,000 Arrow King lowered his iron rod, looking calm and composed. It's ever-changing, but it's still the same. Yi Chen closed his eyes and scanned the area with his soul power. Myriad Arrow King's shape-shifting sphere was indeed ever-changing. Every instant, its trajectory would change dozens of times, and one of these dozens of changes would give birth to dozens of new changes. In short, as long as the Thunderbolt sphere's power didn't run out, the changes would only continue to increase. Soul power had the ability to analyze, and Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times faster than normal kings. In just a second, Yi Chen had found the real ball. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen took a step forward and lashed out with his rod. Boom, the sound of something being hit was heard as the thunderbolt ball flew out. What, you broke my ball of shapeshifting? A trace of disbelief flashed through the 1,000 Arrow Monarch's eyes. If it was him, he only had a 30% chance of defending against his shapeshifting sphere. Before this, in the entire Paradise of Gods, only 2 of the 3 battle emperors, the Sky Martial Monarch and the Divine Saber Monarch, could withstand the shapeshifting sphere. Crackle, the thunderbolt ball that was knocked back slightly paused when it approached the Myriad Arrow King. In the next second, a rainstorm of thunderbolt ball phantoms fell down like beams of light. It's my heavenly maiden scattering flowers. No, it's 10 times faster than that. Huang Fuyu blurted out. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen smiled faintly. This move was the evolved version of Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers, Violent Storm. If the Myriad Arrow King used his full strength, he might have a chance to catch it, but now, it was not possible. As expected, the careless and absent-minded Myriad Arrow King did not manage to catch this ball. He won. Even the Myriad Arrow King is not his opponent. The Genius Sword King is indeed worthy of his name. He cannot be judged with common sense. In the audience seating, although everyone was a bit surprised by this result, they did not think that it was impossible. They were all geniuses, but in front of Yi Chen, they had turned back into ordinary people. Ordinary people would always have a feeling of looking up to geniuses. Letting out a breath, the Myriad Arrow King sighed, compared to you, there are not many who can be called geniuses. You were careless just now. Yi Chen said. Even if I wasn't careless, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. The Myriad Arrow Monarch didn't think he had any chance of defeating Yi Chen since even his most powerful shapeshifting sphere couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. After pausing for a moment, the Myriad Arrow Monarch continued, you haven't joined the team yet. If you don't mind, you can join our Exorcist squad. The Demon Hunter team wasn't the strongest team in the Paradise of Gods, they weren't even in the top 3. The first team in the Paradise of Gods was the Martial King team, the second team was the Vermilion Bird King team, the third team was the Divine Blade King team, and the fourth team was the Demon Hunter team. There were only 5 teams in the Paradise of Gods, so the overall strength of the Demon Hunter team was the lowest, not to mention the ranking in the entire hunting battleground. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. You won't consider it? The Myriad Arrow Monarch was a little surprised. Yi Chen said, as far as I know, among the 5 teams, only the Divine Blade team and the Demon Hunter team are lacking members. 2. Me, it doesn't matter which team I choose. Indeed, he didn't care which team he joined. It didn't matter if the team was strong or weak. He was only 1 step away from the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda. Do you know that our Demon Hunter team doesn't have a battled arch? If we encounter an enemy team with a battled arch, it will be very dangerous, the Myriad Arrow Monarch said. Yi Chen smiled. I think a battled arch might not be faster than us. As long as we discover them in advance, we won't be in too much danger. The biggest difference between a battled arch and a sub-thearch was their battle prowess, and battle prowess was usually represented by one's attack power. Therefore, a battled arch might not be faster than a sub-thearch. If they couldn't beat a battled arch, couldn't they run? You're right. If we encounter a battled arch, we can run. The myriad arrow monarch smiled. Welcome to the Demon Hunter team. Just like that, Yichen joined the Demon Hunter team. The captain of the Demon Hunter team was the myriad arrow monarch, and the vice-captain was King Zishan, one of the 4 sub-thearchs. Unfortunately, King Zishan had been killed by Evil Child King from the Evil God Paradise. Other than that, the Demon Hunter team had 5 other members, all with the strength of a sub-thearch. They were Lu Di, Zhang Yining, Sima Fei, Yuan Hong, and Lu Wenjie. Lu Wenjie, Lu Wenxiu, Yichen didn't know what their relationship was, but they looked somewhat similar. However, Lu Wenjie was colder, while Lu Wenxiu was more delicate. One day later, the 5 high-level teams entered the high-level hunting battlefield together. The advanced hunting battlefield was different from the elementary hunting battlefield or the intermediate hunting battlefield. The advanced hunting battlefield was a humongous planet. Its gravity was 1/10 of that of an ordinary white dwarf star. However, the amazing thing was that other than the terrifying gravity, everything that a planet should have had was present here. It was not crushed by the gravity. The place where the exorcist team appeared was a golden desert with a blazing sun. The sand is so heavy. Yichen grabbed a handful of sand, and found that this small handful of sand weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Of course, compared to the density of a white dwarf star, it was still a bit light. A handful of soil on a white dwarf star was estimated to be around 5 million kilograms. In the sand, Yichen felt a faint mysterious power, and it was this mysterious power that prevented the sand from being crushed by the gravity. We are used to calling this planet Hunting Planet. Everything on this planet is very mysterious, and you can't use common sense to look at it, the myriad arrow monarch explained. Because the gravity on this planet was very strong, they could only fly at a low altitude, and maintain a height of 100 meters from the ground. Not only was the gravity on this planet strong, but soul power was also greatly limited. In the starry sky, soul power could be amplified by a secret technique, and at most, it could be amplified to 10 million kilometers. Here, it could only be amplified to 1,000 kilometers, which was limited by 10,000 times. Pure soul power could only be amplified to 10 to 20 kilometers. Be careful. When they passed by a sand dune, a sand pillar shot up into the sky, and a huge sandworm-like divine worm scuttled out. It's an elite divine worm. Prepare to kill it. The myriad arrow monarch took out a silver longbow, and a silver arrow was knocked on it. The biggest source of Shinbi in the high-level hunting battlefield was actually not the enemies, but the divine worms. Killing an ordinary divine worm was worth 5,000 Shinbi, and killing an elite divine worm was worth 10,000 Shinbi. Commander divine worms were worth 30,000 Shinbi. The divine worms in the high-level hunting battlefield rarely moved in groups, and it was possible to kill them with the power of a team. It was unlike the elementary and intermediate hunting battlefields, where divine worms moved in groups and fled as far as possible. Swish, the myriad arrow monarch loosened his right hand, and the silver arrow was like a bolt of silver lightning, striking the elite divine worm. Immediately, a thick layer of frost covered its body, and its movements became sluggish. Then, apart from Yichen, the other 5 members also used their own unique skills. Lu Di swooped down and swung the huge saber in his hand. The saber light swept across the sandworm's body like azure lightning, leaving behind a clump of steel-like flesh and blood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, vines as thick as pythons wrapped around the sandworm tighter and tighter. There were barbs on the surface of the vines, and if they pierced into the sandworm's body, even an Iron Man would be peeled off. This was Zhang Yining's Darkwood profound martial art, Death Coil. Not only could it bind the enemy, but it could also absorb their strength. Sima Fei was not a human, but a demonic beast, a wind-splitting eagle. His claws were extremely sharp, and with each swipe, he would instantly tear off a large piece of steel-like flesh from the sandworm's body. Yuan Hong was also a demonic beast, a diamond ape. He was born with extraordinary strength and was invulnerable. After becoming a demonic king, he was only slightly weaker than the vermilion bird and other top-level demonic kings. Golden fists bombarded the sandworm's body, causing it to tremble. Large amounts of black blood sputtered out of its other wounds like a leaking wooden bucket. As for Lu Wenjie, Yichen already knew that he was Lu Wenxiu's elder brother and had only been in the paradise of gods for a dozen years. Without a doubt, he was a super genius, comparable to Ajiu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the strength of a quasi-emperor in less than 20 years. Lu Wenjie's weapon was a 9-foot-long spear with a blood-red spearhead. With a shake of the spear, countless blood-red spear flowers flickered in the void, one after another, densely packed like 100 flowers blooming, competing with each other for beauty. Finally, it was Yichen's white dragon destroyer. With a wave of his dragon spring sword, White Sword Qi condensed into a white dragon of destroyer, which bombarded the sandworm's body with its claws and fangs. The powerful destructive power caused a large piece of the sandworm's body to disappear. Although the sandworm was an elite divine insect, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. After withstanding 3 or 4 rounds of attacks from the exorcist squad, it completely died without being able to fight back. Although elite-grade god insects are powerful, they're not worth mentioning compared to commander-grade god insects. Any commander-grade god insect has the strength of a battle emperor. However, commander-grade god insects are territorial and won't leave their territory. Putting away the silver longbow, Myriad Arrow King said to Yichen. Yichen faintly nodded. He had heard the sky-splitting king talk about the god insects in the high-rank hunting battlefield. The ordinary god insects in the high-rank hunting battlefield were actually high-rank god insects. Low-rank god insects in the low-rank hunting battlefield were low-rank god insects, mid-rank god insects, and above high-rank god insects were elite god insects, and then commander god insects. Commander-class god insects were extremely powerful, and they were not weaker than battle emperors. Without a battle emperor, it was impossible to surround and kill them. However, commander-class god insects would only move around within their own territory. If they left their territory, they would not be attacked by commander-class god insects. There were many god insects on the hunting planet. After 3 days, the evil hunter team had killed 10 ordinary god insects and 4 elite god insects. Their income had reached 90,000. During this period, they had also encountered a commander-class god insect. This commander-class god insect was a mantis god insect. Its sawtooth forelimbs were more powerful than any treasured blade. Yuan Hong, who had an extremely strong defense, was only grazed by the blade light, and his blood and flesh flew everywhere. He almost died. At the crucial moment, the Myriad Arrow Monarch's frost arrow slowed down the mantis god insect's movement. Yichen used the imperial sword art to block it. Otherwise, even if the 7 of them could escape, half of them would be injured. Such a powerful commander-class god insect. Is this the strength of a battle emperor? This was the first time Yichen had encountered a commander-class god insect with the strength of a battle emperor. The opponent's attack was extremely powerful, and no one in the evil hunter team could defend against it. Not good. The evil light battle team is nearby. Suddenly, Lu Di shouted. The advanced hunting battlefield also had revenge mode. However, due to the special nature of the hunting planet, both parties would be automatically notified when they were within 100,000 miles. The evil light battle team was the battle team that Evil Child King was in. Activating the badge's light screen, Yichen found a red dot moving toward him. Although Evil Child King killed King Zishan last time, I also killed a member of the evil light battle team. Within 100,000 miles, both parties can sense each other's existence. The Myriad Arrow Monarch's expression was solemn. How about we retreat for now? The one who spoke was Zhang Yining. King Kong Yuanhong also agreed with Zhang Yining's suggestion. This evil child king is too powerful. King Zishan's defense is twice as strong as mine, but he still died in his hands. The Myriad Arrow Monarch looked at Yichen. Yichen, what do you think? Fleeing without a fight was not a good idea. After all, the evil light battle team didn't have a battle emperor. Yichen had just joined the evil hunter team, so he had to ask for his opinion. Yichen said, "Do you think it's possible for Evil Child King to become a battle emperor within a year?" It shouldn't be possible. The stronger one is, the harder it is to improve. After reaching the strength of a quasi-emperor, every improvement is extremely difficult. Even if Evil Child King is a peerless genius of the evil spirit race, I'm afraid it will take him more than 3 to 5 years to become a battle emperor. Although the Myriad Arrow Monarch didn't know what Yichen meant, he still replied. If he didn't become a battle emperor, I have some confidence in fighting him. Evil Child King was known as one of the 2 strongest quasi-emperors in the advanced hunting battlefield. Naturally, his reputation was not undeserved. However, Yichen wasn't afraid. His current strength was at the peak of quasi-emperor. Without a fight, it was still unknown who was stronger and who was weaker. You have the confidence to fight him? Sima Fei said in surprise. Evil Child King is the strongest quasi-emperor. Although they were both quasi-emperors, there was still a huge gap between them. In the Paradise of God, Celestial River King, White Tiger King, Myriad Arrow Monarch, and King Zishan were the 4 great quasi-emperors. However, in the advanced hunting battlefield, the strongest of the 4, the Celestial River King, was not ranked in the top 5. The reason why Evil Child King was known as one of the 2 strongest quasi-emperors was not only because of his strength, which was above the other quasi-emperors, but most importantly, he had the record of escaping unscathed from a battle emperor. The other strongest quasi-emperor, Silver King, was also the same. I believe in you, then let's fight. As the captain of the Evil Hunter team, the Myriad Arrow Monarch's decision was decisive. In fact, he was also suppressing a fire in his heart. King Zishan was his old friend, and the 2 had fought side by side for decades. If it wasn't for Evil Child King being too strong, he would never hesitate. Now, since Yichen said that he had the confidence to fight Evil Child King, why would he hesitate? On the hunting star, the distance of 100,000 miles was not short. Of course, it was not long either. About half an hour later, 7 evil kings with cold expressions flew over. Their leader, the Evil King, looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. He looked like an immature youth, but that was only his outer appearance. His temperament caused people to tremble. He was like a demon in the night. His eyes were dark green, and they seemed to be able to steal souls. Coupled with his pale white skin, he looked like an evil puppet. Myriad Arrow Monarch, we meet again. I wonder who will be my opponent this time. The young evil king's gaze moved away from the Myriad Arrow Monarch and fell on Yichen. Intuition told him that the Evil Hunter team was most likely relying on this person. I will be your opponent. Under the gaze of the Evil Child King, Yichen stood up. From Evil Child King's body, Yichen felt a powerful pressure. This pressure did not only come from his power, but also from his killing intent. No matter how powerful an elephant was, it would still be docile deep down in its bones. And even if a lion had been locked up for a long time, it would not forget its hunting instinct. There was no doubt that Evil Child King was a lion. Of course, Yichen was not a docile elephant either. You look unfamiliar. You must have only become a quasi-emperor in the past year. There weren't many famous people in the advanced hunting battlefield. Basically, everyone had seen them in person or in images. Since Yichen had the guts to challenge him, he obviously had some skills. However, there was no information about Yichen in Evil Child King's memory. Not bad. Not only was Yichen observing Evil Child King, but he was also observing the other members of the Evil Light Battle team. Judging from their auras, the 6-fingered young man next to Evil Child King was also very strong, not inferior to Myriad Arrow King. Captain, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him directly. With your strength, even the Silver King might not be your opponent. The others are just throwing their lives away. The 6-fingered young man was very confident in the Evil Child King, and this confidence was based on personal experience. He was not a nobody in the high-level hunting battlefield, and was known as the 6-fingered Evil King. Among the quasi-emperors, he was at least ranked in the top 10. However, since the rise of the Evil Child King, he had never withstood more than 10 moves from him. At most, he could only withstand 9 moves. After a year of closed-door training, he had made some progress and thought that he could withstand 10 moves, but unexpectedly, he was defeated at the 6th move. This made him realize that Evil Child King's progress was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The gap between them would only grow bigger and bigger, and would not shrink. Although Silver King and Evil Child King were equally famous, with the passage of time, Silver King would inevitably be left behind by Evil Child King, because Silver King had been famous for decades, while Evil Child King had only been famous for a few years. A few years was equivalent to Silver King's decades. It was clear who was strong and who was weak. I'll leave the Myriad Arrow King to you. Don't get careless. Evil Child King said. Don't worry. He escaped last time, but he won't this time. The six-fingered Evil King had fought with the Myriad Arrow Monarch before, so he knew the latter very well. If the latter did not improve in the past year, he would definitely die. Myriad Arrow King, be careful. Yi. Chen turned around and said to the Myriad Arrow King and the others. You too. The Myriad Arrow Monarch nodded and stared at the six-fingered Evil King with a solemn expression. The last time they fought, the six-fingered Evil King's strength wasn't any weaker than his. This time, the six-fingered Evil King dared to boast. His strength must have improved by a lot. The six-fingered Evil King and the Thousand Arrow King were the first to exchange moves. The latter specialized in finger arts, and a series of eerie finger energies shot out with ever-changing trajectories. The Thousand Arrow King was an expert in the art of archery. He quickly drew his bow and shot out a series of Zhenyuan arrows, which collided with the six-fingered Evil King's finger energies. Mutual destruction. Go. Then, the other members of the Exorcist battle team also started fighting with the Evil Light battle team. Only Evil Child King and Yichen did not move and stared at each other. I really admire you. You have just become a quasi-emperor, yet you already dare to challenge me. However, this is also where you are foolish. Evil Child King's movement technique was very fast. Just like the gray-robed Evil King on the 9th level of the God of War Pagoda, he could instantly turn into smoke and disappear, then reappear in front of Yichen. Pucci, the air was torn apart, and a dark green ghost claw grabbed at the top of Yichen's head. Evil Child King was fast, but Yichen was even faster. The dragon spring sword had already been unsheathed, and with a swing, it blocked Evil Child King's claw energy. Suddenly, Yichen's figure stagnated, and the light in his eyes dissipated. Evil Child King's eyes were like dark green gems, releasing a misty light. This light was not aggressive, but it could make Yichen lose his concentration and spirit. Losing concentration in a battle was definitely an act of seeking death. It was already not bad to be able to exert 20 to 30% of one's strength. Humph. Evil Child King sneered, his left hand turned into a bird's beak, and drilled towards Yichen's heart. However, he did not succeed. His wrist was grabbed by Yichen, and he could not move an inch. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened, and a silver beam of light shot into Evil Child King's mind. Not good. Evil Child King's face turned pale, and a dark green halo rippled out from his body. The halo vibrated and pushed away Yichen, while he himself flew backward with the help of this force. He did not expect that even the Evil Spirit Confusion technique could not confuse Yichen, and instead, he was hit by Yichen's soul attack. If it were not for the Evil Spirit Confusion technique, which gave him an extra layer of soul defense, this soul attack would have seriously injured his soul. How could he have expected that Yichen's immortal sword intent was invulnerable, and he was caught off guard by the Evil Spirit Confusion technique? Looking at Evil Child King flying backward, Yichen secretly felt pity. Just now, time was tight, and he only had time to use Soul Light. If he used Soul Lock, even if Evil Child King had a layer of soul defense, it would be useless. However, he also understood that Soul Lock alone could not kill Evil Child King. The soul of the Evil Spirit clan was naturally strong. Even if they were unprepared, their soul could not be destroyed, and it was even more impossible if they were prepared. Soul attacks consumed soul power, and there was no way to recover soul power in a short time. Yichen gave up the idea of using Soul Lock, and attacked with a White Dragon Annihilation. In the face of Yichen's unique skill, Evil Child King seemed to be at ease. With a wave of his right hand, the white dragon formed by Sword Chi was involuntarily pushed aside, unable to do anything to Evil Child King. Taste my Evil Dragon Hand. Pushing away the white dragon, Evil Child King struck out a dark green Evil Dragon Chi. Amazing, as expected of Evil Child King. Seeing that Evil Child King easily resolved the White Dragon Annihilation, Yichen had to admit that Evil Child King's strength was more powerful than he imagined. His combat skills had reached the realm of perfection. Of course, the opponent's strength also aroused his fighting spirit. Ong, a sharp cutting sound rang out, and the dark green evil dragon Qi was cut into two. In the next moment, Yi Chen's figure swept over, and countless sword lights shrouded Evil Child King. Evil Child King was stunned, and he saw the confidence of victory from the opponent's sword. It seems that I have underestimated you. Evil Child King let out a long roar, and instantly entered the realm of Selfless Emperor. The dark green halo covering his body was like an inflated balloon, constantly expanding, and forcibly deflecting the sword lights that were attacking him. Great Blue Sky Palm. Evil Child King's unique skills were endless. Previously, it was the Evil Dragon Hand, but this time, it was the more powerful Great Blue Sky Palm. His entire right hand was dyed in green, and his palm was the densest. He slapped his palm across the air toward Yi Chen. The Profound of Death, and the Profound of Water. The Profound of Death was also a profound, and it was a kind of profound that was much more powerful than the ordinary profound. Entering the life and death realm was actually comprehending the Profound of Life and Death, which was the Tao of Life and Death. Therefore, every king warrior knew the Profound of Life and Death. However, there were not many who could comprehend the Profound of Life and Death to perfection. The Paradise of God had the Tower of Yin and the Tower of Yang, but not the Tower of Life and the Tower of Death. Time, space, and life and death were all the most original things. Of course, the same was true for Yin and Yang. Yi Chen could see that Evil Child King's Profound of Death had not reached perfection, but this did not hinder the power of the Great Blue Sky Palm. This move had already surpassed the second-rank martial arts, and reached the third rank. Facing this deadly move, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He had already performed the three flowers borrowing art, and his battle power had doubled. Immediately, the dragon spring sword in his hand shook and stabbed, and the space froze. Puff, there was no earth-shattering sound, but there was a burst of shock waves. At that moment, the space seemed to expand, and everyone's blood boiled. He is actually on par with the captain? Impossible. The six-fingered evil king sensed the situation and was slightly absent-minded. Being distracted during a battle can cost one's life. Myriad Arrow King took out 3 golden arrows from his storage ring. Swoosh! 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 The 3 golden arrows shot out side by side, their tails spewing out chi. Swoosh! The six-fingered evil king's head flew high into the sky. Although he had dodged the 3 golden arrows, he did not expect that there was a thread connecting the 3 arrows. This thread was extremely sharp, transparent, and formless. By the time he realized it, it was already too late, and his head had been separated from his body. Explode! The Myriad Arrow Monarch held a thread in his left hand and forcefully pulled it. In the next moment, the 3 golden arrows that had already flown past his head turned around and bombarded the six-fingered evil king's body, exploding violently and turning the six-fingered evil king into ashes. Not a single drop of blood remained. I didn't waste these 3 exploding spirit arrows. In the past year, Myriad Arrow King's strength had not made much progress. However, he had bought 10 exploding spirit arrows from an auction outside, spending more than half of his wealth. Exploding spirit arrows were one-time consumables, and would explode upon contact with a target. The power of the explosion was no less than a mid-stage. Half-Emperor's all-out attack. With 3 exploding spirit arrows exploding together, even a peak half-emperor would suffer severe injuries. With great power, the price would naturally not be low. 10 exploding spirit arrows cost Myriad Arrow King 1 million yuan stones, and the 3 exploding spirit arrows he had just used could buy a Heavenly King-grade artifact. The second to deal with his opponent was Lu Wenjie. Lu Wenjie was worthy of being a genius at Audio's level. The others were evenly matched, and even the Myriad Arrow King had to rely on exploding spirit arrows to kill his opponent. However, Lu Wenjie relied on his own strength without any tricks. In a short year, his battle power had increased by at least 30%, and each of his moves was deadly. Bang! Blood-colored spear flowers blossomed as the opponent's head exploded, body exploded, and blood exploded. Anything that was not destroyed could not escape the blood-colored spear flowers. Oh no, retreat. Losing 2 members all at once, the rest of the evil light battle squad panicked. In the hunting battlefield, the most dreaded thing was to be outnumbered. Once such a situation occurred, it was best to retreat. Without any hesitation, except for Evil Child King, the rest of the Evil Light Battle Squad fled. They were not worried about Evil Child King, as he could escape unscathed from a battle emperor. Obviously, he would not die here. I'll finish you off with one move. The death of the six-fingered Evil King and another member was beyond Evil Child King's expectation. He knew that he did not have much time left. If he could not finish off Yichen with one move, then he could only flee. He was not strong enough to compete with a battle squad. After all, he was not a battle emperor. Alright, one move to decide the winner. Yichen leaped high into the air, and merged with the sun of the high-level hunting battlefield. Endless sunlight gathered on the dragon spring sword, and the space seemed to be slightly distorted. Blue Sky Underworld Emperor Seal. Extreme Sun Essence Transformation. Evil Child King's cultivation base was the same as Yichen's, 5th layer life and death realm. However, his advantage was greater than Yichen's. He could enter the Inata Emperor realm, increasing his battle power by several folds. On the other hand, Yichen couldn't enter the Inata Emperor realm. His 3 Flowers Borrowing Way could only increase his battle power by several folds, but his basic strength couldn't compare to his opponent's. However, Yichen's advantage wasn't something his opponent could compare with. Blue Sky Underworld Emperor Seal's might was a bit more powerful than White Dragon Exterminating World and Momentary Brilliance. Both of them had just reached the 3rd revolution. On the other hand, Yichen's Extreme Sun Essence Transformation already had the aura of a true 3rd revolution martial skill. The gloomy river of death turned into a huge seal and flew toward Yichen. A beam of sun essence condensed into a bright sword chi and shot toward Evil Child King, leaving a trail of fire in the void. Bang! A dazzling light exploded on the hunting star. Many senior members who were far away could feel the intense light flashing by. What a good 3rd revolution sword art. I'll definitely take your life when I see you in the future. Evil Child King's voice drifted over and gradually faded away. Putting the dragon spring sword back into its sheath, Yichen didn't chase. Evil Child King's speed was a bit faster than his, so he couldn't catch up. This person could escape unscathed from battle emperors several times. Evil Child King retreated in defeat? Amazing. This is a top-notch sword artist. The members of the Evil Hunter squad looked at Yichen with admiration. Even Lu Wenjia's eyes flickered with a strange light. We can't stay here for long. The commotion just now should have been sensed by many people. Yichen said. N. Myriad Arrow King nodded and led the group to the northeast. His smoke-like figure flickered in the void and soon caught up with the other members of the Evil Light Squad. There was a huge gap on the right side of his chest. The gap was like cheese, and the edge was waxy. It was also faintly emitting heat and fire. Although his Blue Sky Underworld Emperor seal had surpassed the power of a 2nd transformation peak martial art, it was still much weaker than Yichen's 3rd transformation sword art. It was cut open in an instant, and the green halo covering his body was also pierced through. The powerful destruction sword intent and the sword chi transformed from the essence of the sun made it impossible for him to recover in a short time. He could only slowly eliminate the sword intent and sword chi. Captain, are you hurt? The only female member of the Evil Light Battle Squad exclaimed. An interesting swordsman. He actually comprehended the 3rd revolution sword art. Evil Child King ignored his injuries and said indifferently. 3rd revolution sword art. The members of the Evil Light Battle team sucked in a cold breath. 3rd revolution martial arts were unique to combat emperors, and they possessed astonishing destructive power. The other party was merely a quasi-emperor, yet he was able to comprehend a 3rd revolution sword art. What would happen if he became a combat emperor? In the high-level hunting battlefield, killing one person was worth 150,000 shinbi, and killing 2 people was worth 300,000 shinbi. The luck of the Evil Hunter battle team was like a rainbow. Together with the shinbi obtained from killing the divine insects, their total income had reached 390,000 shinbi. Adding the team reward, it was 429,000 shinbi. On average, each person could get 60,000 shinbi. Of course, there were big and small contributions, and it was impossible to share them equally. Yichen's contribution was originally 14, but now it had become 16. Although he didn't kill a single person in the battle with the evil light battle team, it was precisely because of his presence that they were able to stop evil Child King. Therefore, his contribution did not decrease but increased. The second and third ranked were the Thousand Arrow King and Lu Wenjie. The Thousand Arrow King's contribution was 13, and Lu Wenjie's was 11. I don't make a profit for 3 years, but when I do, I can eat for 3 years. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. I still need 10,000 Shinbi to exchange for a low-level Heavenly King set. While flying, the Thousand Arrow King said in a relaxed tone. As a veteran quasi-emperor and one of the 4 great quasi-emperors of the Paradise of Gods, the Myriad Arrows monarch had yet to collect 300,000 Shinbi. Most of the Shinbi he had spent on cultivation was used. The more Shinbi he spent on cultivation, the less he saved up. Of course, the more Shinbi he spent, the less he saved up. Of course, the chances of survival for the latter were too low, and he could die if he was not careful. Sigh, we still don't know when we can collect 300,000 Shinbi. Zhang Yining said enviously. A low-level Heavenly King set was worth no less than a top-level Heavenly King armor. It was enough to increase their defense by several times, and even if they encountered the strongest quasi-emperors, they wouldn't be killed in a few moves. If they were a little faster, they wouldn't have to fear the other party and could escape whenever they wanted. However, among the quasi-emperors, only the most veteran quasi-emperors had low-level Heavenly King set. For example, the Celestial River King of the Paradise of Gods had a low-level Heavenly King set. Don't envy me. As long as Yi Chen can become a combat emperor, you will all have a chance to own a low-level Heavenly King set. The Thousand Arrow King looked at Yi Chen with a smile. If a team could have a combat emperor, it would be the end of the team. The speed at which they earned Shinbi would greatly increase, and the number of dangers would also decrease. Haha, then let's get ready to bask in Yi Chen's glory. Lu Di, Sima Fei, and the others smiled. They didn't think that Yi Chen couldn't become a combat emperor. It was just a matter of time. In a flash, another 3 days passed by. Finally, 300,000 Shinbi. The Thousand Arrow King was in a good mood. In the past 3 days, they had hunted a total of 8 high-grade god insects and 2 elite god insects. With the Thousand Arrow King's contribution, he could earn at least 10,000. Be careful, we're being watched. Yi Chen's sharp eyes stared ahead. At the end of the horizon, there were 7 figures flying over. They were more than 300 li away from them. Clearly, the other party had used a secret soul technique to sense them, and they couldn't possibly release their soul power at all times. It's the Blood Hammer battle team from the Xianxia deity paradise. Oh no, run! In the blink of an eye, the other party was less than 300 li away from them. The Thousand Arrow King's expression changed abruptly as he shouted. Swish! Swish, without any hesitation, beside Yi Chen, the other 6 flew in the opposite direction at their fastest speed. Zhang Yining, who was following behind, turned around. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't run away immediately, she hurriedly said, Yi Chen, let's go. The Blood Hammer battle team is a combat emperor team, and they have a combat emperor. Yi Chen nodded. In his vision, the 7 Xianxia kings of the Blood Hammer battle team appeared vividly in his mind. The leading Xianxia king's skin was no different from a human's, and he had a pair of fleshy wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, he moved as fast as lightning. At this moment, his mouth was curled up, and a dense killing intent shot through the air. Swish, turning around, Yi Chen chased after Zhang Yining and the others. Yi Chen's speed was faster than the rest, and he caught up with Zhang Yining in a short while. Zhang Yining's expression was solemn as she said, the Xianxia deity paradise has 3 combat emperors, and the captain of the Blood Hammer battle team is one of the 3 combat emperors, Mal King. If we fight him head-on, we won't be his match. The only way out is to run. Mal King's weapon is the meteor hammer, and its attack power is very strong. If you get hit by him, you'll most likely die. Yuanhong added. In the high-level hunting battlefield, quasi-emperors were just ordinary people, and only combat emperors could control the situation. Although Evil Child King was one of the strongest quasi-emperors, and had the record of escaping unscathed from a combat emperor, he would still die if he fought a combat emperor to the death. Not to mention Evil Child King, even if the 2 strongest quasi-emperors and Yi Chen came together, they still wouldn't be able to contend against a combat emperor. Mall King wasn't considered a powerful combat emperor, just like Divine Saber Monarch and Vermilion Bird Monarch, they were only low-level combat emperors. But a combat emperor was still a combat emperor, and he could contend against titled monarchs. Mall King's speed was very fast, and the slowest of the exorcist team was Zhang Yining. She was less than 200 miles away from Mall King, and the distance was still closing. Zhang Yining was anxious. Not only did she enter the selfless emperor realm, but her hands were also forming seals at lightning speed, and a giant dark bird phantom appeared on her body. Swish, layers of phantoms appeared, and Zhang Yining's speed increased explosively. Trying to escape from my hands? Dream on. Mall King's wings flickered with lightning, and his speed increased by another 30%, closing the distance to 180 miles. 150 miles. 120 miles. Am I going to die just like this? Zhang Yining didn't expect anyone to save her, and she didn't hate anyone. Teams without combat emperors had a rule that once they encountered a combat emperor, they could only rely on their speed to escape. Staying behind to save someone would be suicide. One person dying was better than the entire team being annihilated. Mall King, watch my arrows. Flying at the front, Myriad Arrow King didn't slow down, and he turned around to shoot 10 arrows at Mall King. Xiao, 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 xiao. This arrow was Myriad Arrow King's ultimate move, Myriad Transformation. 10 sharp arrows would transform into 100, or even 1,000 arrows, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Paltry tricks. A blood-colored warhammer appeared in King Mall's hand, and with a swing of the hammer, all the arrows were destroyed. Abruptly, 3 powerful waves of fire erupted, causing King Mall's speed to drop sharply. As it turned out, 3 of the 10 arrows were spirit explosion arrows. Stop resisting, you guys won't be able to escape. The distance between Mall King and Zhang Yining was now over 200 miles, but he didn't mind. The enemy spirit explosion arrows couldn't be endless, and as long as they were used up, at least 2 members of the exorcist team would die. You guys go, don't worry about me. Zhang Yining knew that Myriad Arrow King only had 10 spirit explosion arrows, and he had already used 3 before. Now, he had 3 more, and the remaining 4 were useless. Damn it. Lu Di, Sima Fei, and Yuan Hong gnashed their teeth. They weren't Myriad Arrow King, so they couldn't attack Mall King without slowing down. After all, Myriad Arrow King was an archer. Lu Wenjie held a black pellet in his hand, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed. This Black Dragon Thunderbolt pellet was his trump card, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to deal with a battle emperor. Even a casual attack from a battle emperor was terrifying. You guys go first, or I'll stop him. All of a sudden, Yichen slowed down, allowing Zhang Yining to fly in front of him. He turned around and saw Mall King coming at him from over 100 miles away. Yichen, Zhang Yining was shocked and touched. Myriad Arrow King and the other 4 were shocked as well. It's fine, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. You guys go as far as you can. On the hunting star, even if they used soul secret arts, their soul power could only cover a distance of 1,000 miles. As long as they could escape, Mall King wouldn't be able to sense them, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to chase after them. Pulling out the dragon spring sword, Yichen slashed at Mall King. Kid, you're quite loyal, but it's a pity that people like you die the fastest. Mall King raised his warhammer and lightly swung, shattering the incoming white dragon sword chi. Yichen, be careful, don't take it head-on. The Myriad Arrow Monarch gritted his teeth and continued flying forward. He knew very well that if he stayed, not only would he be of no use, but he would also be a burden to Yichen. The others helplessly followed behind the Myriad Arrow Monarch, silently praying that Yichen would be able to escape unscathed. In the blink of an eye, Mall King was less than 50 li away from Yichen. King Mall was tall and sturdy, his body was filled with explosive power. His head wasn't too big compared to his body, and his eyes were filled with malevolence, flickering with a cruel yellow light. You think you can stop me? Die. Mall King didn't care about the other party stopping to stop him. To him, dealing with Yichen was as easy as lifting a finger, saving him the time to chase after the other party. Raising his blood-red hammer high, Mall King let out a low growl and smashed it down. Hong, a blood-red hammer shadow mixed with lightning arc slashed towards Yichen. Second Revolution Peak Martial Art, Blood Thunder Hammer. Buzz, sensing the terrifying power of this hammer, Yichen immediately released his split sword domain. With the split sword domain's obstruction, the blood-red hammer shadow slowed down, and by the time it arrived in front of Yichen, it only had 70 to 80% of its power left. Of course, even so, Yichen didn't dare to be careless. After all, his opponent was a combat emperor, and his battle prowess was several times higher than his. The dragon spring sword shook and stabbed forward, increasing the power of Space Stop by several times, piercing through the blood-red hammer shadow. However, the residual power of the hammer shadow still sent him flying back dozens of li, causing him to spurt out a large mouthful of blood. Space Stop power. Mol King had seen some kings who were proficient in the profound of space, but only a few could study the power of Space Stop. He sneered inwardly, no wonder the other party dared to stop him, he had some ability. Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, any action was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Take my meteor annihilation. Clatter. 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 The blood-colored warhammer in Mo Le King's hand was a meteor hammer with an egg-thick chain attached to it. Holding one end of the chain in his left hand, his body emitted a powerful aura. The blood-colored warhammer spun a few times before fiercely flinging out, turning into a blood-colored meteor that bombarded toward Yichen. Rank 3 Martial Art, Meteor Annihilation. This move is very dangerous. Yichen's body seemed to have been electrocuted, his nerves stretched to the limit. He was able to block the opponent's attack just now because of the assistance of the sword domain. Moreover, Moment of Glory also carried a powerful Space Stop power. Without the sword domain, Yichen would have been crippled even if he didn't die. Without Moment of Glory, Yichen would have died without a doubt. All of a sudden, Yichen pushed his sword domain to its limit. Within the radius of several hundred li, everything suddenly stopped moving. Not even the slightest sound could be transmitted out. Staring at the incoming blood-colored meteor, Yichen held the dragon spring sword with both of his hands and raised it high above his head. In the next moment, countless strands of light from the heaven and earth poured into the sword, causing it to shine brightly. This was not an ordinary light, which he could not affect. It was the essence of the sun, a very high-grade kind of natural yuan qi. A strand of sun essence was even purer than the Zhen Yuan of Sixth Sky of Life and Death Realm. Go! Seeing that the blood-colored shooting star was about to reach him, Yichen shouted and slashed down with his sword. Leaving a fan-shaped flame mark in the void, the sun essence on the dragon spring sword transformed into an even purer sword qi and heavily slashed down on the blood-colored meteor. Third Revolution Sword Art, Extreme Sun Essence Transformation, Clang, a frightening sound wave and shockwave exploded, and Yichen's sword domain instantly collapsed. His body was once again blown back 100 li. His clothes were torn to shreds, exposing his sturdy muscles. His face turned from white to green, then from green to purple. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, reaching several hundred meters away. Humph! Mo Le King also let out a muffled groan and retreated 100 meters. His chest felt a bit stuffy, and his face revealed a shocked expression as he blurted out, Third Revolution Sword Art. That's right, it's a Third Revolution Sword Art. How could an ordinary sword art make me retreat? Mo Le King had to admit that the opponent's Third Revolution Sword Art was much more powerful than his Meteor Annihilation. What? Captain was pushed back. Who is the opponent? The members of the Blood Hammer Squad were not surprised that Yichen was forced to vomit blood. On the contrary, they felt that the injury was too light. They were shocked that Mo Le King was pushed back. Good, it's said that there are two strongest quasi-emperors in the high-level hunting battlefield, one is the Silver King, and the other is the Evil Child King. You can be the third, no, you are the real strongest quasi-emperor, they are weaker than you. Slowly letting out a breath, Mo Le King looked at Yichen with great interest. Inwardly, his killing intent rose. To him, it didn't matter if he killed the other members of the Hunter Demon Squad or not, but this Yichen must be killed. Otherwise, he would become the pillar of the human race sooner or later. The hunting battlefield was a battlefield for geniuses, and in the universe outside, geniuses from hostile races would not rest until one of them was dead. Captain! The members of the Blood Hammer squad caught up. Emo King transmitted his voice to them, "This man is not that easy to kill. Surround him from both sides, don't let him escape. Killing him alone is equivalent to killing 10 human geniuses. Yes, he won't be able to escape." The 6 members of the Blood Hammer squad split into 2 groups. One group flew to the left, while the other flew to the right, trying their best to avoid Yi Chen's split sword domain. Trying to surround and kill me? How could Yi Chen not see through his opponent's plan? Yi Chen turned around and increased his speed, increasing the distance between them. Want to leave? Emo King laughed, and his speed exploded to the limit. The blood-red hammer in his hand once again smashed toward Yi Chen. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could block more than a few meteor annihilations, not to mention, if he chose to block, his speed would decrease. The blood-red meteor chased after Yi Chen, getting closer and closer. Finally, with a loud bang, the blood-red meteor smashed Yi Chen into pieces. Something's wrong. Emo King frowned. What he hit wasn't a real body. Just as expected, Yi Chen's figure reappeared, completely unscathed. It turned out that he had used Shadow Godly Step at the crucial moment, replacing his real body with a shadow clone. Next, one continued to attack, while the other continued to use shadow clones. The distance between the two gradually increased. While Emo King attacked, his speed was also affected. No need to chase. Seeing that the distance between the two had increased to 500 li, Emo King stopped. At this distance, he would need to use a soul secret art to sense the other party. Damn, he actually escaped. The members of the Blood Hammer squad were a little angry. Emo King sneered, "There will be plenty of chances. I hope his luck will be this good next time." Through the insignia, Yi Chen contacted the Myriad Arrow Monarch and the others. With regards to Yi Chen escaping unscathed from the Battle Emperor Emo King, the Myriad Arrow Monarch and the others had nothing but shock and admiration. Facing the pursuit of a Battle Emperor, speed alone wasn't enough. In the early stages, one would definitely have to resist a few times. If one couldn't even resist once or twice, no matter how fast one was, only death awaited them. On the last day, the Evil Hunter squad killed another 4 high-grade god insects and 1 elite god insect, earning 30,000 shinbi. In total, the Evil Hunter squad had earned a total of 480,000 shinbi. Including the team rewards, the total was 528,000 shinbi. Yi Chen's contribution was 16, and the total contribution was 70. In total, Yi Chen earned 128,000 shinbi. The Myriad Arrow Monarch was second with 98,000 shinbi, and Xianxia was third with 82,500 shinbi. It could be said that this time's earnings were comparable to the Evil Hunter squad's earnings several times in the past. The main reason was that they were lucky this time, killing 2 members of the Evil Light Battle team. One had to know that killing 1 member would earn 150,000 shinbi, and 2 would earn 300,000 shinbi. Without the 300,000 shinbi, the total earnings would only be around 200,000 shinbi. I didn't expect to earn 300,000 shinbi so quickly. Previously, Yi Chen had already saved 180,000 shinbi, and now he had 128,000 shinbi. His savings had reached 308,000 shinbi, and he could exchange for a low-grade Heavenly King set at the exchange tower like the Myriad Arrow Monarch. At that time, his defense would increase by several folds, and he would be able to contend with a low-grade combat emperor for a period of time. Of course, it was impossible to truly contend with a combat emperor. Not to mention how powerful a combat emperor's attack was, a combat emperor's defense was also terrifying. Almost all of them had a low-grade Heavenly King set, and some even had a mid-grade Heavenly King set. Yi Chen's attacks were equivalent to tickling them. 7 days later, the Evil Hunter squad walked out of the hunting tower. "Let's go and exchange for a Heavenly King set," the Myriad Arrow Monarch said to Yi Chen. "All right." Yi Chen nodded. The exchange tower had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was for low-grade Heavenly King set, the second floor was for mid-grade Heavenly King set, and the third floor was for high-grade Heavenly King set. Upon arriving at the first floor of the exchange tower, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. On the walls of the first floor of the exchange tower, there were sets of multicolored sets floating in the air. These sets were wrapped in an aura barrier, and they shone with their own radiance. I've chosen the set I want. After spending the time to drink a cup of tea, the myriad arrow monarch chose a green light armor set. This light armor set had a mysterious trajectory outlined on its surface, and it was these mysterious trajectories that allowed the various parts of the set to form a close connection. After paying the shinbi, the myriad arrow monarch waved his hand, and the green set flashed with light, automatically covering the myriad arrow monarch. Buzz, a green brilliance erupted, and the myriad arrow monarch's aura underwent a subtle change. His chi and blood were completely locked within his body, and not a single bit leaked out. My defense has at least doubled, and my energy has increased by about 30%. The myriad arrow monarch revealed a happy expression, and he looked at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, have you chosen yet?" "Done." Yi Chen chose a silver-white set. Compared to the myriad arrow monarch's green set, the silver-white set was slightly thicker, but it was still considered a light armor. The silver-white set had 5 parts: the breastplate, arm guards, leg guards, gloves, and combat boots. The silver-white set's name was the Silver Set. The name was very ordinary, but the aura it gave off was very sharp. Putting on the silver set, Yi Chen operated his Jing Yuan and entered the set. In the next moment, the set burst out with a dazzling silver-white radiance, looking like a small silver sun. Refining an artifact was not difficult. The first step was to let one's Jing Yuan enter the artifact and fuse it with its source power. This way, the artifact's power would more or less be revealed. The second step was to leave a soul imprint in the depths of the artifact. In this way, the soul and chi would fuse, and the artifact's power would be pushed to the limit. In a short period of time, Yi Chen had already fused his Jing Yuan with the silver set's source power and left a soul imprint. However, it would still take some time before he could truly familiarize himself with the silver set. The defense has more than doubled, and the energy has increased by 30%. Among the same grade of equipment, the basic defense and energy amplification were about the same. However, every equipment set had its own unique set attributes. For example, some equipment sets could increase movement speed in addition to the basic amplification, while others could increase defense or directly add defensive skills. There were even some that could increase domains. Of course, these kinds of equipment sets were very rare, 1 in 100. It's rare to find a Heavenly King grade set. It would be a pity if I don't refine it into my body. In the next year, I'll try to fuse the hunting set into my body. Myriad Arrow King was extremely fond of the hunting set and said to Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen faintly nodded, "Me too." Life and Death Kings could already reach the level of refining treasures into their bodies. The so-called refining of treasures into one's body meant that one's body and the treasures would be completely integrated. This was an extremely slow process. Ordinary Life and Death Kings would need at least dozens of years to reach this step. Reaching the 5th or even 6th layer of Life and Death realm would take at least a year and a half. Fusing artifacts into one's body had many benefits. The first was convenience. Wearing a full set of artifacts was not very aesthetically pleasing, and everyone preferred to wear a single piece of clothing. The second was that one could bring out the attributes of the set to its peak without the slightest barrier. The third was that it would not easily attract other people's attention. After spending 300,000 divine coins for the silver set, Yi Chen only had 8,000 divine coins left. Since he couldn't use it for cultivation, fusing artifacts into one's body was the best choice. The Paradise of Gods also had 4 seasons. Spring passed, summer passed, and it was now autumn. The wooden house in front of the bamboo forest was still lush with greenery. The river in front of the wooden house flowed, performing a moving melody. Inside the wooden house, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bamboo floor with his upper body naked. His body was emitting a silvery white light. The light was almost tangible, and one could vaguely see that it was a silvery white suit. The energy-based suit gradually hid into Yi Chen's body, and it merged with Yi Chen's flesh and blood. 1 day passed. The silvery white light disappeared, and some light patterns appeared on Yi Chen's body. Soon after, the light patterns disappeared into his body, becoming one with his body. Refining the weapon into the body, success, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen opened his eyes and slowly stood up. As expected of a low-level Heavenly King set. It took me an entire 7 months to completely merge it into my body. However, these 7 months have not been wasted. The basic defense of the silver set equipment has been tripled, and the energy has been increased by 40%. It's even more powerful than wearing it on the outside. Pushing open the door, Yichen walked out. On the grassland, Yichen suddenly circulated his Jin Yuan, activating the power of the silver set equipment. Pop, a soft sound was heard, and a layer of silvery white light spread out from the surface of Yichen's body. Under the cover of the light, Yichen seemed to have turned into an Iron Man made of silver. Taking out the dragon spring sword, Yichen flipped his hand and stabbed into his own body. All of a sudden, a huge amount of fire sparks shot out, but his body remained perfectly unharmed, not even a mark. The silver white light had blocked out the sword power completely. Compared to before, Yichen's current defense could be said to be terrifying. Among the quasi-emperors, no one could break through his defense. After all, he still had the body-protecting sword intent. The basic defense has been tripled. Once I activate the silver protection, my defense will continue to increase, reaching 5 times. Even a beginner combat emperor would have a hard time injuring me in a short period of time. Buzz, a silver light flashed, and a silvery white halo rippled out from Yichen's body. This was the additional defensive skill of the silver set equipment, silver protection. The silver protection was very powerful, and it could increase Yichen's defense by 5 times. The weakness was that it consumed a lot of the power of the silver set equipment. It could only be activated for 15 minutes a day. After that, the power of the silver set equipment would drop to a certain level, and the silver protection would not be able to be activated anymore. The next activation would have to wait for the set's power to recover. But for Yichen, 15 minutes was not a short time. On the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda, Yichen challenged the gray-robed evil king again. Limitless triple tremor. After taking Yichen's extreme sun essence transformation, the gray-robed evil king's body started to melt like a wax man. But just like last time, he used his most powerful move, slapping at Yichen through the air. Yichen's body shook, and the silvery white light on his body flickered, almost extinguishing. The next moment, blood leaked out from the corner of Yichen's mouth, and his face turned pale. Such a powerful attack. My defense has been increased by 3 times, but I still almost couldn't withstand it. Yichen was secretly shocked by the gray-robed evil king's attack. In terms of attack, he was probably not much weaker than a low-level battle emperor. Die. Yichen forcefully gathered his true essence and stabbed at the gray-robed evil king. This sword was momentary brilliance. The extreme sun essence transformation might be powerful, but it required sufficient preparation. Currently, the true essence in his body was in a mess, and he couldn't use the extreme sun essence transformation. The space was still, and a dazzling radiance exploded. The gray-robed evil king had fallen. With the help of the silver set equipment, Yichen finally passed the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda and arrived at the 10th floor. Swish, just at the 10th floor, Yichen was instantly killed by a sword chi. The opponent was a sword king of demons, and his eyes were tightly shut. At the entrance of the God of War Pagoda, Yichen walked out with a bitter smile. The difficulty of the 10th floor was beyond his imagination. The Devil Race's sword king was more than 10 times stronger than King Mal. One had to know that with his current defense, King Mal wouldn't be able to do anything to him within 100 moves, but the Devil Race's sword king killed him with a single slash. Of course, he also knew that he relied on the silver set equipment to reach the 10th floor of the God of War Pagoda, and his attack power wasn't that strong. Seriously speaking, he was definitely the weakest among the battle emperors. After passing the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda, Yichen obtained 30,000 divine coins as a reward. Next, Yichen went to the survival tower. Unfortunately, he didn't reach the 10th floor and was still stuck on the 9th floor. Compared to the God of War Pagoda, the survival tower was more of a test of one's inner qualities. External help wasn't that important. Moreover, Yichen had just reached the 10th floor of the God of War Pagoda, so he would naturally fail the survival tower. There's still a long way to go before the extreme sun essence is perfected. I hope I can improve it in the next 4 to 5 months. The first 3 floors of the martial technique pagoda were for First Revolution or Second Revolution martial arts. The 4th floor was for Third Revolution martial arts, and the effect was the same as the 3rd floor. It was 100 times more efficient than the outside world, but the fees were very high. Yichen was a high-ranking member, so the fees were half, but it still cost 500 divine coins a day, which was 15,000 divine coins a month. On the 4th floor of the martial technique pagoda, Yichen set up the environment for extreme sun essence cultivation and started cultivating. High-ranking members went on a hunt once a year, and Yichen's second hunt didn't have the same luck as the first time. He met 3 battle emperors, and the most dangerous time was when he was surrounded by 4 enemy teams. The 3 battle emperors were the Saber Demon King, Du Ling King, and Zac King. The Saber Demon King was a battle emperor from the demonic god Paradise. His saber art was very powerful, and it wasn't inferior to the divine Saber King. Yichen exchanged over 70 moves with him before he couldn't hold on any longer and immediately escaped. The Du Ling King was a battle emperor from the evil god Paradise. His great spirit art was abnormally terrifying, and it could constantly absorb your energy to attack you. It could even interrupt the execution of your martial arts. In terms of combat power, he had already reached the level of a mid-level battle emperor. In just 4 moves, Yichen vomited blood and had to escape. If it wasn't for the silver suit that increased his energy and increased his speed, he might not have been able to escape unscathed. As for Zac King, he was a battle emperor from the Green Spirit Paradise. The Green Spirit Paradise was the paradise of the Green Men race. The Green Men race and the human race had similar names, but the difference was like heaven and earth. The Green Men race was tall and burly, and they didn't have any hair on their body. Their blood was also green, and the biggest difference was that they had a crocodile-like tail. Zac King wasn't considered strong, and he was much weaker than the Saber Demon King. Within 200 moves, Yichen wasn't injured at all. Of course, Yichen was more passive. After all, Yichen was only strong in defense, but his attacks weren't as good as his opponents'. Furthermore, his opponent's defense was stronger than Yichen's, and Yichen's attacks were like tickles to him. During the second hunt, the Exorcist squad's total income was only a mere 150,000 Shinbi, and they didn't kill a single enemy. However, the second hunt made Yichen completely famous. Which one of the Saber Demon King, Du Ling King, and Zac King was easy to deal with? Below the Battle Emperor, even the strongest Boundary Emperor would have to flee immediately if they encountered them. They wouldn't dare to go against them at all. Evil Child King had escaped from the Battle Emperor's pursuit several times because of his speed. If he were to go against a Battle Emperor, he would be courting death. On the 4th floor of the Martial Skill Pagoda. This was a world filled with light. There were 3 suns in the sky, and each of them was like a huge fireball, emitting terrifying heat. The extreme sun essence contained the profound meaning of fire, profound meaning of yang, and profound meaning of light. Under such an environment, Yichen would be able to perfect this sword art faster. The heat distorted one's vision, and everywhere one looked was distorted. Yichen floated in the sky with his eyes closed, and there was a figure practicing the sword art in his mind. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, Yichen abruptly opened his eyes, shooting out 2 beams of high heat beams. Ha! With a roar, Yichen performed the extreme sun essence for the umpteenth time. His entire body overlapped with one of the suns in the sky, and the dragon spring sword in his hand was like a black hole, constantly devouring the essence of the sun around it. After devouring a large amount of the essence of the sun, the dragon spring sword couldn't maintain its original color anymore, and turned into a sword of light. Even the hilt seemed to be made of light. With a swing of the sword, the world that was filled with light dimmed for a moment. In the next moment, one of the suns in the sky exploded, turning into countless fiery meteors. Extreme sun essence. It was exceedingly difficult to master a 3rd-rank martial skill, especially the first one. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 30 years for him to train his first 3rd change martial art to completion. If it were someone else in the God Paradise, it would be 100 years, or even 300 years. However, he had stayed on the 4th floor of the martial skill tower for about 3 months. Calculating it by 100 times, it would be more than 300 months, which was exactly 30 years. Of course, this was the first 3rd revolution martial art. Before he created it, he didn't have any experience. Now that he had the experience, it should be easier for him to create a second 3rd revolution martial art. Clang clang clang, on the 10th floor of War God Tower, Yichen finally exchanged blows with the Demon Sword King. He wasn't instantly killed. This Demon Sword King's strength was frightening to the extreme. The huge black sword in his hand was like a huge cutting machine that could cut through the stars in the universe. With a flash of black light, anything would be cut apart. Most importantly, the opponent's eyes were closed, as if he wasn't going all out. Just like this, every time Yichen blocked, his body would shake and blood would spurt out. The 9th move, puff, Yichen was cleaved into two and shattered into nothingness. Powerful. Yichen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In terms of strength, the Demon Sword King was already a peak battle emperor, while he himself had entered the ranks of mid-battle emperors. Leaving the War God Tower, Yichen arrived at the Survival Tower. After an hour, Yichen walked out. This time, he passed the 9th floor and arrived at the 10th floor, earning him a whole 100,000 shinbi. Huff. Let's go drink. In God Paradise, everyone would only occasionally enjoy delicacies. Eating or not eating was of no importance to them. Life and Death Kings no longer needed food to sustain their lives. However, everyone liked to drink wine. Yichen spent at least several thousand shinbi on wine every year, and occasionally, tens of thousands. There weren't many people in the tavern, so Yichen happily drank. Yichen, you're here too. A voice was heard. It was Lu Di. Lu Di, sit. Yichen pointed at the seat opposite him. Lu Di sat down and took the magma wine that Yichen handed to him. He took a big gulp and said, I haven't had this in a month. It feels good. Yichen, there's still 10 months until the next hunt. Will you be fine after that? Lu Di asked. Nothing much. What's wrong? The Sun Essence Extreme Transformation had already reached the large success stage, and Yichen was indeed fine. As for increasing his cultivation, it was not something that could be done in a day, nor was it something that could be done in a year or two. How about going to the Black Tortoise Galaxy with us? Lu Di said as he drank. Black Tortoise Galaxy? Yichen's eyebrows twitched. Right, the Black Tortoise Galaxy has the most experts. Led by the demons, the evil races have invaded many planets in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. They often engage in wars with us humans. In order to motivate people to join the war, the human race has long since implemented the military strategy. The demons are the same. The so-called military strategy is the military rank promotion system. There are 9 ranks in total: low soldier, mid soldier, high soldier, centurion, minor commander, major commander, commander, general, and marshal. Unless one's cultivation base has reached the 7th sky of life and death realm, anyone who joins the army starts from a low soldier. Kill 10 low soldiers and you'll become a mid soldier. Kill 20 mid soldiers and you'll become a high soldier. Kill 50 high soldiers and you'll become a centurion. Kill 1 minor commander and 10 centurions and you'll become a minor commander. Kill 1 major commander and 5 minor commanders and you'll become a major commander. As for becoming a commander, it's even more difficult. You'll have to kill 2 commanders and 10 major commanders. As for general and marshal, that's a military rank for titled monarchs. No matter how strong we are, we can't become generals or marshals. Lu Di continued to explain. Yichen said, seems like military rank promotion is very difficult. Isn't that so? The first 3 military ranks are still fine, but once you become a centurion, it will be difficult to get promoted to a minor lieutenant. To become a minor lieutenant, you will have to kill 10 centurions. Most importantly, a centurion is not alone. He has 180 soldiers by his side. Even if you are stronger than the enemy centurion, you may still be surrounded and killed. Lu Di seemed to have experienced this as he nodded vigorously. As he spoke, Lu Di took out a badge and said with a smile, "Look, this is a centurion badge. Don't look down on this badge. You can get a discount in the military store. Moreover, joining the army also gives you a salary. A centurion gets 3,000 yuan stones a year. It's not much, but it's still quite a lot after accumulating. In short, there are many benefits." Do many people from the Paradise of Gods join the army? Yichen asked. Lu Di nodded, that's right. Basically, all the martial monarchs and combat emperors have joined the army. The one with the highest ranking is the martial monarch. He's already a commander-in-chief. TSK, a commander-in-chief. Divine Saber Monarch and Vermilion Bird Monarch are commander-in-chiefs, and they can also lead 1,000 men. When are we going to the Black Tortoise Galaxy? Yichen felt that it was necessary for him to take a look. Every man had the dream of becoming a soldier, and he was no exception. 3 days later. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The 7 members of the exorcist troupe gathered together. To travel from the paradise of gods to the outer universe, one had to take the ship of God, and it cost 100 shinbi per person. The ship of God took off, flying towards the Black Tortoise Galaxy. As they chatted, Yichen learned of the 6 military ranks. The Myriad Arrow Monarch had the highest military rank, a minor commander-in-chief. Lu Di, Zhang Yining, Sima Fei, and Yuanhong were centurions. Lu Wenjie had only joined the army for 2 years, and he was a superior soldier. Sima Fei drank his wine while confidently saying, "I've already killed 10 centurions. As long as I kill 1 minor commander-in-chief, I can become a minor commander-in-chief. I'm still a long way off. I've only killed 5 centurions." Zhang Yining said helplessly. "You're much better than me. I've only killed 3 centurions." Yuanhong grinned. The Myriad Arrow Monarch laughed. Fighting a war requires not only martial strength, but also intelligence. You're not weak, but you only know how to kill indiscriminately. You don't know how to lead a troop to kill the enemy. Yuanhong scratched his head, "Can't help it. This isn't my strong point." Thousand Arrow King chuckled, then turned his head and said to Yi Chen, "This is your first time joining the army, so stay with us. Lu Di and the others are all centurions. You can choose any one of them to follow." Yi Chen nodded. A centurion could lead 100 soldiers at most, and Lu Wenjie was Sima Fei's subordinate. The god ship pierced through space, faster than any puppet battleship. In a short while, it arrived at Black Tortoise Galaxy and stopped on a huge planet. "Let's go." The group of 7 flew toward the nearest military planet. Black Tortoise Galaxy had 10 military planets, each guarded by one of the 10 great marshals. The 7 headed toward the Gold Armor planet guarded by Marshal Golden Spear. The Gold Armor planet was a bit bigger than the Firebird planet, having a diameter of 30 million li. There were countless experts there, and even 100 Firebird planets couldn't compare to it. It should be known that only Life and Death Kings could join the army. Sea of Soul Realm warriors didn't even have the qualifications to join the army. Normally, a great marshal could lead 5 million soldiers, which meant 5 million Life and Death Kings. The kings of Elysium couldn't even compare, having only 1,000 kings. Of course, the reason why there were so few kings in Elysium was mainly because the people inside couldn't come out. Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years, but in Elysium, it was only 1,000 years. If kings in Elysium also had a lifespan of 100,000 years, then there would be at least tens of thousands of kings. The 4 great life starfields had 4,000 to 5,000 life planets, and the population of each planet was no less than that of Elysium. 4,000 to 5,000 life planets were equivalent to 4,000 to 5,000 mid-grade worlds. The number of kings could be easily imagined. Soon, the 7 arrived at the Gold Armor planet. There was only one city on the planet where one could join the army, and it was called the Armor City. It was a palace on the west side of the city, where Life and Death Kings would enter from time to time. So many kings. It was Yi Chen's first time seeing so many Life and Death Kings gathered in one place. "Are you guys here to join the army?" the nearest registrar asked. Thousand Arrow King said, "We've already joined the army. This time, we're here to bring him." He pointed at Yi Chen. "All right." The registrar looked at Yi Chen and said, "Do you want to be an off-staff soldier or an in-staff soldier?" Yi Chen asked, "What's off-staff and what's in-staff?" Off-staff soldiers can leave the army at any time without any notification. In-staff soldiers have to stay in the army and obey orders. If they don't obey orders and leave without permission, they will be punished according to military law. Of course, in-staff soldiers enjoy better treatment, while off-staff soldiers are much worse. Their pay is also less. "Yi Chen, you're an off-staff soldier. Lu Di reminded. I'm an off-staff soldier. Although being an in-staff soldier was good, it didn't give him much freedom. The registrar nodded. You can start now. Remember, don't fill in any false information. The registration was very simple: name, age, current cultivation base, and origin. Apart from that, one also had to leave an image in the recording crystal. After the registration, the registrar gave Yichen a badge. This is a low-ranking soldier badge. It needs to be refined with blood. Pausing for a bit, the registrar continued, there are 100 camps in the Gold Armor planet, 82 of which are in-staff, and 18 are off-staff. You can only go to the off-staff camps. You can ask your friends which ones are off-staff. I don't need to tell you. Outside the palace, 7 people walked on the street. Sima Fei said, in-staff soldiers pay particular attention to discipline and follow orders. Off-staff soldiers are more free, and can choose any troop they want. Of course, everyone here is a life and death king, not an army composed of ordinary martial artists. At the crucial moment, there won't be any problems. Yichen nodded. An army composed of ordinary martial artists required too much discipline, because they were closer to normal people and had all kinds of negative emotions. Once there was no discipline, it would be disastrous. However, an army composed of life and death king warriors would not have this problem, since they knew what to do at the right time. In other words, a life and death king warrior was like a dragon, and a group of life and death king warriors were like a group of dragons. The Gold Armor planet had numerous mountain ranges, one of which was extremely huge. It was called Yunlai Mountain Range. The mountain range was more than 3 million li long, with hundreds of large branches and countless small branches. In the south and north of the mountain range were 2 military camps, Yunlai Barracks and Deep Valley Barracks. Yunlai Barracks and Deep Valley Barracks were both external barracks, and the number of soldiers stationed there was not fixed. Normally, a barracks would have around 50,000 soldiers. However, the external barracks had to have 200,000 soldiers. This was mainly because the external soldiers could enter and leave the Gold Armor planet at will. In a year, they would spend very little time on the planet. If there were 200,000 soldiers, then there would be 150,000 outside and 50,000 on the planet. The highest rank in Yunlai Barracks was general, and there was more than one of them. Of course, there would only be one general at a time, and to become a general, one had to be at least a 7th-layer life and death realm titled monarch. On the huge training field, hundreds of soldiers were exchanging pointers. Gold Armor planet was a life planet, and the energy repulsion was very severe. Although these soldiers were all life and death kings, their destructive power was very limited. They simply couldn't damage the training field, which was completely paved with special metals and covered with countless arrays. Buzz, a beam of light shone. It was the light of a teleportation array. Yichen could clearly see a team of 500 people wrapped within the light. They were clearly preparing for battle. At the center of the barracks was a large group of grand buildings. These buildings were arranged in a circular pattern, looking like a hollow pillar that was more than 1,000 meters tall. In fact, this pillar was the business district of the barracks. There were restaurants, weapon shops, pill shops, material shops, and all sorts of high-end shops. It was a very prosperous place. Thousand Arrow King explained, the population of Yunlai Barracks is around 200,000, and there are dozens of generals. The bosses of the business district are these generals. Of course, there are also some relatively powerful commanders. Don't look down on this business district. It earns a frightening amount of yuan stones every year. After all, the soldiers in the barracks are all life and death kings. The consumption of one of them is equivalent to the consumption of hundreds of ordinary martial artists. If you can own a shop, it's like owning a hen that can lay golden eggs. Indeed. Yichen faintly nodded. There were more than 5 million life and death kings on the entire Gold Armor planet. Apart from other military planets, there was no other planet that could earn more yuan stones than this place. Perhaps any random shop would be enough to make people fight to the death. Can't you build a shop outside the barracks? Yichen suddenly asked. Sima Fei explained, aside from the military camps and cities, no shops are allowed to be built on military planets. Anyone who discovers it will be punished according to military law. Although you can open a shop in the cities, There are just too many shops there, and there are too many choices. It is not like the military camps, where there is only one business district, and the customers are all life and death realm warriors. In addition to the soldiers, there were more ordinary people on gold armor. Planet. Ordinary people all lived in cities and towns, and their numbers were in the trillions. Yichen had long known this. Come, let's go to the Sun Moon restaurant for a drink. Yuanhong, who loved to drink, suggested. Sun Moon restaurant. It was one of the 3 great restaurants in Cloud Gathering Barracks. It was 7 stories tall, and the higher the floor, the better the wine sold. On the 7th floor of the restaurant, TSK, this Flaming Sun wine and Moonlight wine are not inferior to the Magma wine and Ice Sea wine. They have a different taste. Yuanhong gulped down a mouthful of wine and said in a carefree manner. Lu Wenjia, who rarely spoke, said, the boss behind Sun Moon Restaurant, Snow Air Emperor, used to be a member of God Paradise. This Flaming Sun wine and Moonlight wine were developed based on the Magma wine and Ice Sea wine. N. Zhang Yini nodded. Snow Air Emperor is also a master brewer. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to brew Flaming Sun wine and Moonlight wine based on the characteristics of the Magma wine and Ice Sea wine. Snow Air Emperor was one of the generals of Cloud Gathering Barracks. She was a rather legendary woman. Like the 7 others, she also came from God Paradise. However, she ultimately failed to become a battle emperor. After her cultivation base broke through to the 7th layer, she was transported out of God Paradise. There were not many guests on the 7th floor. There were only a dozen tables and 30 people. Have you heard? Blue Fox King led a troop of 1,000 people and annihilated 4,000 enemies. He himself was promoted to commander because of this battle. Very powerful. However, Blue Fox King is not the only one in the limelight. Scarlet Sky King led 1,000 people out last month, and when he returned this month, he also annihilated 3,800 enemies. Sigh, I'm still a centurion. I wonder when I'll be able to become a commander. At the very least, I'll be able to become a minor commander. You, take your time. If you want to become a minor commander, you'll have to kill a minor commander and 10 centurions. It's not easy. At the next table, a few soldiers were chatting. After listening to their conversation, the Thousand Arrow King smiled and said, the Blue Fox King is a very powerful and resourceful person. Last year, I worked with him as his assistant. That time, we also killed more than 3,000 enemies. Minor commanders could lead 500 people, and major commanders could lead 1,000. Normally, when a troop had 1,000 people, a minor commander would be the assistant of a major commander and would listen to his commands. You're making my heart itch. Why don't we set off with our troops today? Yuanhong had always been a battle maniac. He licked his lips and said excitedly. No rush. We'll move in a few days. Myriad Arrow King shook his head. Everyone, this is a gift from our boss. At this moment, a servant walked over with a round tray. On the round tray were 14 bottles of wine. Yichen glanced at the attendant. The attendant was not a life and death king, and his cultivation base was at early Sea of Soul realm. Thinking about it, no life and death king would be willing to work under someone else, not to mention being an attendant of a restaurant. He reckoned that the clerks in the barracks were all recruited, or came from the owner's sect or family. Your boss? Myriad Arrow King raised his head in astonishment. Yes, our boss will be here in a moment. The attendant put down the tray and turned to leave. Not long after, the restaurant's boss arrived. She was a beautiful young woman who seemed to be in her 20s, not much older than the rest. However, the aura emanating from her body was as deep as the ocean, profound and frightening. Her cultivation base had clearly reached the 7th layer, a true titled monarch. Snow Air Emperor. Myriad Arrow King blurted out. Snow Air Emperor walked over with a beaming smile. Waving her right hand, the insignia on the back of her hand was faintly discernible. She smiled and said, everyone comes from Paradise of God. This can be considered fate. She wouldn't receive ordinary people. Only people from the Paradise of God had the right to receive her. She knew that people from the Paradise of God weren't ordinary people. If they were given enough time, their achievements wouldn't be low. These two are. Apart from Lu Wenjie and Yi Chen, Snow Air Emperor had seen the other members of Demon Hunter Squad before. She couldn't help but ask Myriad Arrow King. Myriad Arrow King introduced, "This is Lu Wenjie. He entered Paradise of God less than 20 years ago, yet he has already become a quasi-emperor. He is a rare genius. This is Yi Chen, and he is even more amazing. He entered Paradise of God less than 10 years ago, yet he has also become a quasi-emperor. Moreover, he is not an ordinary quasi-emperor, but the strongest one." He still didn't know that Yi Chen had already reached the 10th floor of War God Pagoda and possessed the strength of a battle emperor. Oh. Snow Air Emperor's eyes lit up. If Lu Wenjie's talent had surprised her, then Yi Chen's talent had astonished her. He had become the strongest quasi-emperor in less than 10 years. How much potential did he have? "It's my honor to meet you." Snow Air Emperor didn't have the arrogance of a titled monarch or general. Of course, it would be foolish to put on airs in front of such a genius with a bright future. "Me too. It's an honor to meet you." Lu Wenjie and Yi Chen nodded. Since they were all from Paradise of God, everyone chatted happily. The others on the 7th floor of the restaurant were dumbfounded. They all knew Snow Air Emperor, but they had never seen Snow Air Emperor lower himself to receive guests. "In 3 months, I plan to lead 50,000 people to the Xuanwu ruins. If you have time, you can choose to join me." After chatting for a while, Snow Air Emperor suddenly said. "Led 50,000 people?" Myriad Arrow King and the others were shocked. Yi Chen's brows also twitched. According to military rank, the number of people one could lead was different. Generally, a centurion could lead 100 soldiers, a lieutenant 500, a general 1,000, a commander 5,000, and a general 50,000. 10,000 people was like a sea of people, not to mention 50,000 life and death kings. As for the Xuanwu ruins, it was a ruin in the northern part of Black Tortoise Starfield. There used to be countless stars there, but because of war, countless stars had been destroyed, turning it into a wasteland. As time passed, it became the Xuanwu ruins. Right. Snow Air Emperor nodded. "You should have time, right?" "Yes." Myriad Arrow King smiled. The more people he fought, the more people he would kill, and his military rank would naturally rise faster. For example, in an enemy army of 50,000 people, there would be 1 general, 10 commanders, 50 lieutenants, 100 lieutenants, and 500 centurions. He was currently a minor lieutenant and had already killed 3 minor lieutenants. As long as he killed 2 more minor lieutenants and a major commander, he would become a major commander and his military rank would rise by 1 rank. "All right. At that time, you must stay in the camp. Otherwise, you'll miss it." Snow Air Emperor nodded. After Snow Air Emperor left, Zhang Yining said enviously, "Becoming a general is truly awe-inspiring. You can lead 50,000 troops." Sima Fei chuckled, "Generals rarely go out. Snow Air Emperor hasn't led troops to battle for at least 10 years. It seems like the generals in the camp take turns going out to battle." "Right." Lu Di said, "Yunlai Camp is an external camp with a dozen generals. If they were to go out to battle together, they wouldn't be able to provide so many soldiers. You should know that even a centurion needs permission from the top. It's not like they can just leave with their men. Generals need permission from the Grand Marshal." Through chatting, Yi Chen gained a better understanding of the military. For example, a centurion could only lead 100 people at most. Before leaving, they would have to apply to the top and report the names of all the members. Only after receiving permission could they head to the Black Tortoise ruins. Otherwise, they would be punished by military law, which was extremely serious. Generals going out to battle was even more impressive, as they needed permission from the Grand Marshal. After all, 50,000 was not a small number, and they couldn't afford to lose it. On the 3rd day, Thousand Arrow King formed a 500-man team. Apart from him, there were 5 centurions under him, Lu Di, Sima Fei, Yuanhong, Zhang Yining, and a centurion called Blood Fist King. As for Lu Wenjie and Yi Chen, one was a superior soldier, while the other was a junior soldier, serving under Lu Di and Yuanhong respectively. The majority of the 500-man team did not know each other or were not familiar with each other. However, as long as they joined the team, they would have to obey Thousand Arrow King's commands. Those who disobeyed would be punished according to military rules, and those who caused serious consequences might even be thrown into prison. No one dared to take their future lightly. Buzz, a beam of light shone, and the 500-man team disappeared from the platform. Heaven Star was a small life star close to the human race in the Black Tortoise ruins. It had a diameter of 3 million li, and its color was milky white with a hint of black. It looked like a huge eye, which was where the name Heaven Star came from. Heaven Star was garrisoned by a great general with millions of troops. What was a great general? Actually, the military rank was the same as that of a general. However, whether one could become a great general or not had nothing to do with one's battle record. One had to obtain the approval of at least 5 marshals to become a great general. Otherwise, no matter how high one's battle record was, it would be useless. After all, although some people were ridiculously powerful, they might not be suited to lead troops into battle. Commanding millions of troops would be a joke. There were many teleportation platforms on Heaven Star. One of the smaller ones flickered, and 500 people appeared. It was the team led by Thousand Arrow King. This is Heaven Star? It was Yi Chen's first time coming to Heaven Star. Yuanhong said, Heaven Star is the outpost star, as well as the human race's first line of defense. Once the demon army arrives, this will be the most crucial battlefield. Of course, the demons won't be so impulsive. As long as they dare to come, Heaven Star can summon an army of millions in a short period of time. It should be known that there are more than 1,000 teleportation arrays on Heaven Star. With the geographical advantage, unless the demons outnumber us by several times, they will have to return in defeat. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Life Star was not an ordinary planet. Anyone who came here would be repelled. Ordinary life and death kings couldn't even destroy a small mountain on a life star. Even Yi Chen could only leave a huge crack on a life star. As far as the eye could see, Heaven Planet was filled with battle fortresses. These battle fortresses varied in size. The smaller ones were only a few dozen meters wide and had 2 floors. They could fit around 500 people. The bigger ones were the size of a small city and had 9 floors. They could easily fit tens of thousands of people. Be it the big or small battle fortresses, they were all engraved with countless arrays and restrictions. On the surface of the battle fortresses, there were countless cannons. It wasn't hard to imagine that once an enemy came over, they would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Where's your order? A group of people walked over. The leader of the group was at the 3rd sky of life and death realm, which was not low at all. The Myriad Arrow Monarch took out a token and handed it over. The leader took the token and carefully examined it. Then, he faintly nodded and returned the token to the Myriad Arrow Monarch, reminding, you only have 500 people. You'd better not stay in the depths of Black Tortoise ruins for too long, lest the enemy finds out your whereabouts and all of you fall. Many thanks for the reminder. We understand. The Myriad Arrow Monarch put away the token. Once the inspection team left, the Myriad Arrow Monarch took out a puppet battleship from his storage ring. It was a mid-sized Heavenly King-grade battleship. It was emerald green in color, and was even bigger than Yi Chen's small Heavenly King-grade battleship. Come on. The Myriad Arrow Monarch was the first to enter the battleship, and the rest followed. Swish, the emerald battleship took off, flying toward the atmosphere of Heaven Planet. Arriving in the vacuum, the battleship continuously accelerated. When it reached half the speed of light, the space in front of the battleship distorted, forming a horizontal funnel. The battleship entered it and disappeared. The interior of the battleship was luxurious. Everyone was chatting and drinking, and the atmosphere was relaxed. As long as I kill one more minor commander, I can become one. Too bad, it's too difficult. One of the 5 centurions, the Blood Fist King, was sitting with his friend, chatting and drinking. Don't worry, there will always be a chance. Anyway, no matter what rank the enemy is, you'll get contribution points. His friend smiled. Military contribution points, as the name suggested, represented the amount of contribution one had made to the army. Generally, killing a low-ranked soldier would give 1 military contribution point. Killing a mid-ranked soldier would give 10 military contribution points. Killing a high-ranked soldier would give 100, a centurion 1,000, a minor lieutenant 10,000, a major lieutenant 100,000, a commander 1 million, and a general 10 million. Contribution points could be exchanged for many things, such as yuan stones, artifacts, materials, pills, puppet battleships, and all kinds of secret arts. However, contribution points could also be exchanged with yuan stones. In other words, 1 yuan stone could be exchanged for 1 contribution point, and 1 million could be exchanged for 1 million contribution points. The higher the contribution points, the more precious the things could be exchanged for. Some things simply couldn't be bought in the outside world, and could even be said to be priceless. The Blood-Fist King once used 30,000 contribution points to exchange for a soul defense secret art. On the east side of the battleship hull, Yi Chen, with your strength and means, I reckon you can be promoted to Centurion or even minor commander this time. Lu Di looked at Yi Chen. Zhang Yining was shocked. I can be promoted to Centurion or even minor commander this time? Isn't that too fast? She couldn't believe it. To become a Centurion in one go, one would have to kill at least 10 low-rank soldiers, 20 mid-rank soldiers, and 50 high-rank soldiers. It didn't seem like a lot, but it was actually a lot. After all, this was a war, and the enemies would either not appear or appear in hundreds or thousands. They had 500 people on their side, and Yi Chen was only one. Sima Fei smiled. Did you forget about Yi Chen's sword domain? Against ordinary life and death kings, who would be able to move? Eh? Right, I forgot. This means that Yi Chen might really be promoted to Centurion or even minor commander in one go. Zhang Yining smiled bitterly. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yi Chen's sword domain was simply a group-killing weapon. Although the more enemies there were, the greater the burden on the sword domain, covering dozens of enemies at once was not a problem. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. The battlefield is ever-changing. Who knows, there might be powerful experts among the enemies. Not to mention the demonic god paradise, the evil god paradise, and the Xianxia god paradise. Although some people had never entered the paradise of gods, they might not be weaker than the quasi-emperors of the paradise of gods after thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. They might also be as powerful as the kings of the paradise of gods. Thousand Arrow King nodded. I indeed encountered a powerful king comparable to a battle emperor. He was an old antique. If not for our quick escape, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Life and death kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Countless people were stuck at the peak of 6th layer. Therefore, nobody knew how many old antique kings there were. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It's about time. Thousand Arrow King controlled the battleship and returned to the starry sky. 3 days was enough for the Heavenly King battleship to travel 70 to 80 light years. They were currently approaching the depths of Black Tortoise ruins. Putting away the battleship, 500 people appeared in the starry sky. From now on, take turns releasing your soul power. When your soul power is depleted by 30%, switch to someone else. Remember, don't make any breaks in between. Thousand Arrow King was a minor commander, so any one of the 500 people had to obey his command. Anyone who disobeyed would be punished according to military rules. Just like that, this team of 500 people neatly flew toward the depths of the starry sky. Among the team, Yi Chen's eyes turned silver from time to time. Soul Eye was his secret, and he didn't want to use it until the critical moment. However, he could transfer a part of the Soul Eye's power to his eyes. This way, his observation range would also reach 100 million li, which was 1/10 of the Soul Eye. Ordinary life and death kings, even if they used soul detection secret arts, their observation range would only be around 10 million li, unless their soul power surpassed ordinary people's. 1 day passed, then 2. Seems like I have to reduce the number of observations. The consumption of soul power is too fast. Soul power was a person's mental power. If one consumed too much soul power, their mental power would wither, and their battle power would decrease. This was also the reason why Yi Chen rarely used soul attacks. After all, a soul attack would consume 10 to 20% of his soul power, and it could only be used in one-on-one battles. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, a team of more than 400 demons was flying toward them. Humans and beasts are too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow. In this month, we've killed more than 1,000 enemies. Beasts' battle power is not bad, but humans are clearly not. I really don't know why beasts became the vassals of humans. Humans' reproduction speed is too fast, and this is their advantage. Although beasts' reproduction speed is also fast, their innate intelligence is low, and their chance of entering life and death realm is low. This team of demons was full of spirit and arrogance. Let's find another team. After killing them all, we'll go back. Demon's junior commander grinned nastily. Half a day later, the two sides were less than 100 million li apart. There's a team of demons. A cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Demons' team? How many people? Thousand Arrow King's heart jumped as he asked. About 400. More than 400. They should have experienced battle. Everyone, listen up. Let's go. As a high-ranking member of God Paradise, how could Thousand Arrow King be afraid? As far as he was concerned, as long as his luck wasn't too bad and he didn't run into a battle emperor, they would win for sure. 30 million li, 10 million li, 5 million li. Commander, there's a team of humans. This team of demons finally discovered Yi Chen's group. Haha, kill them all. Demon's junior commander took out a battle axe and started to accelerate. Kill. The 5 million li distance only took 20 breaths of time at full speed. Soon, both sides could see each other. The whistling streams of light shot out, densely packed and colorful. It was an attack from both sides. It was different from a one-on-one fight. In a one-on-one fight, there was still a need to test the waters. In a group fight, there was never a need to test the waters. Everyone went all out from the start. It was either you die or I die. Whoever held back would be giving the other party a chance to kill them. There was no room for regret. Boom boom boom, dazzling lights exploded one after another. People were smashed to pieces, leaving behind ownerless armor and weapons. Yi Chen could clearly feel dozens of imprints merging into his low-ranking soldier badge. So that's how it is. Yi Chen came to a sudden realization. Among these dozens of imprints, some were strong and some were weak. The weakest was undoubtedly the low-ranking soldier's imprint, the slightly stronger was the middle-ranking soldier's imprint, and the strongest was the high-ranking soldier's imprint. As for these imprints, they came from everyone's military badges. The reason why the imprints could be produced was probably because they were refined with blood. It turned out that the material of military badges was a very magical substance. Once this substance was combined with a person's blood, it would immediately produce a unique imprint. This substance varied in strength and was roughly divided into 9 levels. Naturally, the imprints were also divided into 9 levels. If someone killed the owner of the badge, the military badge would sense it and release the imprint, merging into the other person's military badge. If it wasn't that person who killed the person, then the imprint would definitely not recognize you. This was because everyone's attack aura was different. The imprint would only recognize the person who killed the badge's owner. In Yi Chen's low-ranking soldier badge, there were a total of 14 imprints. The imprint in the middle was emitting a faint light. It was Yi Chen's imprint. The other imprints were dim. They were arranged according to their strength, from top to bottom. The strong ones were at the top, and the weak ones were at the bottom. There were a total of 3 rows. This is easy. Knowing how many people I killed won't cause any conflicts and contradictions. Without the imprint, it was easy to cause conflicts. If 2 attacks landed on the same person, who would know who killed them with just eyesight? Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't admit it. After a few breaths, the 2 sides quickly connected. An invisible wave spread out, and 30 to 40 demons suddenly found themselves unable to move. It was difficult for them to even move a finger, including the lieutenant general of the demons. In the next moment, countless golden sword lights shot over and penetrated the bodies of these demons. Some even penetrated through their armors and turned them into blood mist, which then disappeared. You guys are unlucky to have met us. The Thousand Arrows monarch didn't care that the demon's minor domain commander was killed by Yi Chen. He was now a minor domain commander, and if he wanted to become a major commander, he would need to kill a major commander and 5 minor domain commanders. Minor domain commanders were everywhere, but major commanders were several times harder to kill. After all, a lower military rank did not necessarily mean a lower strength. Some experts had just joined the army for a short period of time, but a higher military rank meant a higher strength. 36 imprints, 1 minor domain commander imprint, 2 centurion imprints, 8 superior soldier imprints, 15 intermediate soldier imprints, and 10 inferior soldier imprints. Yi Chen's strength was ridiculously strong compared to these demons. If it wasn't for the fact that these demons were too scattered, he could kill dozens of them with a single slash even without the split sword domain. Absolute strength could disregard numbers to a certain extent. This sentence had always been an iron law. So strong. Hiss. Yi Chen's strength left the Blood Fist Monarch and the others dumbfounded. They had thought that the strongest was the Thousand Arrows Monarch. Yi Chen, you have to leave a few for us. Yuan Hong's body expanded and turned into a 10-kilometer-tall giant. His body was covered in golden light, and his fists were also shining with golden light. With a boom, dazzling golden light burst out, and at least 6 demons were smashed to pieces by his fist. However, when he saw that Yi Chen had killed many times more people than him, his face immediately turned gloomy. Yuan Hong, aren't you courting death by competing with Yi Chen? Lu Di's killing efficiency wasn't any lower than Yuan Hong's. He brandished his saber, and a green saber light swept out. 7 demons in his line of sight were dismembered, and their broken bodies were electrocuted into nothingness. Yeah, competing with Yi Chen is just self-torture. But the few of us can compete. Sima Fei's true form was a wind-splitting eagle, and he was extremely fast. His figure flickered, and every time he turned, a demon would be clawed into a bloody mist. The other demons felt a chill in their hearts. Let's compete. My Darkwood Profound martial art is unique in area of effect killing. Zhang Yining giggled and quickly formed seals with both hands. Swish, swish, swish. Vines as thick as pythons coiled around the 8 demons, and they became tighter and tighter. The surface of the vines had barbs, and if they pierced into the body, even an Iron Man would lose a layer of skin. This was Zhang Yining's Darkwood Profound martial art, Death Coil. Not only could it bind the enemy, but it could also absorb their power. These 8 demons were too weak, and they were instantly sucked dry by the vines. As for Lu Wenjia's strength, he was second only to Yi Chen and the Thousand Arrows Monarch. The long spear in his hand was truly a killing weapon. Wherever he went, he would kill. With a shake of the long spear, blood-colored spear flowers bloomed in the sky, one after another, like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. So frightening. Is this the strength of the God Paradise's geniuses? The God Paradise was the holy land for geniuses of the 4 great life star fields. What was a peak genius? The geniuses of the God Paradise were peak geniuses. Those who hadn't entered the God Paradise would only dare to call themselves geniuses, but not peak geniuses. This was because compared to the geniuses of the God Paradise, they could only compete with years. The trial of God only took place once every 10 years, and each time, only about 10 people would be able to enter the paradise of God. In other words, there would be 100,000 people every 100,000 years. Of course, not everyone could survive. The death rate of geniuses was also very high. Their lives were full of glory, but also full of ups and downs. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among the 7th layer and above, at least 30% of the geniuses had entered the God Paradise. And this was only because of the small number. For the 8th layer, this ratio was 70%, and for the 9th layer, it was close to 100%. Swish. 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 If one were to say who was the most carefree and killed the most enemies, it would be the Thousand Arrows Monarch. He only needed to draw his bow and shoot arrows again and again to kill the demons. In his eyes, all the demons were dumbfounded targets. Run. This group of demons was being slaughtered. How long had it been? When they arrived, there were more than 400 of them. But after a dozen breaths of time, not even 100 remained. In the end, only 5 demons managed to escape. Yi Chen and the rest couldn't take care of these 5. After all, the remaining demons were like bees in a nest, fleeing in all directions. It was very difficult to kill them all. Roar. Roar. On the human side, everyone was like a victorious soldier, shouting loudly. Delightful, truly delightful. More than 400 demons, but we killed them all. Only 5 of them managed to escape. Awesome is awesome, but those guys are too powerful. 30% of the demons were killed by them. I only killed 1. You're lucky, I didn't kill a single one. I killed 2. Putting away his silver bow, Thousand Arrows Monarch said in a loud voice, you guys clean up the battlefield. Divide the valuable things among yourselves. The so-called valuable things were armors and weapons, which could be sold or kept for their own use. As for the storage rings, Thousand Arrows Monarch only collected 20, which belonged to the demons that had died in his hands. He didn't care about the rest. After all, they ate the meat, so they had to leave some soup for others to drink. Hearing these words, everyone was very happy. Most of them joined the army not only for the handsome pay and treatment, but also for the war wealth. Armors and weapons were worth a lot of yuan stones. Occasionally, if they were lucky, they might even have a lot of yuan stones in their storage rings. It had to be said that Thousand Arrows Monarch knew how to conduct himself. If it were any other commander, although they wouldn't go too far, they would definitely put their own interests first. How could they let go of the valuable things that they didn't have time to collect? In any case, according to the military rules, all ownerless things were distributed by the highest commander. This also stimulated many people to raise their ranks. Of course, the commander had no right to criticize the valuable things that were already in his own pocket. Yi Chen collected 66 storage rings, because he had killed 66 people in total. As for armors and weapons, he chose 20 to 30 of them, and the rest were not that valuable. Among the 66 people, there were 1 commander, 2 centurions, 15 high-ranking soldiers, 27 mid-ranking soldiers, and 21 low-ranking soldiers. These achievements could only allow Yi Chen to be promoted to high-ranking soldier, because in order to become a centurion, he had to kill 50 high-ranking soldiers, and he had only killed 15. Of course, this was only the first battle. The amount of yuan stones in 66 storage rings wasn't that much, adding up to only 100,000. But then again, it made sense. Nobody would come to the Black Tortoise ruins with all their belongings. If they died, wouldn't it be easy for the enemy? Cleaning up the battlefield and dividing the valuables was not a quick process. Only Yi Chen's group of 7 and another centurion, the Blood-Fist King, didn't join in the fun. Haha, not a single person died this time. We wiped out all the enemies. In my opinion, if we wipe out a few more teams of demons, the news of our achievements in Yunlai military camp will spread. Lu Di laughed. Indeed, it is very possible. Sima Fei nodded. In the past, Thousand Arrows Monarch's highest record was killing 1,200 enemies, which could only be considered above average, not top. After all, sometimes there was nothing he could do if he couldn't encounter an enemy, or if he encountered a large team, he couldn't even escape in time. Thousand Arrows Monarch smiled and couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen's super-sensitive ability, they wouldn't have encountered this team of demons. He was thinking that perhaps Yi Chen could become a commander within a few years. Far away in the depths of the ruins, a huge team of 5,000 people was advancing. The leader of this team was one of the 3 battle emperors of the Xianxia deity paradise, the captain of the Blood Hammer team, Mal King. He had fought with Yi Chen and chased after Yi Chen and the Exorcist team. Being able to lead 5,000 people, Mal King was obviously a commander. The pair of huge wings on his back flapped at high speed. King Mal didn't even need to exert much strength, his speed was as fast as lightning, fast as an arc of light. On his chest, there was a commander's badge. This commander badge was different from the ordinary Xianxia commander badges. There was an extra blood diamond on it, and the blood diamond shone with a terrifying light. If a human commander was here, he would definitely recognize this as the honorary commander badge of the Xianxia race, the blood diamond commander badge. Not every Xianxia commander had the opportunity to become a Blood Diamond commander. There were only 50 Blood Diamond commanders in the entire Xianxia clan. If the others wanted to become a Blood Diamond commander, they had to have peerless martial strength. This was very important. If they didn't have this, they couldn't even think about it, because they didn't meet the requirements. The human race also had an honorary commander badge. Of course, it wasn't a blood diamond commander badge, but a purple gold one. Currently, the human race and demon race had about 54 purple gold commanders, slightly more than the Xianxia race's blood diamond commanders. Commander, there's a group of 1,000 humans 9 million li to the left. A Xianxia king clad in silver armor flew out from behind King Mal. 1,000-man team of the human race? King Mal's brows twitched. Lead a group of 700 and hold them back. I'll lead the troops to flank them. Not only was King Mal's martial prowess, but he was also good at commanding. He knew that if he led 5,000 people, the humans would definitely run away. If he sent a group of 1,000, the chances of the humans escaping wouldn't be low either. Everyone knew that the Xianxias were strong, their average quality even higher than the demons. Therefore, a group of 700 was just right. It wasn't too small, but it wasn't to the extent that the humans would lose the courage to fight and flee. Yes. Immediately, the silver-armored Xianxia king chose 700 people to chase after the human army. Commander, there's a group of 700 Xianxias coming. A centurion came to report. 700 Xianxia kings. The commander of the human army was a purple-robed old man. Hearing the news, a smile appeared on his face. Let's meet them. Tell everyone to prepare for battle. Yes. The centurion retreated. For ordinary life and death kings, 9 million li could be covered in 40 breaths of time. Soon, the two sides could see each other. Humans, you're dead. Kill. The chief of the Xianxia tribe raised his spear high in the air and charged forward with his men. You bunch of birdmen, why didn't you stay in your nest? You came out to die. The purple-robed old man shouted and led his men forward. Boom 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 boom, both sides began to attack each other from tens of thousands of miles away. Dazzling streams of light shot out like a meteor shower, creating a spectacular scene. One by one, both human and Xianxia soldiers were smashed to pieces. However, more and more soldiers rushed forward. In the end, the two sides collided, creating waves of stormy waves. Shattering tornado. The purple-robed elder's weapons were two huge scimitars. As he spun, the scimitars spun along with him. In the next moment, a tornado formed by the scimitars blasted toward the 4 Xianxia soldiers in front of him. Poochie poochie, the 4 Xianxia soldiers were instantly minced into a mist of blood and vanished into nothingness. Old fogey, die. The chief of the Xianxia tribe sneered and slashed down with his spear. 3 human soldiers in front of him exploded, but the spear didn't stop there. It continued to attack the purple-robed elder. I'm afraid of you. The purple-robed elder shattered the spear with his scimitar. The battle was intense. In just a few dozen breaths, both sides had lost over 100 soldiers. What the purple-robed elder didn't know was that enemies were closing in from all directions. There were 800 Xianxia soldiers in the east, 1,200 in the west, 1,000 in the north, and 1,300 in the south. An inescapable net had silently sealed off the battlefield. In the east, King Mal led 800 Xianxia soldiers and flew at full speed. More than 100 of our soldiers died. What a disgrace to our tribe. King Mal was a little annoyed when he sensed that more than 100 of his men had died. The Xianxia tribe worshipped strength. Whether it was an individual battle or a group battle, they had to win cleanly. In King Mal's opinion, 700 Xianxia soldiers should have the upper hand against 1,000 human soldiers. Another dozen breaths passed, and King Mal could finally see the two sides fighting. Kill them. King Mal roared, the sound waves rumbled. Kill. 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 From all directions, the Xianxia soldiers swarmed into the battlefield like a tidal wave. There were too many of them, a total of 4,300, while there were less than 900 human soldiers on the battlefield. Not good. The purple-robed elder's expression changed, but he didn't panic. He was just a little surprised and caught off guard. Everyone, hold on. The purple-robed elder's voice was firm. Hold on? Let's see how you're going to hold on. The silver-armored Xianxia king sneered as his attacks became fiercer. However, just when he thought that the human troop was trapped, battle cries came from all directions again. It was definitely not the Xianxia's battle cries, because there were only 5,000 Xianxias in total, so it was impossible for so many people to shout. But if it was not the Xianxias, then who could it be? Haha, our main force is here. The purple-robed elder laughed heartily as his heart calmed down. Kill these birdmen, kill them all. From all directions, a total of 4,000 human soldiers surrounded them. Their battle cries shook the heavens and earth, and their killing intent filled the air. Their leader was also a commander, but it was a human commander. He was a square-faced middle-aged swordsman who wore a silver robe. However, his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he felt that the situation was not easy to control. In fact, the 1,000 men led by the purple-clothed old man were part of his forces. The reason why they were separated was to act as bait to attract the enemy's attention while the main force surrounded them. Although this plan was simple, it was very effective. It had been tried and tested in the Black Tortoise ruins. However, he did not expect that the enemy they encountered was not a small force, but a group of 5,000 men like them. Moreover, the other party had chosen a similar battle plan as him. They would first use 700 Xianxias as the vanguard while the main force surrounded them. The situation on the battlefield was a little funny. More than 1,000 humans and Xianxias were fighting fiercely in the center, while more than 4,000 Xianxia surrounded them. At the outermost layer, there were 4,000 human soldiers. In total, there were 3 layers of them, and no one could escape from the encirclement. Such a chaotic situation made everyone feel pessimistic, and a tragic atmosphere filled the air. Boom boom boom, a battle of 5,000 against 5,000 wasn't something that 1,000 against 700 could compare to. The scene was grand, magnificent, and grotesque. It was like a shocking abstract painting, and everyone present was a part of this abstract painting. As a commander, the silver-robed swordsman was naturally not weak. The heavy 9-ringed blade in his hand was like a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth. Wherever he chopped, there would be Xianxias falling. In just a short while, more than 30 Xianxias had died in his hands, and the number was still rising. But compared to the Mall King, he was still lacking. The Mall King's meteor hammer was a terrifying killing weapon. As long as he swung it forward, at least a few human soldiers would be smashed to death or sent flying by the powerful force. Then, he would grab the chain tightly and swing it. The meteor hammer connected to the chain was like a death scythe, reaping lives on the battlefield. In a short time, the number of human soldiers that died in his hands reached 80. Get back! Seeing the blood-colored warhammer reaping the lives of his soldiers, the silver-robed swordsman brandished his blade and slashed at the blood-colored warhammer. Bang! What shocked the silver-robed swordsman was that although his saber had split open the blood-colored warhammer, the saber light he had sent out had also been shattered, and the saber light had been reversed. So strong? The silver-robed swordsman raised his head and looked at the chain. What entered his eyes was a powerful Xianxia king with skin no different from a human's. His right hand was holding on to the egg-thick chain, and his left hand was holding on to the blood-colored warhammer. All of a sudden, the silver-robed swordsman's face paled. His eyes were fixated on the commander badge on the opponent's chest. That blood-colored diamond was extremely eye-catching. It's a blood diamond commander badge. The silver-robed swordsman turned around, wanting to escape. He was no match for a blood diamond commander. There were only about 50 blood diamond commanders in the Xianxia clan, and each of them had the strength of a 7th-layer life and death monarch. In other words, they had the strength of a battle emperor. Among human commanders, only a purple-gold commander could contend against a blood diamond commander. You think you can run away? Holding the chain tightly in his right hand, Mall King swung it a few times. With a deep roar, the blood-colored warhammer shot out. Crackle! The blood-colored hammer shadow mixed with frightening lightning heavily bombarded the silver-robed swordsman's back. Crackle! The silver-robed swordsman's entire body disintegrated and burned into ashes. Extreme Second Revolution martial skill, Blood Thunder Hammer. What? The commander is dead. Impossible. How can this be? The human soldiers in the surroundings saw this scene, and their minds went blank. It had to be said that the commanders were the spiritual pillars of the soldiers. Once the commander fell, the spiritual pillars of the soldiers would collapse as well. At this moment, if there was no one to turn the tide, only death awaited them. Although they were all life and death monarchs, and their mental fortitude was not that bad, they were no different from ordinary people in this desperate battlefield. Your commander is dead. He died in the hands of me, Mall King. Mall King's loud roar shook the entire battlefield. Aoo! The human soldiers were in a miserable state while the Yiksha soldiers roared continuously, their morale greatly boosted. Mall King, long time no see. Right at this moment, a special troop entered the battlefield. This troop consisted of 7 people, and they swept through everything in their way. None of the Yiksha soldiers in their way could last even half a breath. Imola King turned around and couldn't help but mock, so it's you. What? You didn't scare me last time, and now you've come knocking on my door. He had long since heard about Yichen escaping unscathed from Blade Demon King, Du Ling King, and Zack King. As far as he was concerned, Yichen was merely a peak half-step emperor proficient in space profound. Perhaps he would become a battle emperor in the future, but not now. How could a battle emperor's strength be so easy to reach? Not bad, I've come knocking on your door. I wonder how you're going to stop me. Moving like a dragon, Yichen unceasingly slashed out huge faintly golden sword chi. These sword chi were indistinct. Not to mention ordinary Yiksha kings, even a 5th-layer life and death realm Yiksha king would fall under these indistinguishable sword chi. They wouldn't even have the time to react. Extreme Second Revolution Martial Skill, 1000 Flower Snatch. Among all the Extreme Second Revolution martial skills, 1000 Flower Snatch was the weakest in terms of single-target attack. However, its attack range was the largest, and its sword chi was the most concentrated. Against these ordinary Yiksha kings, 1000 Flower Snatch was more effective than Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. The attack of Sun Essence Extreme Transformation formed a straight line, which was suitable for dealing with true experts. With one swing of his sword, more than 10 Yiksha soldiers died in Yichen's hands. With 4 swings, he had killed nearly 50 people. This killing speed was not that high for Yichen. It was mainly because the Yiksha soldiers were in a chaotic battle with the human soldiers, and Yichen had to control the direction of the sword chi. Otherwise, he could easily kill his own people. Boasting shamelessly, Imola King charged toward Yichen with his blood-colored warhammer. In a short period of time, the 500 warriors led by the Yi Demon Squad had already killed more than 150 Yiksha soldiers. If this continued, the Yiksha race's advantage would be completely gone. He couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, his top priority was to take care of Yichen as soon as possible and annihilate the Yi Demon Squad. Pung pung pung, along the way, Imola King's left hand clenched into a fist and continuously punched out. One after another, the human soldiers exploded into blood mists. Yichen, die. From tens of thousands of li away, Imola King sent a hammer light toward Yichen. Dang, Yichen countered with a backhand strike, splitting the hammer light apart. I'll go meet him. Yichen said to the Myriad Arrows Monarch. Okay, be careful. The 1000 Arrow Monarch nodded. He had already learned from Yichen that Yichen had reached the 10th level of the God of War Pagoda and was a true battled arch. You too. Yichen glanced at the 6 Yiksha kings flying over from afar. These 6 Yiksha kings were members of the Blood Hammer battle team, and each of them had the strength of a quasi-emperor. Don't worry. This time I will definitely kill a commander. In order for the Myriad Arrow Monarch to become a commander, he had to personally kill a commander-level enemy. Among these 6 Yiksha kings, 2 of them were commanders. 3 flowers appeared on top of his head, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. With the help of the 3 flowers, Yichen's essence, chi, and spirit multiplied. His battle prowess also multiplied, and his aura became sharp. Whoosh, in a flicker, Yichen appeared in front of King Mal, thrusting his sword forward. Space Profound Sword Art, Moment of Glory. Get lost. King Mal felt his movements become much slower, as if he was stuck in a swamp. Enraged, he raised his battle prowess to the limit, instantly entering the selfless emperor realm, and raised his blood-colored warhammer to block the sword. Boom, a terrifying shockwave erupted, and dozens of soldiers within 1,000 miles were sent flying, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. A few unlucky ones didn't even have the time to scream before they disintegrated. The soul imprints in their flesh were destroyed by the too powerful intents, and they died completely. Both sides were sent flying back a few hundred miles, but they quickly clashed again. Every clash was a real contest, and from the looks of it, Yichen was at a disadvantage. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to already have the strength of a battled arch. No wonder you are so arrogant. But do you think you can fight me just because you have the strength of a battled arch? Dream on. After a dozen rounds, King Mal had more or less understood Yi Chen's true strength. He sneered, swinging the iron chain with both hands like a flaming wheel, hammering at Yi Chen again and again. The blood-red hammer light was like a raging storm, never ending. Yi Chen's eyes were 10 times sharper than an eagle's eyes. After being forced back a few hundred miles, he suddenly struck out with his sword. Clang! The rapidly spinning blood-colored warhammer was knocked away by the sword, and sparks flew everywhere, leaving King Mal wide open. Die! The dragon spring sword slashed out, and a white dragon-like sword chi slammed onto King Mal's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from King Mal's mouth, and he was sent flying. Just a mouthful of blood? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Right, I almost forgot, he is one of the 3 battle emperors of the evil god Paradise. He must have a low-level heavenly king set. In that case, it will be difficult to kill him. A low-level heavenly king set was no small matter. After wearing it, one could basically ignore the attacks of a quasi-emperor. Even the strongest quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to break through its defense. At most, one could transmit a little force through the set. For example, Yi Chen didn't manage to break through King Mal's defense, otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just spitting out a mouthful of blood. A battle emperor with a heavenly king set was like adding wings to a tiger. In terms of combat strength, a battle emperor's greatest weakness was defense. It couldn't be said that the stronger one's attack was, the stronger one's defense would be. Generally speaking, it was already very heaven-defying for a battle emperor to be able to withstand a quasi-emperor's attack head-on. After all, under normal circumstances, one's attack would weaken the opponent's attack, and the chance of being hit was very small. Haha, your attack is too weak, it can't even break through my defense. King Mal touched his chest and laughed out loud. At the same time, he was a little surprised that his opponent could actually break through his hammer art, leaving him wide open. Is that so? This is just the beginning. With the silver armor set's 40% increase in energy, Yi Chen barely had the strength of a battle emperor without using the Sun Essence Extreme Transformation, but it was a different story when he used the Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. Let's see how you're going to break through my defense. King Mal was very confident in his defense. Although his combat strength was at the level of a low-level battle emperor, a mid-level battle emperor would have a hard time killing him. He could definitely resist for a period of time and escape unscathed. Of course, his opponent's speed couldn't be that much faster than him. Compared to Yi Chen, his biggest advantage was his higher cultivation and the Inata realm. These 2 points allowed him to utilize the attributes of the Copper Demon set to the maximum. Commander, let's join forces and kill him. Right at this moment, a dozen Xianxia kings appeared beside King Mal. They were 3 minor lieutenants, 9 centurions, and 2 high-ranking soldiers. When they saw that King Mal couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, they decided to join forces with King Mal to kill Yi Chen. As long as they could kill Yi Chen, they would definitely win this war. King Mal's expression changed several times, but in the end, he resolutely nodded, all right. This was a battlefield, the first thing to consider was how to kill the opponent. As for how to kill the opponent, it didn't matter. Listen to my command, attack together. King Mal unleashed his soul force and locked onto Yi Chen from afar. Immediately, he swung his blood-colored warhammer again, his aura surged, and when it reached its limit, he launched an attack. Kill! King Mal roared in anger, the blood-colored warhammer turned into a blood-colored meteor and shot out. Third Revolution martial skill, Meteor Annihilation. Kill! Kill! The dozens of Xianxia kings around King Mal also unleashed their ultimate attacks. Yi Chen ignored all the killing moves coming at him, he held the dragon spring sword with both hands and raised it high above his head. In the next moment, countless drifting lights in the starry sky gathered towards him. These lights were the essence of Fire Yuan Qi, Yang Yuan Qi, Light Yuan Qi, and even the various kinds of energies that were bursting out from the battlefield were extracted by Yi Chen. Everything had its yin and yang sides. The extreme sun essence transformation was a sort of extreme yang. In fact, the extreme sun essence transformation was extremely powerful even if it didn't absorb any external energy, but it wasn't under Yi Chen's control. As long as Yi Chen used the extreme sun essence transformation, the dragon spring sword would automatically absorb the available energy. Ha! With a loud shout, Yi Chen swung his sword down. Boom! A dazzling light that was comparable to a supernova explosion spread out at the speed of light. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield was dazzled by this dazzling light, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. Even the soul power they released was slightly disrupted, causing a blank space to appear in front of him. It was as if a sun had risen in the silent and dark ruins, releasing all of its energy. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, the dozen Xianxia kings beside King Mal instantly melted, turning into wisps of green smoke that dissipated in the air. As for King Mal himself, he was the target that Yi Chen paid special attention to, so he bore about 90% of the power. His eyes bulged out, and his body twisted crazily under the intense light. His shadow elongated to its limit, and was eventually swallowed by the light. When the light gradually dissipated, King Mal's figure was revealed. The blood-colored warhammer in his hand was sent flying, floating in the vacuum tens of thousands of li away. His body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in blisters. His appearance was miserable, and his aura was weak. With just a single slash, Yi Chen killed more than a dozen Xianxia kings and gravely injured King Mal. This kind of strength could only be achieved by a mid-level combat emperor. Of course, Yi Chen did have the strength of a mid-level combat emperor. Yi Chen, don't even think of killing me. King Mal couldn't be bothered to recover from his injuries, nor did he bother to pick up the blood-colored warhammer. He turned around, and with a burst of speed, he flew towards the north. Yi Chen's soul power locked onto King Mal, and a golden halo shot out from his forehead. The speed of the golden halo was so fast that King Mal staggered, and his face paled. Before this, he had already executed a soul defense secret art to guard against Yi Chen's soul attack. However, he didn't expect Yi Chen's soul attack to be 10 times stronger than he had imagined, and his soul defense couldn't withstand it at all. As the golden halo shot out, Yi Chen followed it up with a soul light, which heavily injured King Mal's soul. After doing all this, Yi Chen raised the dragon spring sword up high, and after taking a deep breath, he executed the sun essence extreme transformation for the second time. A blinding light engulfed King Mal. Pop, a seal entered the badge of a low-level soldier. It was the commander's seal. This meant that King Mal was dead. It wasn't easy at all. Seeing that Mal King was dead, Yi Chen let out a heavy breath. He could kill Mal King because of 2 factors. First, he had the strength of a mid-level combat emperor, and second, he had a powerful soul power. Moreover, he had a soul attack like Yuan's spirit lock. Without either of these factors, he wouldn't have been able to kill Mal King. With a suction force, Mal King's low-grade Heavenly King armor, blood-colored warhammer, and storage ring were pulled over by an invisible force and landed in Yi Chen's hand. It was a green-black armor with a demonic beast head, but it was flattened. Even after enduring 2 extreme sun essence transformation attacks from Yi Chen, there were only 2 marks left on it. Under normal circumstances, a low-grade Heavenly King armor would cost no less than 3 million yuan stones. The reason it was so expensive was because there was no market for it. Once it appeared, it would inevitably cause a fight. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This logic was applicable everywhere. Erasing the soul imprint on the storage ring, Yi Chen poured his soul power into it. Mal King had brought a lot of yuan stones with him, at least 500,000. Yi Chen realized that a war could make him rich. Up until now, he had already obtained more than 600,000 yuan stones, and this didn't include the fortune he was about to receive. Commander is dead. Run. Many Xianxia soldiers saw this scene and immediately thought of retreating. Mal King was a blood diamond commander, 10 times more powerful than ordinary commanders. If such a powerful existence was killed, how could they stop Yi Chen? After all, Yi Chen wasn't alone. There were thousands of human soldiers on the scene. Without exaggeration, if they didn't run, Yi Chen alone could kill them all in a short time. Impossible. how could Captain die in his hands? The ones who couldn't accept this the most were undoubtedly the members of Blood Hammer Battle Team. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen, who was still a demonic emperor 2 years ago, had the strength to kill Mall King. It wasn't that Mall King hadn't fought against mid-level combat emperors before. Out of the 5 times, he was able to escape unscathed. Logically speaking, only a high-level combat emperor could kill Mall King in an instant. There's no time to lose. Let's go. With the death of the Mall King, the 6 members of the Blood Hammer Battle Team fled without any hesitation. With the strength of a half-step emperor, escaping was too easy for them. Where are you going? The Myriad Arrow Monarch shot out 14 arrows in a row, and each arrow had the power to severely injure an ordinary quasi-emperor. Lu Wenjia's spear arts erupted to their limits. A giant blood flower bloomed in the ruins. This blood flower was formed from countless smaller blood flowers. In the center of the blood flower, there was a spear light that wanted to devour its target. Lu Di, Sima Fei, Zhang Yining, and Yuan Hong also attacked their opponents with all their might. Unfortunately, both sides were equally powerful, and there was a limit to how much stronger they could be. Moreover, the human and Yiksha soldiers were fighting everywhere, which hindered them to a certain extent. What a pity. The Myriad Arrow King stopped chasing and turned his attention to the Yiksha soldiers. Every time he released the bowstring, 3 or 4 Yiksha soldiers would fall. Every arrow was fatal. The Yiksha soldiers began to crumble and flee in panic. Yi Chen took advantage of the chaos and killed more than 400 of them. In the end, only 1,000 managed to escape. Of course, the human soldiers were in a miserable state as well. At a glance, there were less than 3,000 of them left, including the 500 led by the Myriad Arrow King. As the saying went, kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800. 5,000 against 5,000, it was basically impossible to completely annihilate the enemy. Only if one's soldiers were 10 times more powerful than the enemies would one have complete confidence. Adding the 40 or 50 people he had killed before, Yi Chen had killed nearly 500 people in total, obtaining more than 400 storage rings, 100 armors, and 300 weapons. It was quite a bountiful harvest. Everyone, many thanks for your help. This Luke can't thank you enough. The purple-robed old man's luck was quite good. Even the leaders had died, but he had survived until the end. There was a saying that old ginger was spicier, and the old had more experience. The Myriad Arrow King said, in the Black Tortoise ruins, we are all comrades. No need to be grateful. The dead had already died, and the wealth they had left behind made everyone a small fortune. Nearly 4,000 Yiksha soldiers had died, and 2,000 human soldiers had died. In total, there were more than 6,000 soldiers. In other words, there were more than 6,000 treasures on the battlefield. Among these 6,000 treasures, there might be a few that could save them decades or even hundreds of years of hard work. Of course, Yi Chen and the rest had collected a lot of wealth, and the number of treasures left on the battlefield was only about 3,000 to 4,000. Yi Chen didn't check the number of yuan stones in the storage rings one by one. It wouldn't be too late to check after returning to the gold armor planet. You should have seen Yi Chen's strength. His strength is comparable to a purple-gold commander. With him alone, no matter how many experts there are, we won't have to be afraid. A troop of 1,000, we can eat as many as we want, and we don't have to be afraid of a troop of 5,000. Myriad Arrow King tried his best to persuade the purple-robed old man. The purple-robed old man pondered for a while, then firmly nodded, all right, the bold will die, and the cowardly will die. After this, we won't have to risk our lives for the next 10 years. He had seen Yi Chen's strength with his own eyes. Just as Myriad Arrow King had said, as long as Yi Chen was here, they indeed didn't have to be afraid. If they didn't seize this opportunity to make some money, there wouldn't be another chance in the future. Moreover, apart from Yi Chen, Myriad Arrow King and the other 5 were also frightening experts. The 7 of them could be compared to thousands of people on the battlefield. But, I still have to discuss it with the other 2 commanders. The purple-robed old man said again. Myriad Arrow King nodded. A short while later, the purple-robed old man flew over with a smile on his face, they agreed. No one was a fool. Who would be willing to give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Cowards wouldn't join the army and enter the Black Tortoise ruins. Just like that, the two teams merged together and became one team. The team was temporarily led by the purple-robed old man as the overall commander, while the other two were his deputies. As for Yi Chen and the other 6, although their military ranks were slightly lower, they could still speak for them. After all, they would still need to contribute when the time came. Time flowed like water, and soon, 1.5 months passed. In this 1.5 month, led by the purple-robed old man and assisted by Yi Chen and the others, the team of 3,000 people annihilated 15 enemy teams. 9 teams of 500 people and 6 teams of 1,000 people, for a total of around 10,000 people. During this time, Yi Chen also discovered a team of 5,000 people, but Yi Chen didn't say it out loud. With their strength, they could indeed defeat an enemy team of 5,000 people, but they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. After all, no matter how fierce he was, he couldn't annihilate too many enemies in a short period of time. He didn't want too many human soldiers to die because of him. After another 3 days, everyone finally decided to leave the Black Tortoise ruins. On the Myriad Arrow King's emerald green warship, everyone was drinking and chatting loudly, looking very excited. They had come with 500 people, but by the time they returned, they had only lost 20 people. This was a very small loss. Most importantly, everyone who returned had a bountiful harvest. Some soldiers had even obtained tens of thousands of yuan stones and 20 supreme-grade artifacts, while the least had several thousand yuan stones. With 4 or 5 supreme-grade artifacts, how could they not be excited? It should be known that ordinary life and death kings only had 1 or 2,000 yuan stones, and this was even if they lived frugally. In the universe, there were countless life and death kings, and they were merely ordinary people. For their entire lives, they had to worry about earning yuan stones or raising their cultivation base. Therefore, when an opportunity presented itself, they were willing to take risks. Although joining the army seemed dangerous, it was actually a way to make money. Of course, if one were to say who had the most harvest, it would naturally be Yi Chen. Yi Chen had obtained a total of 1,200 storage rings and 1,000 supreme-grade artifacts. In these 1,200 storage rings, there were 2 million yuan stones, which was several times more than Yi Chen's net worth, turning him into a millionaire. As for the 1,000 supreme-grade artifacts, although their value was less than 2 million yuan stones, it was still not a small amount. In the weapon shop, a low-grade artifact was worth 200 to 300 yuan stones, a mid-grade artifact was worth 500 to 700 yuan stones, and a high-grade artifact was worth 1,000 to 1,500 yuan stones. With an average of 700 yuan stones per artifact, Yi Chen's 1,000 supreme-grade artifacts had a total value of 700,000 yuan stones. This didn't even include the Moral King's copper demon armor and blood-colored warhammer, because these two alone were worth several million yuan stones. In short, Yi Chen's harvest in this trip to the Black Tortoise ruins was more than 5 million yuan stones. I don't have to worry anymore. Drinking a mouthful of wine, Yi Chen smiled. He had never thought that war was a way to make money. No, it was a way to make a fortune. Coming a few times a year, after 10 years, his net worth would be at least tens of millions. Apart from wealth, Yi Chen's kill count was shocking. In the last 2 months, he had killed a total of 1,550 enemies, including 1 commander, 5 major commanders, 11 minor commanders, 43 centurions, 200 high-ranking soldiers, 400 mid-ranking soldiers, and 700 low-ranking soldiers. With this calculation, Yi Chen could already be promoted to major commander. As for commander, he was still a bit short, as he needed to kill 2 commanders. 10 commanders, and Yi Chen was still short of half. After all, there was only 1 commander in a troop of 1,000, and 1 commander in a troop of 5,000. Returning to the Heaven Eye Star, everyone teleported to the Gold Armor Star through the teleportation array. Gold Armor Star Soldier City's northern palace, this place was responsible for checking the battle records. Troop of 1,000 people, lost 420 people, killed 832 people, average battle record. Troop of 5,000 people, lost 1,842 people, average battle record. Troop of 500 people, lost 300 people, killed 252 people, average battle record. From time to time, a clear and cold voice came from the palace. It was a woman's voice. It turned out that every time a troop went to war, there would be a battle record evaluation. If the number of people lost exceeded the number of enemies killed, then the battle record would obviously be bad. If the number of people lost was less than the number of enemies killed, then the battle record would be evaluated as average or high. However, up until now, there was not a single high battle record. Instead, most of the low battle record was low. Thinking about it, with the same number of people, the human race did not have any advantage. Soon, it was Xianxia's team's turn. First was the individual score evaluation, starting from the 1,000-arrow king, who had the highest military rank. Military rank, minor lieutenant. The number of enemies killed is 420. Among them, 10 are great commanders, 3 are minor commanders, 9 are centurions, 85 are upper-class soldiers, 120 are middle-class soldiers, and 202 are lower-class soldiers. If you kill a great commander, 35 are minor commanders, and 120 are centurions, you can be promoted to great commander. Military contribution points, 607,000. Individual battle score, 3 stars, average battle score, 2 stars. The 1,000-arrow king's battle score was undoubtedly brilliant. The number of enemies he killed alone was equivalent to a team of 1,000. He was also officially promoted to lieutenant. Next were the 5 centurions. Among the 5 centurions, Zhang Yining killed the most enemies with 320, followed by Sima Fei with 310, Lu Di with 300, and Yuanhong with 293. As for the Blood Fist King, he had the least with only 50. After all, he was just an ordinary centurion, so his individual strength wasn't very high. Apart from the Blood Fist King, Zhang Yining and the other 3 were promoted to minor lieutenants. Lu Wenjie was originally a senior soldier, but this time, he was also promoted to minor lieutenant. His kill count was slightly higher than Zhang Yining's, 345. If the achievements of the previous 6 people were already quite glorious, then the achievements of Yi Chen, a low-ranked soldier, were undoubtedly brilliant. Military rank, junior soldier. 1,550 enemies killed, 1 commander, 5 major generals, 11 minor generals, 43 centurions, 290 high-ranking soldiers, 465 middle-ranking soldiers, and 735 low-ranking soldiers. Killing 1 commander, 5 major generals, 11 major generals, 43 centurions, 290 high-ranking soldiers, 465 middle-ranking soldiers, and 735 low-ranking soldiers will result in promotion to the rank of Major General. Military contribution points, 1, 687 stars. Individual battle score, 5 stars, average battle score, 5 stars. The lady officer lifted up her head and studied Yi Chen. This kind of battle record was something that even the purple gold warriors would not be able to achieve. It was not because they were not powerful enough, but because they would not have the luck to run into so many enemies. The Black Tortoise ruins had to be calculated in light years, so it was quite possible that they would not run into 1 enemy in a week. This is your Commander-in-Chief badge. The cold female officer handed an orange badge to Yi Chen. Although the military insignia were made of the same materials, the colors were different according to their rarity. The insignia for low-ranked soldiers was white, the insignia for middle-ranked soldiers was gray, the insignia for high-ranked soldiers was green, the insignia for centurions was green, the insignia for minor lieutenants was yellow, the insignia for major lieutenants was orange, the commander was purple, the general was gold, and the marshal was blue and gold. Not long after, everyone's battle records were tallied up. Next, it was time to tally up the team's battle records. The team had 500 people. We lost 24 people and killed 4,830 enemies. Excellent results. Hiss, as the cold female official's voice rang out, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard in the main hall. A team of 500 people had only lost 24 people, and they had killed 4,830 enemies. This was too abnormal. The cold female officer had a rare smile on her face. Ever since she was in charge of the battle records, she rarely showed a smile. It wasn't because she was cold, but because she couldn't smile at all. According to her statistics, the loss ratio between humans and enemies had reached a shocking 2-to-1 ratio. In other words, for every 2 humans, only 1 enemy would die. If this was magnified, wouldn't it mean that 20 million humans had died and only 10 million enemies had died? The difference was too huge. Leaving the main hall, Yi Chen and the other 6 walked on the streets of the Armor Soldier City. How about we go to the secret spell tower and have a look? Zhang Yining suddenly suggested. Alright, it's been a long time since we went there. Zhang Yining's suggestion was unanimously agreed by everyone. Yi Chen didn't object either. The secret spell tower was in the west of the Armor Soldier City. The tower was 7 floors high, and its whole body was emitting a 5-colored radiance. This 5-colored radiance was extraordinary. As soon as Yi Chen's soul power approached it, it was shattered, and his head started to hurt. The Thousand Arrow King said, "The secret spell tower is one of the most important places in the Gold Armor City. There are thousands of secret arts inside, including ordinary Earth Realm ones and Heaven Realm ones. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for any secret art you want. As for robbing it, that's just courting death. Not to mention the fact that there are countless experts on the Gold Armor planet, there are even life and death realm warriors at the 8th sky. Just the restriction of the secret spell tower is not something ordinary people can break. I heard that the restriction of the secret spell tower was set up by a 9th sky warrior. Trying to break it is equivalent to challenging a 9th sky warrior." Lu Di added. Arriving outside the secret spell tower, the 7 stopped for inspection. The inspection was actually very simple. All they had to do was look at their military badges. Anyone with military badges could enter, regardless of whether they were low-ranking soldiers or generals. Alright, you can go in. The guard waved his hand and let them in. Entering the secret spell tower, Sima Fei said, "Go to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor has Earth Realm secret arts, which are very ordinary. The 1st floor had Earth Realm secret arts, and from the 2nd floor onwards, there were Heaven Realm secret arts. Any soldier could enter the 1st floor, but not everyone could enter the 2nd floor. One had to have more than 10,000 contribution points to enter the 2nd floor. As for the 3rd floor, it required 100,000, 1 million for the 4th floor, 10 million for the 5th floor, 100 million for the 6th floor, and 1 billion for the 7th floor. Arriving at the 2nd floor, the 7 stopped for a while and then went to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor's secret arts were quite precious. Even Thousand Arrow King and the others would not choose to ignore them. They carefully looked at them to see if there was anything they liked. I have the 3 flowers for fighting secret arts, Yuan Spirit Immortal for soul defense secret arts, and Yuan Spirit Lock for soul attack secret arts. I don't lack any of these for the time being. I wonder what's on the 4th floor." After walking around, Yi Chen did not find anything he liked, so he decided to go to the 4th floor. The 4th floor requires 1 million contribution points. The guard stopped Yi Chen. Yi Chen handed the commander's badge to the guard and let him check his contribution points. Soon, the guard returned the badge. "You can go up now." The military badge needed to be refined with blood. It was equivalent to identification. Through the military badge, the guard could check Yi Chen's military information. Naturally, he could also see Yi Chen's contribution points. It was very fast. On the 4th floor, Yi Chen began to look around earnestly. His contribution points were 1,687,000, so he couldn't go to the 5th floor. He hoped that the 4th floor would have a secret art that he wanted. Soul-breaking arrow, soul attack secret art. Requires 2 million contribution points. Soul armor, soul defense secret art. Requires 350,000 contribution points. Hidden dragon art, stimulates the hidden potential in the body. Requires 5 million contribution points. Huh? Stimulates potential? Yi Chen's eyes flashed. In order to open the selfless realm, one needed to know one's own limits and then break through them. Yi Chen had never been able to determine where his limits were. No matter how much he pushed himself, he could still improve. Moreover, his soul power was too powerful, and his brain cells were abnormally active. This also increased the difficulty of opening the selfless realm, and he had yet to succeed. However, the hidden dragon art would be different. It could completely arouse the hidden potential within Yi Chen's body, which was equivalent to opening the selfless realm in disguise. Thinking about the secret arts needed to open the selfless realm, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had successfully taught Lan Xian'er, allowing her to enter the selfless realm. He didn't expect that he, as her master, would have to rely on secret arts. The fourth floor already has a secret art like the hidden dragon art. What kind of earth-shattering secret arts will there be in the fifth, sixth, and seventh floors? How powerful will those who learn them become? Yi Chen suddenly realized that after the sixth layer of life and death realm, there was not only a gap in basic strength, but also a gap in knowledge. It was not an exaggeration to say that each step was like a different world. Spending 1.5 million contribution points, Yi Chen exchanged for the hidden dragon art. On the third floor, Thousand Arrow King's group of 6 didn't find any secret arts that suited them. It was understandable. With their status and insight, ordinary secret arts were nothing in their eyes. Leaving the secret art tower, the 7 directly returned to the Rising Cloud military camp. No matter which camp it was, soldiers could only live in the soldier building, centurions lived in the centurion building, and lieutenants had their own small courtyards. Lieutenants had their own large courtyards with superior geographical conditions. Choosing an ownerless courtyard, Yi Chen moved in. There was still a month before the Snow Air Emperor would lead the army to the Black Tortoise ruins. He decided to use this time to try cultivating the hidden dragon art to minor completion. The hidden dragon art's cultivation method was very unique, so unique that it was Yi Chen's first time seeing it. It had a total of 9 postures. Learning 3 postures would be considered minor completion. Learning 6 postures would allow the hidden dragon art to enter the palace. Learning all 9 postures would allow the hidden dragon art to reach major completion. The first 3 postures were the golden rooster asking the question, parting the clouds, and suddenly looking back. The so-called golden pheasant seeking the way was actually standing on one leg with his palms together. His eyes seemed to be open but not closed, and his mind was clear and unaffected by the outside world. This posture seemed easy, but it was actually extremely obscure. There was nothing else. The posture was merely an outward appearance. What was truly important was the charm. Without the charm, no matter how good the outward appearance was, it was just a useless bag of skin. In the courtyard, Yi Chen maintained this posture, not moving an inch. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, the sun rose for the 3rd time. Every vital planet had a companion sun. In the first 2 days, Yi Chen didn't feel much about the morning sun. But on this day, Yi Chen's beer shone brightly. It seemed that the sunlight from the outside world not only illuminated the golden armor star but also his soul, giving him a new understanding from the inside out. His thoughts were extremely clear and agile. I see. Yi Chen slightly adjusted his posture, and in the next moment, a warm golden light spread out from his body. A faint divine charm spread out, giving off a feeling of turning something rotten into something magical. In his body, every cell was wriggling, releasing a warm power. This was the potential hidden deep in his body. The potential was endless, like a reservoir that could continuously provide power. Developing the potential did not mean squeezing out all the potential. That was impossible. Even if it was possible, no one dared to do it. The hidden dragon art was to fully stimulate the potential. For example, the reservoir originally provided power of 1, but now it could be increased to 2 or even 3. His mind was as calm as an ancient well. Yi Chen's whole body was immersed in a mysterious state. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. Yi Chen had completely mastered the first posture, golden rooster asking. As time went by, the speed of potential development was getting slower and slower. Yi Chen knew that it was time to learn the second posture. The second posture was also very strange. It was still standing on one foot, but its body was leaning forward, its eyes looked forward, and its hands made a gesture to push away the clouds in front of it. Although the whole posture was still, it gave people a sense of movement, as if it was between the line of stillness and movement. The most important part of the first posture is the word ask, and the most important part of the second posture should be the word pull, right? Golden rooster asking meant to explore the way of the outside world, so the word ask was the most important. According to Yi Chen's understanding, the second posture should be the word pull was more important. The whole posture also gave people a feeling of pushing away the clouds and seeing the blue sky. 5 days passed. No, could it be that I understood it wrong? The most important part is not the word pull ? Yichen had doubts. In the past 5 days, he did not make any progress at all. Instead, it made his blood boil, and he could not calm down. If it's not the word pull, what is it? Cloud? Fog? In the blink of an eye, the sun and moon alternated twice. Seems like I took it for granted. The most important part of pushing away the clouds is the word open. I didn't expect it to be the first thing I eliminated. That's right, the most important part of pushing away the clouds was the word open. Pulling was the beginning, and opening was the result. Only when the clouds were pushed away could one see the blue sky, and only then could one enter a new realm. This time, Yichen's body emitted a pale green light. The pale green light was extremely pure, like the color of the blue sky. It made one's heart open and fighting spirit high. In Yichen's body, the speed of the cells wriggling was far faster than during the golden rooster asking period. Wave after wave of potential surged out, combining with Yichen's true essence. After combining with a large amount of potential, the total amount did not increase, but the quality changed. In other words, Yichen's basic strength was increasing in an orderly manner. On the 15th day, Yichen officially learned the third posture and suddenly turned back. This posture was more difficult than the previous two combined. It maintained the posture of pushing away the clouds, but its head had to turn and look behind it. What was behind it, suddenly turned back. Why did it turn back? Reflecting on the past, it wasn't until the 30th day that Yichen understood. Suddenly turned back was not to see what was behind it, nor was it reflecting on the past. Instead, it was to tell you that the previous two postures were the golden rooster asking and the pushing away the clouds. Could he do 2 poses with 1 pose? That was impossible. Moreover, suddenly turned back already had a fixed posture. It was impossible to add the golden rooster asking and the pushing away the clouds. The posture could not be added, but the charm could. The charm of suddenly turned back was the golden rooster asking and the pushing away the clouds. The combination of the two charms was the charm of suddenly turned back. After a whole week, Yichen finally combined the charm of the golden rooster asking and the pushing away the clouds. His body emitted a golden green light. The hidden dragon art had reached the initial success stage. With the initial success of the hidden dragon spell, something in Yichen's body seemed to crack. It was a shackle that stopped Yichen's progress. As this shackle was broken, Yichen vaguely found out where his limit was. Now, he only needed to break through this limit to open the selfless state. There are only 3 days left before the battle. I hope I can open the selfless state within these 3 days. Yichen continued to maintain the posture and charm of suddenly looking back. The potential in his body continuously flowed out, fusing with the increasingly pure and powerful true essence. The Yunlai barracks had been turbulent recently. Ever since the Snow Air Emperor announced that he would lead an army of 50,000 people to the Black Tortoise ruins, the number of people in the Yunlai barracks had been increasing. From the original 50,000 people, it had grown to the current 180,000 people. The extra 100,000 people were naturally not from the Yunlai barracks, but from the other barracks on planet Gold Armor. Currently, there was one general in the Yunlai barracks, and that was the Snow Air Emperor. There were more than 30 commanders, and 4 of them were the elusive purple gold commanders. There were hundreds of major commanders and minor commanders. Not to mention the centurions. Everyone wanted to join the Snow Air Emperor's army and make some money from the war. Because every time a general was dispatched, the enemies in the Black Tortoise ruins would be massacred, unless the enemy also dispatched a general. Unfortunately, a general could only command 50,000 people. The Snow Air Emperor had already appointed 4 commanders, 5 major commanders, and 8 minor commanders. The 4 commanders were naturally purple gold commanders. The 5 major commanders included the Thousand Arrow King and Yichen. The 8 minor commanders included the other 5 members of the Exorcist Squad. As for the others, the Snow Air Emperor did not care who they were. In the wide courtyard, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out of Yichen's body. This aura flashed and disappeared, finally merging with Yichen's body. The next moment, Yi Chen's black hair grew longer at a visible speed, and his pupils became focused silver. It gave people the feeling that he had forgotten himself, yet was extremely self-centered. The selfless state. Success. Is this the selfless realm? Yi Chen felt that not only had his strength increased by a lot, but it had also become more concentrated. Every movement he made was in his best condition. In terms of effect, it was not as good as the 3 flowers borrowing of the way, which could double one's battle prowess. The first stage of the selfless state increased one's strength by about 70 to 80%, but it was still the first stage after all. There was still the second and third stages to come. Buzz, the air rippled like water as 3 illusory flowers appeared above Yi Chen's head. This was the sign of using the 3 flowers to borrow the Tao. However, just as the blue flowers were about to form, they suddenly collapsed. It's a pity that I can't use the 3 flowers borrowing the way while in the selfless state. It seems that regardless of whether it's the selfless state or the 3 flowers borrowing the way, I must be extremely focused and cannot be distracted. Yi Chen thought to himself as the 3 flower phantoms dissipated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Snow Air Emperor had already gathered 50,000 men and horses. As for those who couldn't join the Snow Air Emperor, they could only hope that they would have the chance to join another general in the future. Let's go. The Snow Air Emperor waved his hand, and the 50,000 men left Planet Gold Armor through 10 large teleportation arrays. Planet Heaven Eye. Every day, tens of thousands of soldiers came to Planet Heaven Eye through the teleportation arrays. The arrival of such a large group immediately attracted the attention of the upper echelons of Planet Heaven Eye. Not long after, a general of Planet Heaven Eye flew over. So it's the Snow Air Emperor. This general of Planet Heaven Eye clearly recognized the Snow Air Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor smiled and said, "Iron Fist Emperor, long time no see." The army on Planet Heaven Eye changed every 100 years. It was the same for the generals and generals. The Iron Fist Emperor was one of the generals under the great general of Planet Heaven Eye. He had been stationed on Planet Heaven Eye for more than 50 years. The Iron Fist Emperor looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had a resolute expression on his face. He said, "Originally, I was going to have someone inform the other military planets. Just now, a group returned to Planet Heaven Eye. According to them, a group of 50,000 demons appeared in the Black Tortoise ruins. Now, with you leading the group, we should be able to suppress them." An army of demons? What a coincidence. The Snow Air Emperor smiled. As a human general, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of the demons. At their level, everything depended on strength. Be careful, we must show the might of our human race. The Iron Fist Emperor had a lot of confidence in the Snow Air Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor wasn't a 1-star general, but a 3-star general. The highest rank was a 5-star general. To become a general, apart from gaining the recognition of the 5 marshals, one had to be a 5-star general. As for becoming a 5-star general, it wasn't easy. One had to kill a 1-star general, a 2-star general, a 3-star general, and a 4-star general. In total, there were 4-star generals. Naturally. The Snow Air Emperor nodded. Just like that, the Snow Air Emperor led the 50,000 troops and rode on the battleship towards the depths of the Black Tortoise ruins. A large Heavenly Monarch battleship could only hold 5,000 people. Any more and it would be too crowded. 10 large Heavenly Monarch battleships. Yi Chen and the myriad Aero Monarchs group of 7 rode on a black battleship. The owner of this battleship was an ordinary commander, the Black Mysterious King. With 50,000 troops, they naturally had to go deeper into the Black Tortoise ruins. Otherwise, it would be difficult to run into too many enemies. After a full 2 hours, the 10 battleships returned to the starry sky. Standing in front of everyone, the Snow Air Emperor turned back and said, "Now, we will begin the net operation. Remember, keep your distance. Don't spread out too much, and don't get too close." The so-called net operation was to split their forces into 100 teams, each with 500 people. These teams were led by the Snow Air Emperor as the center, with the 10 commanders as the backbone, and the 50 commanders as the meridians. Overall, it looked like a long net, sweeping away all the enemies in front. The net operation was very smooth. After a week, they had killed a total of 30,000 enemies. Basically, no enemy could escape from the net. Watch out, there's a big fish in front, 9 million li away. There's a small fish here, 7 million li to the right. There's a small fish in front. There were 100 teams, and the distance between each team didn't exceed 8 million kilometers. In this way, they could communicate with each other through secret soul techniques, and they wouldn't lose contact with each other. 1 big fish and 4 small fish? Divide into 5 groups. 30,000 people go to the big fish, 5,000 people go to each small fish. Eat them all. When the news reached the Snow Air Emperor, the Snow Air Emperor immediately gave the order. The big fish represented 5,000 people, while the small fish represented 500 or 1,000 people. The net tightened, and by the time the enemies found out, they would have nowhere to run, as human soldiers were everywhere. Boom, Yichen moved quickly. The dragon spring sword was unsheathed, and a beam of sun-like sword chi pierced out. In a straight line, at least dozens of people were killed by this sword chi. The power of the extreme sun essence was extremely sharp. This was the time to snatch the enemies. Whoever made the first move, whose ultimate move was more powerful, would gain the most. Those who were too slow wouldn't even get the leftovers. In less than 10 minutes, all the enemies were killed. Facing the human army, which was 10 times their number, they didn't even have the qualifications to make a splash. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 100 teams spread out again, continuing to spread the net. Commander, do you think we will encounter that 50,000 demons army this time? Yi Chen's deputy, a junior commander, chatted with Yi Chen. The probability is very low, but it's not impossible. The Black Tortoise ruins had a diameter of several hundred light years. On average, there were over 10 million people wandering around the ruins every day. The reason why there were so many was because the various races treated this place as a battlefield. There were humans, giants, barbarians, demons, evil spirits, yikshaws, and other weaker races. However, even though there were many of them, there weren't many of them when they were spread out. It was easier said than done to encounter an evenly matched enemy army. Buzz, just as the two were chatting, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the desolate ruins. This fluctuation was extremely vast, causing people's hearts to tremble. It should be known that the outer space was different from Elysium's space. The space here was the true space, containing the profound origin of the universe. Even ninth-layer life and death supremes couldn't create such a vast spatial fluctuation. Spatial fluctuation, what's going on? Everyone discussed spiritedly. Snow Air Emperor's brows creased. After a while, she said, "Everyone, gather. Let's go to the origin of the fluctuation." She had a feeling that this fluctuation was not ordinary. It would be a pity not to go and take a look. 50,000 people gathered once again. Under Snow Air Emperor's lead, they flew toward the origin of the fluctuation. The origin of the fluctuation was very far away. At this time, it was simply impossible to ride on the puppet battleship. The frightening spatial fluctuation could easily distort the battleship. 3 days later, everyone finally arrived near the origin of the fluctuation. It's right in front. Don't be careless, Snow Air Emperor warned. As they got closer to the origin of the fluctuation, more and more people appeared. Some were enemies, and some were allies. However, no one intended to kill each other at this time. Of course, they didn't dare to get too close to each other either. Finally, everyone found the origin of the fluctuation. This is. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In their line of sight, a vast group of palaces appeared. The main color of the palaces was white, giving off a dignified and sacred feeling. Above the palaces was a black hole with a white edge. Clearly, the palaces came from the black hole. Otherwise, how could they not have discovered it before? The palaces were extremely huge. Every gate was several tens of thousands of li tall. The white pillars on both sides could be said to reach the sky, extending all the way into the black hole. Above them, there were 2 huge python carvings. The entire group of palaces emitted a hazy white sacred radiance. Under the illumination of the sacred radiance, the space of the ruins fluctuated unceasingly like a tide. Fortunately, although these fluctuations were frequent, they didn't contain any destructive power. The premise was that one didn't ride on the puppet battleship. Otherwise, one wouldn't even know how they died. Could this be a miracle? In front of Yi Chen, the black mysterious monarch blurted out, but he didn't seem too sure. A miracle? Yi Chen sized up the black mysterious king. From the latter's expression, he could tell that this word did not refer to a miracle that everyone was talking about. It should refer to something real. Apart from miracles like the paradise of God, I've never seen any other miracles. I've only heard of them. But judging from this vast fluctuation and sacred aura, it should be a miracle. The myriad arrow monarch's heart stirred. What is a miracle? Yi Chen asked. The myriad arrow monarch explained, a miracle is the power of a true god in the mortal world. A true god can turn stone into gold, change the rules, and turn something rotten into something magical. Even a stone, as long as it is stained with a true god's power or aura, it will become extraordinary and become a rare treasure in the mortal world. Hearing the myriad arrow monarch's explanation, Yi Chen slightly nodded. God's star, God's ship, God's trial field, God's paradise, these were all unimaginable existences. They could only be described as miracles. And this group of shrines didn't seem to be inferior to the paradise of God. A miracle can only be chanced upon. Everyone, get ready. In front of everyone, the Snow Air Emperor's voice resounded. In fact, even without the Snow Air Emperor pointing it out, everyone knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to encounter it again for the rest of their lives. Apart from the Snow Air Emperor and Yi Chen's side, there were also troops of other races in other directions. On the Devil race's side, there was a team of 50,000 people. The leader of the Devil race had 2 horns on his head and was extremely domineering. Beside him, there was a graceful female demon. This woman was about 1.8 meters tall and had extremely long legs. What was different from the horned Devil race general was that the aura emitted from her body didn't have the slightest trace of devil chi. It was an overbearing and divine aura. Apart from the human clan and the demon clan, there were also many teams of 5,000 people present. Of course, most of them were teams of 1,000 people and 500 people. The total number of people was no less than 200,000 or 300,000, and it seemed like the number was increasing. Go. No one knew who was the first to fly towards the gate of the Divine Hall. Since there was a first, there would naturally be a second. In an instant, thousands of figures rushed towards the gate. Hiss, all of a sudden, the giant python relief on the sky-reaching pillar outside the gate of the Divine Temple came to life, its eyes shining with a red light. The giant python on the left extended its body and opened its mouth, sucking dozens of people into its mouth. The python on the right was unwilling to fall behind. With a flick of its tail, dozens of people were smashed into pieces. Not good, retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people flew back, and the people behind them unleashed their ultimate attacks, bombarding the giant python's body. Poo-poo sounds rang out, stone fragments flew everywhere, and shallow pits appeared on the giant python's body. The 2 pythons were infuriated. They broke off from the heaven pillar and slithered through the crowd. Those who were hit by them were all smashed to pieces. Their bodies were badly mangled, and their top-grade armors were useless. Everyone, let's attack together. Although the Snow Air Emperor was not in a hurry to fly towards the gate of the Divine Temple, she was very clear that if they did not take care of these 2 pythons, they would definitely not be able to enter the Divine Temple. These 2 pythons were too fast. With a low roar, the Snow Air Emperor was the first to attack. With a palm strike on the body of one of the pythons, a crack appeared on the python's body. The wound was covered in frost, and a dark blue color appeared. Kill. There were at least 200,000 to 300,000 people present. When they attacked together, it was extremely powerful. The dazzling light was 10 times denser than a meteor shower, continuously bombarding the giant python's body. The giant python's body became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the sign of most of its body being annihilated. Bang, the sky was filled with flying stones. One of the pythons was killed. Don't worry about them. Let's go in first. The 2-horned demon's general did not care about the other giant python and led the 50,000 demons into the Divine Temple's gate. The inside of the Divine Temple's gate was misty white. Once they entered, they would not be able to see anything. After a while, the remaining giant python was also shattered. Stones flew everywhere, turning the outside of the divine temple's gate into a meteorite field. Go in quickly. If we are late, there will be nothing left. Like a swarm of bees, everyone rushed towards the divine temple's gate. Let's go in too. The Snow Air Emperor's figure flashed and turned into an icy blue shadow. Yi Chen and the others followed behind her. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single person outside the divine temple's gate. Everyone had entered the divine temple. Inside the divine temple. Everyone is gone? Yi Chen's face flashed with surprise. Before entering, everyone was still together. After entering, he was the only one left. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen looked around. This was a tunnel. The tunnel was straight and extended all the way to the end. Behind him was a wall. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen started walking towards the end of the tunnel. Soon, Yi Chen walked out of the tunnel. What appeared in front of him was a stone hall. There was only one door in front of the hall, which was closed. On the right side of the door was a cute stone rabbit statue. At this moment, many people were already standing in the hall. There were demons, yikshaws, and green men. There were at least 50 of them. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, as if a bloody battle had just taken place. Seeing Yi Chen, these non-humankind beings' eyes lit up. Just now, they had killed 7 human beings. Obviously, Yi Chen was also a human being. Die. Instantly, more than 10 non-humankind beings joined hands and attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and waved it. Swoosh, 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 sword chi swept across the hall. How could these non-humankind beings be a match for Yi Chen? They were instantly killed, and the soul imprints in their bodies were destroyed by Yi Chen's destructive sword intent. This is troublesome. Let's go. The pupils of the other non-humankind beings shrunk, and they hurriedly flew towards the door in front of the hall. Yi Chen shook his head, but didn't make a move. He saw the eyes of the rabbit statue open, its lower body stood up, and its hind legs straightened, making it look like a small human. Swoosh, a gray shadow flashed past, and a non-humankind being was beheaded. Strangely, although this non-humankind being had an immortal body, the moment his head was beheaded, he seemed to have lost his soul, and thus, his immortal body became a mere decoration. Soul absorption. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. Non-humankind beings died one after another. None of them could even last one round against the rabbit statue. As the number of non-humankind beings increased, the rabbit statue gradually became more and more real, and fur started to grow on its body. Save me! The last demons flew towards Yi Chen, trying to divert the disaster. Yi Chen's body flashed, and he dodged. You will die a horrible death. Before this demon died, he cursed Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't care about the demon's words. His eyes were fixed on the rabbit. At this moment, the rabbit was no different from a real rabbit. Its fur was soft, and its ears were long and drooping. The rabbit tilted its head, and curiously looked at Yi Chen. However, its curiosity would cause fear in people. While it pretended to be cute, its legs were also gathering power. A gray shadow flashed, and the rabbit sprang towards Yi Chen. Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen blocked the rabbit's attack, and even bounced it back. Without stopping, Yi Chen performed Moment of Glory, and stabbed at the rabbit's throat. A strand of white fur floated in the air. Yi Chen's sword didn't kill the rabbit, but he could feel that it was like piercing a balloon, causing the rabbit's power to leak out. The rabbit's body turned back into a stone statue, and after a squeak, it crashed into the wall of the hall. No, it didn't crash, but merged with the wall, disappearing without a trace, as if it could go through the wall. God's power is truly unfathomable. Whether it was the python or the rabbit, they both had immense power, and they were nothing more than stones. After collecting all the storage rings, Yi Chen threw them into his own storage ring without even looking at them, then walked toward the door. Creak, the door opened automatically, and Yi Chen walked in. Death was happening all the time. The majority of people started to regret entering the palace. If they were given another chance, they would choose to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Snow Air Emperor was also regretting. She knew that of the 50,000 people she brought, more than half of them would die. However, high risk also meant high reward. According to the legends, although the place was dangerous, there were a lot of treasures inside. As long as one could find one and successfully bring it out, it would definitely be sold for a high price. In a huge plaza, tens of thousands of people had gathered, and the number kept increasing. Yi Chen. Myriad Arrow King and the others discovered Yi Chen. You've arrived? Yi Chen walked over. Yeah, but the situation is not good. There are stone statues everywhere, and we've been surrounded. Myriad Arrow King pointed around the plaza. Yi Chen looked over and could not help but frown. There were indeed a lot of stone statues around the plaza. There were rabbit stone statues, piglet stone statues, pheasant stone statues, mountain goat stone statues. All in all of them looked rather cute. However, their power could not be described as cute at all. Instead, it was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Why aren't they attacking? Yi Chen felt that it was strange. Because of the plaza, as long as we stay in the plaza, we won't be attacked. Once we leave the plaza, we will be surrounded and killed. Many people have already been surrounded and killed. Zhang Yining explained. Snow Air Emperor frowned deeply. Of the 50,000 people she brought, only 20,000 were left. They had lost more than half of them. Fortunately, the plaza was very safe. As long as they didn't leave the plaza, there shouldn't be any deaths. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would survive. Boom boom boom, suddenly, there was a sound of an explosion. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The general demons led the 4 demons out of the plaza and were surrounded by the stone statues. However, these stone statues obviously couldn't do anything to the general demons and were all sent flying. The general demons and the 4 demons quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Chen, we will stay in the plaza. Myriad Arrow King and the others didn't plan to take the risk. The requirement for strength was too high. Without the strength of a combat emperor, it would be hard to move an inch. Although they knew that there would definitely be treasures in the place, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. All right. Yi Chen nodded. He also felt that it was better for Myriad Arrow King and the others to stay in the plaza. As for himself, he had to try his luck. This was a rare opportunity. After making the decision, the Snow Air Emperor, Yi Chen, and the 4 purple gold leaders left the square together, rushing toward the palace on the other side. Shoo 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 shoo, as soon as the 6 left the square, they were surrounded by hundreds of stone statues. Follow me. The Snow Air Emperor's hands were ice blue, and there was a cold vortex in each of her palms. With a low shout, she pushed out her palms, creating 2 ice walls that were hundreds of miles long. The 6 of them were in between the 2 ice walls. The stone statues were very powerful, and the ice walls kept breaking. However, breaking the ice walls required a moment, which was enough for the 6 of them to travel hundreds of miles. Then, 2 more ice walls were created, and the cycle repeated. With the ice walls as a barrier, the 6 of them successfully reached the palace on the other side. Not many people could reach the palace on the other side. 4 demons, 6 humans and beasts, and 2 green men, for a total of 12 people. The space inside the palace was very wide. Even if a planet with a diameter of 10,000 miles was stuffed inside, it would not feel crowded. Compared to the palace, Yi Chen and the others were like dust. The 4 devil men and the 2 green men stood there in a daze, looking up at the end of the palace. At the end of the palace stood a 10,000 miles tall stone stele. Apart from that, nothing else could be found in the palace. Should we kill them? The purple gold leader beside the Snow Air Emperor suggested. How could he not see that whether it was the demon general, the dark commander of the demon race, or the emerald commander of the green men race, they had all fallen into a strange state. In this state, their vigilance must have been greatly reduced, which was the best time to kill them. The Snow Air Emperor shook his head. The danger of death will wake them up. The possibility of killing them is not high. Instead of that, we might as well see what secrets the stone tablet has. Then forget it. The purple gold leader who suggested this also felt that it would not be easy to kill the enemies. With a bitter smile, he immediately gave up on this idea. Raising their heads, the six of them looked at the stone tablet. The stone tablet was 30,000 miles wide and 10,000 miles tall. On it were countless dots and lines. The dots twinkled like stars, and the lines were messy. Some were straight, some were crooked, some were deep, some were shallow, some were thick, and some were thin. None of them were repeated. After a few breaths, the six of them also fell into a strange state. In Yi-Chen's eyes, the dots and lines on the stone tablet seemed to have come alive. The stone tablet was like a vast starry sky, the dots were like endless stars, and the lines were like the connections between everything in the world. Everything seemed to be in disorder, but it was actually in order. There was no absolute boundary between disorder and order, only an inseparable connection. Crackle, a bolt of lightning streaked across the Soul Sea, lighting up the surface of the sea. Countless fragmented pieces of information that seemed unrelated but were actually closely related were captured by Yi-Chen. In the next instant, the dots and lines in Yi-Chen's eyes changed again. The dot was a golden sun, surrounded by flames, shining brightly. The line connected the three together. No matter how stupid Yi-Chen was, he knew that this was the secret of the extreme sun essence. Involuntarily, Yi-Chen pulled out the dragon spring sword and started practicing the sun essence extreme sword art. But in fact, Yi-Chen didn't move at all, neither did he pull out the dragon spring sword. So that's how it is. Yi-Chen's sword art became more and more profound, more and more immeasurably profound. Gradually, Yi-Chen's sword movements merged with the lines on the stone tablet. The tip of the sword became the dot on the stone tablet, flickering, yet extremely bright. As Yi-Chen swung the sword, an extremely dazzling sword chi darted out. This sword chi was different from the usual sword chi. In the past, the sword chi had been moving in a straight line, but now, although it was still moving in a straight line, it had changed qualitatively. A trace of black had appeared in the sword chi, and it was this trace of black that had boosted the power of the extreme sun essence. The extreme sun essence, although the extreme sun essence was still a third revolution sword art, its power had reached the extreme limit of the third revolution sword art. Even though the extreme sun essence had been upgraded to the extreme sun essence, Yi-Chen hadn't finished comprehending. In his eyes, the dots and lines on the stone tablet had changed again. The dots were virtual dots, while the lines were spatial trajectories. Those intertwined lines seemed to be intertwining with each other, but in fact, they were thousands of miles away from each other. 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, countless lines propped up a never-ending space. The space was boundless, but there were nodes. These nodes provided the rules and stability. When the lines and the dots intersected, all the changes disappeared, and the space froze. This time, it was the profoundness of momentary glory. Momentary glory contained the profound of space, which was not an ordinary profound. When the profound of space reached the extreme sun essence, Yi-Chen didn't know how strong it would be. He had been guessing, but looking at the dots and lines on the stone tablet, Yi-Chen knew that once the profound of space reached the extreme sun essence, its power would be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than what he had imagined. It might even surpass the third revolution sword art and reach the fourth revolution sword art. Moreover, whether or not momentary glory could fully display the profoundness of space was still unknown. Perhaps in the future, Yi-Chen could create an even stronger profound of space sword arts. Of course, Yi-Chen's current profound of space was only at 80% completion. It was still too far away from reaching the extreme sun essence. As for the current momentary glory, its power was similar to the white dragon exterminating the world. It was an ordinary third revolution sword art. Dots and lines, dots and dots, dots and dots, lines and lines. Gradually, Yi-Chen's comprehension of the profound of space became deeper and deeper. His comprehension of the momentary glory became deeper and deeper. When he stabbed out, the path of the sword changed, and the power that erupted was enough to freeze the space and destroy everything. After an unknown amount of time, Yi-Chen stabbed out again. This time, the path of the sword was ethereal. It looked like it was in the sky, but it was actually right in front of him. As the sword stabbed out, the space suddenly froze. No, it was not as simple as just freezing. The world seemed to have shrunk, and distance was no longer an obstacle. Under this sword, even ghosts and gods couldn't escape. The profound of space was almost at 90% completion. At this moment, the power of the momentary glory was only slightly weaker than the extreme sun essence, but the attack method surpassed it. In different people's eyes, the dots and lines on the stone steel were different. Yi Chen's sword art was improving by leaps and bounds, and the 11 people who were comprehending were also improving rapidly. But at this moment, what was important was comprehension. The higher one's comprehension was, the faster they would comprehend, and the greater the effect of the stone steel. Yi Chen's comprehension wasn't unique, but it was still rare in the world. After raising 2 sword arts to the peak of the third revolution, Yi Chen's comprehension continued. He was comprehending the third supreme sword art. The dots were seeds, and the lines were lightning and fire. Wood profound, thunder profound, and fire profound, these 3 profounds were intertwined. Fire could burn wood. Lightning could also strike trees and create a big fire. Between the 3, there was a definite connection. Among the 12 people, the first to wake up was the Emerald Commander of the Green Men race, the Blue Devil King. The Blue Devil King was nearly 3 meters tall, and his green muscles were extremely developed, containing unfathomable power. Behind him, a thick crocodile-like tail dragged on the ground. Looking around, his expression turned gloomy. Among the 12 people, he was the first to wake up, which meant that his comprehension was the lowest. How could he, who had always been conceited, not take a blow? After all, he was also an Emerald Commander in the Green Men race, and there were less than 20 Emerald Commanders in the Green Men race. He could be said to be the elite of the elites, the expert of the experts. My Blue Devil Fist has already reached the third revolution, and it has improved a lot just now. Other than the Demon's General and that Human General, the rest might not be my match. Demons can't move. Humans and demons? The Blue Devil King's gaze shifted from the 4 demons to Yi Chen and the other 5 people. Hee. Silently, the Blue Devil King moved toward Yi Chen. Among the 6 people, Yi Chen was only a commander-in-chief. In the Blue Devil King's opinion, he should be the weakest. Moreover, even if Yi Chen had the strength of a purple gold commander, he was 100% confident that he could kill him in one strike. Die. Leaping up, the Blue Devil King punched toward Yi Chen's head. A blue fist force penetrated through his body and transformed into a blue demon head, biting toward Yi Chen. Third Revolution Martial Art, Blue Devil Fist. Seeing that the fist force was about to hit Yi Chen suddenly moved. Without opening his eyes, he pulled out the dragon spring sword purely by instinct and slashed out. This sword was extremely fast and fiery. It was as if this sword could burn a world, a part of heaven and earth. Third Revolution Extreme Sword Art, True Inferno Sword. The Blue Devil King's expression changed to one of extreme fear. The fist force he had sent out was like spring snow meeting the scorching sun, melting away into nothingness. In the next moment, his chest was hit by the sword. If it was any other martial art, this sword strike would at most cut him into pieces through the Heavenly King armor, and he could still recover with his immortal body. However, Yi Chen's sword strike had transmitted a domineering and fiery sword force through the Heavenly King armor. This fiery sword force was using his body as fuel, burning fiercely and filling the air with electric arcs. Ah! The Blue Devil King only had time to let out a miserable cry before he was completely burned, turning into a wisp of green smoke and dissipating. The True Inferno Sword's first wave of lethality might not be as strong as the Sun Essence transformation, but it was strong in the aftermath. As long as one came into contact with a little of the True Inferno Sword's sword force, they would immediately suffer the pain of being burned by raging fire and being devoured by violent lightning. If one was slightly weaker, they would be burned into nothingness on the spot, and their soul imprint would be obliterated. The True Inferno Sword combined with the Destruction Sword intent wasn't something to be trifled with. The Blue Devil King wasn't weak, barely having the strength of a mid-level combat emperor. If it was the previous Yi Chen, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill him with a single sword strike. However, the current Yi Chen was improving at a godly speed, and mid-level combat emperors were no longer his match. As for the True Inferno Sword, it was formed by Yi Chen's fusion of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire and the raging spring incineration. These 2 extreme Second Revolution sword arts contained the profound meaning of fire, and when fused together, there was simply nothing that it couldn't burn. After killing the Blue Devil King, Yi Chen still hadn't woken up. Just now, he had only instinctively sensed danger and instinctively attacked. He could only blame the Blue Devil King for having evil thoughts and getting killed instead. The strange thing was that despite such a huge commotion, no one present was awakened. Come to think of it, the influence of the monolith in the palace was too great. As long as they didn't sense any danger, they wouldn't be awakened. As for Yi Chen, he was even more immersed in it. Even if he sensed danger, he still wouldn't be awakened. True Inferno Sword was Yi Chen's third peak third revolution sword art, each of which had its own specialties. Extreme Sun Essence Transformation pursued the pinnacle of attacks. Momentary Glory pursued the splendor of a single sword. Even ghosts and gods would find it hard to escape. True Inferno Sword's aftershock was frightening, incinerating everything. With these three peak third revolution sword arts, Yi Chen's sword arts had reached a limit that he wouldn't be able to break through for a long time. The only things left for him to break through were Cultivation Base, Sword Domain, and Sword Soul. As for Cultivation Base, it couldn't be rushed. He was already at the 5th layer of Life and Death realm, and wanting to break through to the 6th layer would take at least 100 or 200 years. After all, he had to build a solid foundation and accumulate power for the 7th layer. He couldn't rush to the 6th layer as soon as possible and lose his foundation, which would be very short-sighted. Of course, with the Time Tower, he could shorten the time by 100 times. 100 or 200 years by 100 times was only 1 or 2 years, which wasn't too long. As for Sword Domain, it couldn't be rushed. The higher one's Sword Domain was, the harder it would be to improve. It wasn't like Cultivation Base, which could be improved as long as one had enough time. It was the embodiment of a sword artist's Sword Dao cultivation. The higher the realm of Sword Dao, the stronger the Sword Domain. Without sufficient foundation in Sword Dao, it would be hard to achieve anything in one's lifetime. On the other hand, Sword Soul had great potential. Yi Chen possessed 2 great Sword Souls. Immortal Sword Soul had long since reached the 7th step. As long as Destruction Sword Soul also reached the 7th step, the 2 7th step Sword Souls would resonate and advance by leaps and bounds. He could already feel that Destruction Sword Soul was showing signs of breaking through. It should be known that there was a huge gap between the 7th step and 8th step for ordinary martial souls or sword souls. Countless people were stuck at this point. Even titled monarchs of the 7th layer couldn't make any progress. Yi Chen's 7th step Immortal Sword Soul was equivalent to an ordinary 8th step Sword Soul, and his peak 6th step Destruction Sword Soul was equivalent to a peak 7th step Sword Soul. In terms of Sword Soul, he was a bit stronger than some titled monarchs. After creating the true Inferno Sword, Yi Chen still hadn't woken up. On the steel, dots and lines combined, transforming into Sword Chi. These Sword Chi were illusory and traceless, as if they had never existed. It can't be ordinary Sword Chi. Ordinary Sword Chi shouldn't be so illusory, as if it doesn't exist. Could it be Soul Sword Chi? An idea flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen's guess was right. The stone tablet was displaying the Soul Sword Chi. There were many different kinds of soul attacks. Some soul attacks could turn soul power into hammers to smash the enemy's soul, or turn it into sharp arrows, or turn it into a golden ring to entangle the enemy's soul. Soul attacks couldn't be compared to martial arts. It was extremely difficult to control, and even more difficult to create. Moreover, it consumed a lot of soul power. Therefore, soul attacks had always been used as support in battle. No one would waste most of their time on cultivating soul attack secret arts. The gains didn't make up for the losses. However, this didn't mean that the soul attack wasn't important. If the soul attack was strong, it would give you a trump card that your enemy would be afraid of. After all, if your enemy couldn't defend against your soul attack, their soul would definitely be heavily injured, and their combat power would decrease. In this way, the effect of the soul attack could be imagined. As for the Soul Sword Chi, one could tell from its form that it was extremely terrifying. Ordinary soul defenses would probably be easily sliced apart by the Soul Sword Chi. Carefully observing the combination of dots and lines on the stone tablet, Yi Chen tried to arrange his soul power to form a Soul Sword Chi. Buzz, a Soul Sword Chi shot out, but it scattered midway. The arrangement was still not tight enough, nor was it stable enough. While Yi Chen was studying the Soul Sword Chi, Tyrant Sword King, one of the 4 purple gold commanders beside him, woke up. This is great. My Tyrant Sword King hasn't improved for decades. I didn't expect it to improve so much this time. It saved me decades of hard work. Tyrant Sword King smiled. Why are there armors and weapons scattered on the ground? Tyrant Sword King inadvertently noticed the armor and gloves not far in front of Chen. Who killed the Blue Devil King? An angry roar was heard. Another Emerald Greenman commander, Green Shadow King, also woke up. Seeing that the Blue Devil King was not there, he looked around and quickly found the Blue Devil King's equipment. Did you kill the Blue Devil King? Other than him, only Tyrant Sword King was awake. Green Shadow King stared at Tyrant Sword King with murderous intent. I didn't kill him. Tyrant Sword King did not look too good. If you didn't kill him, then why did the Blue Devil King die? Green Shadow King had his eyes set on Tyrant Sword King. Tyrant Sword King smiled coldly. So what if I did kill him? You green men are the enemies of humans. You deserve to die. You're courting death. Green Shadow King's figure flashed and turned into a green shadow, charging toward Tyrant Sword King. Get lost. Clang, Tyrant Sword King pulled out his sword and slashed. Saber chi flew everywhere. The two fought for a while. The Ghost Cloud Lion King, one of the 3 purple gold commanders beside Chen, opened its eyes. Tyrant Sword King, I'll help you. Without any hesitation, the Ghost Cloud Lion King pounced and joined forces with Tyrant Sword King to attack Green Shadow King. Green Shadow King's strength was not as strong as Tyrant Sword King. Now that the Ghost Cloud Lion King had joined forces, it was forced to retreat. It looked like it was about to be injured by the two. Humans and demons are really shameless. Bullying with numbers. Very well, let me, the Tiger Demon King, have a taste of your skills. On the other side, the Dark Commander of the Demons, the Tiger Demon King, joined the battle. The Tiger Demon King was a demonic beast, which was equivalent to a demon beast. Gradually, other than Chen, the Snow Air Emperor, the General of the Demons, and the Demons, the Witch of the Demons, who had yet to regain their senses, the rest of the people had regained consciousness. The battle on the battlefield was intense, and energy was everywhere. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Let's kill that General of the Demons. With 4 against 3, the humans and demons had the upper hand. At that moment, the Flying Blade King, one of the purple gold commanders, suddenly locked onto the General of the Demons and shot 49 flying blades at it. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. However, the General of the Demons did not know if it had sensed the impending danger, or if it had woken up a step earlier. Seeing the sudden attack of the flying blades, it did not even think twice and threw a punch. Pitter-patter. The powerful fist force not only smashed the 49 flying blades into pieces, but the flying blade fragments even rolled back, turning the Flying Blade King into minced meat. His soul imprint was obliterated, but the flying blade fragments' momentum did not dissipate. They went straight for the defenseless Snow Air Emperor and Chen. It seemed that the General of the Demons intended to kill them all in one fell swoop. The Snow Air Emperor opened her eyes, and with a shout, she struck out with her palm. The temperature of the air dropped by 1,000 times, and an ice wall froze the flying blade fragments and the terrifying fist force that was mixed in with the flying blade fragments. Demon Fist Emperor, it seems that your revolving fist force is not that great. The Snow Air Emperor sneered. The General of the Demons was also a 3-star general, and his title was the Demon Fist Emperor. The revolving fist force was very powerful, and it could turn other people's attacks into his own to counterattack the opponent. Although the Flying Blade King was a purple gold commander and had the strength to challenge ordinary emperors, he was still much weaker than the Demon Fist Emperor. Coupled with the uniqueness of the revolving fist force, it was equivalent to being attacked by the Demon Fist Emperor and himself together. It would be strange if he did not die. Boasting shamelessly. The Demon Fist Emperor let out a deep roar, and the demonic power belonging to the 7th layer of life and death realm ferociously erupted. For a moment, black chi curled up, and demonic shadow soared. A frightening pressure swept out in all directions. The reason why 7th layer life and death realm experts could become emperors was because they had already broken through the Inata Emperor realm and condensed the Emperor imprint. The Emperor imprint fused with their own energy, allowing them to perfectly display every bit of power. Although battle emperors had the strength to fight ordinary emperors, that was only in terms of attacking power. In terms of foundation, they were far inferior to emperors. Bang, when the demonic power was pushed to the limit, the demon fist emperor fiercely punched out. The powerful fist force even caused the void to freeze. Although the dark profound was inferior to the space profound, it similarly contained the power to freeze all living things. When used by the demon fist emperor, the might of this attack was actually not inferior to that of Yi Chen. From this, one could see how frightening the demon fist emperor's strength was. Ice seal. The snow air emperor's palm arts contained the water profound, ice profound, and wind profound. The three great profounds fused together, creating a frighteningly low temperature. It should be known that when the temperature dropped to a certain level, the void would also freeze, and even time would stop flowing. Although the snow air emperor was far from being able to do so, he was already not inferior to the demon fist emperor's dark fist energy. Pop, the dark fist energy and the freezing palm energy collided. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only a black and white light sphere. The light sphere rapidly expanded and eventually exploded, seeming to have exhausted all of its power. Snow Air Emperor, take my sacred soul arrow. It wasn't the demon fist emperor who launched the attack, but the demon girl who emitted a sacred aura. She opened her eyes, and a sharp arrow made of soul power shot out, sinking into the Snow Air Emperor's sea of soul. The Snow Air Emperor's face paled. This sacred soul arrow was extremely overbearing. Her soul defense had already cracked, and if she were to use it again, there would definitely be a gap in her soul defense. Moreover, she was currently fighting the demon fist emperor and couldn't divert her attention to deal with this demon girl. This demon girl was rather cunning. Knowing that she couldn't help the demon fist emperor in terms of combat power, she chose to use soul attacks. Hee, looks like you're going to die here. The demon girl smiled coquettishly and launched another sacred soul arrow at the Snow Air Emperor. Puff, nothingness collided. The holy soul arrow dissipated in the air. What dispersed it was a sharp sword chi. This sword chi was formed from soul power. Soul sword chi. The demon girl was shocked and looked at Yi Chen. The one who launched the soul sword chi was naturally Yi Chen. He had already woken up. Let me help you. As he spoke to the Snow Air Emperor, Yi Chen launched two soul sword chi at the demon fist emperor. The demon girl's expression changed slightly. She had already launched two sacred soul arrows, which consumed a lot of her soul power. If she launched two more, she wouldn't be able to use soul attacks anymore, or it would affect her combat power. However, she couldn't not help the demon fist emperor. The demon fist emperor could fight against the Snow Air Emperor, but she didn't have the strength. Swish swish, two sacred soul arrows went against the soul sword chi. However, what surprised her was that the soul sword chi was extremely flexible, like a swordsman displaying a peerless sword art. The sacred soul arrow only blocked one soul sword chi, while the other cut the soul sea of the demon fist emperor. Humph. The demon fist emperor groaned and felt a splitting headache. Yi Chen's soul sword chi had actually torn a hole in his soul defense. The soul sword chi penetrated and wreaked havoc. Although it wasn't enough to seriously injure his soul, it was still dangerous. As long as Yi Chen launched another soul sword chi, he could only escape. Boom, chi exploded as the demon fist emperor shook off the Snow Air Emperor and pulled away. Everyone stop. The demonic fist emperor yelled. Although they were unwilling, the Tiger Demon King and the other dark commanders all stopped. The Green Shadow King was weak, and naturally, he would know when to stop. Demonic Fist Emperor, searching for the miraculous relic is more important. Let's not bother with them this time, the witch whispered to the Demonic Fist Emperor. The Demonic Fist Emperor nodded. He did not plan to continue fighting, or else he would not have asked everyone to stop. Of course, this did not mean that he was afraid of the other party. If they really fought, it was hard to tell who would win. Let's go. The Demonic Fist Emperor stared at the Snow Air Emperor and Yi Chen before turning to leave. The others followed. Farewell, Demonic Fist Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor smiled. Humph, the next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. The Demonic Fist Emperor's voice came from afar. At least they know what's good for them. The Tyrant Sword King glanced at the armor and weapons left behind by the Flying Sword King. It was a pity that the Flying Sword King was too impulsive. If he did not attack the demonic Fist Emperor, he would not have died. If we really fight, it will only be a lose-lose situation. It's not worth it. The Snow Air Emperor let out a sigh and said. Yichen faintly nodded. Although the demonic Fist Emperor had been struck by his soul sword chi, another one would at most severely injure his soul. As a demon general, he certainly had many tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, that dark goddess was not a pushover either. The might of the sacred soul arrow was only slightly inferior to his soul sword chi. Searching for the miraculous relic is more important. Everyone be careful. Emperor Shui Kong glanced at the monolith and shook his head. When he looked at the monolith again, he could no longer immerse himself in that wondrous state of enlightenment. It seemed that this monolith could only allow them to comprehend the Tao once in a short period of time. Thinking about it, the reason why they could comprehend the Tao, other than the mysteriousness of the monolith, was related to their accumulation. Without knowledge, how could they comprehend it? There was a door on each side of the stone tablet. The demonic Fist Emperor and the others entered through the door on the left, while Yi Chen, the Snow Air Emperor, and the others entered through the door on the right. There are so many doors? After passing through a corridor, they arrived at a spacious stone hall. In front of them were 108 doors. Of these 108 doors, 5 of them were sealed by walls of different colors. Break! The Snow Air Emperor slammed his palm against the chi wall. With a buzz, the chi wall rippled like water, dissipating the Snow Air Emperor's palm energy. Looks like someone has already entered the 5 doors. Could it be the demonic Fist Emperor and the other 4? Ghost Claw Lion King guessed. Tyrant Sword King said, it should be them. Don't worry about them. We'll also choose a door to enter. The Snow Air Emperor immediately chose a door to enter. As she entered the door was immediately sealed by a blue chi wall. So each door only allows one person to enter. Yichen understood. Without any hesitation, Yichen also entered one of the doors. The next moment, the door behind him was sealed by a green chi wall. It was a very ordinary stone room. In the center of the stone room was a crystal pillar that was 10 meters tall. On the ground in front of the crystal pillar, a line of words was engraved, attack the crystal vibration pillar with all your strength. The higher the vibration, the better your reward. Remember, go all out. Attack the crystal vibration pillar with all my strength? Yichen was a little puzzled. He did not know what this crystal vibration pillar was. Of course, since he was asked to go all out, he would naturally do so. After all, this was related to his next reward. Buzz, 3 flowers appeared on top of his head. Yichen displayed the 3 flowers borrowing way. Yichen's Anata realm was only at the first stage. The increase in combat power was not as great as the 3 flowers borrowing way. Once he reached the second stage, the 3 flowers borrowing way would truly be out of the picture. As for sword techniques, Yichen chose to use the Sun Essence Extreme. Of the 3 major sword techniques, Instant of Glory's attack was the most powerful, the True Inferno Sword's follow-up was the strongest, and the Sun Essence Extreme's frontal attack was worthy of being number 1. Circulating his true essence to the limit, Yichen took a deep breath and swung his sword. A dazzling sword aura shot out. Within the sword aura, there was a trace of black, causing the sword aura to emit a frightening pressure. Boom, the sword aura slashed heavily on the crystal vibration pillar. The next moment, a circle of red appeared under the crystal vibration pillar. The red grew higher and higher, almost turning the entire crystal vibration pillar red. 10,000. There was a scale on the crystal vibration pillar, and the red just happened to reach 10,000 scale. At the same time, the Snow Air Emperor and the others were also attacking the crystal vibration pillar. The Snow Air Emperor's was 1,000. The Tyrant Sword King's was 800. The Ghost Clawed Lion King's was 700. Among the 5 stone rooms that the demonic Fist Emperor and the Dark Goddess had entered, the Dark Goddess's scale was the highest at 2,400. The demonic Fist Emperor and the Snow Air Emperors were about the same, at 1,000. If Yichen knew everyone's scale, he would definitely be confused. The Snow Air Emperor and the demonic Fist Emperor's battle power was higher than his. Even if it was not 10 times higher, it was at least 10 times higher. However, the Snow Air Emperor and the Demonic Fist Emperor's combined result was still not higher than his, equivalent to 1/5 of his. Only the Dark Goddess was slightly higher, but it was only 2,400. Rumble. At this moment, the stone room suddenly trembled and rose up like an elevator. About 10 breaths later, the stone room stopped moving. Crack, the originally seamless walls of the stone chamber suddenly parted, revealing an even larger stone chamber. An astonishing wave of heaven and earth yuan qi gushed out from it. Such a rich natural yuan qi. The natural yuan qi on the planet was very rich, but compared to the natural yuan qi in the stone room, it was not even 1%. Walking into this bigger stone room, Yi Chen's eyes immediately fell on a round object on the stone table. This round object was a bit like an ink stone. It was palm-sized and dark yellow in color. Walking closer, Yi Chen found that the inside of the ink stone was chaotic and almost empty. On the edge of the ink stone, there were 3 words, Yuan Stone Pool. Yuan Stone Pool? Yi Chen frowned and tried to pick up the Yuan Stone Pool. The Yuan Stone Pool was very light. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as light as a feather. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen released his soul power and probed into the Yuan Stone Pool. How many Yuan stones is this? Yi Chen finally knew why this thing was called a Yuan Stone Pool. As soon as he sent his soul power in, Yi Chen was shocked. The Yuan Stone Pool had its own space, which was dozens of miles in radius. A wide river extended all the way to the end. This river was not water, but pieces of Yuan stones. In other words, countless Yuan stones had formed a Yuan Stone River. And at the source of the Yuan Stone River was a mountain peak. On the cliff of the mountain, there was a huge beast's head. The mouth of the beast's head was huge, but it was closed. Swoosh, Yi Chen's soul power turned into a huge hand, scooping out tens of thousands of Yuan stones from the Yuan Stone Pool into the real world. It is indeed Yuan stones. Feeling the rich energy inside the Yuan stone, Yi Chen was sure of it. Yi Chen soon found out how many Yuan stones the Yuan Stone River was made of. After leaving the soul mark in the center of the Yuan Stone River, Yi Chen knew everything about the Yuan Stone River like the back of his hand. There were exactly 10 billion Yuan stones in the Yuan Stone River. Although Yi Chen had taken out tens of thousands of Yuan stones, the huge beast head at the source of the Yuan Stone River had opened its mouth and continuously spat out Yuan stones. According to its speed, it could spit out 300,000 Yuan stones a day, and 100 million a year. In other words, even if all the Yuan stones were taken out, 100 years later, there would be another 10 billion Yuan stones in the Yuan Stone River. This was an unscrupulous money tree, a treasure bowl. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yi Chen took out 10 million Yuan stones at once and put them into his storage ring. In about a month, the Yuan Stone River would be filled up with these 10 million Yuan stones, and Yi Chen would have another 10 million Yuan stones. I don't need to worry about Yuan stones anymore. Yi Chen let out a breath. A person's energy was limited, and it would be impossible for him to take care of everything. Whoever had more resources would undoubtedly have a natural advantage. With the Yuan Stone Pond, Yi Chen could let go of the idea of making Yuan stones and focus all of his energy on his sword art. Everything would be for the sake of his sword art. Putting away the Yuan Stone River, Yi Chen started to look around the whole stone room. Unfortunately, besides the Yuan Stone River, there was nothing else in the stone room. On the edge of the stone platform where the Yuan Stone River was placed, Yi Chen found a gray button. If one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. He reached out his hand and pressed on the gray button. Crack, the wall on the opposite side of the stone room opened, and there was a tunnel leading downwards. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen walked down the tunnel. Soon, Yi Chen walked out of the tunnel and looked up. Thousands of miles away was a huge plaza, no different from the one he came from. What made him frown was that around the plaza, there were thousands of stone statues. They were no longer cute like rabbits and pigs, but fierce beasts like tigers, wolves, and lions. If there were no surprises, the battling power of these fierce beasts would be much more powerful than the cute ones. Yi Chen. The Snow Air Emperor walked out from another tunnel and flashed once, appearing in front of Yi Chen. We should be in the second safe zone, Yi Chen said thoughtfully. The Snow Air Emperor nodded. Clearly, in the miracle, the plaza was a safe zone. There was one before, and now there was another. There would definitely be a third one. However, the further they went, the more powerful they would be. These fierce beast statues were not to be trifled with. Snow Air Emperor, Yi Chen. The other 3 purple gold commanders also came out and met up with Yi Chen. Thousands of meters away were the Demon Fist Emperor and the Dark Goddess. They're coming. Let's get to the plaza first. The Snow Air Emperor squinted. The fierce beast statues had already discovered them and were flying over. Let's go. In a flash, the Snow Air Emperor went to meet the fierce beast statues. At the very front was a cheetah sculpture. The cheetah sculpture's speed was extremely fast, leaving the beasts behind it more than 10 miles away. It leapt into the air, and its sharp right claw was mixed with destructive cold light as it attacked Emperor Shui Kong. The cheetah statue was fast, but the Snow Air Emperor was even faster. Her figure swayed slightly and avoided the claw. Her left hand instantly slapped the statue's chest. Bang! The cheetah statue turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. With the Snow Air Emperor as the spearhead, Yi Chen and the other 3 were not surrounded by the many fierce beast statues. However, it was difficult for them to advance. The strength of these fierce beast statues was close to the purple gold commander level. 1-on-1, any one of the 5 could easily win. 1-on-2 was not a big problem, but 3-5 was the limit of the Tyrant Sword King and the other 2. 10 was Yi Chen's limit, and there were more than 10, 20, or even thousands of fierce beast statues. Dang dang dang, Yi Chen pushed his sword arts to the limit, blocking the attacks of the fierce beast statues one after another. Occasionally, there would be a fish that slipped through the net, but he could only take it head-on. Fortunately, Yi Chen was wearing a full set of silver armor, which gave him an astonishing defense. These fierce beast statues could not break through his defense for a while. Of course, defending for a long time was bound to fail. As time went on, even Yi Chen had no confidence in escaping unscathed. Frozen Century. In front, Empress Shui Kong let out a delicate shout and pushed out 2 ice walls with both hands, isolating the ferocious beast sculptures outside. Let's go. The Snow Air Emperor said quickly. Yi Chen and the other 3 did not dare to be negligent. They followed closely behind the Snow Air Emperor, pushing their speed to the limit. They were very clear that if they were surrounded by the fierce beast statues, only death would await them. Only an 8th-layer life and death expert would dare to ignore so many fierce beast statues. Gotcha! After a few steps, the ice walls were destroyed. Left with no other choice, the Snow Air Emperor continued to create ice walls while Yi Chen continuously waved his true burning sword. Although the sword's attack power was not as high as the sun refinement, its powerful momentum allowed it to play a huge role. From time to time, the fierce beast statues would burst into flames, hindering the fierce beast statues behind them. After half a cup of tea's time, the 5 finally arrived at the plaza. So close. The Ghost Claw Lion King wiped off its sweat. Now, let's just wait to be transported out. Tyrant Sword King did not intend to continue exploring the miraculous site. In any case, he had gained a lot in the stone room. The Snow Air Emperor and Yi Chen also did not intend to continue exploring the miraculous site. Not to mention the fact that they had already gained a lot, whether they could leave the plaza alive or not was still a problem. Among the 5, none of them asked each other what they had gained. They all preferred to keep their wealth to themselves. The Demonic Fist Emperor and the rest arrived at the plaza a bit later than them. However, they lost a dark commander along the way. Out of tacit understanding, neither side attacked the other, as if there was no need to risk their lives. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Buzz buzz, the space rippled, and the 9 of them instantly disappeared from the plaza. When they reappeared, they were at the entrance of the temple cluster. The entire temple cluster was flying toward the black hole, becoming smaller and smaller. After a few breaths, the temple cluster completely disappeared, and the black hole shrunk to a point before disappearing with a pop. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. I don't know when I'll be able to see the miraculous sight again. The Thousand Arrow King and the rest did not gain anything, and their faces were filled with regret. There's always a chance. Yi Chen was definitely the biggest winner of this trip to the miraculous sight. The Temple Stone tablet had allowed him to gain 3 peak third transformation sword techniques and a secret soul attack technique, Soul Sword Chi. The value of the primary stone pool was immeasurable. Yichen would not even sell 1,000,000,000,000 primary stones, because the primary stone pool could produce 100 million primary stones every year. After 10,000 years, its value would exceed 1,000,000,000,000 primary stones. With an almost endless supply of primary stones, Yichen would buy a large overlord-level warship. Next year, he planned to return to Elysium and bring everyone out. Name, Yichen. Rank, Major Commander. Killed 2,430 enemies, 1 commander, 6 major commanders, 18 minor commanders, 66 centurions, 420 high-grade soldiers, 735 middle-grade soldiers, and 1,184 low-grade soldiers. Killed 2 commanders, 11 major generals, 29 minor generals, 109 centurions, 710 high-ranking soldiers, 1,200 middle-ranking soldiers, and 1,919 low-ranking soldiers. You may be promoted to commander. Military contribution points, 2,083 million. Individual contribution points, 5 stars, average contribution points, 5 stars. Yichen's battle record could be said to be perfect, but the entire team's battle record was somewhat terrible. The team had 50,000 people, but they had lost 26,885 people, and killed 31,200 enemies. If the team had a small number of people, they could allow the number of enemies killed to be less than the number of losses. However, if the team had a large number of people, it was not allowed, not to mention 50,000 people. Under normal circumstances, for a team of 50,000 people, losing more than 5,000 people was considered a lot. Controlling the losses to be below 3,000 was considered excellent. Of course, if they encountered an enemy team of 50,000 people, it would be an exception. In such circumstances, losing 20 to 30,000 people was normal. No matter what, the Snow Air Emperor was the commander of this team. Losing so many soldiers, she would inevitably have to bear some responsibility. As for what responsibility, Yichen did not know. The commander badge was purple, noble and domineering. Right now, Yichen had 3 badges, 1 for a low-grade soldier, 1 for a major commander, and 1 for a commander, all of which belonged to him. Golden Armor Planet's Master City, Golden Armor City. I'm sorry, but you need to become a purple gold commander or general to be able to purchase an Emperor-grade battleship. A middle-aged king wearing a major commander badge on his right chest said with regret. Below Emperor-grade battleship, one could purchase it as long as one had enough source stones. However, Emperor-grade battleships were controlled products, and source stones were not enough. One's military rank also needed to be high enough. Strictly speaking, only generals had the qualifications to purchase them. Purple gold commanders were an exception. After all, there were only about 50 purple gold commanders in the entire human race. How can I become a purple gold commander? Yichen asked. You only need to leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel to become a purple gold commander. Emperor Scar Steel? Yichen was not unfamiliar with this thing. Elysium had an Emperor Scar Steel, but Elysium's Emperor Scar Steel was far inferior to the real Emperor Scar Steel. Before leaving Elysium, Yichen was able to leave a mark on it. Under the guidance of several staff members, Yichen arrived at the Emperor Scar Steel testing area. You have 3 chances. As long as you can leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel once, you can become a noble purple gold commander. Your treatment won't be any weaker than that of a general. In terms of prestige, a purple gold commander wouldn't be inferior to a general. Another female lieutenant said, purple gold commanders are divided into 5 stars. The lowest is a 1-star purple gold commander, followed by 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, and the highest is a 5-star purple gold commander. Although no matter what commander you are, your military rank is the same, and you can't tell from your appearance, there is still a big difference in treatment. For example, a 1-star purple gold commander can only buy the lowest quality Emperor-grade warship, and it will be a small one. A 2-star purple gold commander can buy a slightly better quality small and medium Emperor-grade warship. As for a 3-star purple gold commander, there is no restriction. As long as you have enough source stones, you can buy any Emperor-grade warship. Yichen nodded. The other party had said so much because the higher the status, the better the treatment. In terms of military rank, an ordinary commander would be the same as a purple gold commander. A 1-star purple gold commander would also be the same as a 5-star purple gold commander. However, the treatment would be different. If one wanted to obtain better treatment, they would have to fight for these unseen honors. Start the test. We will judge your purple gold commander rank according to the depth of the mark. There were 3 major lieutenants and 5 minor lieutenants watching from the side. Nodding his head, Yichen looked at the 3 meters tall Emperor Scar Steel. Without using the 3 flowers borrowing Dao, Yichen pulled out the Dragon Spring Sword and slashed at the Emperor Scar Steel with the True Inferno Sword. Puff, bang, 2 sounds came from the Emperor Scar Steel. One was the clear impact, and the other was the back impact. What a strong back impact. One of the lieutenants looked at the mark. The mark was scorched black, and it was 2.9 inches deep. 2-star. 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 Everyone reported their data. Do we still want to continue the test? Yichen's current data was 2 stars. In other words, Yichen was already a 2-star purple gold commander. He was only missing a purple gold commander badge. Let's try again. This time, Yichen used the 3 flowers borrowing Dao. The powerful essence, Qi, and Soul doubled his battle power. The Emperor Scar Steel didn't have any restrictions. Battle secret techniques were also a part of one's strength. In comparison, the Selfless Emperor realm increased one's battle power even more. In this aspect, Yichen was at a disadvantage. Raising the Dragon Spring Sword high, Yichen slashed at the Emperor Scar Steel. Puff, an intense sword Qi slashed at the Emperor Scar Steel. That trace of black made one's heart palpitate. The mark is 3.5 inches deep, 3 stars. 3 stars. 3 stars. Congratulations. Among the 50 purple gold rank commanders, there are only 5 3-star purple gold rank commanders, including you. Yichen's strength made them understand that this person's future would be glorious. After all, he had such strength even before reaching Life and Death realm. Once he reached Life and Death realm, he would be invincible within the same realm. No, he would be able to surpass realms to battle. The purple gold commander badge was purple gold in color and had a star pattern on it. 1 star represented a 1-star purple gold commander, and 3 stars represented a 3-star purple gold commander. The place where the army bought warships. May I ask what kind of Emperor-grade warship you need? A large one. Yichen said. The most ordinary large Emperor-grade warship is worth 300 million yuan stones. Since you're a 3 stars purple gold commander, you can pay half first. The remaining half can be paid in installments. If you pay in 100 years, you'll need to pay 2 million per year. If you pay in 500 years, you'll need to pay 700,000 per year. If you pay in 1,000 years, you'll need to pay 500,000 per year. Paying in installments was very disadvantageous for the buyer. If you pay in 100 years, half of it would be 150 million, and the remaining 100 years would be 250 million, a total of 350 million, an extra 50 million. If you pay in 500 years, 150 million plus 350 million would be 550 million, an extra 250 million. If you pay in 1,000 years, 150 million plus 550 million would be 650 million, an extra 350 million. Of course, the army also had to bear a huge risk. After all, if you died, these yuan stones would be wasted. But seriously speaking, there were very few people who could afford an Emperor-grade warship. Even the most ordinary small Emperor-grade warship would cost 30 million yuan stones. How could an ordinary person have so much wealth? Even an ordinary general might not have it, not to mention a large Emperor-grade warship with 300 million and above. There were not many people who could afford it. If not for the unexpected yuan stone pond, Yichen would have to struggle for decades or even centuries to obtain such wealth. Don't worry about it. I'll pay in one go, but I want the best large Emperor-grade warship. If he wanted to buy, he would buy the best. One-time payment? The best large Emperor-grade battleship? The other party was inwardly shocked at Yichen's wealth. In fact that Yi Chen could pay 150 million yuan stones was already shocking enough. It should be known that even the future successor of a first-grade or second-grade faction wouldn't have several hundred million yuan stones, unless they were an 8th-layer life and death expert. However, Yi Chen was only a 3-star purple gold commander. There aren't many peak large Emperor-grade battleships. Their price is between 500 million and 600 million yuan stones. There was no such thing as the best. Peak Emperor-grade battleships had their own advantages. The more expensive one was not necessarily the best. Perhaps one wouldn't like this advantage. Take me to see it, Yi Chen said. All right. The other party nodded and led Yi Chen into the interior of the building. The interior of the building was extremely spacious, exceeding 20 li in length and width. Hundreds of Emperor-grade battleships were parked here. The outer perimeter was filled with small battleships, the middle was filled with medium battleships, and the core was filled with large battleships, numbering only 30 in total. The Golden Armored Star has a total of 33 large Emperor-grade warships, and 4 of them are the best of the best. This one is called the Golden Cutlass, and its material is equivalent to a high-grade defensive artifact. It is indestructible and can easily penetrate through a non-life planet with a diameter of several 100,000 li. Its defensive barrier can withstand the continuous attacks of a mid-grade combat emperor, and is worth 500 million yuan stones. The Rottenwood warship is slightly inferior to the Golden Cutlass, but its defensive barrier is very strong and can withstand the continuous attacks of a high-grade combat emperor, and is worth 520 million yuan stones. The Shadowless warship has a weaker defensive barrier, but it can conceal itself and is hard to detect with just one soul power, and is worth 550 million yuan stones. The Dijiang-class warship is not inferior to the Golden Cutlass, and its defensive barrier is better than the Rottenwood warship. The other party introduced the 4 peak Emperor-grade battleships one by one. Can I buy 2 of them? Yi Chen took a fancy to the Dijiang battleship, but he also felt that the Shadowless battleship was very interesting. Sorry, I can't do that. Purchasing an Emperor-grade battleship will be recorded. Each person can only buy 1 large Emperor-grade battleship. So it's like that. In that case, pick a peak small Emperor-grade battleship for me. Usually, when there were few people or traveling alone, it was more convenient to use a small Emperor-grade battleship. In any case, small Emperor-grade battleships weren't worth that many yuan stones. All right. The other party nodded and led the way. He was no longer surprised. Yi Chen had already spent 600 million source stones, why would he care about a few million source stones? In his opinion, Yi Chen should have found a treasure trove in the starry skies. He had so much wealth that he had nowhere to go. Seeing how Yi Chen could easily spend 600 to 700 million source stones, Yi Chen's wealth should have exceeded 1 billion. The small Emperor-ranked battleship that Yi Chen had chosen was called Phantom Shadow, and it was worth 70 million primal stones. Its defensive barrier could withstand continuous attacks from high-level combat emperors. Other than being 100 times smaller, it was not much worse than Dijianghao. The treatment of a 3-star purple gold commander wasn't just about being able to purchase an Emperor-class battleship. The greatest treatment was that one could fulfill the requirements of a city lord. In fact, a 1-star purple gold commander could fulfill the requirements. In other words, Yi Chen, who had become a 3-star purple gold commander, could become a city lord on one of the 4 major life star domains. A city lord was not only an honor, but also a symbol of wealth. The annual tax revenue of a city was quite astonishing. As long as one became a city lord, one could obtain a large amount of source stones without doing anything. Apart from this, the city lord position could also be inherited. After the death of the first city lord, his descendant or a designated person would inherit the position. Within 10,000 years, no one would have the right to take back the city. However, after 10,000 years, if no one could become a purple gold commander or reach the 7th layer of life and death realm, the city would be confiscated. For example, the current city lord of Blue Leaf City was the Blue Leaf clan's patriarch, and this city lord position was inherited by him. It had been several thousand years, and there were still 5,000 to 6,000 years before the deadline. During this time, as long as Lan Xian'er could reach the 7th layer of life and death realm, she could inherit the city lord position and become the city lord of Blue Leaf City. A life-star city had two grades, ordinary city and main city. On the other hand, life stars had 10 grades, from lowest to highest grade, grade 1 life star, grade 2 life star, and grade 9 life star. Firebird star was a grade 2 life star. The treatment of a 3-star purple gold commander was that he could choose any main city on a grade 3 life star as his territory. Of course, one could not just casually own a city. To become the city lord of a grade 3 life star's main city, Yichen first had to pay 300 million source stones to the upper echelons. He didn't have to pay it all at once, and could pay it in installments. Then, every year, 30% of the tax would go to the upper echelons, and the remaining 70% would go to him. However, this was a huge temptation for anyone. After all, even if one didn't think for oneself, one had to think for one's descendants. With a city, even if one's descendants didn't live up to expectations, they would still be able to enjoy glory for 10,000 years. Yichen didn't have much interest in the position of city lord, but he knew the importance of a city. With a city, it would be much easier for the Falling Dust Sword sect to take root in the 4 major life star fields. They could definitely become one of the overlords of this life star field. There are a total of 702 level 3 life-bearing planets in the 4 major life-bearing star fields. There are 7,200 main cities and 1,345 empty city lords. There are 350 in the Azure Dragon starfield, 380 in the White Tiger starfield, 320 in the Vermilion Bird starfield, and 295 in the Black Tortoise starfield. Which starfield do you want to choose? At the City Lord's registration office, a female king with a commander badge on her right chest asked. The Vermilion Bird starfield. Yichen thought for a while and replied. Since you are a 3-star purple gold commander, you can choose the best. Grade 3 life star and the best main city. I have listed 10 of the best main cities for you. You can choose any one of them as your territory. A 3-star purple gold commander was too honorable, even more honorable than a 3-star general. After all, in the entire human race, there were only 5 3-star purple gold commanders, but 3-star generals were far more than that. Yichen looked through the list. These 10 main cities were indeed very good. Not only were the grade 3 life stars large, but they also had a high population. Their taxes were also the highest among all the main cities. In the end, Yichen chose Fiery Flower City. Fiery Flower City was one of the main cities of the Vermilion Bird Star Field's Flame Star Field. Its annual tax revenue was as high as 5 million yuan stones, and the main city's population was 2 billion. Of course, Fiery Flower City wasn't just a city. The surrounding several million li were all part of Fiery Flower City's territory. These several million li radius included many ordinary cities, towns, and small towns. With Fiery Flower City, Yichen could appoint his own people as the city lord of the surrounding cities, as well as the town mayor. If the Flame Star Field was a kingdom, then Yichen was a warlord. If the Flame Star Field was a continent, then Yichen was the emperor of a country, possessing immense power. In short, from now on, Yichen could be considered to have his own foundation, no longer a rootless duckweed. After paying 300 million yuan stones in one go, Yichen obtained a city lord's command token. This token itself was a Heavenly King-grade weapon, and was hard to destroy. It was useless to Yichen, but after Yichen's death, it would be the only proof for Yichen's descendants to inherit the city lord's position. Losing it would be very troublesome. With the token, Yichen officially became the city lord of Flame City. The upper echelons of the human race would come to collect taxes once every 100 years. Doing it once a year was too troublesome. Flame Star was located in the southeast of Vermilion Bird Starfield. It was a red planet with a diameter of 45 million li. There weren't many places suitable for human habitation on Flame Star, occupying less than 20% of the planet's surface area. However, it was rich in metal and fire attribute energy ores. Every day, many puppet battleships would come to transport metal and energy ores. Flame Star had 2 continents suitable for human habitation, the Southern Hemisphere's Fire Cloud Continent, and the Northern Hemisphere's Fire Crystal Continent. Fire Cloud Continent had 4 main cities, while Fire Crystal Continent had 5. Yichen's Flame City was on Fire Crystal Continent. As one of the main cities, Flame Flower City was shrouded in countless arrays and restrictions. These arrays and restrictions were extremely ancient, having existed for more than 10 million years. Every year, the consumption of yuan stones to maintain the arrays was estimated to be in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Of course, Flame City's annual tax revenue was around 5 million yuan stones. Adding other income, it shouldn't be a problem to raise 7 to 8 million yuan stones. The cost of maintaining the arrays was only a fraction of the total. After all, the arrays could automatically absorb the yuan qi of the heaven and earth. The Flame City Lord Mansion occupied a vast area, like a city within a city. In a luxurious courtyard of the mansion, the acting city lord, Iron Water King, was in a good mood. He smiled evilly at the beautiful woman in front of him, unable to move. This beautiful woman was also a king, and her cultivation base was not low. She had reached the 5th heavenly layer of life and death realm. Logically speaking, 5th heavenly layer life and death realm experts were already at the level of great experts. However, at this moment, she was unable to move, as if under some kind of restriction. Rose King, you didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you? Iron King looked at the hot body of the Rose King, and his eyes flashed with passion. Of course, the most attractive thing about the Rose King was her temperament, which was more important than her appearance and body. It should be known that on Flame Star, the Rose King was undoubtedly the most beautiful king, and she was also the leader of the Rose family. Iron Water King, you despicable bastard. My Rose family is a big family in the Flame Star. Aren't you afraid that your ugly behavior will be spread out and made the whole world laugh at you? Rose King's face was full of anger. Iron Water King had wanted to make her his woman many years ago, but she had not agreed to it. Unexpectedly, Iron Water King had sent the Scarlet Fire Gang's 4 protectors to capture her. How lawless, this is a world where only the strong are respected. No one will choose to oppose me for your sake. In any case, I'm the substitute city lord of Flame City. Who would dare to do anything to me? As for you, I suspect that you've killed people in Flame Flower City. Now, I'm going to interrogate you. Iron Water King's family had once been glorious. Flame City had been passed down by the old ancestor. However, ever since the death of the old ancestor, a 7th layer life and death king hadn't appeared in the family for 10,000 years. Since there were a lot of empty main cities, and they couldn't lack management, the upper echelons of the human race allowed Iron Water King to become the substitute city lord of Flame Flower City. Only when the real city lord took office would he abdicate. By now, Iron Water King had been the city lord of Flame Flower City for decades. Although Flame Flower City's taxes had nothing to do with the acting city lord, besides taxes, there were countless places to earn primordial stones. The 4 great families, 3 great sects, and 2 great gangs of Flame Flower City would give him a lot of primordial stones every year. Adding his own family's business, it was not an exaggeration to say that his annual income was no less than 3 million primordial stones. In the entire Flame Flower City, Iron Water King's family could be said to cover the sky with one hand. Which of the 9 great powers didn't have to pay attention to his mood? He only needed to tell the Scarlet Fire Gang's leader that he was interested in Rose King, and the gang's leader immediately dispatched 4 protectors to secretly capture Rose King. You're only a substitute city lord. One day, someone will come and replace you. At that time, your family will also turn into ashes. How could Rose King not know that this was a world where only the strong were respected? She had already accepted her fate. However, one day, she would take revenge. Humph. My nephew is currently breaking through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Once he succeeds, this Flame Flower City will belong to my family once again. As for someone coming to replace me, I'm not afraid. My family has been passed down from my ancestor. He knows a lot of old friends, and the descendants of his old friends are also many experts. If the new city lord is a bit more obedient, he might be able to keep his position. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Iron Water King wasn't worried about his family in the slightest. There were many titled monarchs who were on good terms with his family. Although they weren't on Flame Star, he could still send someone to warn the other party. So this is Flame Flower City. It's flourishing indeed. Walking on the incomparably spacious street and watching the stream of people coming and going, even with his tranquil state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. From today onwards, Sparkle City's 2 billion population, as well as the tens of billions in Infernal Flower City's territory, were all under his control. He was the king here, and the rules were up to him. With Falling Dust Sword sect taking root here, he wouldn't have to worry about its future development. Of course, Yichen would set up a sect rule to prevent people of other sects from causing a ruckus here. In the end, this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Yichen sighed with emotion. If he weren't a 3-star purple gold commander, he wouldn't have been valued by the upper echelons of human race, and he wouldn't have the power to decide the life and death of several billion people. I've arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Yichen arrived at the entrance of the mansion and stopped. This is the City Lord's mansion. Why haven't you left yet? The guards of the mansion ignored the fact that Yichen was a 5th-layer life and death expert and furiously shouted. Yichen sneered and took out the City Lord's command token. I'm Flame City's City Lord, starting today. Flame City's City Lord? The guards were a bit confused. Didn't Flame City already have a City Lord? How could they know that Iron Water King was only a substitute City Lord? Wait here, I'll go in and inform them. Iron Water King and his family's prestige was too deep, so the guards still didn't dare to let Yichen in. No need to go through so much trouble. Yichen waved his hand, and 2 rows of guards fell to the ground. Yichen walked straight in. Who dares to cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion? Do you want to die? The City Lord's mansion was huge. Yichen had only walked a few thousand meters when he was surrounded by a group of Iron Water King family's experts. The whole mansion was the Iron Water King family's lair. Yichen looked around and took out the City Lord's command token. City Lord's command token. The Iron Water King family's people all knew that Iron Water King was the substitute City Lord, not the real City Lord. So it's the new City Lord. My apologies, I was disrespectful just now. A person who seemed to be in charge of the Iron Water King family walked over with a smile and cupped his fists. Yichen said indifferently, where's the substitute City Lord? The substitute City Lord is busy. Why don't you come back in a few months? You shouldn't be in a hurry, right? The person said with a smile. Yichen raised his eyebrows. These people had been abusing themselves for so long that they couldn't even tell who was the master and who was the commoner. He didn't bother to be polite and said coldly, unrelated people, get out of the City Lord's mansion. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. Don't make life difficult for yourself. He had already found the substitute City Lord's location. He was indeed working. This isn't appropriate. The man's brows creased and his face turned gloomy. Pung, Yichen clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the opponent's body. The powerful fist energy superimposed twice, double stacks. Spurting out blood, this man was also a 5th-layer life and death realm existence. However, in front of Yichen, he wasn't even as good as a chick. His vision blurred, and the next moment, his chest felt like it had been struck by lightning. His body involuntarily flew out of the mansion and landed heavily on the street. One more word, and all of you leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yichen's eyes swept over the rest. He wasn't joking with these people. If they really didn't listen to his orders, then there was no harm in killing them. Go. Seeing Yichen attack without the slightest frown, these people knew that he was not a pushover. If they continued to defy him, they would most likely be killed. Swish, his figure flickered, and Yichen instantly arrived at Iron Water King's luxurious courtyard. Who's there? Sensing someone's arrival, Iron Water King promptly turned around. You're the substitute City Lord? Yichen asked. Letting go of Rose King, Iron Water King tidied up his clothes and slowly turned around. Squinting his eyes, he said, Who are you? What business do you have with me? Taking out the City Lord's token, Yichen said, You don't need me to say much, right? Iron Water King's face turned extremely ugly. There were so many empty cities, so why did the other party choose Fiery Flower City? Moreover, he had taken up the position so quickly. Once he lost the status of substitute City Lord, he would no longer be able to shake the world like before. Most importantly, his clan's annual income would sharply decline. Name your price. I can pay you a large sum of primordial stones as long as you give up Sparkle City and choose another main city, the Iron Water King said in a low voice. Yichen smiled. No need. I like it here. Aren't you going to consider it? Source stones are not a problem. Of course, don't take me for a fool. Coupled with the reign of the great ancestor, the Taishui Qing family had been an infernal flower city for 70 to 80,000 years. The wealth accumulated over the past 70 to 80,000 years was amazing. Not tens of billions, but billions. Of course, his bottom line was 500 million. Anything more than that was out of the question. I don't lack primal stones, so there's no need to think about it. Alright, you can leave the city lord's mansion now. Remember, bring all of your people out. I don't keep any random people here. Yichen said without hesitation. A trace of anger flashed in the Iron Water King's eyes, but a smile appeared on his face. Hee, I was just joking. It is my honor and my family's honor that you chose Fiery Flower City. However, you are new here, so it must be very difficult for you to manage such a big city. If you don't mind, I can help you. In his opinion, Yichen should not have time to manage a city. With him, the family would not suffer any loss, and he could still shake the world. It was like killing two birds with one stone. In the end, he could save a large sum of primordial stones. Don't listen to him. His family has colluded with the 9 forces and made a lot of exorbitant taxes to divide the benefits of the people of Fiery Flower City. The people here are angry but dare not say anything. Many small families have even decided to move out of Fiery Flower City. The Rose King looked very embarrassed. His shirt was torn in half, exposing a white towering breast with a bright red tip. Shut up. The Iron Water King shouted. You can leave now. Yichen did not intend to keep the Iron Water King. If a new regime was to be born, the old regime must be destroyed, just like the change of dynasties in ancient times. Therefore, keeping the Iron Water King and his family was equivalent to blinding his eyes, so that he could not see what was happening in Fiery Flower City. Okay, I will leave. The Iron Water King looked calm. He reached out to grab the Rose King and take her out of the city lord residence. It is you who will leave, not her. She is mine. The Iron Water King suppressed his anger. Everything in the city lord residence is mine. You are already in the past. Don't go too far. The Iron Water King's eyes turned red. It seems that you really think you are something. The sword light flashed, and the Iron Water King's head flew high. The powerful destruction sword intent combined with the strands of sword chi destroyed the Iron Water King's vitality and the soul imprint in his flesh. His face was full of disbelief. After all, he was the acting city lord, and the opponent had killed him directly. He thought that his foundation was powerful enough and should be taken seriously. However, he had forgotten one thing: this world was a world where the strong ruled, and the weak were prey to the strong. In Flame Flower City, Yichen was a powerful warrior, and he was merely a weakling. Perhaps, he was very powerful in front of others. I am not willing. The Iron Water King's voice stopped. You killed him? The Rose King looked at Yichen with a bit of fear. I have killed a lot of people. He is just one of them. Yichen did not put the Iron Water King in his eyes. If he killed him, then so be it. He could only blame the other for not knowing when to stop. His eyes scanned the Rose King's body. Soon, Yichen found a Zhenyuan lock on the Rose King's body. It was this lock that had locked the Rose King's Zhenyuan. Puff, with a point of his finger, the Zhenyuan lock was broken. The Rose King stood up and hurriedly put on a new set of clothes to cover his half-naked body. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, the Rose King thanked him. You are from this planet? Yichen asked. The Rose King said, yes, my family is in Fiery Flame City. It can be considered the #1 family here. Fiery Flame City seems to be under my jurisdiction? The Flame Flower City, as well as the 5 million miles around it, were all under his jurisdiction. The Starfire City was one of the 21 normal cities in the Flame Flower City. There were 2 continents and 9 main cities in the whole Flame Flower City, with each main city managing 10 to 20 normal cities. Of course, some of the normal cities were independent cities that were not under the control of any main city. Those were the cities that were built later. Most of the 1-star and 2-star generals did not have the same treatment as the purple gold rank commanders, so they could only choose the independent normal cities as their own territories. The 3-star purple gold rank commanders had the same treatment as the 5-star generals. My name is Zhu Zimei. I wonder what the city lord's name is. The Rose King felt that the opportunity was right in front of her. She planned to build a good relationship with Yi Chen no matter what to prepare for the future of her family. Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not wait for the other to speak. My family will move to Fiery Flame City after a while. If you don't mind, you can help me manage Fiery Flame City. I don't mind. It would be my honor. The Rose King was very excited. City Lord, Zhao family has deep roots in the city. They have hundreds of life and death kings, and Iron Water King's nephew is already a commander. Rumor has it that he's breaking through to the 7th layer. Moreover, Zhao family has a close relationship with many powerful families of other planets. A few years ago, several titled monarchs visited Zhao family as guests. Their relationship seems to be not ordinary. You killing Iron Water King will bring you a lot of trouble. Iron Water King was surnamed Zhao, and he was the patriarch of Zhao family. Rose King felt the need to warn Yi Chen, lest he become too passive. Trouble? Yi Chen shook his head indifferently. Without reaching his realm, one simply couldn't understand the gap between a 3-star purple gold commander and an ordinary king. Take Iron Water King as an example. Yi Chen was at the 5th layer while his opponent was at the 6th layer. However, Yi Chen's battle strength was at least 1,000 times higher than his. His opponent's martial skills were probably hovering between the 1st and 2nd layer, while Yi Chen already had 3 peak 3rd layer sword arts. If Yi Chen wanted to kill, he could completely annihilate the entire Zhao family in a short period of time. It was only a matter of whether he wanted to or not. As for titled monarchs, they were indeed not a small threat. However, for Yi Chen, they were merely a threat. He didn't believe that Zhao family could invite an 8th layer life and death monarch. If they could invite such a monarch, they could completely protect Sparkle City, and the current situation wouldn't have happened. Not every 7th layer life and death monarch had the strength of Snow Air Emperor. The majority of them were ordinary monarchs, equivalent to low-level or mid-level battle emperors. It was true that the Rose King did not know how strong a 3-star purple gold rank commander was. The difference between them was too big, so big that it could not be accurately estimated. It was just like how a newborn baby would not know how strong an adult was. In their eyes, all adults were very strong. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't seem to care, Rose King felt somewhat relieved. Since he didn't care, he must have something to rely on. City Lord, you've just arrived, so the city guards and Sparkle Army certainly don't know you. I feel that we should gather the middle and high-level officers of the 2 armies in a short period of time. The Rose King suggested. Yi Chen nodded. There were 2 large armies in Sparkle City. One was the City Guard, and the other was the Sparkle Army. The City Guards were responsible for patrolling the main city, maintaining the order and prosperity of the main city. There were 1,000,000 of them, consisting of Life and Death Realm Warriors, Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, and Astral Reaching Realm Warriors. Astral Reaching Realm Warriors were the most common soldiers, while Sea of Souls Realm Warriors were the lowest level military officers, such as team leaders, squad leaders, and team leaders. Life and Death Realm Warriors were the middle and high-level military officers, such as team leaders, captains, and commanders. The Spark Army was responsible for patrolling the entire Flameflower City. There were more than 10 million of them, and they were also composed of Life and Death Realm Warriors, Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, and Astral Reaching Realm Warriors. The City Guard branch captains were in charge of 20 soldiers, the squad captains were in charge of 100 soldiers, the platoon captains were in charge of 500 soldiers, the senior captains were in charge of 2,000 soldiers, the branch captains were in charge of 10,000 soldiers, the colonels were in charge of 50,000 soldiers, and the major captains were in charge of the entire City Guard. The Sparkle Army had 10 commanders, one of whom was the overall commander. Each commander was in charge of a region. Of course, the city guards weren't limited to the main city guards. There were also city guards from ordinary cities within the borders. However, there was no need to summon these city guards for the time being. In a large manor on the west side of Flame Flower City, the upper echelons of the Zhao family were sitting in the meeting hall. An old man sat in the main seat. Everyone, I think you already know the reason for summoning you here. Right now, what we need to consider is how to stabilize the Zhao family's position. The old man was the previous patriarch of the Zhao family, Iron Leg King, and Iron Water King was his grandson. Old patriarch, this new city master might not necessarily want to attack our Zhao family, right? Aren't we worrying a bit groundless? The one speaking was Iron Leg King's great-grandson, Zhao Fu. In the cosmos, apart from the first 3 generations, there was no such thing as intimacy. After all, life and death kings could live for 100,000 years. Even if it was 1 generation per 1,000 years, there should be 100 generations. In terms of seniority, they could be considered dead, but there was no need. Zhao Fu directly addressed Iron Leg King as Old Patriarch, and not Great Ancestor. Patriarch has been killed. Do you think this new city master won't attack our Zhao family? The middle-aged man beside Zhao Fu coldly snorted. Zhao Fu shook his head. Patriarch has been acting city master for dozens of years. He can't let go of his identity. As far as I'm concerned, he brought this upon himself. To be able to assume the position of city master of a third-grade life planet is not something our Zhao family can contend with. If we can't keep our identity straight, the new city master will naturally be dissatisfied. Therefore, I think Zhao family has to endure. We can't let the new city master think that our Zhao family is a scourge. Otherwise, our Zhao family will truly be finished. Iron Leg King nodded. Zhao Fu was right. The city master of a main city was indeed not something their Zhao family could contend with. Although their Zhao family had a good relationship with many powerful families, and some of these families had titled monarchs, interfering with Flame Flower City with external forces was a bad idea. The new city master was not a soft persimmon. To be able to become the city master of a main city, one had to rely on strength. Zhao Fu is right. It is not wise to go against the new city master. Zhao Meng didn't keep his identity straight, so he deserved to die. The old patriarch had many grandsons. Iron Water King Zhao Meng was only one of them. He would not be too sad. Even if he was sad, he had to look at the big picture and not risk his family's future. But our Zhao family has been in Flame Flower City for 70 to 80,000 years. Our roots are very deep. The arrival of the new city master will definitely affect our Zhao family's foundation. There is no doubt about this. How to protect our Zhao family's benefits, or even a large part of our benefits, is our biggest problem right now. Flame Flower City was equivalent to the Zhao family's base. Only here could the Zhao family earn 3 million yuan stones a year. If they moved to another planet, they might not even earn 100,000 yuan stones a year. As long as they could stay in Flame Flower City, even if their annual income was reduced by 1 or 2 times, the old patriarch would be very satisfied. He was only afraid that the new city master would deprive them of their future benefits. Zhao Fu thought for a while and said, "Old patriarch, I think we shouldn't be too idealistic. The arrival of the new city master will definitely break the current situation. In other words, it is impossible for our Zhao family to maintain our current position. After so many years, our Zhao family has accumulated a lot of wealth. Why don't we slowly develop on other planets and look for opportunities? Wait until Uncle Yang reaches the 7th sky of life and death realm and becomes a 1-star general. At that time, our Zhao family will be able to make a comeback on a rank 1 life planet. A 1-star general could obtain a main city on a rank 1 life planet as their territory. No need to go through so much trouble. Flame Flower City will still belong to our Zhao family." Right at this moment, a young man walked into the meeting hall. "Yang, you've reached the 7th sky of life and death realm?" The old patriarch's eyes shone brightly. He was at the peak of the 6th sky of life and death realm, but as soon as the young man walked in, he felt a frightening pressure. "Indeed." Zhao Yang nodded. He was indeed the nephew Iron Water King had mentioned. "Great, our Zhao family finally has a second titled monarch." The old patriarch, the Iron Leg King, laughed heartily with an excited expression. The other members of the Zhao family were also very excited. Their previous depression had been swept away. One had to know that although there were many titled monarchs in the universe, there weren't many of them. If a family could have a titled monarch, then that family would truly be considered a high-class family and would be famous for 100,000 years. On the other hand, it would only be a large local family. What a pity. The Iron Leg King said regretfully, if only it had been a little earlier. If Zhao Yang had become a titled monarch earlier, the Zhao family would have continued to inherit Sparkle City. That's right. It's very difficult to obtain Sparkle City now. Zhao Fu knew how high the status of the new city lord was. In the human army, only 3-star purple gold commanders or 5-star generals had the right to own a rank 3 life planet's main city. In other words, Yichen was either a 3-star purple gold commander or a 5-star general. However, generals had to be titled monarchs. Since Yichen wasn't a monarch, he was naturally a 3-star purple gold commander. You can only gain by giving up. We can offer 1 billion yuan stones and let him choose a new main city. Zhao Yang said. 1 billion yuan stones is too much. Even if we obtain Sparkle City, it will take us many years to earn 1 billion yuan stones. That's right, too much. I think 500 million is enough. We just need to let him choose a new main city. The discussion in the conference hall became louder. Most of them objected. Hearing the discussions, Zhao Yang sneered, if you can't even give up 1 billion yuan stones, how can you even talk about owning Sparkle City? I'm over 3,000 years old this year. After inheriting the position of Sparkle City Lord, I'll have been here for nearly 100,000 years. Everyone should know how much wealth I can accumulate in 100,000 years. In theory, occupying a rank 3 life planet's main city could accumulate several 100 billion yuan stones in 100,000 years. Of course, this was only in theory. For example, an ordinary person could earn a lot in their lifetime, but their savings were pitifully small. The distribution of the clan's wealth, nurturing the younger generation, purchasing all sorts of secret arts, dealing with unexpected situations, issuing exploration missions, befriending sovereigns, all of these required essence stones. For a clan with a level 3 life planet's main city, it was already very exaggerated for it to accumulate 100 billion essence stones over 100,000 years. Normally, it would only be several tens of billions. The stronger one was, the more essence stones they would need. The old ancestor of the Zhao family offended too many people. After he died, his enemies all wanted to take revenge on the Zhao family. The Zhao family had to spend half of the family's wealth to settle these matters. Therefore, the Zhao family's wealth was a little less, but it was still around 10 billion. 1 billion wasn't a small amount. What if 1 billion is not enough? Zhao Fu frowned. 5 billion then. Zhao Yang's bottom line was no more than 2 billion. Everyone had their own bottom line. His bottom line was 4 times that of Iron Water King. No, what I mean is that the other party might not care about the benefits in front of him. You have to know that most of the empty main cities don't seem to have city lords, but they are all occupied by large clans. If every clan wants to use essence stones to make the other party compromise, then it will be very difficult for the other party to choose a satisfactory main city. Moreover, the upper echelons of the human race will not allow them to go back on their word again and again. Zhao Fu could see this more clearly than anyone else. Zhao Yang was silent for a moment, then he raised his head and said, anyway, Spark City must belong to our Zhao family. Spark City Lord Residence. The high-ranking officers of the City Guard Army arrived first. Following them, the high-ranking officers of the Spark Army also arrived in groups of 2s and 3s. At this moment, the City Lord Residence's meeting hall was overcrowded. Fortunately, this hall was large enough that nearly 1,000 people could sit inside without feeling cramped. With the new City Lord taking office, the Zhao family will probably be purged. The one who spoke was the commander of the 7th Army of the Spark Army. The 9th Army commander nodded slowly. Among the high-ranking officers of the City Guard Army and the Spark Army, the Zhao family occupies 20 to 30%. The new city lord will not allow the Zhao family to monopolize the city. The Spark Army had a total of 10 commanders. However, apart from the 7th and 9th armies, the other 8 commanders were all life and death kings of the Zhao family or close to the Zhao family. The fact that the 2 of them could become commanders was actually the Zhao family's superficial effort. As for the city guard army, it was naturally under the Zhao family's control. I hope this purge won't be too big. The Ninth Army commander continued. He cherished the position of commander very much. The city guard army and the spark army had a salary. Ordinary soldiers received upper-grade spirit stones, basic officers received supreme-grade spirit stones, and middle and high-ranking officers received yuan stones. The annual salary of the Spark Army's branch officer was 300 yuan stones, the captain 1,000 yuan stones, the captain 3,000 yuan stones, and the commander 10,000 yuan stones. It did not seem like a lot, but there was basically no danger to their lives. They didn't need to explore or join the human army. As life and death kings, their lifespans were extremely long. After 10,000 years, the commander's position would definitely allow them to accumulate a net worth of tens of millions. Not to mention, at their position, the additional income was not small, and they could often make a small fortune. Once they lost this position, they could only wander around like other life and death kings or join the human army. Perhaps they could make a fortune for a while, but the risk was too high, and they could easily lose their lives. Of course, to become a commander, one had to first reach the 6th layer of life and death realm. Footsteps echoed as Xianxia walked in from the side door of the hall. Behind him was Rose King. City Lord. Everybody in the hall stood up. Sweeping his gaze over everybody, Xianxia waved his hand, indicating for everybody to sit down. Those who didn't come are all relieved of their duties. Xianxia said to Rose King. Yes. Rose King's current status was that of a vice city lord. Everybody in the hall was startled, inwardly rejoicing that they had arrived quickly. Glancing at Rose King, Xianxia said, "From now on, Rose King is the vice city lord of Spark Flower City. Seeing her is the same as seeing me. For those who disobey, I advise you to leave right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Rest assured, City Lord. We will certainly follow your orders." Everybody was clear that by climbing on the high branch of City Lord, Rose King and her family could be said to have skyrocketed. Who would dare to be disrespectful to Rose King? As for City Lord's means, they didn't doubt it at all. Before coming, they had already received the news that Spark Flower City's former City Lord, Zhao Clan's patriarch, Iron Water King, had been killed on the spot for disrespecting City Lord. They didn't think that their necks were tougher than Iron Water King's. Clearing his throat, the Rose King looked at the crowd and said, "The commander of the 4th Corps of the Spark Army, the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 9th captains of the 4th Corps, are all dismissed. The commander of the 6th Corps, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 9th captains of the 6th Corps, are all dismissed." Spark Flower Army and City Guard Army had a total of 11 commanders. 4 of them had come, but at this moment, 2 of them had been dismissed. There were also a large number of captains, colonels, and branch captains. The 7th Army's commanders' brows twitched. The 2 dismissed commanders were the upper echelons of Scarlet Fire Gang and Sky Fire Gang. Among the 9 factions, these 2 gangs were undoubtedly Zhao Clan's lackeys. "I can't accept this. We didn't do anything wrong. Why are you dismissing us?" The 4th Army's commander was a big man with sideburns. People called him Copper Hammer King. He stood up and glared at Rose King. The 6th Army's commander, Flying Feather King, looked at Xianxia. "City Lord, did I and Copper Hammer King do anything wrong?" Xianxia said indifferently, "No." "Then why did you dismiss us? Is it because we're from Scarlet Fire Gang and Flying Fire Gang?" "Right. City Lord's actions are hard to convince the masses. I hope City Lord can retract his order. From now on, my Flying Fire Gang and Scarlet Fire Gang will wholeheartedly support you," Flying Feather King said loudly. Xianxia coldly glanced at him. "You mean that if I don't retract my order, Flying Fire Gang and Scarlet Fire Gang won't wholeheartedly support me? That's good too. In that case, there's no need for them to exist. The 9 great powers of Sparkle City are indeed a bit too much. It's time to eliminate 1 or 2. Hearing these words, Flying Feather King's complexion turned incomparably pale. He didn't expect that his words would bring a huge disaster to Flying Fire Gang and Scarlet Fire Gang. He promptly said, "City Lord, I spoke without thinking just now. I hope you can forgive me." Flying Fire Gang and Scarlet Fire Gang will never have second thoughts. At this time, he no longer dared to talk about Yichen retracting his order. If the latter wanted to annihilate Flying Fire Gang and Scarlet Fire Gang, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. That's for the best. Go back and tell your gang leader that if you want to survive in Sparkle City, don't do anything out of line. If I catch you, you'll have to bear the consequences. He didn't mind annihilating Flying Fire Gang and Scarlet Fire Gang, but he needed a reason. Otherwise, recklessly annihilating other gangs would put everyone in danger. Yes. Flying Feather King and Copper Hammer King didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Next, Rose King dismissed many more people. These people were all life and death kings close to Zhao family. Originally, they were hidden very deeply, and ordinary people didn't know about them. However, they couldn't hide it from Rose King and her family. In the end, among the 1,300 and 400 high-ranking officers, apart from the 200 life and death kings of the Zhao family, more than 400 were relieved of their duties. It could be said to be a huge layoff. Fortunately, there were a lot of life and death realm warriors on the planet. As long as the news was sent out, there would definitely be thousands of life and death realm warriors fighting for these positions. After all, this was an iron rice bowl. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't get another one. City Lord, Zhao Yang of the Zhao family requests an audience. The next day, a guest arrived at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. The person who came in to report was the captain of the guards. Zhao Yang? Who is he? Yichen asked. Zhao Yang is the #1 expert of Zhao family. He's more than 3,000 years old this year. It's said that he reached the peak of life and death's 6th layer 2,000 years ago, and even defeated a titled monarch. People call him Scorching Sun King. Invite him in. Yichen nodded. Soon, Zhao Yang arrived at the meeting hall. Zhao Yang was a tall young man who looked to be in his 30s. He raised his head and looked at Yichen, who was sitting at the head of the hall, and said, "I'm the new patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Yang. I've come this time to discuss the matter of the Infernal Flower City. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I've come with sincerity." "All right then, tell me your sincerity." Yichen, on the other hand, wanted to hear the other party's sincerity. Zhao Yang's brows twitched. 1 billion. As long as you give up the Infernal Flower City and choose another main city as your territory, my Zhao family can give you 1 billion yuan stones in one go. Moreover, from now on, you'll be a friend of my Zhao family. This won't be a loss for you, but a huge profit instead. I believe that there should be a few third-grade life planets that are not inferior to the Infernal Flower City. 1 billion, indeed a big sum. Yi Chen faintly smiled. For ordinary life and death kings, 1 million yuan stones was already enough for them to not have to struggle with their lives on the line. After all, not everyone had high potential. For the majority of life and death kings, no matter how hard they tried, they could only linger around the 2nd or 3rd layer. 10 million yuan stones could support the development of a 4th-grade family. 100 million yuan stones could make a 3rd-grade family flourish. As for 1 billion, many people didn't even dare to think about it. Have you thought it through? Zhao Yang carefully observed Yichen's expression, hoping to find some clues. To tell you the truth, I don't lack yuan stones. Yichen didn't waver in the slightest. Faintly creasing his brows, Zhao Yang said, "In this world, everything has its value. It's just a matter of how high or low it is. I believe that in your heart, the Infernal Flower City is not priceless. Indeed, the Infernal Flower City is not priceless in my heart, but your Zhao family cannot afford it." 2 billion. Zhao Yang still didn't give up. 10 billion, and the Infernal Flower City belongs to your Zhao family. Yichen didn't believe that the Zhao family would be willing to pay 10 billion. If they were truly willing, he would consider it. 10 billion. Even though Zhao Yang had already prepared his heart, he was still startled by Yichen's huge appetite. 10 billion was equivalent to the entire wealth of the Zhao family. Not to mention the other members of the family, even he himself wouldn't agree. Who knew how many years it would take for the Zhao family to earn back 10 billion, and what kind of difficulties they would encounter during this period of time? Zhao Yang didn't get angry, but instead smiled. "You really know how to joke. I can't accept 10 billion. It's ridiculous. As far as I'm concerned, the position of Inferno Flower City Lord is worth 10 billion. Inferno Flower Planet was a very special life planet. There were very few places suitable for human habitation, less than 20% of the planet. Although the other places were not suitable for human habitation, they were the most valuable places on the planet. Inexhaustible metal ores, fire-attributed energy stones, and fire-attributed spirit grasses were all treasures. In simpler terms, the value of a capital city of Inferno Flower Planet was not inferior to a capital city of a fifth-grade life planet. Zhao Yang's expression gradually turned gloomy. Sucking in a deep breath, he slowly said, "Since you can obtain Inferno Flower City, it means that you're a 3-star purple gold commander. How about this, if I can win one move against you by luck, can you consider my condition?" As long as he won, Zhao Yang didn't believe that Yi Chen would still have the face to stay in Inferno Flower City. Win one move against me? How could Yi Chen not see that Zhao Yang had already entered the 7th layer of life and death realm? He was no longer the Burning Sun King, but the Burning Sun Emperor. Having just entered the 7th layer, he was certainly full of confidence. There's no need to go through so much trouble. As long as you can block one move of mine without falling into a disadvantageous position, there's no harm in giving you Inferno Flower City. Yi Chen said. Alright, it's a deal. A prideful expression flickered in Zhao Yang's eyes. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would be so easily provoked. In fact, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in winning against Yi Chen. But now, things were much easier. Not to mention not falling into a disadvantageous position in one move, he could even win 10 moves without falling into a disadvantageous position. Make your move. Zhao Yang's Xinyuan erupted. His entire body seemed like a human-shaped sun, emitting boundless radiance. Before entering the 7th sky of life and death realm, Zhao Yang was known as the Burning Sun King. He was proficient in the Yang Profound, Fire Profound, and Earth Profound. According to these 3 profounds, he had created 2 extreme rank 2 martial arts, Burning Sun Palm and Lava Exploding Fist. Although they couldn't compare to those geniuses, they were still quite good. The reason why he was so confident was not only because of his realm advantage, but also because he had created a 3rd-rank martial art, Sky-Dominating Sun Fist. Back then, it was precisely this fist that had allowed him to defeat a titled monarch. Take my sun-splitting palm first. Zhao Yang's right hand emitted boundless light and heat as if it was condensed from light. He sucked in a deep breath and threw a palm attack at Yi Chen. As this palm attack was thrown out, the entire hall became dark. It was as if it was not a human's palm, but a real sun as it shot toward Yi Chen. A titled monarch is a titled monarch after all. Anata realm had 3 stages, and titled monarchs had surpassed the 3rd stage by condensing the monarch's mark. Strictly speaking, titled monarchs had already turned the Anata realm into their instinct. When they attacked, they would be at their peak state. Combined with their 7th sky of life and death realm Xinyuan, their battle power would reach an extremely frightening level. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen instantly entered the Anata realm and slashed out with his sword. Puff, the blazing palm energy dissipated, and light specks danced in the air. It's my turn. Block this sword, and the Flame Flower City will be yours. Holding the dragon spring sword with one hand, Yi Chen raised it high and stared at Zhao Yang. Come. Zhao Yang's eyes flickered with intense confidence. His right arm started to burn fiercely like a piece of red-hot iron. Drops of lava dripped down with sizzling sounds. The Extreme Sky Tyrannical Sun Fist was different from ordinary martial arts. The unique aspect of this martial art was that once it accumulated power, the entire arm would transform into energy. It could expand and shrink at will. This way, the attack power would be more concentrated, and there would be less wastage. As soon as Zhao Yang finished speaking, Yi Chen's attack came. If Zhao Yang's sun-splitting palm was the sun, then Yi Chen's Sun Essence Extreme could be called a white dwarf. Its power was more restrained, but it was 100 times more terrifying. The dazzling sword chi almost reached Zhao Yang in a flash. Break! Zhao Yang's right arm swelled up like the fist of a deity, striking towards the radiant sword chi. Boom! The entire city lord's mansion shook violently. The full power of 2 combat emperors was enough to destroy an ordinary planet with a diameter of a few 100,000 miles. Although the destructive power would be reduced by 1,000 times on a planet with life, it was still not to be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to turn a radius of a few hundred miles into a doomsday scene. Of course, as the heart of Sparkle City, the City Lord's mansion was covered in countless formations and restrictions. After destroying some of the formations, most of the energy was absorbed and converted into energy for the formation to operate. The remaining energy that could not be absorbed was crazily released through the door of the meeting hall, spewing out a dazzling pillar of light. Not good? Zhao Yang's expression changed immediately. This sword attack of Yi Chen's had reached a level of extreme yang, and could destroy anything. Although his sky-piercing tyrannical sun fist was also extremely tyrannical, it paled in comparison to this sword attack. He could not block it at all. Boom! The light exploded in a fan shape, and Zhao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying into the sky by the light pillar. On his body, a set light appeared. Obviously, Zhao Yang also had a low-level Heavenly King set. They were both low-level Heavenly King set, but Zhao Yang's defense was more than 10 times that of Yi Chen's. After all, their cultivation bases were 2 levels apart. Even if Yi Chen's Jin Yuan was closer to the Sword Yuan level, which was much purer than an ordinary life and death 4th level Jin Yuan, it would still be hard to imagine. On the other hand, if Zhao Yang did not have a low-level Heavenly King set, he would have died under this sword. The destructive power of the Sun Essence Extreme was hard to imagine without experiencing it personally. After tumbling dozens of meters in the sky, Zhao Yang finally stabilized his body. His face was ashen as he stared at Yi Chen below. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. My cultivation base is still a bit too low. Yi Chen realized that he had underestimated Zhao Yang. The latter's 3rd revolution martial skill, sky-piercing tyrannical sun fist, was hundreds of times weaker than his 3rd revolution peak sword skill, Sun Essence Extreme. However, when the two had exchanged blows just now, Yi Chen was only a few times stronger than his opponent. In other words, his opponent's cultivation base was at least 100 times stronger than Yi Chen's. Although the higher one's martial skills progressed, the more frightening their destructive power would be. Every tiny bit of improvement would be 10 times stronger. 3rd revolution martial skills and peak 3rd revolution martial skills would have a difference of 100 times, and 4th revolution martial skills would have a difference of 1,000 times. However, correspondingly, the higher one's cultivation base was, the slower one's progress would be. 3rd revolution peak sword skill was Yi Chen's limit, and it would be a long time before his sword arts would have a big improvement. Therefore, he could only focus on other aspects. The gap of 2 realms was not a small one. It was too big. Of course, 7th life and death realm Jin Yuan was not 100 times stronger than 5th life and death realm Jin Yuan. It was mainly because of the Emperor's mark. Therefore, Yi Chen had to either increase his cultivation base or reach an Ata realm. The former would take too long, but the latter could continue to improve. Time to return to God Paradise. Yi Chen had the intention to leave. As the deputy city lord, Rose King was very competent. In a short week, she had filled in the gap of high-ranking officers of the Flameflower Army and city guards. Although many of them were from the Rose family, it didn't arouse Yi Chen's disgust. Nepotism was very important in consolidating one's position. She was Yi Chen's trusted aide at the moment, so nurturing her own family was not a bad thing. After settling everything, Yi Chen left Planet Flame. Returning to God Paradise, Yi Chen immediately entered the Time Tower. The first 3 postures of Hidden Dragon's secret art were Golden Rooster seeking Tao, Parting Clouds, and Suddenly Turning Head. The 4th posture was called Heaven and Earth Interweaving. This posture was related to the yin and yang within the body. When yin and yang combined, Taiji would be born. One day in the Time Tower was 100 days in the outside world. Yi Chen had learned Heaven and Earth Interweaving, and he felt the hidden potential in his body surging like a tide. The 5th posture of Hidden Dragon's secret art was Flower Pinching Instant. This posture was very difficult. It was about the combination of movement and stillness, and it even involved the principles of the universe. However, in terms of stimulating potential, it was a step further. At that moment, Yi Chen felt that the only thing left in the world was his flower-pinching hand. Everything else had disappeared. As for the 6th posture, it was a checkpoint. As long as he learned this posture, Yichen could be considered to have entered the palace of Hidden Dragon's secret art and excavated the true mystery of the Hidden Dragon's secret art. Hidden Dragon rises from the abyss, this was the name of the sixth posture. Crackle, crackle, popping sounds came from Yichen's body continuously. The sounds extended from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The motionless Yichen closed his eyes. However, in his perception, he seemed to be soaring from the depths of the dark underground. Nothing could stop him. Correspondingly, his potential was also soaring and subliming. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Yichen's body suddenly emitted a silvery radiance that seemed to have materialized. Anyone familiar with Selfless Realm would know that this was the second stage of Selfless Realm, Selfless Body. The second stage of Selfless Realm was divided into two paths. One was Selfless Heavenly Eye, and the other was Selfless Body. The pupils of Selfless Heavenly Eye would be golden, while the body would emit a silvery radiance. Once one reached the Selfless Body realm, it meant that one's potential had been stimulated to the limit. One more step would be the highest realm, Selfless Emperor. This silvery radiance represented the flame of potential. The brighter the silvery radiance, the stronger the potential. Slowly opening his eyes, his black pupils were dyed a deep silver, cold and emotionless. The corners of his eyes also seemed to have become much sharper, long and narrow like blades. Yichen inwardly thought, worthy of the selfless body. The combination of Zhenyuan and potential is like water and milk. My battle strength should have increased by about 2 folds. The first stage of Selfless Realm was not as powerful as the secret art 3-flower borrowing Dao, which was about 70 to 80%. The second stage would increase it by 2 folds, and the third stage would increase it by 5 folds. As for surpassing Selfless Realm and condensing the Emperor's mark, that would be quite an exaggeration. Of course, although Yichen's battle strength had increased from 70 to 80%, the overall improvement was not that big. 3-star purple gold rank commander had the strength of a high-level combat emperor, and the gap between the most ordinary high-level combat emperor and the strongest high-level combat emperor was at least 10 folds. If Yichen was a mid-level high-level combat emperor before, he was now almost at the high level. There was still a long way to go before he could break through to the peak-level combat emperor realm. One had to admit that martial skills were the best way to rapidly increase one's strength. As long as one comprehended it, one's battle strength might increase by 10 or 20 folds. Without exaggeration, if one could comprehend a 5th revolution martial skill at the first layer of life and death realm, defeating a titled monarch would be as easy as waving one's hand. It should be known that a 5th revolution martial skill was more than 10,000 times more powerful than a 3rd revolution martial skill. For any martial skill, every time a profound was fused, its destructive power would increase exponentially. Moreover, the further one went, the more obvious it became. The reason why Yichen could possess his current strength was closely related to the 3rd revolution limit sword art. As for speeding up the progress of martial skills, one had to first raise one's cultivation base. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one's perception would be. It was impossible for a 5th layer life and death king's perception to surpass a 9th layer life and death sovereign. It was said that every single 9th layer life and death sovereign had comprehended a supreme martial skill. The so-called peerless martial arts were the perfect martial arts. The fusion of Upanishads was perfect. For example, life and death, 5 elements, yin and yang, time and space, earth, water, fire, wind, light and darkness. Supreme martial skills were the pinnacle of martial skills. Although a martial skill containing life and death profound seemed to be a 2nd revolution martial skill on the surface, it was only on the surface. Even if one could fuse 6 kinds of Upanishads and comprehend a 6th revolution martial skill, its lethality would still be far inferior to life and death profound. Life and death profound contained too much. It had already formed a reincarnation cycle, and one's 6 kinds of Upanishads could not surpass life and death profound. Unfortunately, supreme martial arts were too hard to comprehend. Yichen's yin profound and yang profound had already reached perfection, and his 5 elements profound had also reached perfection. However, if he wanted to fuse them into a martial art, it would be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Of course, supreme martial skills also had different levels. Someone who had just comprehended a life and death profound would certainly not be able to compare with someone who had comprehended it for a long time. Talking about this was too far away. Yichen had just climbed a small mountain, and was still far away from the summit. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 months had passed in the Time Tower, which was equivalent to 1 month in the outside world. Yichen finally learned the 7th position of Hidden Dragon Sutra. The 7th position of the Hidden Dragon art is called Soaring Dragon in the Sky. To ordinary people, this position is so rare that it makes one's hair stand on end. This position is about absolute freedom and absolute will. Although my body doesn't move, my heart is like a soaring dragon soaring into the sky, soaring through the 9 heavens. My will runs through the heaven and earth. Hidden Dragon rises from the abyss had stimulated all of his potential, while Soaring Dragon in the Sky had fermented this potential and refined it to the point of being reborn. At this point, he was merely a step away from the 3rd stage of selfless state, selfless emperor. Almost there. Yichen continued to comprehend the 8th position of Hidden Dragon Sutra, rebuking the wind and clouds. The dragon flew up into the sky and began to command the wind and clouds. The 8th posture was about how to unleash one's potential to the extreme and enter a mysterious state where everything in the world revolved around one. When Yichen was comprehending Hidden Dragon Sutra in the Time Tower, the Paradise of Gods Hotel became boisterous. There were still 3 to 4 days before the high-ranking members entered the hunting tower. Most of the high-ranking members were in the hotel, including the members of the Exorcist Squad. Thousand Arrow Monarch, are you telling the truth? Did Yichen kill Mo Le King? Mo Le King has the strength of a low-level combat emperor. Even a mid-level combat emperor would have a hard time killing him. Mo Le King could have easily escaped. That's right. No matter how fast Yichen improves, he shouldn't be this abnormal. Most of the people were still skeptical. Zhang Yining sneered, why would I lie to you? To tell you the truth, killing Mo King is not even worth mentioning. Right now, he is a 3-star purple gold commander. He has already chosen a 3rd-grade life planet's main city as his territory. Are you all scared out of your wits? What? 3-star purple gold commander? Killing the Mo King had already aroused many people's suspicions, but becoming a 3-star purple gold rank commander left everyone dumbfounded. In the entire Paradise of Gods, only the Sky Marshal King was a 2-star purple gold commander. This time it was said that the Vermilion Bird King and the Divine Blade King had also become 1-star purple gold commanders, but compared to the 3-star purple gold commanders, they were undoubtedly insignificant. A 1-star purple gold commander was equivalent to a low-level combat emperor, a 2-star purple gold commander was equivalent to a mid-level combat emperor, and a 3-star purple gold commander was equivalent to a high-level combat emperor. Let alone the Paradise of God, there were only a few high-level combat emperors in the entire high-rank hunting battlefield. The goddess of darkness from the demons, God bless Queen, was one of them. The Paradise of God was at a disadvantage in the high-rank hunting battlefield. Why? It was because they didn't have anyone who could control the situation. They didn't have any absolute experts, and they didn't have many people. For example, the demons had God bless Queen, the barbarian race had Barbarian Bone King, and the Xianxia race had Blood Spear King. These 3 were collectively known as the 3 great combat emperors in the high-rank hunting battlefield. They were leaders, and with them around, the others could only run away. If they weren't fast enough, they would naturally die. The Paradise of God bless Queen and Blood Spear King had accumulated to more than 10 quasi-emperors and a few combat emperors. If this continued, their overall strength would become weaker and weaker, and it would be very difficult for them to make a comeback. Now, they finally had a leader. Yichen's existence could guarantee the Paradise of God's position and prevent them from becoming weaker. High-level battle emperor strength, this Yichen is truly powerful. In a private room of the restaurant, Marshal King, Vermilion Bird King, and Divine Blade King were drinking. After hearing the news, Marshal King couldn't help but praise. Vermilion Bird King nodded, surpassing us in less than 10 years. I'm afraid most 9th layer Life and Death Realm Supremes couldn't do it when they were young. 9th layer Life and Death Realm Supremes were all geniuses and monstrous geniuses. When they were young, they were undoubtedly the heaven's proud sons and daughters, the leaders of the young generation. However, compared to Yichen, they were a lot inferior. Only a few supremes could compare to Yichen when they were young. Martial King, you can now attack the 7th layer without worry. Divine Blade King looked at Martial King and said. Yeah. Martial King smiled, as long as I condense the Emperor's mark, I can enter the 7th layer at any time. In fact, if Martial King had thought about it, he would have had absolute confidence in attacking the 7th layer a few years ago. However, he couldn't let go of his team, couldn't let go of the high-level members of God Paradise. Although he was only a mid-level battle emperor and couldn't compare to the 3 battle emperors in the high-level hunting battlefield, with him here, he could at least stall for a bit. Divine Blade King and Vermilion Bird King were low-level battle emperors and couldn't reach Martial King's level for the time being. If they encountered a high-level battle emperor and didn't escape in time, they would have a 90% chance of dying. Of course, the God Paradise had too many benefits. Rushing to the 7th life and death realm might not be a good thing. It should be known that once one succeeded, they would be teleported out of the God Paradise. From then on, they would no longer be able to enjoy the benefits of the Time Tower and Martial Tower. However, to Xiongwu King, this kind of benefit was dispensable because he had reached a real limit. Under the limit, it was impossible for him to make much progress in the Paradise of Gods. Everyone had their own limit. Some people had the strength of a high-level combat emperor before breaking through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Some had the strength of a mid-level combat emperor, some had the strength of a low-level combat emperor, some had the strength of a pseudo-emperor, some had the strength of the 8th floor of the God of War Pagoda, and some had the strength of the 7th floor. Once this limit was reached, even if one were to put in 100 times the effort, it would still be useless. Rather than wasting time on unrealistic fantasies, it would be better to wisely enter the 7th layer of life and death realm. After all, after becoming a titled monarch, one's perception would greatly increase, and the so-called limits would vanish like smoke in thin air. This would save one's time and not waste it in vain. Congratulations, you're finally leaving the Paradise of Gods. The Vermilion Bird King raised his cup and took a sip. King Xiongwu shook his head and smiled. Don't make it sound like the Paradise of Gods is a barren land. No matter what, this is a sacred land for geniuses. Letting out a sigh, the Vermilion Bird King said, the Paradise of Gods is a sacred land for geniuses, but it is also a cage. I've forgotten the taste of adventure. Hearing these words, Xiongwu King and Divine Blade King turned silent. Indeed, they had forgotten the taste of adventure. Ever since they became members of the Paradise of Gods, they had basically never taken any risks. At most, they had joined the army and fought against enemies. It should be known that before entering the Paradise of Gods, all of them had rich experiences. Starry sky, secret realms, cosmic wonders, strange planets, cosmic beasts, there were many dangerous places in the universe, but there were even more wonderful places. Even if they spent their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to explore even 1/10,000th of the universe. However, since the Paradise of Gods had to conduct a hunt every once in a while, they couldn't afford to be delayed by taking risks. After all, there were some dangerous places that could last for decades or even centuries. Let's not talk about this. Soon, we'll also leave the Paradise of Gods. Right now, we should treasure our time here. Divine Blade King was very open-minded and raised his cup to toast. You're right, our lives are still long. The Vermilion Bird King smiled. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the senior members to enter the hunting tower. Yichen had already come out of the Tower of Time and met up with the other members of the Evil Hunter Squad. The Evil Hunter Squad was now the #1 squad in the Paradise of Gods. As for whether they were the #1 squad in the senior hunting battleground, it still needed time to test. Let's go. Let's go. The group of 7 entered the hunting tower. On the huge hunting planet, Yichen's group of 7 appeared in a dense forest. The dense forest of the hunting planet was very dangerous. Not only were there god insects, but there were also many man-eating plants, such as emperor flowers, bewitching plants, king-class man-eating trees, etc. Yuan Hong was a bit unlucky. He was almost dragged into the depths of the ground by a few black vines. It should be known that the ground of the hunting planet was very hard. A random handful of soil weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. If Yuan Hong was dragged into the depths of the ground, it would be difficult for him to escape. At the critical moment, Zhang Yining used Death Coil to entangle the black vines and pulled Yuan Hong back. That was really dangerous. Yuan Hong wiped his sweat. Regardless of whether it was on the hunting planet or in the outer universe, these black vines were very famous. They were called Death God Vines. They were even more famous than Emperor Flowers. It was said that a matured Death God Vine could entangle hundreds or even thousands of planets. Once someone entered its attack range, they would most likely die. Fortunately, there weren't many Death God Vines on the hunting planet. This was the second time the evil hunter squad encountered one. Very quickly, 2 days passed. Within 2 days, the evil hunter squad killed 9 normal god insects and 3 elite god insects. They had earned 75,000 Shinbi. We finally encountered a commander-class god insect. On the morning of the 3rd day, the evil hunter squad encountered their first commander-class god insect. Commander-class god insects had the strength of a combat emperor. Of course, there were differences in strength. The weaker ones were equivalent to beginner combat emperors. The stronger ones might be equivalent to peak combat emperors. The evil hunter squad encountered this commander-class god insect. It looked like a vicious hound, but it had 6 legs, 4 pairs of transparent wings, and hundreds of eyes on its forehead. It was truly a modified monster. The other members of the evil hunter squad stopped at a distance. Facing a commander-class god insect, not only would they not be able to help, they might even die. Yichen alone was enough. Roar, the evil hound god insect flapped its 4 pairs of transparent wings and fiercely pounced over. The powerful airflow blew all the nearby trees into the sky, creating a scene of flying sand and rocks. When the evil hound god insect was less than 1,000 meters away from Yichen made his move. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and slashed. Bang, the evil hound god insect was sent flying. In the next instant, its huge body started burning and turned into ashes. True Inferno Sword. So powerful. Lu Di opened his mouth. This sword art is too powerful. As expected of a peak 3rd revolution sword art. The Thousand Arrow King could feel the power contained in this sword. A commander-class god insect was worth 30,000 Shinbi. The evil hunter squad once again made a small profit. Of course, the one who contributed the most was Yichen, and the one who got the most was Yichen. On the 5th day, the evil hunter squad had killed 18 ordinary god insects, 7 elite god insects, and 2 commander-class god insects. The total profit was 220,000 Shinbi. Yichen contributed 25 Shinbi, so he got about 80,000 Shinbi. At this rate of earning Shinbi, it wouldn't take many years for Yichen to have 1,000,000 Shinbi, which he could then exchange for a mid-level Heavenly King set. In terms of defense, a low-level Heavenly King set was equivalent to a top-level Heavenly King set, while a mid-level Heavenly King set was equivalent to an ordinary Emperor set. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if a demi-emperor wore a mid-level Heavenly King set, most combat emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, 1,000,000 Shinbi was an astronomical figure for combat emperors. On the 6th day, the evil hunter squad finally encountered an enemy squad. This squad was from the evil god paradise. They were called the Blood Sea Squad, and their captain was only a peak demi-emperor. Run! After a few rounds of fighting, the members of the Blood Sea Squad started to flee frantically. Yichen was too powerful. He killed 3 of their members with a single slash. This was clearly the strength of a combat emperor, and not a beginner combat emperor, but at least a middle combat emperor. Chase, don't let them escape. Under the leadership of Yichen, the evil hunter squad chased after them with all their might. As time passed, Yichen killed another member of the Blood Sea Squad. The enemy was left with 3 members, and they had suffered heavy losses. Blood Spear King, save us! The captain of the Blood Sea Squad shouted urgently. In the distance, another squad appeared. This squad was famous in the high-grade hunting battlefield. It was the Blood Spear Squad from the Yiksha Paradise. Their captain was one of the 3 combat emperors in the high-grade hunting battlefield, Blood Spear King. Blood Spear King was the same as the god-blessed queen. He was the nightmare of the paradise of gods. In the past 200 years, he had killed countless demi-emperors, and even a few combat emperors. It's the captain of the Blood Sea Squad. one of the members of the Blood Spear squad recognized the captain. The paradise of gods chasing them seems to be the evil Hunter squad. Since when did the evil Hunter squad become so powerful? Only 3 members of the Blood Sea squad remain. Another member said doubtfully. Let's go take a look. Blood Spear King increased his speed and rushed over. Blood Sea King, what's going on? Blood Spear King asked after meeting up with the captain. In the high-grade hunting battlefield, the demons, evil spirit race, and Xianxia race were allies. Humans, barbarians, and giants were allies. Allies naturally had to help each other unless the enemy was too powerful. Blood Sea King said with a pale face, one of the members of the evil hunter squad is a combat emperor. I suspect he has the strength of a mid-combat emperor. We lost 4 members. Blood Sea King's heart was bleeding. 4 members. This was not something that could grow up in a short period of time. Mid-combat emperor? Blood Spear King looked at the approaching evil hunter squad. Ultimately, his gaze fell on Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen could give him a trace of threat, even though Yi Chen's cultivation base was only at the 5th layer of life and death realm. That's him. Blood Sea King's gaze also firmly stared at Yi Chen. Be careful, he is Blood Spear King, one of the 3 combat emperors in the high-grade hunting battlefield. Thousand Arrow King warned Yi Chen. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Although Yi Chen was also a high-level combat emperor, his fame was not as great as Blood Spear King's. Nodding, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't look down on Blood Spear King. The gap between high-level battle emperors wasn't that big. Blood Spear King had already been a low-level battle emperor 200 years ago, reaching mid-level in 140 years, and high-level 50 years ago. In these 50 years, he clearly wouldn't have stopped improving. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to stay in Xianxia God Paradise. With his talent, he would have long since broken through to the 7th layer. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Blood Spear King wanted to earn more Shinbi to exchange for a higher-level Heavenly King set. Above mid-level Heavenly King set, there were still high-level and peak-level Heavenly King set. The amount of Shinbi required was astronomical even for battle emperors. Blood Spear King, don't kill nameless people. State your name. A 2-meter-long blood-colored spear appeared in Blood Spear King's hand. The spearhead was like the fangs of a viper, emitting a gloomy and austere aura. You don't need to know my name. Yi Chen indifferently said while holding the dragon spring sword's hilt with his right hand. Humph, arrogant. Then die. Blood Spear King didn't waste any more words with Yi Chen. He instantly entered the Inata Emperor realm, increasing his battle power by 5 times. Holding the blood-colored spear with both hands, he crazily stabbed out. In a blink of an eye, he had stabbed out at least several hundred times. The blood-colored spear shadows transformed into blood-colored vipers midway, pouncing toward Yi Chen. Blood Spear King's 3rd revolution martial skill, 100 Vipers Flurry. Facing this move that relied on quantity to win, Yi Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He opened the Inata Emperor realm, and a layer of deep silver with a hint of gold radiance appeared on his body. He unsheathed the dragon spring sword and unleashed a true inferno sword chi. Crackle, countless blood-colored vipers were incinerated like snow under the scorching sun. Without a sound, the raging sword chi broke through layer after layer of obstacles and appeared before Blood Spear King. Humph, Blood Spear King coldly snorted and shook his spear, creating a blood-colored spear flower. The next moment, a scorching shockwave blasted Blood Spear King dozens of li away. What? The captain of the Blood Sea battle team, Blood Sea King, widened his eyes in disbelief. The Blood Spear Monarch was a true advanced combat emperor, but he was sent flying in his first exchange with Yi Chen. Didn't this mean that Yi Chen was stronger than the Blood Spear Monarch? The Blood Spear King's face was ashen. He had not expected that Yi Chen's sword would have such a powerful aftershock. If not for his Heavenly King set, he would definitely have been injured. Mid-level Heavenly King set. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Bloodlance Monarch wasn't wearing a low-class Heavenly King set, but a mid-class Heavenly King set. In terms of defense, a mid-class Heavenly King set was equivalent to an Emperor armor. It wasn't something that could be broken by ordinary people. Otherwise, Bloodlance Monarch wouldn't be unscathed. After a few months of training, Yi Chen's strength had reached the peak of a high-class combat emperor. Snake Dragon Flash. Relying on his mid-class Heavenly King set, the Blood Spear King attacked Yichen again. This time, he used a rank 3 martial art that was stronger than the 100 Snake Flurry, Snake Dragon Flash. A blood-colored spear light flashed and a poisonous snake turned into a blood dragon, pouncing towards Yichen. Looking at its posture, its penetrating power seemed to be very strong. Yichen neither retreated nor dodged. He raised the dragon spring sword high above his head and slashed forcefully. The dazzling sword aura contained a trace of black, easily splitting the blood dragon. The Blood Spear King only had time to move a few meters to the side before he was hit by the sword aura. The True Inferno Sword was different from the True Inferno Sword. The True Inferno Sword's strength lay in its momentum, and if the first wave was barely blocked, the second wave would definitely not be able to block it. If the first wave could be completely blocked, the second wave would probably not be able to do anything to him. For example, although the Blood Spear King was wearing a mid-level Heavenly King set, with his power, he could also block the True Inferno Sword, and at most suffer some minor injuries. However, the Extreme Sun Essence was different. The Extreme Sun Essence was able to transform the essence of the sun into the most extreme power to attack the enemy. In terms of offense, it was undoubtedly more powerful than the True Inferno Sword. The sound of metal exploding was heard. Originally, the Blood Spear King's mid-class Heavenly King set had been refined into his body. However, after suffering such a huge attack, the Heavenly King set was suddenly revealed, shining with a golden red light. TSK Tisk, that's 1 million divine coins. Sima Face revealed an envious expression. He wasn't surprised that Yichen could gain the upper hand. After all, he didn't think that Yichen was weaker than the Blood Spear King. They were both on the same level. A several li-long passage was blasted through the dense forest. At the end of the passage, the Blood Spear King stood up with his face covered in dirt. Under his feet was a huge pit. The soil had turned into sand and was emitting a blazing heat. The hunting star had 1/10 of the gravity of a white dwarf star. Although the objects here were not as abnormal as white dwarfs, with density not even 1/100th, they were still not that easy to destroy. The Blood Spear King only felt a small portion of the energy in his body being consumed. The majority of it was used to power the Heavenly King set. Blood got all. A red light flickered in his eyes as the Blood Spear King launched a soul attack at Yichen. A blood all formed from soul power shot out. Yichen naturally didn't fear the Blood Spear King's soul attack. In terms of battle power, his soul attack wasn't the least bit inferior, and was even more direct. Of course, soul attacks were rarely used in battles between life and death kings. Soul attacks consumed a lot of soul power, and the number of times they could be used was limited. When the soul power dropped to a certain level, it would affect one's state, and all aspects of one's constitution would decline. Therefore, although soul attack secret arts were extremely important, they were mostly left unused, and could only be used a few times a year. However, if one thought that soul attacks weren't used often, they wouldn't cultivate it. This was a very foolish action. Life and death kings didn't just need to be strong on the surface, but also in all other aspects. Simply speaking, one couldn't have any shortcomings, because they were the biggest flaws. Compared to soul defense, soul attacks were sometimes more important. Not only could they counteract the enemy's soul attack, they could also attack the enemy's soul. Puff, the invisible blood all was dispersed by a soul sword chi before it could even approach Yichen. The remnant sword chi ripples even radiated toward the Blood Spear King. The Blood Spear King let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. Although he had already arranged 3 layers of soul defense, the sword chi ripples formed from soul power were still frightening. 2 of the 3 layers of soul defense had actually been broken through. If not for the blood god all's counteracting effect, wouldn't it have easily cut through his soul defense? His guess wasn't wrong. The complete soul sword chi could indeed break through his soul defense. Just as the first soul sword chi was sent out, the second one came right after. Taking advantage of Blood Spear King's soul power being shaken, it ruthlessly slashed over. An earth-shattering sound resounded in Blood Spear King's mind as blood flowed out from his 7 apertures. His soul defense had been thoroughly broken through, and a huge sword scar had appeared in his sea of soul. The sword scar seemed to have been carved into his sea of soul, and was difficult to recover from. Go! Without any hesitation, Blood Spear King soared into the sky and fled into the distance. He was scared. Although Yichen couldn't break through his mid-level Heavenly King grade armor, he could heavily injure his soul with soul attacks. He was even more freakish than God-blessed Queen. Seeing Blood Spear King fleeing in a sorry state, the others naturally followed without saying a word. However, among the 3 members of Blood Sea Battle Team, 2 were a step too slow and were slashed into ashes by Yichen. Only Blood Sea King managed to escape alive. It was not that Yichen didn't want to chase after Blood Spear King. In a one-on-one situation, he could easily heavily injure the opponent's soul and then slowly grind him to death. However, Blood Spear King still had 6 members and 3 members of Blood Sea Battle Team. Once he consumed too much soul power and was hit by a few soul attacks, the one in danger would be himself. In a group battle, one had to be cautious when using soul attacks. No one could use soul attacks limitlessly. Normally, Life and Death Kings could only use soul attacks 3 times. Of course, if one cultivated a powerful soul attack secret art, they might only be able to use it once. After that, their soul power would be completely exhausted. Yichen's limit was 5 times. After 5 times, his soul power would fall below the warning line. As for using ordinary soul attacks, he might as well not use them at all. All in all, Yichen's soul power was 10 times that of the majority of Life and Death Kings. This majority of Life and Death Kings didn't include the members of True God Paradise. Which member of True God Paradise wasn't an elite among geniuses? Their soul power was equally powerful, and Yichen wouldn't be that much stronger than them. Killing 6 members of Blood Sea Battle Team, he obtained 900,000 divine coins. Adding the 220,000 from before, he had a total of 1,1220,000. Yichen's contribution was 50, so he could obtain 800,000 divine coins. Without a doubt, this was a huge harvest. In the future, it would be hard to encounter such a person. Once one's fame rose, the enemies would flee the moment they encountered you. Nobody was an idiot. By the time the 7 days of hunting ended, the Evil Hunter Squad's income had reached 1,650,000. After Blood Sea Squad, Yichen killed another 3 enemy members. 1,650,000 Shinbi plus the squad's rewards, the Evil Hunter Squad's total income had reached 1,815,000 Shinbi. Yichen's contribution remained the same, 50 Shinbi, which meant that he would receive 1,300,000 Shinbi. Originally, Yichen didn't expect to earn 1 million Shinbi in one go, but he didn't expect to surpass it. This way, it was more than enough to exchange for a mid-level Heavenly King grade set. Although Myriad Arrow King and the other 5's income wasn't as frightening as Yichen's, they were already satisfied. Myriad Arrow King's contribution was a bit higher, so he received 100,000 Shinbi, while the others received around 80,000 Shinbi. This was much higher than what they had earned in the past few years. Of course, this was an exception. In the future, their income wouldn't be so high. After exiting the hunting tower, Yichen went straight to the exchange tower. On the 2nd floor, Yichen chose the mid-level Heavenly King grade set he wanted. This was a blue-red set of equipment called the Iron Blood Dark Blue. It had a helmet, armor, arm guards, leg guards, boots, and gloves. It had an extra helmet compared to the silver equipment set. As for its defensive power, even though it had not been refined into the body, its defensive power had already far surpassed the silver equipment set. It was about 10 times stronger than the silver equipment set. Once it was refined into the body, it would definitely be 10 times stronger. Every person could only exchange for 1 Heavenly King set. Yichen already had a silver set, and if he chose the Iron Blood Deep Blue set, he would have to give up on the silver set. Fortunately, it wouldn't be for nothing. The exchange tower would refund 80% of the divine coins, and the 300,000 divine coins he spent on the silver set would be refunded to 240,000. It's time to go back. Yichen believed that he had already made ample preparations. With his current battle power and defense, even if he encountered a 7th layer Life and Death Realm titled monarch, he would still be able to put up a fight. Most importantly, he still had Dijianghao and Phantom. Their defensive power was astonishing, able to withstand the continuous bombardment of a high-level battle emperor. Yichen, don't you want to go to the Black Tortoise Galaxy? Inside the hotel, the evil hunter battle team was discussing the upcoming year's matters as per usual. Yichen shook his head. No, I want to return to the living world I'm in. The demons and the evil spirit race have sealed off the exit there. Demons and evil spirits again? Demons and the evil spirit race were notorious in the universe. Because living worlds were different from living planets, there was no pattern to their distribution. Some were close to living star systems, while others were very far away from living star systems. It was obvious that the living world Yichen was in was very remote. Otherwise, it would not have become the target of the demons and the evil spirit race. How about we go with you? Zhang Yining suddenly said. That's a good idea. I can take the opportunity to see the outside world. The one who spoke was Yuan Hong. Yichen originally wanted to decline. After all, there was a certain degree of danger. However, he could not resist the enthusiasm of his teammates, so he agreed. Your Phantom is really not bad. It should cost at least 50 to 60 million. In the universe, a small battleship was traveling at high speed. The interior of the battleship was extremely luxurious. The 7 members of the Evil Hunter battle team were drinking in the hall. The 10,000 Arrows monarch and the others were not ordinary people. Each of them had a strong background, but they did not have much wealth. After all, they were not more than 500 years old, and the accumulation of wealth had just begun. Of course, if there was a sufficient reason, the families behind them would pay for them. This was the difference between having a background and not. It was not reflected in one's wealth. As a Thearch-level battleship, the Phantom was 9 times faster than a King-level battleship and 3 times faster than a Heavenly King-level battleship. It would take about 4 months to return to Elysium. 1 year was enough for a round trip. During this time, Yichen continued to comprehend the Hidden Dragon Technique's 8th stance, all-powerful. He was very clear that the stronger he was, the less dangerous he would be. In one of the Phantom's training rooms, Yichen's left hand's index and middle fingers were pressed between his eyebrows. His right hand was extended forward. This stance was the all-powerful stance. The further one cultivated the Hidden Dragon spell, the harder it would be to understand its essence. Fortunately, Yichen already had some understanding of it. 1 month passed. Yichen's body emitted a trace of all-powerful aura. This aura was very mystical. The moment it appeared, Yichen became the center of the entire Phantom. It was as if everything was revolving around him, breathing along with his joy. Although he did not release his soul power, Yichen could feel everything inside the Phantom, including the actions of the 10,000 Arrows monarch and the others. They were all under his control. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm seeing Yichen? Yuan Hong was drinking in his room. In the darkness, he seemed to see Yichen in the training room. It was so clear, yet so blurry. It was very contradictory. The others had the same feeling, but they did not make a fuss. In the 2nd month, the all-powerful aura on Yichen's body became more and more intense, and his eyebrows became even more transparent. Yichen should be breaking through. 10,000 Arrows monarch guessed. At the end of the 3rd month, bang, the Phantom suddenly shook violently, and a frightening aura burst out with Yichen as the center. Not good. 10,000 Arrows monarch and the others' expressions changed. They were not in the starry sky of the outside world, but in the void of the universe. Once the Phantom collapsed, they would be torn apart by the void turbulence and assimilated. Only 8th layer life and death Xin Yuan could survive in the void. They were far from that level. Soon, the 6 left their rooms and entered the luxurious hall. Emperor-grade battleships shouldn't collapse so easily. Lu Wenjie said calmly. I wonder what Yichen is cultivating to cause such a huge commotion. Cultivating inside a puppet battleship was a normal thing, but they had never encountered such a situation. Bang, another violent tremble occurred. In the next moment, the space outside distorted, and the Phantom materialized in the starry sky with twinkling stars everywhere. Inside the training room, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. Countless stars were reflected in his pupils, looking unfathomable. Is this the selfless Emperor realm? At this moment, Yichen finally comprehended the 8th stance of Hidden Dragon art, all-powerful realm. As soon as this stance was completed, Yichen naturally entered the 3rd stage of Selfless Emperor realm. The so-called selfless emperor realm was the realm where one could completely control one's potential like a high and mighty emperor. Every bit of one's body would be under one's control, without any blind spots. Apart from this, one would also have a keen observation of the surroundings. Huff, sucking in a deep breath, Yichen felt his body brimming with explosive power. He lightly clenched his fist, and boundless power poured into the center of his fist, ready to burst out at any time. If one were to say that Yichen had the strength of a peak high-level battle emperor before, then now that he had broken through, he had the strength of a peak battle emperor. Not many 7th-layer life and death realm titled monarchs could defeat him. Coupled with a mid-level heavenly king set, perhaps only 8th-layer life and death realm titled monarchs could suppress him. In the entire cosmos, how many 8th-layer life and death titled monarchs were there? Each and every one of them was an emperor-level existence. As for the 9th layer, they were all supremes. Pushing open the door of the training room, Yichen came to the hall. "I'm sorry to have startled everyone," Yichen said apologetically. "It's fine, the Emperor-class warship is very safe." The myriad arrow monarch smiled and shook his head. "Yichen, what did you break through?" Zhang Yining asked curiously. Yichen said, "It's the selfless emperor realm." "No way." Lu Di had an exaggerated expression. "You broke through to the selfless emperor realm so quickly?" They knew a long time ago that Yichen could not open the Inata realm due to special reasons, but they did not expect Yichen to advance so quickly. It was simply 1,000 miles in a day. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. "It is all thanks to the hidden dragon art." Yichen smiled. "This is also because your comprehension is high enough." "Not bad. With your high comprehension ability, you can comprehend everything quickly. When your cultivation increases, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. At the end of the 4th month, we're here." Yichen steered Phantom back into space. Through the transparent crystal of the battleship, they could see a chaos vortex in the distance. That was the entrance to Elysium. "Hee, this is a good opportunity to see how your hometown is different from other living worlds." Although they would be suppressed when they entered Elysium, they were not as strong as the other races. Their strength would not be greatly weakened, and their foundation would not be damaged. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to get in." The vertical eye between Yichen's brows opened. Soon, he saw a large number of demon kings and evil kings on the 2 nearby planets. Apart from that, there was also a huge meteorite floating near the chaos vortex. There was also a team of demon kings guarding it. There were about 40,000 of them. "Then let's charge in." Yuan Hong's eyes flashed with excitement. 12 million kilometers away from the chaotic vortex was a pale yellow planet. This planet had been transformed into a huge planetary fortress, and the inside was almost hollowed out. Of course, nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. Noiselessly, the 14 battleships approached. Each member of the Demon Hunter squad had 2 battleships. Yichen had a small Emperor stage battleship and a large Emperor stage battleship, while the Myriad Arrows Monarch and the others each had a small Heavenly King battleship and a large Heavenly King battleship. Generally speaking, a peak Heavenly King grade battleship's cannon could kill a 5th-layer life and death king. If it could accumulate enough energy, it could even kill a 6th-layer life and death king. A peak Emperor grade battleship was even more frightening. A casual cannon could heavily injure an ordinary 7th-layer life and death king, and if it had enough energy, it could even kill in one shot. However, in reality, it was very difficult to achieve such a feat after all. The opponent could easily dodge it. 14 puppet battleships and 7 people quickly rushed toward the pale yellow planet. 5 million kilometers. 8 million kilometers. 5 million kilometers. 3 million kilometers. Not good. There's an enemy. The interior of the pale yellow planet seemed to have exploded. They hadn't expected that someone would ambush them and find their position without them noticing. Immediately, hundreds of demon kings rushed out. 2 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. Kill. With a thought from Yichen, the 96 puppet cannons on the 2 Emperor-grade battleships simultaneously erupted with intense flames. Each of the puppet cannons on Emperor-grade battleships was shockingly expensive. They were engraved with countless arrays that could instantly extract the energy of yuan stones, compress it infinitely, and then shoot it out. Without any exaggeration, a single cannon shot from an Emperor-grade battleship would consume at least 5,000 yuan stones. A volley of cannon shots would consume around 500,000 yuan stones. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Myriad Arrows Monarch and the others also operated their Heavenly King-grade battleships and fiercely attacked the Pale Yellow Planet. Apart from them, Yi Chen's group of 7 didn't stay idle either. Each of them unleashed their own trump cards. Yi Chen used the True Inferno sword, and a scarlet sword she shot out, growing larger and larger. Myriad Arrows Monarch used the myriad transformations, and millions of arrows covered the sky. Lu Di slashed out with his saber, and saber light swept out. Lu Wenjie wielded a blood-colored spear, and spear afterimages filled the air, one after another. Zhang Yinin's hand seals changed, and vines as thick as dragons wrapped around the Pale Yellow Planet. Yuan Hong's body enlarged, and his entire body shone with golden light. He directly punched out. Sima Fei's claw energy was extremely sharp, and it could tear the sky and earth apart. No ordinary planet could withstand the power of his claw. Pop, the Pale Yellow Planet was like a fragile bubble that suddenly burst. There was no shockwave of a planet's explosion, because this planet was completely destroyed, not detonated. The attack of Yi Chen's group was much more powerful than a planet's explosion, especially Yi Chen and his Emperor-grade battleship. The destructive force radiated in all directions, and the demon kings that had escaped from the Pale Yellow Planet didn't even have the time to scream before they were caught up by the force and swept into nothingness. The others that had escaped fast enough also vomited blood incessantly, and their bodies were sent flying in all directions like meteors. This round of attack killed at least 18,000 demon kings. Most of the demon kings didn't have time to escape the Pale Yellow Planet, and only a few survived. Haha, these are the demon's army. Yi Chen's group of 7 discovered that their battle achievements were increasing. It turned out that these demon kings were the demon's army. There were soldiers, centurions, minor lieutenants, and major lieutenants. Unfortunately, only those killed by themselves counted as their own battle achievements. Those killed by the puppet cannons didn't count, and those killed by the chaotic energy also didn't count. B** starred, who are you? A ball of black flame rushed over and stopped a million miles away. When the flame dissipated, a tall demon stood there, wearing black armor. Clearly, the fierce attack had shaken off his armor. While he was speaking, more and more demon kings gathered. These were the fish that escaped the net, and there were about 1,000 of them. All of them were in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. The demon Scorpion Emperor was a 2-star general of the demons. He was ordered to lead 20,000 demons to guard Elysium. He could leave after 50 years, and other generals would replace him. As for the soldiers under him, they could only leave after 100 years. Although he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Fortunately, the demons would reward them with a certain amount of contribution points according to their ranks, so it wasn't a waste of effort. As a 2-star general, the demon Scorpion Emperor was naturally very powerful. He didn't even care about ordinary titled monarchs. In his eyes, Yi Chen's group of 7 were already dead. Kill. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to the demon Scorpion Emperor. He waved the dragon spring sword, and a dazzling sword chi burst out. The demon Scorpion Emperor's face was filled with astonishment as he turned into ashes. The hundreds of demon kings around him didn't manage to dodge in time, and all of them were turned into nothingness. Yi Chen's strength as a peak-level combat emperor had been fully displayed. 4-star Purple Gold Commander's strength? The remaining demon kings felt their scalps go numb, and one of them cried out involuntarily. Demon Scorpion Emperor was a 2-star general. Only 3-star generals could kill 2-star generals in one move. However, it was said that 4-star Purple Gold Commander's strength was not inferior to 3-star generals. The two were evenly matched, and the gap between them wasn't that big. Since Yi Chen's cultivation base hadn't reached the 7th layer, he was definitely a 4-star Purple Gold Commander, which was 10 times more prestigious than a 3-star general. Perhaps even a 5-star general's status couldn't compare to a 4-star Purple Gold Commander. After all, there were many 5-star generals, but 4-star Purple Gold Commanders could be counted on one's fingers. Especially in the human race, there wasn't a single 4-star purple gold commander. Bang bang bang, Myriad Arrow King's group of 6 also attacked. All of them had the strength of a half-step emperor. How could these demon kings resist? In an instant, hundreds of demon kings died miserably in the starry sky. Quickly run! Less than 300 demon kings remained, and they immediately scattered in all directions. Don't chase. Yichen stopped Yuanhong. Millions of li away, numerous evil kings flew over. The remaining demon kings mixed in with these evil kings, and the leader was clearly a general with a cultivation base of 7th layer life and death realm. Everyone, be careful. Let's enter the battleship first. Yichen said. The Myriad Arrow Monarch nodded. The current situation was different from before. Previously, they had caught the devil race off guard. Before they had even left the light yellow planet, they had killed 90% of the devil kings in one fell swoop. The evil spirit race's numbers were not inferior to the devil race's, so it was impossible for them to kill 90% of the evil kings like before. Therefore, a bloody battle was inevitable. Without any hesitation, the 7 entered their respective battleships, choosing large ones. Only in the battleship did they not fear the soul attacks of the numerous evil kings. Once 20,000 evil kings joined hands and launched a soul attack, even an 8th layer life and death titled monarch would die. Even 9th layer life and death supremes wouldn't choose to face it head-on, because defending against soul attacks would consume soul power. The battleship's function was to isolate the enemy's soul detection, making it impossible for the enemy to lock onto their souls. This way, even if the enemy launched a soul attack, it would at most pass through the battleship, unable to injure them. Even if the enemy launched a few soul attacks, it wouldn't be a big deal. Attack. Inside Dijianghao, Yichen controlled Dijianghao and Phantom to bombard the densely packed evil kings. Huge sparks immediately blossomed, each taking away a few lives. A single volley killed at least several hundred evil kings. Myriad Arrow King's group's efficiency was much lower. The Heavenly King-grade battleship's offensive power was far inferior to an Emperor-grade battleship's. Killing 20 to 30 evil kings in a single volley was already pretty good. However, the 6 of them added up to more than 100. Phantom had 24 puppet cannons, 2 of which were main cannons. Dijianghao, on the other hand, had 72 puppet cannons, with 6 main cannons. Normally, the power of the main cannons wasn't much greater than other puppet cannons, but the value of the main cannons lay in the fact that they could continuously accumulate Keystone's energy. When the Keystone's energy was accumulated to the limit, a single shot would be more than 10 times more powerful than other puppet cannons, with astonishing destructive power. Boom boom, 8 consecutive explosions rang out, and 8 incredibly large sparks exploded among the densely packed evil kings. The largest spark took away the lives of more than 100 evil kings. Damn it! Everyone, spread out and surround them. The demonic Claw the Arch was a 3-star general in the evil spirit race's army. He was much stronger than the demon Scorpion Emperor, so he wasn't afraid of Yichen. However, he didn't have that many keystones to buy a large monarch warship, and a small monarch warship's firepower was far inferior to Yichen's Dijianghao. Not to mention, Yichen still had the Phantom. If his small monarch warship was destroyed in battle, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Although the small monarch warship's offensive power was strong, it was still much weaker than his own body. It was useless to take it out. Let's attack this monarch warship together. How could the demonic Claw the Arch not know that Yichen posed the greatest threat? Gathering nearly 20,000 evil kings might be able to kill Yichen in one fell swoop, but 20,000 soul attacks were densely packed. It was impossible to dodge all of them. After all, the puppet warship was only so big. Soul-dispersing claw. The demonic Claw the Arch took the initiative to launch a soul attack at Yichen. His soul attack was a malevolent claw formed from soul power. It ferociously shot toward Dijianghao. Dijanghao's defensive cover couldn't block the soul attack at all, and it was practically useless. Yichen had long since used a soul defense secret art, Immortal Primordial Spirit. Pop. 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 Sure enough, out of the 20,000 soul attacks, several hundred hit him. If not for his soul being far stronger than ordinary people, and his Immortal Primordial Spirit was not an ordinary soul defense art, his soul would have been heavily injured. Eh? Not dead. The demonic cloth Thearcha's face turned increasingly unsightly. In his opinion, out of the 20,000 soul attacks, at least several hundred had hit Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen was unscathed. Again. Most life and death kings could generally launch 3 soul attacks, leaving 2 more chances. The second time, Yi Chen felt a bit dizzy. This time, he had suffered more than 600 soul attacks, causing a sea of soul to surge with raging waves. Even his immortal primordial spirit's defense was nearly shattered. Seems like I'll have to exchange for an even better soul defense secret art in the future. Yi Chen didn't lack yuan stones at the moment. He could spend 100 million yuan stones to exchange for 100 million army contribution points. 100 million contribution points was not a small amount. Exchanging for a soul defense secret art 10 times more powerful than immortal primordial spirit wouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, even 9th layer life and death supremes wouldn't dare to act recklessly in a battle between armies without a good soul defense secret art. The third soul attack arrived. Pung, Yi Chen felt as if something had exploded in his head. His sea of soul was turned upside down, and his immortal primordial spirit's defensive cover instantly collapsed. Touching his nose, blood flowed out. So close. Soon, Yi Chen recovered, but he still felt a lingering fear. Once a soul attack reached a certain scale, even if its individual might wasn't that great, it could still trigger a chain reaction. For example, a thick wall might not be damaged after a single strike, but after several hundred strikes, the wall would collapse. At this moment, he deeply felt the importance of a soul defense secret art. Humph. With a cold snort, Yi Chen continued to control Xianxia and Phantom to bombard the evil kings. In such a short time, he had already consumed more than 10 million yuan stones, but he didn't care. Impossible. The evil Claw Emperor was incomparably shocked and furious. Yi Chen had actually endured. Could he have cultivated an Emperor-grade soul defense secret art? But, an Emperor-grade soul defense secret art couldn't be cultivated in a short time. It would take at least several hundred years, or even 1,000 years. Right, he had almost forgotten that Yi Chen had the strength of a 4-star purple gold commander. He was definitely a member of Paradise of God, which had the Time Tower, which could shorten time by 100 times. Little did he know that the Yuan Spirit Indestructible was only a Heavenly King soul defense secret art, and an ordinary one at that. It was all because Yi Chen's soul was strong enough and vigorous enough. Have a taste of a soul attack too. Inside Xianxia, Yi Chen locked onto the evil Claw Emperor's soul and shot out a soul sword chi. Not good. The evil Claw Emperor staggered, his face pale. Yi Chen's soul sword chi was too sharp. Fortunately, he had only used the soul crusher claw once before, or he would have died without a doubt. Almost subconsciously, the evil Claw Emperor took out a small Emperor-grade warship and instantly dived in. Quite the reaction speed. Although Yi Chen felt it was a bit of a pity, he knew how difficult it was to destroy a monarch's soul with a single strike. In the end, his soul sword chi could only be considered a peak Heavenly King soul attack secret art. Boom 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 boom, the sound of cannon fire rang out continuously, and one evil king after another was obliterated. Alas, the evil kings were too scattered, and killing 2 with a single shot was already good luck. Most of the time, only one could be killed, while the myriad Arrow Monarch 6 Heavenly King-grade warships needed 10 shots to kill one. 15 million. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. 60 rounds of cannon fire consumed Yi Chen's 30 million keystones. At this time, keystones were practically worthless. Moreover, these 60 rounds of cannon fire weren't without any harvest. In total, they killed around 10,000 evil kings. In addition to the 3,000 evil kings killed by the myriad Arrow Monarch and the others, there were less than 7,000 evil kings left. Damn, we can't waste any more time. The evil Claw Emperor was incomparably frustrated. They could no longer continue their soul attacks, and their martial arts attacks couldn't break through the Emperor-grade and Heavenly King-grade warships' defenses in a short time. He was also being held back by Yi Chen, and the small Emperor-grade warship was sent flying again and again. 3 of the enemy's main cannons were aimed at him. After losing nearly 1,000 evil kings, the evil Claw Emperor knew that they had failed. If they didn't retreat now, they would have to pay an even greater price. Retreat. The Evil Claw Emperor finally gave the order to retreat. The surviving evil kings were overjoyed. They had wanted to retreat for a long time. The enemy was like a turtle shell. How was this a battle? This was practically suicide. Soon, all the evil kings retreated. As for the demon kings, they were almost ignored. That was too dangerous. The myriad arrow monarch and the others walked out. MHM, the emperor grade warship is still the best. Its defenses are strong enough. Lu Di nodded. Although their heavenly king grade warships were the best, they couldn't withstand countless attacks. If it weren't for the fact that the evil kings had to dodge their cannons and lose a batch every once in a while, they wouldn't have been able to hold on at all. Their defensive barriers were breached several times, and the warship's surface was warped and damaged. Thank you, everyone. Yichen put away Dijianghao and Phantom ship as he expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. When we reach Elysium, just bring us around the world. Sima Fei smiled. Definitely. Yichen nodded. Without the evil kings and demon kings, the 7 of them flew toward the primal chaos vortex. A short while later, the 7 of them arrived in a different starry sky. We're finally back. Yichen took a deep breath. This feeling was as if he had returned home. There were too many memories and stories here. Fallout Sword Sect. Within a secret room, Yichen stood up with a smile. He could sense his main body. Eh? The leader is out of his seclusion. On the main peak of the fallen Dust Sword Sect, Yichen landed on the plaza. After so many years of development, the fallen Dust Sword Sect had grown to a huge scale, with more than 100,000 people. There were a lot of elders and disciples walking around the plaza. Leader. Greetings, leader. On the way, everyone greeted him respectfully. The leader in front of them was the real leader's consciousness body, but for the others, it was no different. The consciousness body was the same as the real leader's clone. Sitting on the main seat of the meeting hall, Yichen ordered, gather all the core elders of the fallen Dust Sword Sect. Also, notify the Morong family, Dragon God Celestial Palace, and the mysterious martial school. Yes. Hundreds of attendants took the order and left. Soon, the first batch of people arrived. It was Yi Tianhao, Xing Yuqing, Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Chen's 4 disciples. Master. The 4 disciples greeted him respectfully and stood aside. Big brother. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao looked a lot more mature, no longer looking like a teenager. Xing Yuqing asked, Chen I heard that you wanted to gather everyone in the fallen Dust Sword Sect. Did something happen? Could it be the revival of the foreign races? Yi Tianhao started to guess. Yichen smiled, I'm back. Back? Could it be? Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with excitement as they looked at Yichen. Yichen nodded slightly. Great. Yi Tianhao and Xing Yuqing looked at each other, their faces full of smiles. The 4 disciples were also very happy, but also very nervous. Although the Yichen in front of them looked no different from the real Yichen, there were still some differences in nature. He was not as quick-witted as Yichen and did not show much emotion. As time went by, this became more and more obvious. Even Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were a bit restrained in front of Yichen. In short, they looked weird. According to Xianhou, although the spiritual consciousness was split from the original body, as time went by, it would gradually change, which meant that it would become a second self, not a complete copy. The second group of people were the pillars of the Sky Cloud Martial School, including Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, Zhang Haoran, and so on. Grandmaster. Lu Hanshan and the others cupped their fists. The third group, the fourth group. Soon, the conference hall was filled with people. Almost all of the core members of the Falling Dust Sword School had arrived. Soon, people from the Morong family and the Dragon God Celestial Palace had also arrived. The Morong family, the Dragon God Celestial Palace and the Falling Dust Sword School were all connected by a teleportation array. The Morong family was led by Morong Zhishui and Morong Qingqing, while the Dragon God Celestial Palace was led by Su Jing and the headmaster. The last group to arrive were Xianhou, Yan Qingxian, and Yan Fengfeng. Everyone, follow me. Yichen walked out of the conference hall, with Morong Qingqing and Su Jing following beside him. The two looked excited, expectant, and a bit nervous. On the plaza, Yichen raised his head and looked at the sky. Is he finally coming back? Xianhou let out a breath. Yichen was already a legend in Elysium. Even the ancient people paled in comparison. His reputation was already on the same level as ancient emperor and Qi Tiandi. Although the two had more achievements than him, Yichen was younger and more talented. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 genius in the history. In the past few years, it was not that Xianhou and the others hadn't gone through the path of death. Unfortunately, each time, they returned in failure. The most recent time was 3 years ago, and the scale of that time was extremely large. Xianhou, Su Jing, Morong Qingqing, Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, Snow Sword of Gojoseon, Star Sword King, Su King, and many other peak kings had gathered. But the scale of the enemy was even larger, and their experts surpassed that of Yichen's. More than 100 peak kings had died in the path of death. It was a heavy loss. They had to admit that without external help, they would probably never be able to leave Elysium in this lifetime. Once the enemy was on their guard, they would not be given a chance. Su Jing and Morong Qingqing were also looking up at the sky, waiting for him in their hearts. The wind howled and lightning flashed. A mysterious and powerful warship tore through space and appeared in the sky above the Fallout Sword sect. On the plaza, everyone seemed to have stopped breathing. They did not even blink. The cabin door opened, and a person walked out. It was not Yi Chen. It was a golden-haired, stocky young man. This is Elysium. Although the space is fragile, it is quite special. Yuan Hong stood in midair and took a deep breath of Elysium's air. So powerful. Xianhou, Morong Qingqing, and Su Jing's pupils shrank. The moment this person appeared, it was as if he had become the center of the world. Even the space could not withstand his aura and kept shattering with crackling sounds. Fourth sky of life and death realm? Fifth sky? Or sixth sky? Xuanhou's current cultivation base was at the third sky of life and death realm. In Elysium, the third sky of life and death realm was already the peak, and one could not go any further. Yuan Hong's appearance shocked her. He was like a ferocious beast in the mortal world. Just a trace of his aura was enough to give people a heavy pressure. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he used his full power. Even more frightening than the sixth sky of life and death realm. Su Jing stared at Yuan Hong. As a demonic beast, she could feel the gap between them. However, she could faintly feel that Yuan Hong was even more frightening than the sixth sky demon king and evil king. As for how much more frightening, it was hard to tell. It was not just a gap in cultivation base, but more of a gap in willpower and absolute strength. What a beautiful world. Zhang Yining, Sima Fei, Lu Wenjie, Lu Di, and Thousand Arrow King walked out one after another. The 6 of them stood side by side, releasing an aura that seemed to look down on the whole world. Since they were not from Elysium, this aura was spread out by Elysium. Even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, this aura could not be hidden. All of a sudden, all the kings on True Spirit Continent became vigilant. One after another, they came out of seclusion and stopped cultivating. This aura was too frightening, even more frightening than the aura of the outsiders. Back then, the aura of the outsiders had covered the sky and the earth, and was much more powerful than this aura. However, in terms of aura, it was not even 1% of this aura. The wild Yuan Hong, the beautiful Zhang Yining, the sinister Sima Fei, the cold Lu Wenjie, the bold Lu Di, and the hidden leader of the group, the Thousand Arrow King. The appearance of these 6 people made the sun lose its color. It was as if the entire world had become their home field, existing only for their existence. Everything became a foil for them. Even the great formation of the fallen Dust Sword sect stopped operating. Who are these people? At this moment, the fallen Dust Sword sect seemed to be facing a great enemy. Everyone, long time no see. A voice was heard. In the next moment, a blue-robed youngster walked out of the battleship and stood in front of Thousand Arrow King and the other 5. His appearance instantly suppressed the Myriad Arrow King and the others. This suppression wasn't intentional, but rather natural. The center of heaven and earth shifted from the Myriad Arrow King and the others to the blue-robed young man. The feeling he gave off wasn't pressure, but rather the will of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth wouldn't suppress them. It was Yi Chen, the #1 swordsman of Elysium since the dawn of time, Yi Chen. Sovereign. Yi Chen. Chen-er. Yi Chen's appearance caused an uproar. The oppressive atmosphere caused by the myriad Arrow Monarchs group of 6 suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Yi Tianhao and Xianxia cried tears of joy. After 10 years, they finally saw their son. At this moment, they were already very satisfied. Among so many gazes, the 2 most passionate and tender gazes belonged to Murong Qingqing and Su Jing. Yi Chen's gaze met with theirs, conveying his longing. Feeling the gentleness in Yi Chen's gaze, Murong Qingqing's eyes became even more radiant, as beautiful as spring water, while Su Jing's eyes were also filled with infinite tenderness. Walking to the square, Yi Chen's consciousness projection automatically merged with Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen held Murong Qingqing and Su Jing's hands. Both of their hands were very soft. Su Jing's hand slightly stiffened, but she immediately held it tightly. Father, mother. Yi Chen held the 2 of them and walked in front of Yi Tianhao and Xianxia. It's good that you're back. Yi Tianhao and Xianxia looked at the 3 of them with overflowing smiles. Letting go of their hands, Yi Chen hugged Yi Tianhao and Xianxia. After so many years, they were separated more often than not, but their familial love would never turn cold because of distance. Big brother. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao walked over. Yi Chen looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, the little ones have grown up and matured. When he left, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were only in their 20s. Now, they were in their 30s. Among ordinary people, they were already middle-aged. Of course, with their late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, they still maintained their youthful appearance. Big brother, now that you're back, will you leave again? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen hopefully. Yi Chen smiled. Yes, but I will take you with me. Really? Their eyes lit up. Of course it's true. When has Big Brother ever lied to you? Soon after, Yi Chen's gaze landed on his 4 disciples. These 4 disciples of his had astonishing achievements, and all of them had reached the life and death realm. Especially Ling Xinghan, who had reached the peak of the 2nd sky of life and death realm. The other 3 were at the 1st sky of life and death realm. Of course, this had something to do with the resources the Falling Dust Sword sect had, but it also had something to do with their talents. Good, not bad. Your progress has astonished me. Yi Chen praised. Many thanks for the praise, Master. The 4's tone was respectful. However, cultivation base doesn't mean everything. Tomorrow, I'll test your strength. Yi Chen was clear that the lack of life and death experience would have a huge impact on a person. At the same realm, they might not be the opponents of Du Guju and the others. This was the foundation. Zhang Haoran had also broken through to life and death realm. Among the disciples of the same generation in Sky Cloud sect, Zhang Haoran's talent and comprehension were only second to Yi Chen's. Such progress didn't come as a surprise to Yi Chen. As for Lu Hanzhan and Zhu Mei, they were still lacking. Both of them were at the peak of late Sea of Soul Realm, and had just comprehended the Dath Dao. You've been gone for quite a long time. Lu Hanzhan sighed. 10 years is not a long time. Our lives have just begun. Yi Chen didn't think that Lu Hanzhan couldn't become a life and death king. It was only a matter of time. Once he became a life and death king, his lifespan would reach 100,000 years. Compared to 100,000 years, 10 years was nothing. You're right. Lu Hanzhan faintly nodded. Senior Yan, long time no see. Yi Chen could tell that Xuanho's aura was many times more powerful than 10 years ago. Seriously speaking, Xuanho's talent and comprehension were not inferior to Du Guju's, and might even surpass him. However, she had learned a lot of things, and didn't put all of her effort into improving her strength. For example, she was proficient in detoxification, sealing formations, and aura gazing. Although these didn't seem to have much effect on one's strength, they could turn the situation around in a critical moment. Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years. In the early stages, Xuanho's strength would be affected by distraction, but in the later stages, her comprehensive strength would very likely reach the peak. The mysterious Tao didn't care about momentary strength. The outside world should be very spectacular, right? Xianhou asked curiously. Yichen said, the outside world is very, very vast and boundless. Humans and beasts live in the 4 great life star regions. Each star region has thousands of life planets, and the population of each planet is in the hundreds of billions. Some of the planets' population is even 10 times or 100 times more than Elysium's population. In between the 4 great life star regions, there is the God's Paradise, a paradise built by the true gods. Inside, one's progress would be tremendous. Yichen briefly explained the outside world. It's just as I imagined. Elysium is only a small part of the world. The outside world is even more wonderful. Xuanhou's eyes shone brightly. True gods, what are those things? Yan Fengfeng asked curiously. Yichen explained, above life and death realm is the true gods. True gods are omnipotent. They can turn stone into gold and change the rules. But, they can't descend into the universe with their real bodies. They can only slightly affect the universe. So there are true gods. So powerful. Yan Fengfeng was fascinated. Everyone, follow me to the conference palace. I'll tell you about the outside world, then you can decide if you want to leave Elysium with me and go to the outside world. Yichen took the lead and walked into the conference palace. Everyone followed behind. The news of Yichen's return to Elysium spread among the life and death kings within a couple of days. A lot of life and death kings immediately rushed to the South River region's Falling Dust Sword sect. They wanted to see how powerful Yichen had become, as well as hear him talk about the outside world. For them, the outside world was a mystery, full of temptation. Yichen is back. A bright light shot out of Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Spirit King Chu Zhongtian was Chu Zhongtian's king warrior title. In the whole of Elysium, besides Du Guju and Su Jing, there were not many who could compete with him. Xianhou was one, and the snow sword of Gojoseon was another. Especially with the appearance of the savage stones, a lot of life and death king's power had increased drastically, and Chu Zhongtian was one of them. Yichen. Du Guju had also received the news of Yichen's return. Right now, he had already experienced the loneliness of being at the top. Although Su Jing was powerful, in terms of comprehensive ability, she was still a bit weaker than him. The training on the Desolate Star had made his blade arts reach a mysterious level, and his power was much more powerful than Yichen's back then. King warriors who were weaker than him in the past could hardly take a single blade attack from him now. The Solitary Blade King was his king warrior title, and it also represented his loneliness. Shoo, his body flashed once as Du Guju tore apart the space and disappeared from where he was standing. Boiling, the whole Elysium king warrior circle was boiling. Ever since the entrance to Elysium had been sealed, there had been quite a few who had managed to leave Elysium. Those who had fought their way out could be counted on 2 hands, and the only one who had returned was Yichen. Almost every king wanted to see how much Yichen had changed and how big the gap between them was. Drifting Sword Sect, Spirit Cloud Peak. Yichen was currently considering how much his 4 disciples had improved in the past 10 years. First was the sparring between the eldest disciple, Yan Jianwei, and the 3rd disciple, Huang Sumei. As the eldest disciple, Yan Jianwei's sword arts were filled with spirituality. His self-created wind sword art and water sword art had touched upon the essence of wind and water profound. Although the wind and water profound martial art was still immature to the point that it was full of flaws, with Yichen's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that it would be very powerful after reaching the large success stage and had a lot of room for improvement. As for Yan Jianwei's sword intent, it was not weak either, having reached the peak of the 4th step. Only his sword domain was slightly weaker, at the peak of the 1st level. Huang Sumei was the most intelligent amongst the 4 great disciples. Her sword arts gave off an extremely nimble feeling, and there were practically no flaws. She was adept at playing to her strengths and avoiding her weaknesses, using her strengths to attack her enemies' weaknesses. But comparatively speaking, Huang Sumei's sword intent and sword domain were both slightly lower. Her sword intent was at the 4th rank, while her sword domain was at the 1st level. What she lacked wasn't comprehension ability, but the tempering of life and death, the sublimation of her character. All in all, the two's improvements were very gratifying. Based on Elysium's strength, Yan Jianhui was roughly at the peak of the third star, while Huang Sume was at the third star. Next was the sparring between the second disciple, Dongfang Bai, and the fourth disciple, Lung Xinghan. Dongfang Bai's sword arts were very impressive and had the style of a master. In terms of sword arts comprehension, Yan Jianhui and Huang Sume were much weaker than him. Yichen was very satisfied with Dongfang Bai. He had already found his own path and didn't need Yichen to spur him on. This kind of disciple was the most worry-free disciple. Of the four disciples, the most amazing was the fourth disciple, Lung Xinghan. Lung Xinghan was the peak in all aspects and didn't have any weaknesses. In terms of quality, he might not be able to surpass Yan Jianhui, Dongfang Bai, and Huang Sume, but overall, Lung Xinghan was much stronger than the other three. Dongfang Bai was probably at the peak of the fourth star, while Lung Xinghan was at the peak of the fourth star. It was all thanks to Yichen that these four disciples were able to reach the life and death realm in their 30s. Back then, Yichen had forcefully pushed his cultivation to the third sky of the life and death realm, which had caused the rules of Elysium to be modified a bit. This way, the Sea of Souls realm warriors in Elysium would be able to reach the life and death realm more easily. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. Reaching the life and death realm was extremely hard for normal people, and even for the top martial geniuses, it would be extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the life and death realm in their 30s. After giving some advice to his disciples, Yichen suddenly lifted up his head. A guest had arrived. It was the Spirit King, Chu Zhongtian. Haha, Yichen, long time no see. The red-haired Chu Zhongtian looked extremely domineering as he stood in the sky of the falling dust sword sect like a god. His gaze landed on Yichen, and an intense battle intent burst out. Chu Zhongtian, how have you been? Yichen smiled lightly. I know that I am not your opponent, but I can't help but want to learn from you. Chu Zhongtian said without beating around the bush. He was very clear that with Yichen's power, even 10 of him would not be able to compete with him. However, this was not a competition of power, but a competition of martial arts achievements. If the gap was not that big, then he might have a chance to catch up. But, if the gap was 10 times or even 100 times, then it would be a bit hard. Sure. Yichen nodded. Shoo, no one could see Yichen's movement. Within a second, Yichen appeared in the sky, right in front of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was slightly stunned. He actually could not see through Yichen's movement trajectory. It seemed that he had underestimated him. Good, this is more like it. Chu Zhongtian's battle intent surged even more, and his red hair danced in the air. After preparing for a few breaths, Chu Zhongtian released his ultimate move. Boom, with a swing of his mace, an extremely ferocious red lion charged at Yichen. This move was called Furious Lion Strike, and it combined two great profounds. When used with his domineering great origin, it was almost indestructible. Even Duguju had to take it seriously, and other weaker king tiers would be insta-killed in one move. Not bad. Yichen nodded in his heart. Chu Zhongtian's Furious Lion Strike was already close to a peak level 2 martial art. Combined with his great origin, its power was not any weaker than a peak level 2 martial art. It seemed that he had had many fortuitous encounters in the past 10 years. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to comprehend two great profounds to perfection and create Furious Lion Strike. The red lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring continuously. Facing Chu Zhongtian's ultimate move, Yichen's expression did not change as he pointed out his finger. Seeing this, Chu Zhongtian frowned. He could tell that Yichen had controlled his cultivation to be at the third sky of life and death realm, which was even weaker than his own third sky of life and death realm great origin. Under such circumstances, he actually chose to use one finger to resist his full power attack. Was he confident, or was he arrogant? Pop, the next second, Chu Zhongtian realized that he was wrong. Yichen was not arrogant, but absolutely confident. The moment his Furious Lion Strike made contact with Yichen's finger, it instantly collapsed. There was no threat at all. This kind of gap was something that even he himself could not estimate. It was at least 100 times more. Master is so powerful. Huang Sume's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Master is the most powerful. Yan Jianhui continued. The current Elysium was not the same as before. In the past, the most powerful warriors were the older generation king warriors like Su King. But now, it was the new generation king warriors like Chu Zhongtian from Duguju. However, even someone as powerful as Chu Zhongtian could not block one finger attack from their master. It was not hard to imagine how powerful their master was. Dongfang Bai was completely immersed in that finger attack of Yi Chen's. Within that finger attack, he saw a peerless sword art. Unfortunately, with his eyesight, he could only see a tiny bit of it. Even so, it was already enough to shock him to the core. Leng Xinghan was even more serious than Dongfang Bai. But the more serious he was, the more vague his impression became. As a disciple of Yi Chen, it was not that Leng Xinghan did not want to compete with Yi Chen. Any disciple would want to surpass their master, and he was no exception. Unfortunately, he had to admit that he had to work 10 times harder. The outside world said that Leng Xinghan was a peerless genius and was not inferior to Duguju. But they were all living in the era of Yi Chen. The number one swordsman of all ages, this was a publicly acknowledged fact. Chu Zhongtian, it seems like your strength has not improved much in the past 3 years. At this moment, a silhouette flew over from afar. It was the white-haired Duguju. Dugublade King Duguju had indeed been lonely all these years. When a person reached the peak, without an opponent, his improvement would slow down. Only a truly powerful opponent could stimulate him to reach the next level and continue to break through. Be it Xianho, Su Jing, Chu Zhongtian, or Snow Sword of Gojoseon, they might be able to compete with him in terms of strength, but for some reason, he could not find any passion in them. Perhaps it had something to do with his blade intent. The blade intent of despair needed to be pressured in order to bring out its full potential. Yi Chen. Carrying a long blade on his back, the white-haired Duguju looked at Yi Chen. Duguju. Yi Chen was also feeling his opponent's blade intent. Chu Zhongtian moved to the side and said to Duguju, I would like to see if you have improved more than me in these 3 years. Don't talk big. Whether I am talking big or not, you will know very soon. I hope so. Just now, Chu Zhongtian had not actually used his full strength. He still had a follow-up move of the Furious Lion Strike, Furious Lion Dance. However, Yi Chen had broken it cleanly, so he could not use the follow-up move. Yi Chen, take this. Duguju did not waste any time. He pulled out the long blade on his back with his right hand. The blade shone brightly, and he quickly swung it at Yi Chen. The power of this attack was not the main thing, but it was as fast as lightning. He raised his right index and middle finger, and a sword light shot out. He raised it slightly, and the sword light hit the lightning blade light. The broken blade light made Yi Chen's face look pale. Duguju, what kind of power do you have? Bring it all out. Yi Chen strolled toward Duguju. As you wish. Lotus Chop. Duguju leaped high into the air, gripped his saber with both hands, and slashed down. In an instant, countless saber lights bloomed, forming a chilling lotus, and in the center of the lotus was Yi Chen. He actually managed to create the lotus chop. No wonder he's so confident. Chu Zhongtian's expression turned slightly solemn. 3 years ago, Duguju was still unable to fully display the lotus chop. He only had a few petals. Now, the lotus chop had reached perfection. Even if one's strength was higher than Duguju's, he would still suffer a great loss. Chu Zhongtian wondered how Yi Chen would deal with it. Inside the lotus, Yi Chen's expression did not change. With his ability, he could forcefully break the lotus flower chop. This was not a difficult thing to do. On the contrary, it was very easy. However, he wanted to see where the limits of Duguju were. Clang! Clang! The sword fingers danced in an orderly manner, and rays of sword light burst forth. Any saber light that was 1 zhang away from Yi Chen was instantly destroyed by the sword light. The 1 zhang around Yi Chen seemed to have become an absolute domain. Neither water nor wind could enter. The real killer move should be coming. Yi Chen was keenly aware that the saber intent of this move had not been used up yet. Just as expected, after the saber lights were destroyed, beams of dazzling saber lights quietly bloomed. These saber lights were not big, but they were very fine, as if they were formed by the essence of countless saber chi and had undergone a qualitative change. This is? Chu Zhongtian's pupil shrank. It's the lotus stamen. Yi Chen had seen through the mystery of this blade attack. The sword light between Yi Chen's fingers turned from hard to soft, looking like a ribbon. As he waved his fingers, the ribbon sword light spun around Yi Chen once, blocking out all of the incoming blade light, making it hard for him to move forward. Even the flower stamen chop doesn't help? After the lotus flower chop was the flower stamen chop. With the power of the flower stamen chop, Du Guju dared to challenge Yi Chen. He did not expect the flower stamen chop to be seen through. This is more interesting. Pushing the despair saber intent to the limit, Du Guju's saber art changed again. The lotus flowers withered, and the stamen withered. The decaying aura devoured the vitality, turning into a gray saber light, and slashed at Yi Chen. Decaying saber, in the past, this saber had some flaws. Now, under the pressure of Yi Chen, this saber was close to perfection. Ordinary people would have the illusion that their bodies and souls were decaying just by looking at it, let alone facing this saber. Good move. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. This saber not only contained the wood profound and water profound, but also a trace of the death profound. Du Guju was indeed worthy of being Du Guju. If he had enough time, it would not be hard for him to create a true third transformation saber art. It seemed like the Savage Stone and the Desolate Star had allowed some of the top warriors to make breakthroughs. Now, I can be a bit more serious. Still controlling his Jin Yuan at the third sky of life and death realm, Yi Chen's right-hand sword light quickly changed into a fiery red color. Second transformation extreme sword art, burning spring burning fire, shoo, the sword light shot out, clashing with the decaying saber light. With a puff sound, the decaying saber light turned into burning sparks, splashing everywhere. Yi Chen's fiery red sword light shot straight at Du Guju. Break for me. Du Guju held his saber with both of his hands and slashed at the fiery red saber light. However, the red saber light was extremely condensed. Not only did Du Guju fail to shatter the sword light, but he was also blown away by the huge rebounding force. Fortunately, this saber attack had slightly changed the direction of the fiery red sword light, and it landed in 1,000 li away mountain range. That mountain range immediately turned into a sea of fire, and a 10 li thick sword mark extended all the way to the edge of the horizon. Right now, Yi Chen finally understood why it was impossible to train to a higher realm in Elysium. It was because the higher the realm, the more destructive it would be. His sword attack had not even used his full power, but it had already caused such a huge damage. Yi Chen wondered if he would destroy the entire South River region if he used his full power. Even if he could not, the climate and environment would change drastically. The lava, sword intent, and sword chi would turn this place into a doomsday. Only the universe was suitable for the true powerful warriors to live in. After gliding for hundreds of li, Du Guju finally stopped the backward momentum. At the same time, he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood, his face slightly pale. What is the name of this sword attack? Du Guju asked. Burning spring burning. Yi Chen said. Great sword attack. How could Du Guju not see that although his decay blade contained 3 profounds, the death profound only contained a trace of it, and the wood profound and water profound had not been perfectly combined. On the other hand, Yi Chen's burning spring burning had perfectly combined the fire profound and wood profound, without any flaws. Therefore, the latter's sword light was so condensed that his own blade light would shatter upon contact. If the wood profound and water profound could be perfectly combined, he would at least be able to contend with it for a while, and even increase the density by 10 or 20 times would not be a problem. Among the Elysium's bladesmen, Du Guju was the most respected. However, there was another bladesman that should not be underestimated, and that was the Blood Sky Continent's demonic blade queen, Lan Sanmei. Dressed in blue, Lan Sanmei looked valiant and formidable, and her expression was cold and elegant. Only when she saw Yi Chen did she reveal a trace of a smile. Seeing Lan Sanmei, Yi Chen thought of Firebird Planet's Lanya clans Lan Shiner and Lan Shiner. The 3 of them had the same surname, but their personalities were different. Soon after, Dantai Mingyue, Snow Sword of Gojoseon, and Star Sword Monarch also arrived. Dantai Mingyue's temperament was becoming more and more ethereal. If compared to Xianxia and the Moon Empress in the past, her temperament was slightly inferior, but now, she had surpassed the Moon Empress and was on par with Xianxia. Of course, in terms of appearance, Xianhe was a notch higher. The snow sword of Gojosian was like a sword emperor in the snow. He was clearly standing there, but it was as if he was separated by countless glaciers. It was not easy to get close to him in terms of temperament, and it was even more difficult to get close to him in terms of heart. If one wanted to stand with him, they would first have to consider whether they could endure the spiritual chill. Star Sword Monarch had also made great progress, and his strength was at least top 10 in Elysium. When his eyes opened and closed, starlight flickered, giving off an unfathomable feeling. As for Su Jing and Murong Qingqing, it was needless to say. Su Jing was noble and cold, dressed in white, and her eyes had a trace of gold. Murong Qingqing's figure was extremely enchanting, and her curves were perfect. In terms of physique, no one could compare to her. In terms of appearance, she was devastatingly beautiful. In terms of temperament, there was a trace of demoness temperament. There were only a few dark demonesses among the demons. Murong Qingqing had combined the bloodline of the human race and the dark demoness, gathering the essence of both in her body. In today's era, Lung Xinghan and the others were considered rookies, and the outstanding ones were actually not inferior to Yi Chen's generation back then. It was a pity that Yi Chen's era was the worst era, but it was also the best era. There would only be pressure when there was competition. The current Elysium was too comfortable, and there was a lack of life and death competitions. In summary, Yi Chen's era was one of the most brilliant eras in the entire history of Elysium, and it was hard for the latecomers to surpass it. Yi Chen, can you tell us about the outside world? Yi Chen's return gave everyone the opportunity to go out, but most of them were still curious. The one who spoke was Dantai Mingyue. The outside world should be very intense. Chu Zhongtian also said. Faintly nodding, Yi Chen said, the outside world is filled with experts. Only by reaching the 7th layer of life and death realm can one be considered a titled monarch. The 9th layer is the supreme. However, the gap between the 6th layer and the 7th layer is very difficult to cross. Only by condensing the monarch's imprint can one have any hope of breaking through. Monarch's imprint? Lan Sanmei looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen explained, I believe you've already entered the selfless realm, which has 3 stages. The first stage is the ordinary stage, and the second stage has 2 paths, selfless body and selfless heavenly eye. The third stage is the selfless emperor. If one breaks through the selfless emperor realm, one can condense the monarch's imprint. Selfless heavenly eye? Snow Sword of Gojosian was walking on the path of selfless heavenly eye. Of course, it was only the early stage, while Du Guju had already reached the mid-stage. As for the secret of selfless realm, it was also revealed by the titled King Palace's palace spirit, which seemed to know everything. Unexpectedly, one needed to condense the monarch's imprint above selfless realm. In the universe, demons are the number 1 race, followed by humans, Yiksha race, giant race, evil spirit race, and other races. Humans reside in the 4 great life starfields, Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, Vermilion Bird Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield. Each of these starfields is enormous, containing countless stars. However, the life stars are the foundation. Each life star is filled with experts, and life and death kings number in the tens of thousands. Some life stars have even more people than Elysium. However, on life stars, the energy repulsion is extremely severe, and the destructive power of life and death kings is sharply reduced by thousands of times. Yi Chen narrated the matters of the outside world. Finally, Yi Chen talked about the Paradise of Gods. The Paradise of Gods has the God of War Pagoda, the Survival Pagoda, the Martial Skill Pagoda, the Hunting Pagoda, the Time Pagoda, and the Upanishad Pagoda. The God of War Pagoda is a place to test one's strength, and it has 10 floors in total. The Survival Pagoda is used to test one's survivability, and it also has 10 floors. The Martial Skill Pagoda is used to practice martial arts, the Hunting Pagoda is used to fight against other members of the Paradise of True Gods, and the Time Pagoda is used to control the flow of time. Yi Chen, in your opinion, what level of strength do we belong to in the outside world? Asked Chu Zhongtian. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen said honestly, in the 4 major life star fields, there is a heavenly king list. In order to enter the list, one must be under 50 years old, and there are only 100 spots. In my opinion, some of you should be able to enter the list, but I can't say for sure what their rankings are. Without the desolate planet, it would be very difficult for Duguju and the rest to enter the list. After all, it was a list of the top geniuses of the 4 major life-star fields, and ordinary people really couldn't enter. Of course, as long as Duguju and the rest left Elysium, their cultivation base would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time it would be a different story. Then, Yi Chen, what is your strength in the paradise of gods? How many floors of the God of War pagoda have you passed? The majority of the new kings of Elysium had arrived, including Yi Chen's 4 disciples and Zhang Haoren. The number of people had long since surpassed 100. Yan Fengfeng asked. 10th floor of the God of War pagoda. 10th floor, seems very powerful. Yan Fengfeng wasn't too surprised. Yi Chen had always given them more shocks. Yuan Hong interjected, how could I know it is? In order to enter the paradise of gods, one must be in the top 10 of the heavenly king list. Under normal circumstances, the majority of people entering the paradise of gods only have the strength of the 1st floor. Those who can make it to the 2nd floor are powerful characters, and those who can make it to the 3rd floor are rare to see in 100 years. As for those who can make it to the 4th floor, Yi Chen is the only one. The higher the floor, the greater the gap. In the first few floors, the gap is only a few times, but in the later floors, the gap is at least 10 times. In the paradise of gods, those who can make it to the 9th floor have the strength of a half-emperor, which is very close to the strength of a titled monarch. Those who can make it to the 10th floor have the strength of a battle emperor, who can contend against titled monarchs. Yi Chen's strength has already reached peak battle emperor strength, and it would be hard for him to find a match among titled monarchs. Peak battle emperor. Duguju's snow sword of Gojosian and the rest turned silent. According to Yuan Hong, the gap between the 1st floor and the 10th floor was more than 100,000 times. Although this 100,000 times was a general concept, it didn't mean that every aspect had 100,000 times difference, but rather 100,000 times difference in quality. For example, sword intent, Anata realm, cultivation base, sword domain, and sword arts. Each of them had a difference of 10 times, so it was 100,000 times difference. And this was only the lowest estimate. It should be even more. And among them, there were a few who could enter the heavenly king list at most. They were far from even reaching the 1st floor of the God of War pagoda. The gap between them was unimaginably huge. Their guess was right. The gap between them and Yi Chen was indeed unimaginably huge. When Yi Chen fought against Chu Zhongtian and Duguju, apart from his 3rd layer Jin Yuan, he didn't display much else. For example, sword domain, sword intent, and an Ata realm. Even his sword arts were only slightly displayed. The might of raging fire incineration was not just this. Of course, the gap seemed huge, but there was no need to despair. Every aspect could be improved by a few times, and the gap between them could be reduced by a few hundred times. However, some aspects were easy to improve, such as martial arts, while others were hard to improve. Cultivation base only had 9 layers, and with each layer, one's strength would increase by several folds. Sword domain and sword intent were only at the 9th layer or 9th step, while Anata realm was divided into 3 stages. Therefore, to truly close the gap, martial arts were the most important. The other aspects would slowly catch up. After all, the higher one went, the harder it would be to improve, and the more time it would take. If one could create a 5th revolution martial art at the 1st layer of life and death realm, even titled monarchs would be killed in one move. The importance of martial arts could be seen from this. For Yi Chen to have his current strength, the 3rd revolution extreme sword art couldn't go unnoticed. What was worth noting was that although one's battle power was battle power, one's soul secret arts couldn't be weak either. If one's soul secret art was weak, even if the opponent's battle power was far below one's, they could still make one suffer. Everyone, we've come back this time to prepare to move a portion of our people to the outside world. The number should be around 3 million. My Falling Dust Sword sect has reserved 100,000. As for the remaining 2,900,000, you can discuss how to distribute them. Back then, the great calamity of the outsiders had brought 600 large king-grade warships to Elysium. Each warship could carry 5,000 people, so 600 meant 3 million people. Apart from a few that were left as a precaution, the rest were used to carry people. After all, Yichen also had 14 warships. The falling dust sword sect's population exceeded 100,000. Adding the family members of the sect members, the number was estimated to be in the millions or even tens of millions. Many of them had their own clans, and the population of a clan was incalculable. However, Yichen didn't intend to move the entire sect. He intended to move a portion of the people while the rest would remain in Elysium. After all, Elysium was also a world with a population in the trillions. Geniuses would appear from time to time, and if all of them moved, it would mean losing a place to develop. According to Yichen's plan, 100,000 people should be enough. Among them, the Falling Dust Sword sect had 10 to 20,000 people, and the rest were the family members of these 10 to 20,000 people. The rest would continue to develop here. In any case, they would move again in the future. Every once in a while, they would move a batch of people. The first batch would develop in Sparrow Flower City, building a good foundation for the later generations. This is not a small matter. We need to think about it at length. Many people frowned, thinking about how many people they should take and how many people they could take with them. I'll give you 1 month to plan. After 1 month, you must come to an agreement. Yichen nodded. This was indeed not a small matter. There were too many powers in Elysium, and there were too many people involved. Who wouldn't want to take more people with them? After thinking about it, Yichen decided to give them 1 month. It would take 8 months for the King-grade warship to go back and forth, so he still had 4 months to stay. Including this month, there were still 3 months left. Skysword Continent. Yichen arrived near the Skysword. The Skysword's origin was mysterious, and the sword world inside was even more mysterious. For the current Yichen, it was still very useful. All 4 of Yichen's disciples had gone through the sword world. According to Yichen's speculation, the 7th to 10th levels of the sword world corresponded to the first level of the sword domain. The 11th to 14th levels corresponded to the second level of the sword domain. The 15th to 18th levels corresponded to the third level of the sword domain. The 19th to 22nd levels corresponded to the fourth level of the sword domain. The 23rd to 26th levels corresponded to the fifth level of the sword domain. Yichen was currently at the early stage of the fifth level of the sword domain. Normally, he could only go up to the 23rd level. However, this was not absolute. The higher the realm of the sword Dao, the more levels one could go through. It was the same for powerful swordsmanship. Yichen wanted to see how many levels he could go and whether he could gain anything. After entering the sword world, Yichen began to explore. The first level. The 15th level. The 20th level. The 23rd level. Soon, Yichen reached the 23rd level. There were 23 batches of swordsmen on the 23rd level. Each batch had over 40 people. These swordsmen were comparable to Yichen in all aspects. The only differences were their swordsmanship and the realm of the sword Dao. Quickly harvesting batch after batch of swordsmen, Yichen passed through the 23rd level and arrived at the 24th level. Soon, he reached the 25th level. Yichen discovered that even at the 25th level, he still did not feel much pressure. These swordsmen's swordsmanship was too immature for Yichen. The 26th level gave him a slightly pressuring feeling. On the 27th level, Yichen brought out 90% of his strength. On the 28th level, Yichen felt strained. From the 9th floor onwards, the number of swordsmen was maintained at 1,000, and it was the same for the 28th floor. On this floor, the swordsman's sword domain had already surpassed Yichen's, reaching the intermediate stage of the 5th level. Every time Yichen stabbed out, he would encounter endless resistance and twisting power. After killing 44 swordsmen, Yichen was stabbed in the heart and throat by the 45th and 46th swordsmen respectively. Level 28 failed. The influence of the sword domain on one's strength is too great. Yichen's sword art was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the swordsman on the 28th floor, and his sword Dao realm was also much higher than theirs. However, in front of a stronger sword domain, Yichen's sword art could only display 1% of its power, which was completely below his standard. In the void outside the sword world, Yichen sat cross-legged on the ground while the scenes from before replayed in his mind. 3 days later, Yichen entered the sword realm again. Yichen quickly arrived at the 28th floor after overcoming all the obstacles along the way. In the sword world, Jin Yuan couldn't be released, so they could only fight at close range. This made it so that only a dozen or so swordsmen could get close to Yichen every time. The others could only stand behind. Ding ding dang dang, sparks flew everywhere. Yichen, who was holding 2 swords in his hands, cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused all his attention on dealing with the swordsman rushing towards him. The 2 swords in his hands were like twisted rays of light, constantly stabbing the swordsman's body. With the instant sword domain, he could at least hold on for a while, even if the opponent's sword domain was a level higher than his. 45th place. 52nd. 78th place. The 100th. After killing a total of 100 swordsmen, Yichen was killed by a flurry of swords, doubling his battle record. In the land of nothingness, Yichen's comprehension grew deeper and deeper. Millions of sword arts flashed through his mind, and in the end, only the most essential part remained. This part could no longer be called a sword art, but a kind of origin. To be more direct, it was the origin of sword Dao, and the origin of sword Dao was the foundation of sword domain. 155. 198. 242. 299. The third time he came to the 28th level of the sword world, Yichen seemed to have the help of the gods as he killed one swordsman after another. When he killed the 299th swordsman, Yichen revealed a flaw. This flaw was discovered by the 300th swordsman, who stabbed over with a sword light. It might have been a moment, or it might have been a year. Countless sword cries rang out around Yichen. The sword of the 300th swordsman missed its target and brushed past Yichen's neck. Puff, without any hesitation, Yichen thrust his sword through the man's heart. 5th level sword domain. Under the boundless pressure, Yichen successfully broke through, and his sword domain rose from the early stage of the 5th level to the mid-stage of the 5th level. His comprehension of the laws of the sword had improved a step further, and coupled with the profundities of space, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Puff. 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 At the same cultivation level, Yichen displayed a suppressive aura. If one came, he would kill one, and if 2 came, he would kill 2. There was no one who could withstand a single exchange. The might of his sword technique also started to show. The 999th. The 1000th. Finally, Yichen passed through the 28th floor and arrived at the 29th floor. The sword artist of the 29th floor was at the late stage of the 5th level. This time, Yichen only managed to kill 9 sword artists before failing. The sword artist of the 29th floor was simply too powerful. Not only did his sword domain surpass Yichen's, the disparity in other aspects was also shrinking. He was much stronger than the sword artist of the 28th floor. After a week, Yichen's kill count on the 29th floor had increased to 30. His improvement was extremely small, and it would be hard for him to make any more gains in the remaining half of the month. Time to go back. Tearing open the void, Yichen returned to the Falling Dust Sword sect. At this moment, many peak forces of Elysium were in a turbulent period. Everyone was fighting for a quota to enter the outside world. Some relied on their connections, and some lustful women. However, the initiator of all this did not care about these trivial matters, as he was enjoying a rare moment of peace. In a luxurious and comfortable bedroom, Yichen was lying on the bed with Murong Qingqing in his arms. His left hand went through the latter's armpit, pinching that astonishing softness from time to time. Yichen, when did you eat Sister Jing? Murong Qingqing was 1 year older than Su Jing. Ever since Yichen left, the two had been calling each other sisters. Aren't you jealous? Yichen smiled. If you were an ordinary person, I would be jealous. At their realm, their thinking was not the same as ordinary people. As long as she liked Yichen, and Yichen liked her, nothing else mattered. On the contrary, she hoped to have a sister to accompany her. After all, Yichen was busy with his own matters most of the time, and his goal was to reach the peak of Sword Dao. After a few years, we should have a child. As he spoke, Yichen entered Murong Qingqing's body once again. Senior sister, how's the quota for Dragon God Celestial Palace going? In the palace master's bedroom, Yichen walked in with a faint smile. About 70 to 80%. Dragon God Celestial Palace was the same as Fallen Dust Sword Sect, also having a quota of 100,000. Standing up, Su Jing poured a cup of tea for Yi Chen. Putting down the cup, Yi Chen grabbed her hand and made her sit on his lap. Su Jing was somewhat flustered. After struggling a few times, she stopped moving. Her breathing became a bit hurried, and her chest, which was wrapped in white clothes, heaved up and down, looking especially alluring. Lightly hugging Su Jing, Yi Chen pulled her face and kissed her. After a moment, Su Jing went from passive to active. Her hands wrapped around Yi Chen's nape, her eyes closed. The entanglement of tongues clearly couldn't satisfy Yi Chen. Standing up, Yi Chen carried Su Jing to the bed. On this day, the two of them were immersed in passion. On the soft and smooth bed, red plum blossoms dotted the two snow-white figures entangled together, making one's mouth dry and tongue thirsty. The next morning, the passion subsided, and the two embraced. Su Jing's skin was as smooth as silk. Yi Chen couldn't bear to part with it. I suddenly want to see the outside world. Enduring Yi Chen's caress, Su Jing said. Yi Chen smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? We can go now." Sister Jing. Seeing Su Jing, Morong Qingqing revealed a vague smile. The latter had just become a wife, and the change in her temperament was quite obvious in Morong Qingqing's eyes. Sensing the meaning in Morong Qingqing's gaze, Su Jing's face turned red. Sister Jing, doing that must be very comfortable, right? Following behind Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing deliberately teased Su Jing. How could Su Jing be Morong Qingqing's opponent? She stuttered and didn't have the aura of a peerless king. In front, Yi Chen smiled. After passing through the dead end, the three arrived at the real universe. This is the outside world? Morong Qingqing and Su Jing took a deep breath. Here, they could feel the vastness and boundlessness of the universe. The laws of the universe weren't as obvious as in Elysium, but they were more lofty and untouchable by mortals. Apart from that, the space here was too stable, and the spatial ripples were very subtle. With their strength, it was hard for them to capture the pattern of the spatial ripples. Finally, the Jin Yuan within their bodies started to stir. In Elysium, due to the restrictions of the laws, one could only cultivate to the third layer of life and death realm. After reaching the third layer, one wouldn't be able to break through to the fourth layer even if they cultivated for another 1,000 years. Moreover, there wasn't that much time for them to cultivate. In Elysium, the lifespan of a king was only 1,000 years. However, the universe was different. The moment they passed through the dead end, their lifespan suddenly rose from 1,000 years to 100,000 years, giving them the aura of immortality. 100,000 years, 100 times lifespan. Morong Qingqing sighed. Yi Chen said, "The universe is vast and boundless. 100,000 years is but a blink of an eye for the universe. Only by becoming a true god can one be eternal." A true god transcended the universe and reached a whole new level. Could Elysium be a world created by a true god? Su Jing asked. Yi Chen muttered, "It's quite possible. As far as I know, ninth layer life and death supremes are far from having the ability to create a small world. I'm afraid only true gods have this ability." How much power was required to create and maintain a small world? Yi Chen couldn't guess, and he couldn't guess, because it was beyond his imagination. At the very least, he would need to become a ninth layer life and death supremes to see some clues. A month passed quickly, and the quota of 3 million was decided. Fallen Dust Sword Sect had 100,000, Dragon God Celestial Palace had 100,000, Morong family had 50,000, and Mysterious Sect had 100,000. There were too many life and death kings in True Spirit World, and each of them had their own families and sections. On average, some king families and sects could only bring 1 or 2,000 people out of True Spirit World, and the most was 20,000. Of course, this was the first time. Once Fallen Dust Sword Sect developed in the future, organizing a huge fleet wouldn't be a problem. After all, a large-scale king-grade warship only cost 30 to 40,000 yuan stones. 10,000 of them would only cost 3 to 400 million, and 10,000 of them would be enough to organize 3 large fleets. Among the 100,000 people of Fallen Dust Sword Sect, 15,000 were the core strength of the sect. The lowest cultivation base was Astral Reaching Realm, while the highest was Life and Death Realm. Dragon God Celestial Palace and Fallen Dust Sword Sect were similar, and so was Mysterious Sect. Adding Morong family, the core strength of the four powers reached 55,000, and the rest were basically family members. On the Phantom, the luxurious hall was packed with people. As a small Emperor-class warship, the Phantom could only carry about 500 people. Any more and it would be too crowded. The Phantom's hall could only hold about 100 people at most. The interior of the Phantom was not only beautiful, but also luxurious. Just extreme-grade wines alone, he had collected more than 100 kinds, and extreme-grade fruits, 40 kinds. In addition, he had also collected a lot of high-grade image recording crystals, which could record real images, such as the movements of beauties and battles between powerful warriors. The higher the grade, the longer the recording time, and the clearer the images would be. This way, everyone could drink and eat fruits while watching the images. The journey wouldn't be so boring. This kind of life is truly enjoyable. Yi Xian sighed in admiration. Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, you only know how to enjoy life. On the Phantom were all people close to Yi Chen, such as the direct descendants of Yi family and the upper echelons of Fallen Dust Sword Sect, Morong Qingqing and the direct descendants of Morong family, Su Jing and the upper echelons of Dragon God Celestial Palace, Xian Ho, Yan Qingxian, Yan Fengfeng, and other upper echelons of Mysterious Sect. Of course, there were also the 6,000 Arrow King. Isn't life about enjoyment? Without enjoyment, who would be willing to struggle? Yi Xian refuted his sister. Yi Tianhao laughed and scolded, you think you're right? Wait until you become a life and death king, then it won't be too late. A family without a life and death king was bound to be unable to develop for a long time. Yi family only had one Yi Chen, and it would be even better if they could have one more. However, Yi Tianhao was not in a hurry. He believed that under Yi Chen's lead, the Fallen Dust Sword Sect and Yi family would have more and more life and death kings. Moreover, with Yi Xian's talent, even if he could not become a life and death king now, he would become one in the future. Sigh, I don't know when it will be. Yi Xian also wanted to become a life and death king. Unfortunately, with his talent, becoming a life and death king within 100 years would already be quite good. He would most likely be more than 100 years old, and by then, he would already look like a middle-aged man. After all, Sea of Souls realm warriors could only live for 300 years, and 100 years was equivalent to half of their lifespan. Don't worry. With your big brother here, even if you have no hope of entering life and death realm, there will still be hope. After a month of interaction, Myriad Arrow King's group of 6 had become familiar with Yi Chen's family. The one who spoke was Lu Di. Lu Wenjie nodded, right. The universe is boundless, and some secret realms have a kind of life and death fruit. This fruit can help Sea of Souls realm warriors break through to life and death realm. Life and death fruit was extremely famous. The family members of powerful warriors were not necessarily all geniuses. If one didn't want their family to die before them, they could buy a life and death fruit to extend their family's lifespan to 100,000 years. Unfortunately, life and death fruit was priceless. Once one appeared, it would be immediately snatched away. Hiring a group of adventurer kings to search for life and death fruit would be more practical. At worst, he would just have to pay a bit more. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Xian and said, everything depends on oneself. Life and death fruit is not the best choice. After taking a life and death fruit, one's life would be no big deal. At most, one's lifespan would be a bit longer. In Yi Chen's opinion, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were completely capable of breaking through to life and death realm. Taking a life and death fruit would be putting the cart before the horse. In the future, they would certainly regret it. Rather than regret it in the future, it was better to work hard now. As for his father and mother, Yi Chen indeed planned to give them 2 life and death fruits. How could he bear to see his parents grow old day by day and eventually return to dust? Of course, life and death fruit was not that easy to obtain. It depended on luck. In this world, if 100 people wanted a life and death fruit, only 1 or 2 could obtain one. So powerful. On the opposite wall of the hall, a recording crystal was broadcasting a battle. Both sides were titled monarchs. One was called Mist Horn Emperor, and the other was Great Blade Emperor. Mist Horn Emperor was a titled monarch of the Greenman race, and Great Blade Emperor was a titled monarch of the human race. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and the spectators were mesmerized by it. Yi Chen, who won in the end? Morong Qingqing asked. Yi Chen drank a mouthful of wine and said, guess. It should be Great Blade Emperor. Although he's currently at a disadvantage. Su Jing guessed. Yi Chen nodded and said, right. Great Blade Emperor is very famous among titled monarchs. His specialty is very obvious. Either he doesn't use his full strength, or when he does, it will be a fatal blow. Just as Yi Chen's voice faded, Great Blade Emperor chopped off Mist Horn Emperor's head. Mist Horn Emperor couldn't even make a comeback, and died in a short while. This kind of recording crystal was very popular in the universe, and its price was extremely high. Yi Chen had collected more than 100 of them with great difficulty. At first, everyone was a bit curious about the life on Phantom. But as time passed, everyone got used to it, and they would only go to the hall for entertainment once every 10 days to half a month. Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing, and Su Jing lived in the most spacious room on Phantom. This room was about 7 meters wide and 15 meters long, and there was a bathing pool several meters wide. Opposite the bathing pool was a transparent crystal. Through the crystal, one could see the scenery outside. However, since they were currently traveling through space, there was nothing to see. In the bathing pool, Yi Chen was bathing alone. As for Su Jing and Morong Qingqing, they were both cultivating. They were almost 50 years old, and the God trial field would open again the year after next. They planned to break through to the 4th layer before then. Only then would they have a chance to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly King list and enter the God Paradise. Otherwise, their progress would undoubtedly be much slower than the members of the Paradise. Fortunately, the two's foundation was very stable. Not to mention the year after next, they might break through to the 4th layer this year. As for their martial skills, they were both very high ranked. Desolate Star had given them an opportunity to advance by leaps and bounds. This was their advantage, and also the key to entering the top 10 of the Heavenly King list. In the luxurious room next door, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were hugging each other as they lay on the soft bed. I really didn't expect that we would have such a day. This is simply a godlike life. Yi Tianhao said with great satisfaction. Xin Yuqing hugged her husband's neck and smiled. Yeah, without Chen our Yi family would only be one of the 8 great families of Windy Nation. South Rudra region would be nothing, not to mention the entire Elysium of True Spirit continent. Right now, we wouldn't be living on the priceless Emperor-grade battleship and heading to the center of the human race. Although Thousand Arrow King and the other 5 were on the Phantom, they had also contributed their Heavenly King-grade battleship. In a room on Zhang Yinin's small Heavenly King-grade battleship, a familiar woman was living there. It was Ji Xueyan. Ji Xueyan was a bit at a loss. She was very surprised that she could leave Elysium. Not only her, but her Ji family also had a quota of 1,000 people. Although she didn't know the specific reason, it was definitely related to the Yi family. Yi Chen's mother and her mother had been like sisters for a long time. Later on, because of her marriage with Yi Chen, their relationship had become somewhat weaker, and they rarely visited each other. However, Xin Yuqing hadn't forgotten about the Ji family. After all, it was a matter of many years ago. With her status as Yi Chen's mother, it would be easy for her to get a quota of 1,000 people. Of course, Yi Chen was also aware of this. Days passed, and the Phantom got closer and closer to Vermilion Bird Starfield. Chen, tell us about Flame Star. What's the difference between the cities there and Elysium cities? As they approached Vermilion Bird Star region, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were somewhat apprehensive. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to properly manage Flame Flower City. After all, Vermilion Bird Star region was not Elysium. Any life star here had tens of thousands of life and death kings. Flame Star was a 3rd-grade life star, so there were bound to be a lot of life and death kings. Pouring wine for his parents, Yi Chen said, Father, Mother, it's actually not as complicated as you think. The cities on life stars admittedly have a lot of life and death kings, but compared to Elysium, they are much more orderly. Firstly, the city masters are basically titled monarchs or have the strength of titled monarchs. If they want to cause trouble, the consequences will be very severe. Secondly, the cities on life stars are covered with countless restrictive arrays. Using force inside is very restricted, and once the energy ripples reach a certain level, the city master's mansion will immediately sense it. Thirdly, there are city guards inside the cities. As one of the main cities of Flame Star, Flame Flower City has millions of city guards, and the middle and high-ranking officers are all life and death kings. If there's anything troublesome, just leave it to them. You can also put it aside temporarily and wait for my return. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Tianhao faintly nodded. There seemed to be no problem indeed. He then asked, Chen can Flame Flower City really earn millions of yuan stones a year? He was already very clear about the value of yuan stones. 1 yuan stone was equivalent to more than 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. A few million a year was simply an astronomical figure. This was simply unimaginable to him in the past. Yi Chen laughed, it will only be more, not less. In the universe, the gap between the rich and the poor was huge. The majority of families and sects could only belong to the middle class. Families with cities were the upper class. Once one entered the upper class, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the family would undoubtedly become more and more powerful, and prosper for 100,000 years or even longer. On the other hand, the middle-class families and sects might decline after 10 or 20,000 years. One batch would fall, and another batch would rise, and so on. A few million in 1 year, a few 100 million in 100 years. My Yi family and the Falling Dust Sword sect will certainly become more and more glorious. The number of life and death kings will surpass 100 in no time. No matter who it was, they all needed resources to cultivate. Even Yi Chen had consumed a huge amount of resources since he rose to power. It could be said that whoever had more resources would have more experts in the future. This was a positive development. Of course, there was also a difference in the quality of experts. Only those with high talent and comprehension could walk ahead of everyone else. Currently, the Yi family only had one life and death king, Yi Chen. The Falling Dust Sword sect, including the Yi family, had 6 life and death kings, Yi Chen, Yi Chen's 4 disciples, and Zhang Haoren. In Elysium, the Fallen Dust Sword sect was already one of the top sections. But, in the universe, it was still too immature. They needed enough life and death kings. After all, a single person's energy was limited, and they couldn't do everything by themselves. Master, with my strength, how far do you think I need to enter the Sky King list? Leng Xinghan suddenly asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Leng Xinghan, no rush. With your current strength, it's still too difficult. Wait until this god trial is over, and the next one, you'll definitely be able to do it. How could he not know Leng Xinghan's thoughts? But, for Leng Xinghan, it was still too early. He was only at the 2nd sky of life and death realm. Even if he could reach the 3rd sky in a year or 2, his strength would still be far behind Dugujuchu Zhongtian and the rest. Even Dugujuchu Zhongtian and the rest had to work hard, not to mention him. The next one? Leng Xinghan lowered his head. Yi Chen frowned and said, Xinghan, being impetuous is a big taboo. Advancing bravely is a good thing, but it doesn't mean you can ignore your foundation. Only with a good foundation will you be able to charge forward fiercely in the future. Sharpening a knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. You should understand this logic. Participating in the God trial was open to anyone below the age of 50, including Leng Xinghan. However, Yi Chen was sure that Leng Xinghan would not be able to participate in the first round of the trial. On the God Star, he would be crushed by the powerful gravity. There was no need for him to participate at all. Junior brother, you are already very powerful. We have just arrived, so it's more important for us to experience the life here first. Dongfang Bai was a bit more mature than Leng Xinghan as he said. Among the 4 great disciples, although Leng Xinghan was the most talented and had the greatest achievements so far, it did not mean that Leng Xinghan would have the greatest achievements in the future. Dongfang Bai's temperament was the steadiest, and he was indifferent to both praise and humiliation. In this aspect, he was stronger than Leng Xinghan. The path of the sword was filled with trials and tribulations. Not only did it test one's talent and comprehension, but it also tested one's temperament. If one's temperament was not up to standard, one would take many detours in the future. In Yi Chen's heart, Dongfang Bai was the most promising. Leng Xinghan was slightly lacking, Of course, this was only temporary. Perhaps in the future, Lungxing Han would truly mature. An Emperor-class warship was 9 times faster than a King-class warship, and 3 times faster than a Heavenly Monarch warship. 4 months passed after departing from Elysium. Phantom and Dijianghao finally arrived at the Vermilion Bird Star Field. Another week passed, and they arrived at Flame Star. "We're here." Phantom and Dijianghao appeared from the void, entered Flame Star's atmosphere, and flew toward Flame Flower City. The powerful atmospheric resistance caused the 2 warships' speed to decrease sharply, and their scarlet tails were incomparably dazzling. The warships slowly stopped at the City Lord's Manor's welcoming plaza, and everyone walked out. "This is Flame Flower City's City Lord's Manor?" Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao looked around curiously. So many array formations and restrictions. Zhang Haoran sensed the fluctuations of the array formations and restrictions. He was certain that even if he went all out, he would not be able to cause too much damage to the City Lord's Manor. There were countless array formations and restrictions here. Some were large, and some were small. They were connected to each other, and the slightest change would affect the rest. They were extremely intricate. "City Lord." The Rose King walked out of the hall. "Rose King, you've worked hard during this period," Yichen said. The Rose King said, "Don't mention it. It's my duty. Let me introduce you. These are my father and mother. In the future, my father will be managing Flame Flower City on my behalf. If there's anything you need, just tell him. Your subordinate understands." The Rose King nodded. "Father, mother, the Rose King is the Deputy City Lord of Flame Flower City. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the Rose King. She will tell you." Yichen turned around and said to Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing. If the Yi family and the Fallout Sword sect wanted to control Flame Flower City, they still needed the help of the local Rose King. Therefore, Yichen would not deprive the Rose King of her position as the Deputy City Lord. Of course, there was more than one Deputy City Lord. The Rose King was the second Deputy City Lord, and his father, Yi Tianhao, was the first Deputy City Lord. After 4 months of travel, Su Jing, Morong Qingqing, and the others showed signs of a breakthrough. Yichen gave each of them 100 million yuan stones and told them to cultivate in the City Lord's Manor. The next day, Yi Chen, the Thousand Arrows King, and the others rushed to the military planet Gold Armor Planet. Gold Armor Star Armor Soldier City. Secret Magic Tower. The Secret Magic Tower had 7 floors. The first floor could be entered by any soldier. The second floor required 10,000 contribution points. The third floor required 100,000, the fourth 1 million, the fifth 10 million, the sixth 100 million, and the seventh 1 billion. After spending 1 billion yuan stones, Yichen exchanged for 1 billion contribution points. He planned to go to the 6th floor and exchange for an Emperor-grade soul defense secret technique. However, he found out that if one wanted to enter the 6th floor of the secret technique pagoda, not only would one need enough army contribution points, one would also need a certain military rank. Only great generals or 4-star purple gold rank commanders and above could enter the 6th floor of the secret technique pagoda. As for the 7th floor, only marshals were qualified. Arriving at the purple gold rank commander testing area, Yichen started the second test. In front of Emperor Scar Steel, Yichen took a deep breath and slashed with his sword. Puff, stone fragments flew everywhere, and the sword mark was 4 inches deep. 4-star. 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 Many observers were dumbfounded. They looked at Yichen as if they were looking at a monster. Currently, there was not a single 4-star purple gold rank commander in the entire human race. Who would have thought that one would appear today? Secret Magic Tower 6th floor. There were not many secret techniques here. With a rough look, there were only about 100 secret techniques. There were less than 10 soul defense secret techniques, which were very rare. Primordial Spirit Armor. Soul River. Crystal Soul. Vedra Primordial Spirit. Soul Ring. There were a total of 9 Emperor-grade soul defense secret arts. The Primordial Spirit Armor was an armor constructed from soul power to protect the soul. It was equivalent to a warrior wearing an armor to protect the body. The soul defense was very strong and could resist some powerful soul attacks. The most important thing was the quality. Soul River was the opposite of primordial spirit armor. It diluted the soul power and formed a wide soul river outside the soul, which could resist soul attacks layer by layer. It was like an arrow shot into a river. The lower it went, the weaker it became. By the time it reached the bottom, it would be powerless. Crystal Soul was similar to primordial spirit armor, but it emphasized on the soul's strength. Its cultivation requirements were higher than primordial spirit armor, and its final effect varied from person to person. As for Vajra primordial spirit, it required extremely high comprehension. For those with low comprehension, they might not have any accomplishments even after hundreds or thousands of years, wasting their time. Of course, once successfully cultivated, it would be extremely frightening. Even soul attacks stronger than Vajra primordial spirit's soul defense might not be able to penetrate it. Finally, there was Soul Ring. Soul Ring required the highest army contribution points, reaching 800 million. Naturally, in terms of soul defense, Soul Ring could look down on the other 8 Emperor-grade soul defense secret arts. Soul Ring had 7 realms in total. With each realm, the Soul Ring would have 1 more ring. The first ring would be red, the second orange, the third yellow, the fourth green, the fifth cyan, the sixth blue, and the 7th purple. Generally speaking, one could cultivate a green soul ring, and their soul defense would be no weaker than ordinary Emperor-grade soul defense secret arts. Cultivating a cyan soul ring would allow Yichen to ignore the soul attacks of several tens of thousands of ordinary kings. Blue soul ring had a special ability, which was to absorb different kinds of soul power to replenish one's own soul ring. For example, it could convert the enemy's soul attack into pure soul power and replenish the blue soul ring. In this way, the consumption of soul power would be reduced to the minimum, allowing one to persist for a longer time. The highest realm was Purple Soul Ring. This soul ring was not limited to defense. If a soul attack was not strong enough, it would collapse before it could even approach. It was incomparably tyrannical. When all 7 soul rings were complete, one's soul defense would reach a frightening level. As for how powerful it was, one would have to personally experience it to know. Without much consideration, Yichen directly chose Soul Ring. Only Yichen had reached the rank of a 4-star Violet Gold commander. It could be said that Yichen's current status was equivalent to that of a great general, incomparably noble. Correspondingly, the treatment of 4-star Purple Gold rank commanders had greatly increased. A 3-star Purple Gold commander could become a city lord of a rank 3 life planet, while a 4-star Purple Gold commander could become a city lord of a rank 4 life planet. It was normal for a powerful Thearch-cranked monarch to own a few cities. Although Yichen was not a Thearch-cranked monarch, he was stronger than a Thearch-cranked monarch. After all, his potential was much stronger than most Thearch-cranked monarchs. However, Yichen did not plan on obtaining another city for the time being, even if it was the main city of a level 4 life planet. A single person's energy was limited, and he did not want to waste it on these things. Furthermore, he did not have enough manpower, so he could not manage 2 main cities. Every main city was not simple, and there were many different powers. If he managed them himself, it would naturally be very easy. However, if he let the Dreamfall Sword sect and the Yi family manage them, it would be hard to avoid mistakes. In reality, when Yichen had chosen Flame Flower City, he had not considered it for himself, but for the Dreamfall Sword sect and the Yi family. He wanted to find a place for the Dreamfall Sword sect and the Yi family to settle down. Now that he had a place to settle down, he could slowly develop it. In any case, Yichen did not care about the millions of yuan stones a city earned every year. With the yuan stone pool, no matter how fast his wealth was consumed, he would be able to replenish it with 100 million yuan stones every year. 100 million yuan stones was equivalent to the income of a level 3 main city for dozens of years. Of course, this was mainly because Yichen did not have the energy, and his faction was not strong enough. Once his faction was strong enough, Yichen would not mind owning a few more cities. For example, he was a 4-star Purple Gold rank commander, so he could actually become the city lord of 4 main cities, a level 1 life planet, a level 2 life planet, a level 3 life planet, and a level 4 life planet. Right now, he only had 1 level 3 life planet, Flame Flower City. Flame City was one of the main cities of the Flame Star. If the Yi family and the Dreamfall Sword sect wanted to completely digest it, it would take at least dozens of years. Controlling a place was not just about martial power. Martial power was a bad thing, and governing power was the best. Every aspect, big or small, had to be perfectly coordinated. Instead of going to the Black Tortoise ruins, Yichen returned to the Flame Star Flower City. Su Jing and Morong Qingqing were both training hard, wishing that they could turn one day into two. At the moment, they needed to increase their cultivation base to the fourth sky of life and death realm as soon as possible. With enough time, they would be able to focus on the selfless realm. Currently, Su Jing had only refined 20% of the beast factor, and Morong Qingqing had only reached the late first level of the selfless realm. These were their disadvantages. In order to help them make breakthroughs in a short time, Yichen asked around and found out that there was a mysterious gravity star 1 light-year away from the Flame Star. The gravity of the mysterious gravity star was very powerful, equivalent to 1,000th to 100th of a white dwarf star. It was very suitable for consolidating one's foundation and breaking through to the next realm. Immediately, Yichen sent Su Jing and Morong Qingqing to the mysterious gravity star, telling them to find a secluded place to train. Additionally, he gave each of them a peak small Heavenly King-grade battleship. His father, Yi Tianhao, had already gained a basic understanding of the power distribution of the Flame Flower City. With the help of the Rose King, he began to officially manage the city, preparing to turn it into the headquarters of the Falling Dust Sword sect and the Yi family. As for the original overlord of the Flame Flower City, the Zhao family had already started to relocate their entire family. It was not that they did not have other intentions, but when they found some titled monarchs to help them, they immediately changed their minds after learning that Yi Chen was a purple gold commander. Offending a purple gold commander with a bright future for the sake of the Zhao family was very unwise. Moreover, Yi Chen was not a 1 or 2-star purple gold commander, but a 3-star purple gold commander. Whether they could defeat him or not was still unknown. They still did not know that Yi Chen had already become a 4-star purple gold commander. Otherwise, their expressions would be even more interesting. There were not many people in the first batch to come to Flame Flower City, only 5 or 6,000 people. The Falling Dust Sword sect and the Yi family had not all arrived, and they were still on the way. Among this batch of people, there were a few hundred people from the Elixir King Island. As Yan Jianhui's grandfather, the Spirit Alchemy King had a good relationship with Yi Chen. He had asked for a quota of 50,000 people. These few hundred people were the vanguard, and the rest were also on the way. The Spirit Alchemy King planned to establish a school in Flame Flower City that focused on alchemists, just like the Elixir King Island. Naturally, this could not be done without the help of the Fallen Dust Sword sect and the Yi family. Of course, this was also a good thing for the Fallen Dust Sword sect and the Yi family. The two complemented each other, and their development would be even faster. Xianhe was already over 50 years old, so she could not enter the God Paradise. However, she did not care. The universe was very big, and there were many opportunities. Although the God Paradise was the best choice, it was not the only choice. She did not have much ambition, and only planned to establish a mysterious school in Flame Flower City. She would leave it to Yan Fengfeng to manage. As for herself, she would go on adventures everywhere, living a life where the 4 seas were her home. Yichen admired Xuanhe's carefree attitude very much. He believed that with Xuanhe's talent, there would be a place for her in the vast universe. Seeing that the Fallen Dust Sword sect and the Yi family were on the right track in Flame Flower City, Yichen relaxed. From now on, he would not need to worry and waste his energy. Your battleship can only be returned to you in the future. On the god ship, Yichen apologized to the Thousand Arrow King and the other 5. Their Heavenly King battleship was still on the way, and it would still take more than half a year to reach Flame Flower City. As for the King battleship, it would take even longer, more than 2 years. However, these battleships were Elysiums, so Yichen had changed the exterior of the battleship to a different color. Although they were still Demon's battleships, as long as they reached Planet Flame, it would be fine. No worries, we are not in a hurry to use them anyway. The Thousand Arrow King smiled. The god ship entered the God Paradise, and the 6 disembarked. There were still 2 months before entering the high-rank hunting grounds, and Yichen had plenty of shinbi. He planned to cultivate his soul ring in the Tower of Time. With the time ratio being 1:1, 2 months would be 200 months, which was close to 20 years. He should be able to make some progress. Of the 7 realms of Soul Ring, the first 3 realms were very easy for Yi Chen. After 3 days in the outside world and 300 days in the Tower of Time, Yi Chen reached the yellow Soul Ring realm. Outside his soul sea, there were 3 different colored soul rings protecting him. They were red, orange, and yellow respectively, and they looked magnificent and magnificent. However, in terms of soul defense, the yellow soul ring realm was only a little stronger than the spirit indestructible, not much stronger. These 3 realms were used to lay the foundation. The difficulty of the 4th realm, the green soul ring realm, began to rise. 1 week in the outside world was 700 days in the Tower of Time. Outside his soul sea, the 4th soul ring was born, the green soul ring. Red soul ring, orange soul ring, and yellow soul ring, the 3 soul rings were similar in color. The green soul ring looked crystal clear and flawless, as if it was made from the purest green light. It had a purifying effect. When the green soul ring appeared, Yi Chen somehow felt that his soul was a lot safer. If the red soul ring, orange soul ring, and yellow soul ring were used to build the foundation, then the green soul ring was used for real defense. It could purify all kinds of external soul power and reduce the damage to a freezing point. Next was the green soul ring. It took Yi Chen a whole month to reach this realm, which was 3,000 days in the Tower of Time. The cyan spirit ring's radiance became much more vast and powerful. The dense cyan radiance enveloped the first 4 spirit rings. Upon careful observation, one could see that the cyan spirit ring was composed of tiny cyan runes. And the essence of the cyan runes was soul power. This kind of marvelous arrangement of soul power was beyond imagination. It seems that the remaining time is not enough for me to cultivate the blue soul ring. It took Yi Chen 1 month and 10 days to cultivate the green soul ring realm, and there was still a little more than a month left. It was impossible for him to cultivate the blue soul ring. After all, it took him 1 month to cultivate the green soul ring. However, Yi Chen was very satisfied with this result. The green soul ring realm was equivalent to an ordinary emperor-level soul defense secret skill, and the green soul ring was equivalent to an intermediate emperor-level soul defense secret skill, which was several levels stronger than the spirit indestructible, which was just an ordinary heavenly king-level soul defense secret skill. Lu Di, Sima Fei, Zhang Yining, use your soul attacks on me. Yi Chen found Lu Di, Sima Fei, and Zhang Yining to test out the soul defense of the soul ring. Then I'm going to get serious. Lu Di had trained in a top-tier Heavenly King stage soul attack secret technique, the Thunder Soul Blade. He was able to use his soul power to imitate the effects of lightning, numbing his enemies' souls. My death whip is not to be trifled with. And my eagle soul all. Zhang Yining and Sima Fei were very confident in their soul attacks. They knew that with Yi Chen's soul defense, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, they would definitely feel dizzy and suffer a little. Come. Yi Chen smiled. I'll go first. Lu Di's glabella bulged, and a soul saber projection that sparkled with electric arcs shot out toward Yi Chen's soul. Yi Chen was already prepared. Outside his soul sea, 5 soul rings appeared one after another. From the inside to the outside, they were red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan. Bang, a formless collision sound rang out, and Lu Di's soul saber projection shattered into nothingness. As for Yi Chen, he was completely fine. The cyan soul ring only vibrated a little, and light flickered. Eh? Lu Di was shocked. Let's attack together. Zhang Yining suggested. All right. Lu Di and Sima Fei nodded. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them launched their soul attacks. Lu Di's soul saber projection was still flickering with electric arcs, Zhang Yining's soul whip was a whip, and Sima Fei's was a black soul all. Bang bang bang, the 3 soul attacks hit the cyan soul ring at the same time. However, the result was the same as before. The cyan soul ring only vibrated a little. So powerful. Yi Chen could clearly feel that the cyan soul ring was still far from collapsing. Even if he attacked it 10 more times, it wouldn't shake its foundation. As for the loss of soul power, it was very, very small, less than 1%. One had to know that even if the cyan soul ring collapsed, there were still green, yellow, orange, and red soul rings inside. Yi Chen, what kind of Emperor-class soul defense secret technique do you cultivate? Zhang Yining asked curiously. Soul ring, Yi Chen answered honestly. Soul ring? Zhang Yining shook her head. She had never heard of it. However, thinking about it, not everyone could enter the 6th floor of the secret law tower of Golden Armor Planet. It was normal that she had never heard of the secret technique stored inside. It is indeed an Emperor-class soul defense secret technique. Our soul attacks can't shake it at all. Sima Fei smiled bitterly. Lu Di nodded and said, ordinary Emperor-class soul defense secret techniques are not so powerful. The soul ring is probably one of the better ones. Soul attack and soul defense were opposites. The soul attack of a top heavenly king naturally couldn't do anything to an Emperor-class soul defense. Under normal circumstances, when soul attack and soul defense were equal, no one could do anything to the other. If the soul attack was one level higher, it could only break through the opponent's soul defense. Similarly, it couldn't hurt the opponent. Only 2 levels higher could slightly hurt the opponent's soul. 3 levels higher could moderately hurt the opponent's soul. As for 4 levels higher, it could seriously hurt the opponent's soul. For example, if a person cultivated an ordinary Emperor-class soul defense secret technique, if one wanted to hurt his soul, one had to cultivate a superior Emperor-class soul attack secret technique, which was 2 levels higher. Currently, Yi Chen had cultivated a green soul ring, which was equivalent to a mid-level Emperor-class soul defense secret technique. If one wanted to hurt Yi Chen's soul, one had to cultivate a top Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. However, in reality, top Emperor-class soul attack secret techniques probably couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. It was mainly because Yi Chen's soul was already very strong, which could increase the effect of secret techniques. For example, Yi Chen's soul sword chi was actually equivalent to a top heavenly king soul attack secret technique. However, when Yi Chen used it, it was not weaker than an Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the high-level hunting battlefield. I wonder which enemy battle team we will meet this time. Yuan Hong smiled. Blood Spear King's Blood Spear battle team was defeated by Yi Chen previously. Now, only God Bless Queen's God Bless battle team is left. It can't be so coincidental. That's hard to say. The few of them chatted happily as they walked into the hunting tower. Because of Yi Chen's existence, the hunting team became the top battle team in the high-level hunting battlefield, leaving the original top 3 battle teams, God Bless Battle Team, Brutal Bone Battle Team, and Blood Spear Battle Team far behind. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had subtly become the top combat emperor in the high-level hunting battlefield. After all, even one of the 3 combat emperors, Blood Spear King, wasn't Yi Chen's match. Yi Chen, who was walking in front, smiled. Actually, with his power, he could defeat the 3 combat emperors, but he couldn't kill them. He only had the confidence to kill them if their power was more than 100 times stronger. The more powerful one was, the harder it was to kill them. This wasn't a lie. For example, when Yi Chen was still an ordinary person, it was very easy to kill someone. He just had to stab the other party's vital point, and he could kill the other party. An ordinary person's body was too weak. To kill someone, one didn't need to be much stronger than the other party. He just needed to be a little stronger. Now, to kill someone, one didn't even need to think about being a little stronger. One had to be many times stronger to be able to kill someone. Of course, although Yi Chen couldn't kill the 3 combat emperors, the others wouldn't be able to stop Yi Chen. The more he killed, the better. As time went by, the Paradise of Gods would gradually catch up to the Demonic God Paradise and Xianxia God Paradise. It wasn't a good thing for the Yi Demon battle team to gain fame and deterrence. 4 days had passed, and the 7 of them had only killed 2 enemies. They had to chase for a few hours before they could catch up. When the enemy battle team sensed the arrival of the Yi Demon battle team and Yi Chen, they immediately fled without thinking. It seems like the speed of earning Shinbi is going to slow down in the future. Sima Fei said gloomily. As expected. Although it was a little regretful, Yi Chen felt that it was normal. Everything had its pros and cons. The enemies weren't fools. Knowing that they couldn't beat you, they still didn't flee. Wasn't that courting death? However, being strong had its own benefits. Most of the commander god insects couldn't even withstand one attack from Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen wanted to leave some soup for his teammates, he could have easily killed the commander god insects. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, it was the 6th day. Yi Chen, someone's coming. Lu Wenjia's soul power sensed that someone was approaching. Yi Chen nodded. Releasing his soul power, he saw 5 battle teams. One of them was the Blood Spear battle team, and the other one had a female captain. Yi Chen had seen her in the miracle world. It was that dark goddess. She should be the #1 combat emperor of the demonic god paradise, God bless Queen. As for the other 3 battle teams, none of them were weak. The captains were all combat emperors. They were Demon Paradise's Blade Demon King, Sharp Horn King, and Evil God Paradise's Du Ling King. They're not friendly. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. 5 combat emperor teams. Myriad Arrow King was a little worried. What should we do? Zhang Yini looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, you guys retreat for now. I'll stay here alone. You alone? Yuan Hong stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen explained, the war has started. You guys will be in danger. Don't worry. Although the enemy has a lot of people, they can't do anything to me. Instead, I'll kill a few of them. Yi Chen had been looking forward to a bloody battle for a long time. Yi Chen is right. We will only be a burden if we stay here. Myriad Arrow King nodded. All right then. The other 5 were helpless. Although they wanted to help, they were too weak. The enemy had 5 battle teams. 1 against 5, they couldn't hold on. After all, Yi Chen couldn't protect them during the battle. Swish, swish. Swish, exploding their speed, Myriad Arrow King and the other 5 retreated. As long as they could increase the distance, the enemy wouldn't be able to catch up to them so easily. As for Yi Chen, he was quietly standing on the crown of a tree, waiting for the enemy to arrive. End of chapter 1148. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.